When Wen Shi'an first encountered He Qinian, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a prince from a fairy tale, his amber eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yet, the first words he uttered were, "Shall we marry?" On their second meeting, he spoke of obtaining a marriage certificate. By their third encounter, He Qinian held a red booklet, smiling gently like jade, promising to provide him with a home, a sanctuary solely for him. Chapter 1. He resembles a prince. A tale of dual male protagonists in a romantic narrative. The author elegantly waves goodbye to you, uttering a simple farewell to star. What is the meaning of life? I am somewhat inclined towards despair, mused Wen Shi'an. Despair, dear brother, should come after a meal. Only when we are well fed can we muster the energy for such thoughts, replied He Qinian. The narrative commences in an alternate reality where logic is cast aside. Bang star. A teacup collided with the boy's forehead, crimson blood mingling with tea, cascading down his jaw and staining his white shirt, resembling blooming red plums. Wen Shi'an was irate, pointing at the boy standing in the middle, scolding, "How did I end up with such a rebellious son? Apologize to your brother." Brother. Is a foster child from different parents still considered a brother? Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, remaining silent. His gaze coolly directed towards the person shielded by his mother and older brother on the couch. Wen Yinyu, noticing his stare, flashed a provocative smile, silently mouthing, "You have lost again." Initially, he had intended to douse Wen Shi'an with a scalding cup of coffee, but to his surprise, Wen Shi'an evaded it, rendering his plan futile. He could only resort to a strategy of self-inflicted suffering. Indeed, the Wen family was most susceptible to such theatrics. Whenever an incident occurred, regardless of the circumstances, it was invariably Wen Shi'an's fault. He called out in his mind, "System." The usual transparent orb did not appear, and no sound followed. Was it still in slumber? Having violated the world's rules for a trivial task, it had remained dormant for such a long time. Truly a useless entity. Wen's mother gazed tenderly at the swiftly healing wound on Wen Yinyu's hand. "Xiaowen, no matter how discontent you are, you must not lay a hand on your brother. You know he's in poor health." Sigh. Brother did not mean to," Wen Yinyu said, his eyes reddening. Adopting a seemingly understanding demeanor, "I ought not to be in this family at all. If brother does not wish to see me, I can leave the Wen family, depart from Kyoto, and vanish forever, as long as brother does not argue with our parents over my mistakes. This will always be brother's home. Please do not be angry." These words have been spoken for over a decade. Yet he remained firmly ensconced within the Wen household. If he truly wished to leave, he could have departed long ago instead of engaging in this futile dialogue. Wen Shi'an observed him, expressionless, as he continued his performance. Blood mingled with his vision, rendering everything hazy, while the sensation of tinnitus washed over him once again. His thumb absently pressed into his palm. The pale pink of his nails tinted a faint crimson, yet he continued this unconscious action. Wen Shi'an regarded his cold and sullen biological son with dissatisfaction, snorting, if only he possessed half of Xiao Yu's sensibility. Moreover, what right does he have to make Xiao Yu leave? Had it not been for Xiao Yu saving him, he would not have been left with such a frail constitution. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, his eyes resembling still waters, flickering with an unusual glint, his heart heavy. Though the reality was quite different, no one believed him. They all claimed he owed Wen Yinyu a life. He had protested, cried, and ultimately accepted the accusations directed at him with tranquility. He had sacrificed his parents, brother, sister, and familial love to Wen Yinyu. Yet, even this seemed woefully insufficient that, in their eyes, he was the embodiment of sin, destined to spend his life bowing in atonement. Wen Shi'an, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow in discontent, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze. Yet he did not speak up for his brother. This time, it was indeed Nin's fault if he did not receive a lesson. Who knew what further transgressions he might commit in the future? Seeing him silent and seemingly lifeless, Wen Shi'an was further incensed, observing his son with dyed blue hair and piercings, utterly unbecoming. What a disgrace to the Wen family. Have you lost your voice? Apologize to your brother. Wen Shi'an parted his dry lips, but could not utter a word, suddenly realizing that he had been unable to speak for quite some time. The doctor had informed him of his psychological affliction. Wen Yinyu's eyes darted, stoking the flames further. "Brother, Even if you dislike me, you cannot ignore father. How heartbroken he must be. This fellow had previously offered a rebuttal or two, yet recently he had become increasingly mute, adopting a cold and haughty demeanor. One could only wonder what he was pretending to be. Wen Shi'an blinked his discomfort away, gesturing towards the left side surveillance camera, indicating that a review of the footage would make everything clear. Wen Yinyu immediately sensed the danger, realizing he had forgotten about the cameras, and promptly feigned fainting, collapsing softly into his elder brother's arms. Xiaoyu, quick, to the hospital. The living room erupted into chaos, with Wen Shi'an swiftly lifting the unconscious figure and striding towards the exit, followed closely by their mother. Wen Shi'an stumbled, the bandage wound on his shoulder, seeping fresh crimson. You had better pray that Xiaoyu is unharmed. Otherwise, I shall disown you as my son, Wen Boming declared as he hurried after them. Had it not always been this way? Wen Shi'an paid little heed, lowering his eyelids before rising to ascend the stairs. Upon opening his bedroom door, he froze in place. What had once been his sanctuary had transformed into a piano room, the most prominent feature being a framed photo of Wen Yinyu receiving a first-place award for piano. The butler, witnessing this, sighed in resignation. The boy appeared disheveled, his naturally elegant features now pale, his downcast eyes reflecting a pitiful gloom. His misty blue hair hung limply, exuding an indescribable sense of sorrow and desolation. Second young master, perhaps you should tend to your wound first. Wen Shi'an shook his head, turning to descend the stairs. The butler hesitated for a moment before following suit. However, the youth's long strides left him struggling to keep pace. Finally catching up at the entrance, he pressed a band-aid into Wen Shi'an's hand. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, glancing at the darkening sky before finally uttering, "Please be careful on your way." Wen Shi'an nodded in acknowledgement, turning away without a trace of longing, step by step departing from the villa community of the Wen family. He opened his phone, searching for nearby bakeries. Aunt Xiao had mentioned her craving for cake, and he hoped to procure one in time. Following the directions on the map, he discovered the store was already closed. A glance at the time revealed it was 11:23. It was quite late, yet he did not wish to abandon his quest, continuing to seek out another establishment. The rain fell steadily, soaking him thoroughly. After visiting numerous shops, he finally spotted one with its sign still illuminated. As he approached, he noticed someone descending the steps. Clad in a sleek black suit, with neatly cropped hair cascading naturally to the sides, his sharp, deep-set eyes and high nose gave him a strikingly perfect visage. He was stunning, exuding an air of fierce allure. His eyes were particularly remarkable, a pale golden hue resembling amber, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale. Character introduction card asterisk. Wen Shi'an, the receiver, with misty blue hair and obsidian ear studs, standing at 1.8 meters tall, afflicted with aphasia, though he will eventually recover. A charming feline-like persona, yet his expression appears cold and proud, when in truth he is merely lost in thought, sweet and affectionate. Rest assured, love will cause flesh and blood to flourish. I hope my dear ones can fulfill their desires. Love you all. A note of caution. The main story and its epilogue have reached their conclusion. Our little Wen, after countless struggles in the mire, has become numb and twisted. If you cannot empathize, you may find it difficult to grasp the essence of that despair. I do not perceive our little treasure as weak in a certain sense. He possesses considerable courage. This is a quintessential tale of redemption, brief in length, and those who do not appreciate this style need not force themselves to indulge. What is currently updated is an alternate version, featuring the same protagonist, but with a dual-strong dynamic. For specific triggers, please refer to Chapter 148, where Qi enters the first year. That is about it. I hope every reader finds joy in this narrative. Chapter 2. Suitable to bring home as a wife. He Qinian gazed down at the figure standing on the steps, a young boy drenched from the rain, with a pale pink bandage affixed to his forehead. The cold, resolute features of his brows and eyes suppressed the innocent clarity of his azure gaze, while his nose appeared delicately defined, and his lips were a soft, rosy hue. He was utterly beautiful. In just a fleeting moment, He Qinian concluded, he would be perfect to take home as a wife, undoubtedly sweet. As he approached, he noticed the boy's white shirt clung to him. subtly revealing a slender and proportionate waistline. A white strap seemed to wrap from below his sternum to his left shoulder. The blood seeping through had been diluted, yet a faint blush was still visible. He Qinian smirked, presenting what he deemed a gentle and reserved smile. Marriage, perhaps? Wen Shi'an, somewhat bewildered, blinked and lifted his gaze, only to be met by the glimmering ruby cufflinks of the gentleman before him, whose hand held an umbrella, fingers strikingly defined. Above, that was a warm, smiling countenance that met his own bright amber eyes, causing him to instinctively lower his lashes in discomfort. Realizing his previous actions might have been too forward, He Qinian noted the boy's silence, as he seemed fixated on the cake in his hands. Without hesitation, he placed the cake into the boy's palms. This is the last one. It will be too meager to call it a greeting gift. He added with a playful smile, I hope you like it. Not far off. The driver in the car honked impatiently, urging them with an insistent beep, which made He Qinian furrow his brow in irritation. He handed the umbrella to the boy and, retrieving his business card, attempted to give it to him. Noticing the boy had no free hand, he tucked it into the pocket of the boy's shirt. I'm He Qinian. Do remember to call me, he remarked, winking as he reminded him to return home early. Wen Shi'an hesitated, turning around only to see He Qinian had already entered the car, the sleek black Maybach speeding away. Inside the vehicle, Lu Qinyu, while driving, complained, I can't believe it. In such heavy rain, we had to go camping. What lunacy! He Qinian couldn't shake thoughts of the boy from earlier. Surely he would call, for he wasn't unattractive and felt quite confident about his appearance. Lu Qinyu glanced sideways. What about the cake you bought? I gifted it to someone. He Qinian replied, lazily. Lu Qinyu shot him a peculiar glance. You actually give things away? The sun must be rising in the west. He Qinian was exceptionally possessive. Anything that belonged to him was not to be touched by others. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desperate desire to consume the cake himself. Mind your own business. What is wrong with gifting to my future wife? I take pleasure in it. Due to the rain, the narrow alley was a muddy mess, with the drains overflowing and accumulating dirt on the path, making it a bit arduous to navigate. Wen Shi'an, cradling the delicate cake, walked more slowly than usual, and by the time he reached home, half an hour had passed. Wang Wenxiu was in the kitchen warming up the dishes, her eyes reddening as she glanced at the dynamic photos on her phone. A blogger named When Family Young Master had shared a recent update. Feeling down. My parents are taking me abroad to relax. How blissful. Below it was a photo of a family of 3 boarding an airplane. The comment section is filled with warm wishes and envy. I want a family like this. Little Master one is so adorable. My heart melts just watching him. The one family truly dotes on their little master. May he be forever happy. What is this about? How could anyone prefer a stranger over their own child? Wang Wenxiu pondered, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. She had cared for young Master Inan for over a decade, and even after he moved out, she followed to look after him. The sound of the door unlocking brought her back to reality. She quickly wiped her tears, stored away her phone, and nonchalantly began plating the dishes. She called out, Inan is back. Today we're having your favorite braised crucian carp and sweet and sour pork ribs. Wash your hands and come to the table. Wen Shi'an placed the cake on the table. Not wanting Aunt Xiu to insist he drink ginger soup, he slipped away to change clothes. It was a bit spicy, and he disliked it, clad in a casual outfit. He glanced in the mirror at his light blue bear pajamas, which did not match his icy expression. He casually blew on his hair to cover the injury on his forehead before stepping out. Wang Wenxiu arranged the cake in the center, lit a few candles, and turned off the lights, smiling at the approaching figure. And then, come make a wish. Wen Shi'an looked puzzled. Why make a wish? Isn't today and Xiu's birthday? Wang Wenxiu understood his confusion and smiled as she explained. And then, today is your birthday. Of course you should make a wish. Suddenly, he recalled that today was indeed his birthday. Before he turned 10, his birthdays were celebrated like a little prince, surrounded by affection and lavishness. However, after he turned 10, he had not celebrated a single birthday. That day marked the incident with Wen Anyu, and every subsequent year, she would feign illness. Over time, this day became a taboo in the Wen household. No wonder Wen Anyu was looking for trouble today. It all made sense now. He shook his head, declining to make a wish, pulling out a small leather notebook from the side of the table and writing, No need, Aunt Xiu. Let us eat. Wang Wenxiu continued to persuade him, and then this is different, come on, make a wish. As she spoke, she pushed the cake toward him. Gazing into her expectant eyes, unaccustomed to refusing, closed his eyes in a manner reminiscent of his childhood. In his heart, he silently wished, I hope Aunt Xiu stays healthy. Wang Wenxiu took out her phone and snapped a photo, her heart melting at the sight of the well-behaved and adorable young man. Wen Shi'an slowly opened his eyes and blew out the candles, then noticed a delicate little prince atop the cake, which reminded him of someone with those uniquely amber eyes. Wang Wenxiu handed over the gift she had prepared earlier, saying, Our Enin has grown another year older. May you always be safe and sound. Wen Shi'an wrote in his notebook, Thank you, Aunt Xiu. You're welcome, Enin, she replied, serving the first slice of cake to the birthday boy and preparing a bowl of soup for him to cool down, noting that he seemed to have lost weight recently and needed to replenish his strength. This old hen was carefully selected by her at the ecological farm early in the morning, perfect for making soup. After finishing their meal, Aunt Xiu began to clean up and wash the dishes, while Wen Shi'an slowly returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the tatami. A small table was set up here, upon which rested a tablet displaying an unfinished portrait. He gazed blankly out at the heavy rain. Should he perhaps call that person to inquire about the price of the cake and the return of the umbrella? With this thought in mind, he took out the silver-gray business card, revealing the name He Qinian, symbolizing blessings for the years and peace for the world. Such a lovely sentiment, imbued with hope and blessings, akin to the little prince. He dialed the number on the card, and, as the call connected, he suddenly realized he was at a loss for words. Just as he contemplated hanging up, a magnetic voice emerged from the other end. Character introduction card. He Qinian, a dominant figure, standing at 6 feet 3 inches with a striking appearance. Externally, he presents himself as a noble gentleman, but internally, he possesses a cunning and reserved demeanor. He is a rogue lover who enjoys cake, is reluctant to share, and is purely self-serving, yet he delights in sharing everything with his wife, including his favorite little cakes. His daily thoughts revolve around, Wife, come closer. Look at me more. Chapter 3. The Self-Strategizing He Peacock. The wife, He Qinian, instinctively referred to him as such, feeling no oddity in the term, for in his heart, he firmly believed this person was indeed his wife. Although they had not yet established a connection, it was merely a matter of time. Wen Shi'an took a full minute to process this address before hastily sending a text. I am not called wife. My name is Wen Shi'an. He Qinian did not hear the reply, but noticed the incoming message instead. Upon reading it, a smile crept onto his lips. How utterly adorable, Wen Shi'an. Or Enin, truly a lovely name. Enin, have you returned home? Wen Shi'an typed back, yes. To He Qinian, these two words were anything but cold. Rather, he perceived his wife's prompt reply as a sign of affection. As he contemplated this, he feigned nonchalance. Is there something you need to discuss with me? The moment the words left his mouth, he regrettably slapped his thigh. What was he saying? Could one not call without a reason? He wished he could give himself a couple of slaps. When Shi'an replied, regarding the cake payment, I believe I should give it to you, along with the umbrella. He Qinian, glancing at the message, absent-mindedly tapped his fingers. Then please add me as a contact. You could transfer the money that way. As for the umbrella, can you return it to me when I get back? When Shi'an responded, okay. As the call ended, He Qinian felt a pang of disappointment. It could not help but smile at the brief exchange. His wife had spoken to him 4 sentences. How delightful. Nearby, Lu Qinyu observed his foolish grin and couldn't help but grimace. Are you out of your mind? To be grinning at your phone like that. You must have fallen into the water as a child and left your brain in the pond. Let the butler fetch it for you, lest it cause you trouble for a lifetime. He Qinian, it is rare not to bicker with one's childhood friend. After all, it is not the first time I have been aware of his sharp tongue. In high spirits, I rose and casually caught a few drops of rain from outside. When are we leaving? I find myself longing for my fragrant and soft wife. Isn't Yen leaving? Gu Yanli strolled over, placing the pudding he held on the table. Casting a glance at the person engrossed in a game on the single sofa, Lu Qinyu was completely absorbed in the screen, his fingers moving so swiftly they seemed to leave trails, muttering angrily, damn, the jungler is gathering herbs in the wild and getting married to the red buff right there. Doesn't He know to assist? As the screen dimmed, He irritably swept his hair back, picked up the pudding, and boasted, devouring it in one bite while not forgetting to complain, "This is utterly tasteless." Upon hearing this, Guyanli smiled gently. "Then I shall choose a different flavor next time." He Qinian grunted in acknowledgement, then returned to his fierce battle, now outnumbered 9-1. He Qinian observed this scene, unfazed, teasingly grinning, despite being childhood friends. Their personalities diverged so greatly. With a playful tone, he echoed He Qinian's earlier words, "Brother Yanli, I also want a little pudding." He Qinian shot him a furious glare. "You're insufferable." He threatened to throw something at him. Guyanli promptly embraced him, signaling to He Qinian not to provoke further. Gently diverting the conversation, "We are about to push for the crystal. If you don't return soon, it will be over." He Qinian immediately abandoned his urge to retaliate. Turning back to his phone, He Qinian smirked mischievously, then casually shoved his hands into his pockets. "I'm leaving now. You all take your time here." Guyanli, noticing his departing figure, sensed he was not jesting and felt a twinge of concern, chasing after him. The heavy rain made the roads treacherous, and visibility would only worsen at night. It would be best to return tomorrow. "No need," He Qinian replied, twirling the car keys in his hand, accepting the umbrella offered by the waiter, and stepped into the rain alone. Unable to tolerate these two any longer, he decided to return to his wife. The weather in Kyoto had always been drizzly, though not particularly cold. Venturing outside was rather inconvenient. After rising and freshening up in the morning, Wen Shi'an sat on the tatami, painting. The colors in his artwork appeared rather dim, with wilted flowers drooping from their branches, lifelessly strewn on the ground. When Aunt Shio returned, she noticed the untouched breakfast on the table and promptly took the dishes to the kitchen, reheating them before placing them at his door. "And then, breakfast is ready. I have your favorite custard buns." Hearing her voice, Wen Shi'an snapped back to reality, only then realizing he had skipped breakfast. Though he did not feel hungry, he tidied up his tablet and went to open the door, not wanting Aunt Shio to worry. Upon seeing him emerge, Aunt Shio let out a sigh of relief. There had been a previous incident when she couldn't find her spare key, only to discover an lying in the bathtub. The water stained crimson with blood. That had frightened her deeply, but fortunately, the wound was not severe, and it was then she sensed something was amiss with Anne's mental state. With her thoughts reaching this point, she cautiously inquired, "Is it time for a follow-up? Did Dr. Su call you today?" Wen Shi'an noted in his small notebook an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning. Aunt Shio placed breakfast on the small table for him, urging him to eat it while it was still warm, lest it lose its appeal. She promised to prepare cod for lunch. Wen Shi'an obediently nodded and quietly began his meal. Upon arriving at the hospital, the clock read 9:56. He merely had to enter this place to reach the room where Dr. Su awaited him. An indescribable sensation lingered as he paused at the entrance for a minute before stepping inside. In the clean and orderly room, Dr. Su sat on the sofa in casual attire, greeting the young boy with a gentle smile. "And is here." Wen Shi'an nodded and took a seat opposite him. "And then there's no need to feel anxious. Let us consider this a casual conversation. Are you still unable to speak recently?" Wen Shi'an subtly nodded in response. Dr. Su made a note in his file and continued with the next question. "Have you had trouble sleeping at night? Any experiences of auditory hallucinations or tinnitus?" Wen Shi'an wrote in his notebook, "Yes." He struggled to sleep even after taking sleeping pills. Tinnitus had occurred a few times, but not frequently. "Could you share what the hallucinations were about?" Wen Shi'an hesitated, lowering his lashes, remaining motionless. He had grown accustomed to the habitual scolding and accusations of his family. He was reluctant to speak and unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Observing the subtle shift in his expression, Dr. Su recognized his resistance and opted for a different topic. "And then, have you thought about anything you'd like to do recently? Do you want to go out and have some fun?" Wen Shi'an replied, "I want to earn money. I don't wish to go out." He felt the need to leave something for Aunt Shio, and money seemed the most suitable. Dr. Su regarded this answer with a hint of surprise, then allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace his face, acknowledging that the desire to earn money is indeed a commendable ambition. In closing, Dr. Su kindly remarked, "And it did wonderfully today. We shall conclude our session here. Come, here is a reward, a piece of candy." The words "thank you" appeared elegantly on the small notebook. "Remember to take your medication on time," and Dr. Su called after him, sensing that the boy appeared even more slender than before. Yet, today's conversation hinted at a flicker of expectation from a youth towards the world, an occurrence absent throughout 3 years and 7 months of treatment. A promising beginning, perhaps. Diary entry. Today, once again, I was unable to speak and did not particularly wish to. Even if I did, no one would listen. My parents remained disbelieving as ever. Aunt Shio's cooking is still delightful. I celebrated my birthday today, which I hadn't cared much about, yet I still made a wish. I encountered a special person whose eyes sparkled beautifully. Years later, I would come to understand that He Qinian's eyes held a light I had long sought, one that belonged solely to me, a light that favored me uniquely. Chapter 4. The last hope dashed upon leaving the hospital, Wen Shi'an proceeded directly to the interview location. The car halted at the entrance of a building, and he alighted to take a glance. This was the place seeking a piano teacher. He had already communicated that passing the interview was all that mattered, irrespective of whether he could speak. As he ventured further inside, he discovered what appeared to be a social club. Doubting his choice, he pulled out the recruitment information and confirmed it was indeed the right place, though the details were rather vague. Just as he hesitated, a voice emerged from behind him. "You must be the piano teacher here for the interview today." The speaker was adorned in a qipao, her long black hair elegantly coiled, and she held a silk fan, embodying the essence of a mature beauty. Qianyu yawned, and as she approached, she realized the woman was exceptionally striking. Her misty blue hair partially tied back, with sapphire eyes, a refined nose, and cherry blossom lips, she epitomized an androgynous allure. "Young man, you are quite handsome. Do you have your piano certificate with you?" Wen Shi'an hesitated, fidgeting with his small backpack, which contained his piano-level certificate. Yet this situation felt different from his expectations. Noticing his apprehension, Qianyu smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. This is a legitimate establishment, not what you might be imagining. We are simply seeking someone proficient in playing piano pieces, primarily to provide accompaniment, without being in the spotlight." Although Wen Shi'an remained somewhat skeptical, the attractive salary offered was tempting. He had inquired at numerous places, all of which rejected him due to his inability to speak. He longed to earn money, as this seemed to be his only option. Otherwise, how could he provide a pension for Aunt Shio? Qianyu continued, "If you're still uncertain, feel free to observe for a while, but bear in mind, if your performance is unsatisfactory, you'll have to exit through the left door." Ultimately, Wen Shi'an acquiesced, following her deeper into the establishment, remaining vigilant. Qianyu appeared relaxed, lazily fanning herself while complaining, "What a dreadful weather. It poured this morning, and now it's blazing hot. It's stifling in here, and I wonder if they even have air conditioning." At this, she glanced at the young man beside her. "You really cannot speak?" Wen Shi'an nodded nonchalantly. Qianyu, slightly disappointed, waved her fan and said, "The room ahead is where you should go. There's a teacher inside." Taking a glance, Wen Shi'an stepped forward, knocked on the door, and upon hearing a prompt "Please enter," he pushed it open. Inside, he observed a man engrossed in tuning a guitar, and judging by his silhouette, he seemed to be around the same age as Wen Shi'an. Zhou Jingshu did not turn around but pointed to the left. "The piano is over there. Play a piece, and if I am satisfied, you may stay." Wen Shi'an complied, his fingers gently resting on the keys, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity. He once owned a piano at home, but it had since become Wen Yinyu's. As the notes began to flow, Zhou Jingshu was momentarily taken aback and turned to look. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, illuminating the young man in white who sat poised at the piano. The warm yellow light cast a soft, golden hue on the tips of his blue hair, resembling a character stepped out from a comic. Beautiful to the point of being dreamlike, he seemed otherworldly, as if descended from the heavens. As the piece concluded, Zhou Jingshu snapped back to reality, realizing this was precisely the muse he had been searching for. "My heavens, I can't believe I've encountered him." Dopamine surged through his brain as he abruptly stood up and dashed towards Wen Shi'an, yearning to envelop him in a warm embrace. Sensing the movement behind him, Wen Shi'an swiftly sidestepped, leaving Zhou Jingshu no time to halt, resulting in him colliding headfirst into the piano keys. The discordant sound reverberated throughout the room, and he felt a momentary dizziness, a sharp pain coursing through him. Hesitant about whether to assist him, Wen Shi'an instinctively hesitated, scribbling on his notepad. "Are you okay?" As Zhou Jingshu opened his eyes, the three words met his gaze. Rubbing his forehead, he stood up, only to tumble back into the chair. "I'm fine." After a moment to collect himself, he lifted his gaze and observed the boy, whose striking blue eyes resembled the clarity of a vast azure sky. Yet there lingered an unsettling silence within them. He dismissed the unease, especially as the boy lowered his eyelids. "You've passed today's interview. You can start work at 1 this evening. You'll shadow me, and I'll guide you on what to do." Wen Shi'an nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Jingshu, curious, inquired, "You truly cannot speak?" Wen Shi'an wrote on his notepad, "Yes." Zhou Jingshu offered an awkward smile, apologizing. "Let's play a duet to refine our synergy. You can return for work tonight." After practicing for a while, Zhou Jingshu, feeling quite pleased, released him, elated by the discovery of such a harmonious partner. That evening, Qianyu leaned against the doorframe, smiling as she remarked, "Xiao Xian, how was your first night? Did I deceive you?" Wen Shi'an, clutching his small notepad somewhat bashfully, shouldered his bag, realizing that this place was indeed different from what he had anticipated. Their only responsibility was to perform, remaining unseen and largely unengaged with the patrons, thus eliminating any notion of transaction. Zhou Jingshu reached out to drape an arm around his shoulders, but was deftly avoided, leading him to retract his hand without concern. "Enough chatter. It's late. Let's head home." Zhou was surprisingly amiable, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Qianyu placed the evening's earnings on the table, instructing him to return the following day to sign the contract, after which they would await the finance department's consolidated salary distribution. Wen Shi'an nodded, intending to jot down notes when Zhou Jingshu interrupted, cheerfully saying, "No need for thanks. Hurry home. It's quite late. I'll see my muse tomorrow." With that, he grabbed his car keys and departed. Wen Shi'an took the elevator down to the first floor and hailed a taxi to return. The roads were nearly deserted in the early hours, and the 30-minute journey concluded in just over 10 minutes. After settling the fare at the alley's entrance, he began to walk inward. He encountered several individuals, the strong scent of alcohol wafting towards him, prompting him to veer aside and quicken his pace. Yet the group seemed to trail him. Instinctively, he dialed his elder brother, the only person who had shown any concern for him in that household. At least he would not turn a blind eye in times of need. Wen Shi'an's weary voice resonated, "And in? He has just returned from a business trip, utterly exhausted to the point where he can barely keep his eyes open. Today marks Xiao Yu's birthday, and he is currently busy preparing a gift so that Xiao Yu can see it upon returning." Wen Shi'an swiftly types, "Elder brother, someone is following me." A long silence ensues on the other end of the line. "And then stop joking around. I don't have time to play games with you right now." Wen Shi'an suspects that in is fabricating a story. Whenever she lies, she tends to hiccup, presumably out of fear. Thus, she opts for typing instead of speaking. Wen Shi'an, who had come downstairs for water, overhears the conversation and rushes to her elder brother, exclaiming into the phone, "Wen Shi'an, you little liar. You are just trying to trick elder brother into going out at this late hour. It serves you right to be followed. Elder brother is busy preparing a gift for Xiao Yu. He won't be going anywhere, so give up on that notion. Humph." With that, she abruptly hangs up. Chapter 5. Let him reflect on himself when Shi'an gazes helplessly at his youngest sister and pinches her chubby cheeks. "Why do you speak of your second brother in such a manner? It's quite impolite." That's exactly it. When Shi'an pouts, her cheeks puffed out in irritation as she stomps her foot. "He is not my second brother. I only have elder brother and Xiao Yu." When Shi'an pours her a glass of water and dons his coat, preparing to head out and assess the situation. Realizing that her brother intends to confront that troublemaker, Wen Shi'an rushes forward to cling to his leg, pleading, "Elder brother, the gift you're preparing for Xiao Yu isn't ready yet. You mustn't leave. Be good. I'm just going to check on it in. There might genuinely be something amiss." Wen Shi'an, throwing a tantrum and clinging tightly, protests. What could possibly be wrong with her? She just wants to trick you into going. This isn't the first time. Their mother often reminisces, stating that if it weren't for Wen Shi'an's interference when they were 13, Xiao Yu's health wouldn't be in such dire straits. He was well aware that it was Xiao Yu's birthday that day, yet he chose to go out and play. Returning home in the dead of night to claim he had been kidnapped, the entire family rushed to his rescue. By the time they arrived, Wen Shi'an was found unscathed, sleeping soundly in the school garden, not a speck of dirt upon him, perfectly fine. Upon returning home, however, they discovered Xiao Yu collapsed on the floor, surrounded by servants who seemed oblivious to his plight. It was only upon inquiry that they learned it was all a cruel prank by Wen Shi'an, orchestrated to prevent them from celebrating Xiao Yu's birthday. When they managed to get Xiao Yu to the hospital, he was nearly lost, and it was then that his health deteriorated further. Enraged, their father disciplined Wen Shi'an severely and confined him to a small room for a week. But he steadfastly refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing. Thus, Wen Shi'an is deemed the most malicious and sinister, quite possibly the worst person in existence. Wen Shi'an is aware of this incident and had covertly brought food and medicine to an otherwise, who knows how severe her injuries might have become. Forget it. I want to seek him out today, lest he resort to such tricks again. He must learn that deceit is wrong. I shall speak to him properly after tomorrow. All right, I will not go. Let's prepare a gift for Xiao Yu. Okay. She successfully prevented her elder brother from seeking out Wen Shi'an, and her little brother would surely commend her, perhaps even gifting her the latest Andy's toy. The figures behind her grew increasingly close, and he clutched his phone tightly, watching the dimming screen as his heart sank in tandem. The instances of disappointment had accumulated to such a degree that he had lost count. Though he claimed to be indifferent, an inexplicable emptiness gnawed at his heart. It felt as though a wound had been opened, with the cold wind incessantly pouring in, leaving him chilled to the bone. Despite it being July or August, it felt akin to the depths of winter. He gazed expressionlessly at the bricks on the ground, abruptly halting his steps. Calmly, he picked one up and turned to face the approaching figures. Minutes later, the piercing wail of police sirens shattered the silence of the alley. He helplessly dropped the bloodied brick from his hands and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Surrounding him were individuals sprawled in disarray, lamenting their choices. Regretting the moment they had let lust cloud their judgment. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly frail youth would engage in such a reckless brawl? Damn it, fighting with reckless abandon, exchanging blows as if it were a trade, aiming bricks squarely at their heads. Who could withstand such onslaught? In no time, they prepared to retreat. Yet this sickly youth would not relent. Alas, what a loss. At the police station, a female officer emerged from the interrogation room and glanced at the boy seated in a chair. His slender and delicate frame left a strong impression. He appeared quite frail, yet he had managed to defend himself against 3 or 4 ruffians, which was indeed impressive. Little brother, the matter has been clarified. As soon as a guardian signs, you may return home. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an slowly lifted his eyelids and produced his small notebook. I have no guardians. Can I leave directly? The female officer regarded him with palpable sympathy. He was so well-behaved yet unable to articulate his thoughts. What a pity. Nonetheless, she desired to let him go, but it was against protocol. I check your household registration. You have parents and an elder brother. Just have one of them sign for you. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together. They would not come to sign, viewing him as nothing but a disgrace and burden to the Wen family. Noticing his silence, the officer assumed he was afraid of being discovered by his family and smiled reassuringly. It's all right. You are very brave. But remember to call the police next time. Should I call your parents to inform them? Wen Shi'an gripped his pen, wanting to write something, yet he hesitated. Eventually, he simply turned away, refusing to look at her. The officer found a number and dialed. Moments later, the call connected. She identified herself and conveyed the situation. Mr. Wen, your son Wen Shi'an was maliciously harassed on his way home. In self-defense, he injured someone. Please come to the police station. Wen Shi'an did not turn around, but he listened intently. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a sharp response. He has a boy who would harass him for no reason. Can't you find a better excuse next time? He never learns, always vying for Xiao Yu's affection. Doesn't he realize that if it weren't for him, Xiao Yu wouldn't he be so heartbroken? Can't he be a bit more sensible? It's the middle of the night, and we have to get up early to accompany Xiao Yu to watch the sunrise. Goodbye. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, his striking blue eyes lowered. For he had long foreseen this outcome. What was he even hoping for? The accumulation of disappointment and distrust had forged an insurmountable chasm between him and his family, one he was unwilling to cross, and they too remained resolute in their distance. The female officer was taken aback by his words, momentarily bewildered. Such sentiments were typically voiced by parents, regardless of their affection for another child. Wasn't this one also their child? Shouldn't they express some concern? How could they still find time to watch the sunrise? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a pang of sorrow for the boy and instinctively glanced at the person beside her, only to find him averted. She sighed with relief, covering the receiver, and rose to speak to the side. Mr. Wen, let me reiterate that we are at the police station and we do not fabricate information. Wen Shi'an was followed at around 4:30, with someone attempting to. Her words were cut short by an impatient voice on the line. Attempting what? What could a boy do? Besides, with so many people around, why would anyone choose to follow him? It's not like he wasn't out messing around in the middle of the night. If something happens, it's his own doing. We will not bail him out. He should be detained to reflect on his wicked behavior. Before the female officer could respond, the call was abruptly terminated, and her subsequent attempts to reconnect were met with a message indicating the phone was off. She was left speechless, pondering how such parents could exist and how they could utter such words. Seeing the female officer approach, Wen Shi'an noticed her expression was tinged with guilt, indicating his parents' unwillingness. He considered jotting down a note. It's all right. I'll stay here for a few days. Sorry for the trouble. The officer seemed to want to say something further. She parted her lips, but was at a loss for words. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. Are you here to sign for the bail? Chapter 6. Will you marry me? Upon hearing this voice, Wen Shi'an instinctively looked up to see the newcomer clad in a simple black t-shirt paired with casual trousers. The disheveled black hair lent him a languid air, as though he had just emerged from slumber. Even his amber eyes appeared dulled, lacking the brightness from their initial encounter. He Qinian, yawned lazily as he settled into a chair, tapping his fingers on the documents laid out before him. I am Zhou Jingshu's cousin. What's the process for bail? No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a gaze upon him, and he instinctively turned his head, catching a fleeting glimpse of that clear blue before it vanished. The other party quickly lowered their head, revealing a pallid face speckled with dirt, their plump lips bitten until they bled red. Blue hair cascaded unbound, while the wrinkled white shirt bore traces of footprints and dust, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness that evoked pity. His gaze fell upon the boy's hands, frowning at the sight of the redness. Was he injured? The officer retrieved the documents, cross-referenced them with the information at hand, and, upon confirmation, displayed the electronic signature. Mr. He, please sign here. He Qinian deliberately bypassed the topic, pondering how the young boy came to be here. The officer paused momentarily, then naturally resumed the conversation. That little brother is quite unfortunate, neglected by his family. We cannot contravene regulations. Thus, we have no choice but to detain him. He Qinian instinctively curled his fingers before quickly releasing them, his peripheral vision catching the figure in the corner. Such a well-behaved and adorable child. How could he be unwanted? Truly a lack of appreciation. I will go take a look. He informed the officer before standing up and approaching, just in time to see the doctor setting a medical kit next to Wen Shi'an, presumably to tend to his wounds. Wen Shi'an, sensing the movement beside him, emerged from his own world and immediately spotted the doctor in a white coat. He instinctively recoiled slightly, his eyes filled with trepidation. The doctor, recognizing his fear, gently reassured him. It's all right. I'm just here to treat your wounds. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know. When Shi'an shook his head, his beautiful brows furrowing slightly, he disliked physical contact, particularly with doctors, and anxiously scribbled on a notepad. In his fluster, the pen slipped from his grasp and rolled away. Before he could retrieve it, a hand swiftly picked it up, and in his haste, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of the stranger's hand. The unusual sensation caused him to draw back immediately. Lifting his gaze, he met the stranger's eyes, golden and transparent, filled with mirth, a stark contrast to those he had encountered before. He Qinian offered a faint smile, displaying what he believed to be the epitome of gentlemanly decorum, his tone soft and magnetic. Your pen. When Shi'an was momentarily taken aback, then quickly lowered his gaze. focusing on the open palm where the gray pen lay quietly. After a brief hesitation, he snatched it up, attempting to write a simple note of gratitude. "Thank you." However, as the pen glided across the paper, it failed to release any ink. He tried shaking it lightly, but the result remained unchanged. Having observed the situation, He Qinian belatedly realized that Wen Shi'an likely would not speak, a thought that made him wish he could slap himself for not comprehending sooner. The doctor, evidently unaware of this understanding, noted the boy's resistance and, with a hint of professional impatience, remarked, "Little brother, resisting like this won't help your wounds heal. You must cooperate with the doctor to properly address your injuries." Wen Shi'an abandoned his writing, rummaging through his bear-shaped bag for his phone, only to discover that the screen was shattered. He tightened his grip on the blue shoulder strap, feeling at a loss for how to convey his reluctance to treat his wounds. After all, he wasn't naturally mute. He simply had not learned sign language. He Qinian discerned the emotions flickering in Wen Shi'an's eyes and, after exchanging a few words with the doctor, sent him away. As the room emptied, he slowly crouched down to meet Wen Shi'an's gaze, saying, "I will speak, and if you agree, just nod. If not, shake your head." Wen Shi'an hesitated for a moment before nodding. He Qinian smiled, charmed by the boy's obedient demeanor, wishing to tousle his hair, imagining that a kiss would undoubtedly taste sweet. Though he harbored such thoughts internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of aloof elegance. "Would you consider marrying me? This way, I could bail you out, sparing you from remaining here, and you could return home." Wen Shi'an hesitated, contemplating the proposal of marriage. Yet he was a man, and although societal norms had evolved, the prevailing belief still dictated that men ought to wed women. Moreover, why would he marry him? He Qinian, noticing Wen Shi'an's reluctance to respond, reflected briefly and recognized that his approach might seem rather presumptuous, akin to a tale of love at first sight, an idea likely to be met with skepticism. The notion of lust was too base for such a situation. After careful consideration, he resolved to employ a worn-out excuse, familial pressure to marry, insisting that he bring someone home today. Wen Shi'an nodded, indicating his understanding of this statement. Yet the idea of marriage appeared far too hasty. If his family were to discover this, they would certainly disapprove, misinterpreting Wen Shi'an's silence as acquiescence. He Qinian's amber eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let us depart at once." "Where to?" Wen Shi'an inquired, perplexed. He Qinian rose to make a phone call, and shortly after, a well-dressed man entered the police station. As Wen Shi'an filled out a form in confusion, he signed his name at the behest of a female officer, failing to scrutinize the document. Upon completing the signature, the officer informed him he was free to leave. Momentarily stunned, he prepared to exit, realizing the hour was late, and Aunt Xiao would surely worry if he did not return. Noticing his partner heading out, He Qinian followed closely, catching up swiftly. "It's difficult to find a taxi at this hour. Allow me to drive you home." Wen Shi'an shook his head in refusal, but soon found himself contradicted, as no taxis appeared in sight. Ultimately, he accepted a ride in He Qinian's vehicle, stealing a glance at the obedient passenger seated next to him. He Qinian felt a surge of delight, deliberately reducing his speed. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings, a rather secluded, dilapidated neighborhood, with peeling yellow paint and narrow alleyways. How had he not known such a place existed in Kyoto? Most distressingly, Unin resided in such a location. It was simply unacceptable. His heart ached at the thought, prompting him to steal a sideways glance, only to find Wen Shi'an with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. In the dim light, the long, thick lashes cast a small shadow on his eyelids, and his fair cheeks bore some dirt. Frowning, He Qinian instinctively reached for a tissue, intending to wipe his face. Yet, before he could make contact, Wen Shi'an turned his head away, causing He Qinian's hand to pause mid-air, his expression momentarily stunned. Didn't it dislike him? Wen Shi'an gradually opened his eyes, the avoidance instinctive. He was not fond of physical contact. Yet as their gazes met, he perceived a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion in He Qinian's deepening eyes. Was it sorrow? He pondered this uncertainty, pursing his lips before offering a simple farewell gesture and pushing open the car door to exit. He Qinian withdrew his hand, his gaze following the slender figure through the window, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. How could someone be so thin? There was barely an ounce of flesh on him. As his thoughts wandered, he found himself questioning his own sanity. His wife did not harbor affection for him, yet his feelings for her remained steadfast. With this in mind, he hastily pursued her, clutching the medication. Wen Shi'an noticed the figure trailing behind and turned to look. Under the warm glow of the orange streetlight, He Qinian's short hair appeared tinged with a light golden hue. His striking demeanor and stature rendered him reminiscent of a deity from a comic book, tall and handsome. He Qinian, feeling the intensity of Wen Shi'an's gaze, instinctively softened his tone and chuckled lightly. I brought you the medicine. You should tend to that wound promptly. Wen Shi'an nodded, acknowledging his words, yet refrained from taking the medication, for he found its scent distasteful. He Qinian, unfazed by Wen Shi'an's somewhat aloof demeanor, continued speaking. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? Chapter 7. Love is an unconscious heartache. Wen Shi'an was reluctant to have him inside. However, he was not adept at articulating rejection and was uncertain how to politely decline. He awkwardly nodded, leading the way home. The narrow alley twisted and turned, leaving He Qinian somewhat disoriented. Yet it was evident that Wen Shi'an was well acquainted with the route. An inexplicable pang of sadness welled within him. He had initially perceived the area as an old, run-down community, but upon entering, he discovered the cramped, dimly lit conditions of the so-called urban village, which made traversing it quite challenging. It was hard to fathom that he lived here daily. Wen Shi'an retrieved his keys from his bear-shaped bag and opened the door, only to find the lights inside were on and the small stools in the living room were in disarray. What on earth was happening? A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Had they been robbed? But given their impoverished circumstances, it seemed unlikely that a thief would bother with such a place. He stepped into the inner room, noticing that Aunt Xiao's door was ajar and the bedding was neatly arranged, indicating it had not been used. Where could Aunt Xiao have gone? Or had something happened to her? As worry surged within him, he fumbled for his phone to call Aunt Xiao, only to realize that the screen was shattered beyond recognition. It was inoperable. He Qinian leaned against the doorframe, noticing the anxiety etched on Wen Shi'an's face, and offered his own phone. Use mine. Wen Shi'an, disregarding everything else, took the phone and quickly dialed a number. As the ringing echoed, the call was swiftly answered. Hello, who is this? A familiar voice came through, but he knew it was not Aunt Xiao. It seemed to belong to a neighbor downstairs. He parted his lips, but no sound emerged, and it dawned on him that he could not speak, his eyelashes fluttering helplessly. He Qinian interjected, Is this a family member of Wen Shi'an? Upon hearing the name, the voice on the other end immediately recognized him. It's an inn. Your Aunt Xiao fainted, and we took her to the nearest hospital. Wen Shi'an gazed at the phone with concern, yearning to inquire about Aunt Xiao's condition. He Qinian, understanding his silent worry, asked, Is Aunt Xiao all right? Which department is she in, and what room? I couldn't comprehend what the doctor said. She's in the emergency department, room 5. He Qinian politely expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone. He turned to meet Wen Shi'an's pleading gaze and swept a glance over him. Are you truly prepared to go like this? Wen Shi'an appeared perplexed, wondering what was amiss. As he lowered his head, he noticed the dirt on his clothes and the blood on his hands. Staring at his hands in bewilderment, he felt no pain, yet the blood remained a mystery. He Qinian reached out, intending to guide him to the sofa, but recalling the scene in the car, he silently withdrew his hand. First, he needed to tend to the wounds and change clothes to avoid causing Aunt Xiao unnecessary worry. Wen Shi'an fixated on the bag in He Qinian's hand, hesitating. He was eager to check on Aunt Xiao's condition, yet he had an aversion to medication. Could he not simply change clothes and avoid treating the wounds? He didn't feel any pain. The blood on him was likely from those few individuals. He Qinian placed the medication on the table, an array of antiseptics, cotton swabs, gauze, and both topical and oral medications at hand. He glanced at the dazed figure not far away, smiling as he beckoned, and then, come here. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, reluctant to approach. His prolonged absence from social interaction had left him without any firm opinions and unsure how to refuse others. Slowly, he shuffled forward, taking small, measured steps until he reached the edge of the sofa, where he sat in the far corner. He Qinian chuckled softly, marveling at the cuteness before him. Such a small figure, akin to a delicate blue porcelain doll, exquisitely beautiful. Since Wen Shi'an was unwilling to move closer, he decided to make an effort himself. He could sense Wen Shi'an's resistance, yet neglecting the wounds could lead to infection, and he remained uncertain of the severity of his injuries. Wen Shi'an watched as He Qinian approached, instinctively shrinking back. He suffered from a contact aversion that had worsened over time. Initially, he could interact normally with his classmates, but gradually it became more severe, forcing him to live away from home. He disliked being at home, thus opting to rent a place of his own. He endeavored to appear unyielding and relaxed, fixing his azure gaze on He Qinian's movements. He Qinian half-squatted, one hand holding the antiseptic while the other reached out to him. Just as he was about to make contact, Wen Shi'an suddenly pushed him away. The brown liquid splashed all over He Qinian, with a few droplets even hitting his face, leaving him momentarily stunned as he blinked in surprise. Wen Shi'an was startled by his own abrupt action. He hadn't intended it to happen, but he couldn't control himself, wanting to wipe He Qinian clean. His hand, gripping a tissue, hung suspended in the air, unable to make contact. That peculiar sensation flooded his nerves, creating an illusion of being gnawed upon by insects. He Qinian's amber eyes darkened as he assessed the person before him. Repeating this scenario once or twice had genuinely irked him. However, upon meeting those clear yet dim blue eyes, he found no harsh words could escape his lips. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You do it yourself." With that, he stood and made his way to the bathroom for a quick wash, splashing water on his face. He felt an urge to smoke, but when his fingers brushed against the cigarette pack, he refrained from taking further action. Ultimately, he decided against it, an unlikely disdain that scent. He composed himself, easing his irritation before stepping back outside. He caught sight of someone washing their hands with an entire bottle of alcohol. Initially taken aback, he quickly approached to intervene. "Why are you using alcohol? Doesn't it hurt?" Wen Shi'an looked at him in confusion, glancing at his hands drenched in alcohol, feeling no pain at all, as if he were devoid of sensation. As he pondered this, he realized something was amiss. It seemed he had lost his sense of pain at some point, though he could not quite recall when. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that a lack of pain was rather advantageous. After all, death would bring no sensation. He Qinian observed the gaping wound on the palm of Wen Shi'an's hand. His brow furrowed. He had been focused on the back of the hand, failing to notice the severity of the injury on the palm. The gash was unexpectedly large, and it was likely that sutures would be necessary. Just the sight of it made him wince. He gently blew on the wound, realizing they needed to go to the hospital for stitches and a tetanus shot. Wen Shi'an, barely attending to his ramblings, felt the warmth of his breath against his palm, reminiscent of sunlight warming his skin, comforting and gentle. He truly resembled light, his eyes and demeanor radiating a warmth akin to the sun. After a lengthy monologue, He Qinian looked up only to find Wen Shi'an staring intently at him, seemingly lost in thought. He raised his chin slightly, presenting what he believed was an attractive angle. Convinced that Wen Shi'an must be fond of him, otherwise why would he be gazing so intently? Their gaze lingered for 2 seconds before He Qinian, concerned about Wen Shi'an's injury, led him outside, preparing to head to the hospital. Upon their arrival, Wen Shi'an insisted on visiting Aunt Xiao first, and He Qinian did not oppose, guiding him there. When they reached the ward, they discovered that the occupant was already asleep. Wen Shi'an chose not to disturb her, standing quietly for a moment before deciding to find a doctor for more information. As he approached the nurse's station, they encountered the attending nurse holding a payment slip, informing them that Wang Wenxiu's family needed to settle the bill on the first floor. He Qinian took the slip from her, gently instructing Wen Shi'an, "Wait for me here. I will be back shortly." With that, he departed without allowing Wen Shi'an a chance to refuse. Wen Shi'an watched the swiftly vanishing figure, his expression complex. Puzzled as to why He Qinian was acting this way, did he still see some value in him? As his thought crossed his mind, he found it absurd. He had long ceased to hold any value. Even a withered tree could bloom in spring, yet he felt incapable of such a feat. While he was lost in these thoughts, a voice called from behind, and in diary entry, "I got into a fight." The blood on my face is warm, yet feels cold. My brother says I'm lying. My parents are with Wen Shi'an. I'm fine alone, though I worry Aunt Xiao will be concerned if she finds out, so I must keep it from her. I encountered the prince again today. He appeared soft, and his eyes were still beautiful. He asked about marriage, but I did not agree. Then he seemed to converse with the police, allowing me to go home. He offered to take me back, and I consented. On the way, he smiled and mentioned buying medicine. However, I felt no pain from the wound and disliked the taste of medicine. It seemed unnecessary. The prince wanted to treat my injury, but I didn't like being touched. And when I accidentally knocked over the medicine bottle, it splashed all over his face. He appeared somewhat upset, yet he did not leave. Xiao, he has encountered a troubling incident, and I find myself deeply concerned. Fortunately, all is well in the end. I would willingly forsake everything, hoping for Xiao Yi's lifelong peace and good health. Chapter 8. It is too late when Shi'an turned around and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Yet, he silently averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. When Shi'an began to complain loudly, "Elder brother, look at his attitude. He doesn't even greet us. What a lack of courtesy, truly an ungrateful wretch." "Shi'an," when Shi'an interjected coldly, "your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly apparent. He is your second brother. You ought not to act this way." One Shi'an pouted and muttered under her breath, "That is precisely the case. He is not fit to be compared to brother Xiaoyu, even by a hair's breadth." When Shi'an felt helpless regarding his spoiled younger sister, but refrained from reprimanding her harshly as he stepped forward. "Anin, what are you doing here? Are you feeling unwell?" When Shi'an had hoped that by feigning ignorance, they would depart, but he did not anticipate his elder brother approaching and inquiring about his health. The same gentle tone and genuine concern shone in his brother's eyes, yet it felt too late, for he no longer required it. Seeing his silent younger brother, whose beautiful face bore no expression, cold and distant as though confronting a stranger, when Shi'an felt a twinge of displeasure and furrowed his brow. Previously, while Anin had been reticent, he would still respond obediently and share tales from school when conversing with him. When did he become so taciturn and frigid towards him? When Shi'an found himself perplexed by this transformation, it felt as though something had shifted, yet he could not discern its origin, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "Anin, are you listening to me?" When Shi'an lifted his eyelids for a fleeting moment before quickly dropping them again, showing no inclination to respond. Even though he had a backup phone in his bag, capable of sending text messages, he remained disinclined to communicate. When Shi'an caught sight of the near-death stare in his brother's eyes, an inexplicable unease washing over him. As he sought to understand, he discovered that Anin had already lowered his gaze, obscuring his emotions. Could he have misinterpreted? How could Anin possess such a lifeless gaze? Though the Wen family may not be an aristocratic lineage, they are nonetheless affluent. Anin was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, having access to everything one could desire, enjoying a life of plenty without worry. If only he were a bit more agreeable, a touch more endearing. Perhaps their parents would not impose such strict expectations, and they would treat him with the same leniency as they did Xiaoyu. When Shi'an sensed that he might wish to say something, but he was entirely disinterested, turning to head toward the doctor's office. When Shi'an reached out to stop him, only to have his hand grasped by his younger sister. "Brother, let us hurry. Brother Xiaoyu is waiting for us outside." He cast a glance at his sister and then at Anin's retreating figure. As his gaze fell upon a flash of vivid red, an instinctive desire to pursue and discern the truth emerged. When Shi'an tugged at her brother's hand, exclaiming, "Elder brother, what are you doing? Let's go." When Shi'an longed for one last glimpse, only to find that Anin had already vanished from sight. Perhaps it was merely a misperception on his part. Anin's community is equipped with comprehensive security measures and even employs bodyguards, making it highly improbable for any incidents to occur. It is likely that he is merely upset. Pursuing him now would yield no results. It would be best to wait until his anger subsides before attempting to soothe him. When my parents called, they mentioned that Xiaoyu was injured, though the severity remains uncertain. It would be prudent to visit Xiaoyu first. In the hospital room, when Anyu bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, as if enduring immense pain. Wen's mother stood by, deeply distressed. "Doctor, please be gentle. Xiaoyu has always been afraid of pain. Use the best medicine. We can afford it." The doctor couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The wound was so minor that it might heal on its own without intervention. Yet, maintaining his professional demeanor, he reassured her, "Rest assured, it has been treated. A mere scratch, not even bleeding, hardly warranted the most expensive medication. Even applying iodine would be considered extravagant." When Wen Shi'an entered, he encountered the doctor leaving. He quickly assessed the situation but could not identify where Wen Anyu was injured, eventually locking his gaze on an inconspicuous scratch on her ankle. Was this truly a severe injury, or were they overreacting? Yet, seeing her red eyes and pained expression, he softly comforted her. "How could you be so careless? Does it hurt?" Wen Anyu obediently replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore, brother. I'm sorry for the trouble. You are his elder brother. It is only right for you to visit," Wen's mother interjected, noticing her precious daughter's displeasure. She gently ruffled her hair, asking playfully, "What happened to make my little princess so upset?" It was, of course, Wen Shi'an. Wen Shi'an, visibly fuming, recounted the events of the early morning phone call and their recent encounter. After listening, Wen's mother paused, then hesitantly mentioned, "We received a call from the police station, stating that they need to bail in and out. We initially thought it was a scam and suggested he reflect on his actions while inside." In an instant, Wen Shi'an sensed something amiss. "Mother, why didn't you call me to confirm?" It dawned on him that Anin had indeed encountered trouble. What he had witnessed earlier was not an illusion. Anin was genuinely injured. How could I know if he was telling the truth this time? Wen's mother retorted in frustration. What if it's yet another prank of his? This is not the first or second time. Wen Shi'an chimed in, "Exactly. He should be made to reflect on his actions. Being so malicious daily, he should fear retribution." A flicker of triumph crossed Wen Anyu's eyes. This was the culmination of his schemes over the years. No one wished to believe in Wen Shi'an. Such an outcome was indeed gratifying. Wen Shi'an gazed at them in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such malice could be harbored by his sister and mother towards Anin, even if Anin had previously resorted to minor tactics to win favor from Xiaoyu. It was merely a plea for attention. He did not deserve such harsh condemnation. He could not fathom their reasoning, rising to leave in search of Anin. Noticing his departure, Wen Anyu coughed lightly, feigning difficulty in breathing. Instantly, Wen's mother expressed concern. "Shi'an, go fetch the doctor." Wen Shi'an instinctively obeyed, completely forgetting what he had intended to do moments before. In the doctor's office, the physician cast a meaningful glance at the young man before him, casually pressing down on the medical record. "Wang Wenxiu is fine. It is merely a case of low blood sugar." With this revelation, Wen Shi'an felt the tension in his body dissipate. Aunt Xiu was safe, which brought him immense relief. However, before he could express his gratitude, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Diary entry: "My elder brother has shown concern for me, yet I do not feel the joy it should bring. Perhaps it is no longer necessary. My younger sister continues to harbor resentment towards me, though I seem to have done nothing to warrant it. Wen Yianyu has also sustained injuries, and both my brother and sister are preoccupied with attending to him." Chapter 9. Since none of you want him, I shall take him. He Qinian, arriving in haste, adeptly caught the fainting figure, scattering the payment slips across the floor. It had only been a brief moment since he left, and yet, how could one have succumbed to unconsciousness so swiftly? The doctor promptly approached to examine the patient, relieved to find that the vital signs were stable. "Quickly, to the treatment room," he instructed. He Qinian swiftly lifted the young man, striding purposefully towards the treatment room. Outside the treatment room, he stared blankly at his hands. Despite the weight of an adult male, the figure he held felt almost weightless. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen. It was the information he had previously requested regarding and opening the folder. His gaze fell upon a small, blue background photograph, an image of a boy clad in a blue school uniform, his expression devoid of emotion. He appeared aloof and proud. Yet, this brief encounter made He Qinian acutely aware that this was merely an An's facade, concealing a tender and vulnerable heart beneath. His thumb unconsciously brushed over the photograph, a smile tugging at his lips, truly endearing. As he continued to read, the warmth in his amber eyes gradually faded, replaced by an undercurrent of frost. An An's life could be divided into two distinct segments: Before the age of 10, he was the pampered young master of the Wen family, radiant and spirited. After 10, the Wen family adopted Lin Yu, renaming him Wen Yu. From that moment onward, Wen Shi'an became increasingly absent from public view. To this day, many believe Wen Yu to be the cherished second young master of the Wen family, unaware of Wen Shi'an's existence. During his first year of high school, he moved out, initially residing in the Qianting community, but somehow later relocated to an urban village. Following this, he had little contact with his family and seldom returned to the Wen residence. After finishing the account, He Qinian's handsome brows furrowed slightly. The records indicated that it excelled academically and was remarkable in various aspects. Yet, it also noted that it had withdrawn from school. Scrolling to the next page, he examined the information regarding Wen Yu, the child of a Wen family servant, with an unknown father, and Yin Yu's biological mother, Lin Ling, had heroically saved the matriarch of the Wen family during an accident, which led to her being brought into the household. Subsequently, she performed menial tasks for the family, and, at some point, she became pregnant. The Wen family, seeing her alone, felt a twinge of pity. She was provided with a place to reside, where she gave birth to a child named Wen Yu. However, the joy was short-lived. Lin Ling tragically drowned while trying to save him when Wen Yu was just 10 years old, leaving her an orphan. Subsequently, she was taken in by the Wen family, where she received treatment that even surpassed that of their biological son. Wen Yu was quite endearing, winning the affection of everyone upon entering the Wen household, even becoming more beloved than An, the rightful heir. He Qinian's gaze fell upon An's cherubic face from childhood, her blue eyes crescent-shaped, radiating joy like springtime. Then he looked at the sullen and indifferent teenager she had become. It was difficult to articulate his feelings. A sense of discomfort settled within him. It was evident that the Wen family favored their biological son, yet they seemed oblivious to the absurdity of favoring an adopted child over their own flesh and blood. Had it not been for the documentation indicating that An was the Wen family's young master, he might have presumed she was a child from a destitute family, leading him to believe that the Wen family had fallen so low that they could not afford to care for her. He contemplated taking her in himself, as they had seemingly cast her aside. After all, he was in need of a wife. Before long, the door to the treatment room swung open and the doctor emerged, his expression somewhat complex. He Qinian stepped forward immediately, a hint of urgency in his tone. "How, isn't it?" The doctor responded. "She simply fainted from exhaustion. A good rest will suffice." "However, what is it?" He Qinian asked, his impatience evident as he furrowed his brow. "Speak plainly. Do you lack the ability to articulate?" The doctor remarked. The young master of the He family still possesses his notorious temperament, even after years apart. He has merely donned a veneer of civility. Yet, his innate arrogance remains, making him difficult to please. This brought forth memories of past encounters, causing him to flinch slightly. It was hard to convey. "Let's discuss this in the office." He Qinian cast an irritated glance, wishing to see An first. The doctor, noticing his unwavering gaze towards the treatment room, understood his intention, and it had not yet awakened. They were still tending to her wounds and would soon transfer her to a hospital room. He Qinian responded with a curt acknowledgement, reluctantly leading the way. In the office, the doctor presented the medical records and examination report, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, what is your relationship with that young lady?" "My wife." He Qinian enunciated clearly, then proceeded to examine the report. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he must be jesting. However, upon observing the seriousness in his expression, he doubted it was a fabrication. Could the infamous heir truly have found love? The mere thought seemed absurd. One could only feel sympathy for the girl, now ensnared by the living king of hell, undoubtedly suffering from immense misfortune, silently lighting a candle for her. After reviewing the report, He Qinian's brow furrowed deeply. The conclusion read, "Aphasia and moderate social interaction disorder." No wonder he felt an eerie silence when he first met An, and her avoidance of physical contact was due to her condition, not a dislike for him. This implied that she harbored affection for him. He lightly tapped the end of his fingers, finding the contact barrier not particularly challenging. A few embraces and kisses would suffice. However, the issue of aphasia posed a greater difficulty. Is there a remedy for aphasia? The doctor cast a fleeting glance at him, noting from his previous reports that the root cause likely lay in psychological factors, which complicated matters significantly. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. A heart ailment requires a heart remedy. He Qinian raised his gaze, scrutinizing him closely, and suddenly recalled something. So it was you, Dr. Qin? Before his departure abroad, Qin had been the private physician of the He family. He had not anticipated encountering him at the hospital. Had he resigned? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoming realized that He Qinian had recognized him. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent as memories of past events resurfaced. He perhaps felt a twinge of regret. He Qinian, unconcerned by his silence, recalled that this man had once been a doctor filled with ideals and aspirations. After years apart, he appeared worn, the fire of ambition in his eyes extinguished. Is Anan's injury serious? He Qinian inquired. Emerging from his reverie, Qin Zhaoming replied, there are some soft tissue contusions which are not severe, though the wound on his palm is quite deep. After stitching, he must refrain from exertion and avoid water for a time. As he spoke, he remembered the thin, youthful back marred by a scabbed wound, which, although healing, still looked terrifying. It was unclear how it had occurred. There was a scar approximately 10 centimeters long on his back, and the nature of the injury suggested it was not inflicted by a sharp object, but rather resembled a claw mark from a wild beast. It was healing, but it required special attention as it was likely to leave a scar. Upon hearing this, He Qinian's grip on the documents tightened, his knuckles turning white as an icy glint sparkled in his languid eyes, a clear precursor to his impending fury known to those familiar with him. As Qin Zhaoming, his former physician, recognized this, he interjected, do not lose your temper. It was not my doing. Control your emotions. The patient should be waking up soon. He Qinian hesitated at the latter part of the statement, but quickly reined in his emotions, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. He then stood to head towards the ward. As he exited, a gentle voice floated from a distance. May I ask if Wen Shi'an is here? Chapter 10. Is personal attendance required for marriage? Upon hearing the name, He Qinian instinctively raised his eyes to see a man in a suit bending over the nurse's station, inquiring. He had previously reviewed the information, recognizing this man as An's elder brother. However, was it not a bit late for him to be here? And it now belonged to him, rendering any visit futile. When Shi'an sensed the gaze upon him and instinctively turned to see a sharply defined profile and an icy expression tinged with disdain. Confused, he noted that it was their first encounter, yet the hostility was palpable. As the man departed, he dismissed his thoughts and resumed his inquiry. Are you saying that this person is not here? The nurse nodded, confirming that he could not be found in the system. Nor had they seen any patient with blue hair. There was, however, a family member with blue hair, but she was likely not the individual he sought. When Shi'an furrowed his brow, he had previously seen and here. He must have come to tend to his wounds. But where could he be? After ensuring that Xiaoyu was all right, he had come directly over. Had he arrived too late? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard, hello, Mom. Shi'an, why aren't you here yet? Xiaoyu is waiting for you to go home together. When Shi'an tightened his grip on the phone, hadn't he told Xiaoyu not to wait for him? He would return after handling his affairs. He had never realized before how disobedient Xiaoyu could be. On the other end of the line, after a prolonged silence, his mother urged, hurry up, you're the only one we're waiting for. Xiaoyu is the birthday star, and he is looking forward to cutting the cake. Feeling somewhat exasperated, when Shi'an pinched the bridge of his nose and responded nonchalantly, got it. As he walked, he sent a message to Anan, are you injured? I'll send a family doctor over to check on you. Where are you now? He Qinian had already packed himself in his bed and returned home. On his way out, he casually inquired, Dr. Qin, are you sure you won't be my personal physician? I'll pay whatever salary you desire. Qin Zhaoming, unable to conceal his displeasure at the brazen display of wealth, managed a faint smile. No, I'm quite satisfied with my current job. He had no desire to seek trouble. He Qinian, though appearing genteel and courteous, was actually a troublesome and selfish individual. Unperturbed, He Qinian turned and walked away. The setting sun bathed the myriad buildings in Kyoto with golden hues, rendering the city both beautiful and coldly indifferent. At Qianyubei Manor, He Qinian quietly instructed the butler, "Open up the vacant room on the first floor and convert it into a treatment room. Also, hire a professional nutritionist." "Understood, young master," the butler replied, awaiting further instructions. As He Qinian walked while reviewing his tablet, he paused momentarily in contemplation. "Just proceed with that for now. You may go." The butler halted at the staircase, watching as the young master ascended. The second floor was a place even he dared not tread lightly, as it was the young master's disfavor. Today, however, the young master had brought a young boy back and settled him in the master bedroom. The butler was puzzled by this development. If the young master was to be accompanied by a housekeeper, it would typically be a girl, yet this was clearly a boy. There were rumors that the young master favored boys, but that seemed rather implausible. He Qinian pushed the door open, and the fading light streamed through the curtains, casting shadows on the plush carpet as he entered. His gaze fell upon the delicate, pale boy lying quietly on the bed, his long, thick eyelashes casting a small shadow. The boy's fair complexion contrasted with his rosy lips, and his soft, flowing hair resembled that of a fairy tale princess. Though the term seemed incongruous when applied to a boy, it fit him perfectly. Anand's features were rather feminine, with elongated eyes and upturned corners, embodying a beauty that straddled the line between innocence and desire. He was undeniably a strikingly beautiful face. He Qinian slowed his pace and gently knelt by the bed, cautiously brushing aside the boy's stray locks. His gaze swept down from his brow to his eyes, lingering finally on his lips. Lost in thought for several seconds as silence enveloped the room, his mind a blank slate. As he gradually lowered his head, inching closer, his lips nearly brushing against hers, he noticed her trembling lashes. Instantly, he halted, as if on the precipice of a cliff, taken aback. He straightened up, perplexed, pressing his lips together slightly, his heartbeat quickening. Glancing at Anand's face, he quickly averted his gaze. Moments later, he turned back to the figure on the bed, sitting at its edge, holding his breath as he watched her quietly, musing to himself, "My wife is truly beautiful." After a few minutes of intense observation, the vibration of his phone brought him back to reality. He glanced down, tucked the covers around Nun, and then rose to leave. In the living room, the butler poured coffee for the visitor. "Assistant Lin, the young master will arrive shortly. Please have a seat." Lin Chen nodded in gratitude, somewhat dazed and incredulous as he stared at the item in his hand. He Qinian looked at the newcomer, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. "Is everything in order?" Lin Chen immediately stood up, handing over the documents. "Everything is taken care of. Here are the credentials, and the album has been sealed as you instructed." He Qinian opened it, extracting the photographs, his expression softening, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Not bad. The bonus for this month has doubled." He examined the images multiple times, feeling immensely satisfied, especially with Anne's adorable expression as she gazed into the camera, utterly charming. Lin Shun recalled their earlier encounter and pondered whether to mention it, ultimately deciding it was best to inform the young master. "Young master, while I was handling the matter, I encountered the young lady. She probably knows about this, and the old residents might be." He Qinian's hand paused for a moment, a fleeting flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze as he responded nonchalantly. He took the items upstairs. Lin Shun, uncertain of the young master's disposition, refrained from probing. Ever since the young master returned from abroad, he seemed different, though he couldn't quite articulate how. The following afternoon, Wen Shi'an awoke languidly, staring at the ceiling in confusion, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Turning her head, she spotted the album on the cabinet. Her eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she must be imagining things. After blinking, she scrutinized it closely. The transparent frame held 2 small red books, each featuring 2 strikingly handsome individuals in white shirts, one with blue hair and the other with black. If she wasn't mistaken, the blue-haired figure appeared to be her, while the one beside her was He Qinian. Is it possible to obtain a marriage certificate without being present? Can one person handle the entire process alone? And all of this without her knowledge? Chapter 11. Where do you wish to go? As He Qinian emerged from the cloakroom, he noticed she had already awakened, utterly absorbed in the album. It seemed she truly appreciated it. A smile involuntarily crept to his lips as he approached her, his tone gentle. And do you like it? Wen Shi'an turned to face him, her blue eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Like it? The marriage certificate? Is he asking me? He Qinian sat beside her on the bed and, noticing her dazed expression, snapped his fingers gently in front of her, smiling as he said, "Welcome back to reality." He handed over the fountain pen and the small sheepskin notebook from the bedside table, inquiring if he felt hungry or unwell. Wen Shi'an instinctively shook his head, then reached out, his palm grazing the warm fingertips as they briefly made contact. By the time he realized it, the notebook had already landed in his palm. While He Qinian's expression remained unchanged, courteous and refined, as if the previous light-hearted gesture had never occurred. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He Qinian gently caressed the lingering warmth on his fingertip, a faint smile gracing his lips, pleased with the slight rapport established within him today. He hoped to hold her hand soon. Wen Shi'an clutched the fountain pen but hesitated to write, his mind brimming with questions, uncertain of where to begin. Should he first inquire about their marriage certificate, or how he ended up here? And what of Aunt Shio's condition? Countless inquiries flooded his thoughts, each one tugging at his curiosity, yet his indecisiveness left him at a loss. Noticing the turmoil etched on Wen Shi'an's youthful face, He Qinian spoke first. "This is Qinhua Manor, the place we will now call home, our little sanctuary." Home. The term resonated strangely within Wen Shi'an, as he recalled having something that resembled a home before he turned 10, yet it seemed to have vanished since. He Qinian retrieved the clothes he had prepared, suggesting they change and head downstairs for dinner, where Aunt Shio had prepared a nourishing lotus root and pork rib soup, along with braised fish. "Are you truly not feeling unwell?" He leaned down to meet Wen Shi'an's gaze, scrutinizing his clear blue eyes for any hint of deception. The sudden proximity of He Qinian's handsome face and sparkling eyes caused Wen Shi'an to instinctively recoil slightly, averting his gaze. He shook his head, indicating he felt fine. As he reached for the clothes, he noticed that He Qinian showed no intention of leaving. He nervously pinched the hem of his shirt and looked up. He Qinian chuckled softly, "And we are both boys. What you have, I also possess. Are you feeling shy?" Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together. He was not shy, merely unaccustomed to this situation. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately relented, turning his back to unfasten the buttons of his nightgown. He Qinian watched intently, his gaze resting on the slender curve of Wen Shi'an's back, noting the delicate beauty of his shoulder blades. Yet a prominent scar on the left side caught his eye, stark against the pale skin. It must have been painful at the time. He leaned in for a closer look and noticed a tattoo at the lower edge of Wen Shi'an's narrow waist, resembling a bird in flight. Its wings were outstretched, soaring high, yet the lower part was obscured, leaving it hidden from view. Wen Shi'an's attention was absorbed by the buttons of his new shirt. Feeling an unexpected warmth and itch on his back, he turned to see what was amiss, and as he moved, He Qinian's lips inadvertently brushed against his shoulder. The moist contact rendered Wen Shi'an momentarily rigid, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he stared at the man so near. The exquisite smoothness of the touch prompted He Qinian to instinctively lick his lips, and in that instant, their eyes locked in a moment of mutual surprise. Wen Shi'an was the first to regain his composure, swiftly donning his shirt, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes, even if he hadn't truly been offended. Though one may be able to kiss another upon the shoulder, even if they have rendered significant assistance, it remains rather excessive. He Qinian felt a gentle brush against his cheek from the fabric and instinctively closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he discovered the other had already donned his attire. He soon realized that his behavior might have seemed somewhat inappropriate and hastily apologized. "I sincerely apologize. It was unintentional." Indeed, it was not deliberate. The instinct to stick out one's tongue is inherent in men, and he was not exempt from this rather poor habit. Wen Shi'an chose to disregard him, focusing instead on dressing. Once properly attired, he inscribed his notebook, "Where is Aunt Shio?" "On the first floor," He Qinian replied. He observed the mint green faux two-piece shirt, which indeed suited him perfectly, the size fitting just right. His eyes served as a measure, and having held him before, his judgment was all the more accurate. The two descended the stairs, one following the other. Wen Shi'an quickly spotted Aunt Xiao, who was arranging dishes, and hastened towards her. He Qinian lagged a step behind, witnessing the scene, and could not help but curl his lips in mild disdain. How uncaring. Why was there no such fervor directed at him? Aunt Xiao, sensing the movement behind her, turned to see Shi'an approaching and cheerfully wiped her hands on her apron. She wished to touch him, but as her hand rose, she retracted it. This was not the familiar place of their past life, and the rules were more stringent here. The affectionate and slipped from his lips, only to be immediately corrected. Young master. She then nodded towards He Qinian, greeting him, "Good day, young master." He Qinian pulled out a chair, gesturing for Wen Shi'an to sit, yet the latter appeared oblivious, continuing to write in his notebook. "Aunt Xiao, are you feeling better? Have you been taking your medicine? I miss you." He Qinian's gaze landed on the last line, and he seized the notebook with a serious expression. "Eat first. You can write later." Wen Shi'an blinked in surprise, staring at his empty hands before glancing at the blue notebook, now held by He Qinian. He felt a flicker of annoyance. The individual had previously kissed him and was now confiscating his notebook. In a moment of irritation, he gestured for its return. It was rare for He Qinian to witness Shi'an display such a range of emotions. His intent was purely to tease. He tucked the notebook into his pocket, arms crossed, and lifted his chin in challenge. "If you want it, come and take it." When Shi'an remained still, he indeed desired the notebook. But reaching for it within He Qinian's tailored trousers implied a level of physical contact he was reluctant to pursue. Observing the atmosphere grow tense, Aunt Xiao, concerned that Shi'an might provoke the wealthy and powerful young master, swiftly intervened. "I am feeling much better now. Let us eat, or the braised fish will lose its flavor." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an felt a sense of relief. He no longer required the notebook and dutifully took a seat, waiting for the meal to commence. Throughout the meal, He Qinian's gaze fell upon the neglected dishes, evidently left untouched by the one directly involved. Wen Shi'an briefly met his eyes before averting them, scribbling in his notebook. "Aunt Xiao, shall we go home?" After completing this, he contemplated writing further, pondering how to express his gratitude towards He Qinian and the authenticity of the marriage certificate. However, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Aunt Xiao, upon catching a glimpse of the words on Shi'an's notebook, cautiously glanced at He Qinian, noting his neutral expression, which suggested he had not noticed. She awakened yesterday, and master he had spoken to her, requesting her to care for an heir, which she willingly accepted. She had also inquired about the He family, realizing they were not to be trifled with, nor were they a match for the Wen family. "Anan, where do you wish to go?" He Qinian asked with a gentle smile, glancing at the youth beside him. Chapter 12. I do not accept separation. The butler, sensing the tension in the air, discreetly signaled for the servants to leave, while Aunt Xiao, filled with concern, remained motionless. Anan, being taciturn and somewhat stubborn, was averse to lowering his head, fearing it might provoke Master He. The butler noticed and quietly reassured, "Do not worry. My young master is quite kind and will not harm young masterin." He continued, "We must allow them some time alone to resolve their issues." After speaking, he tugged at her apron strings and led her away. Once they departed, He Qinian placed a large hand on the chair, turning the youth to face him directly. Lowering his gaze, he stated, "Anan, we are married now, and you must live with me from this point forward. I will not accept separation." The warmth of his breath brushed against an Anne's brow, causing a slight tickle. Instinctively, he retreated, his back pressing against the chair, with nowhere else to escape. For every inch he withdrew, He Qinian advanced closer, their noses nearly touching. It was far too close. An uncomfortable sensation surged within him, prompting him to turn away to create distance, just as he intended to write. He had not consented to the marriage. However, the next moment, his chin was grasped, and his astonished eyes widened as he felt his gaze being gently redirected. Their eyes locked, breaths intertwined. He could see his own reflection in those amber eyes, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors, quite mesmerizing. Compelled, he reached out to touch that light, his fingertips brushing the corner of He Qinian's eye. The delicate and unfamiliar sensation startled him, prompting an immediate withdrawal. He Qinian smiled knowingly, not allowing him to escape. Seizing An's hand and placing it on his own cheek, allowing the imprint of his fingers to linger. And then, do not resist, try to acclimate yourself. Wen Shi'an struggled against the grip, but it was futile. He Qinian's hold was firm and warm, an unusual intensity causing him to frown. See, touching one T hurt it all. He Qinian gently rubbed his palm, his long middle finger smoothing out the crease on An's forehead. Frowning is not a good habit. At that moment, an oblivious mobile phone rang, prompting He Qinian to frown in annoyance, reluctant to answer, yet persisted. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Shi'an made his escape upstairs. He glanced at his phone, displeasure evident as he exclaimed, "Are you insane? Do you have nothing better to do?" On the other end, Zhou Jingxiu, sounding aggrieved, was doodling on the table. "Brother, weren't you supposed to bail me out? Why haven't you come yet?" He then slumped onto the table, weakly lamenting. "Your dear brother has been detained for a day and a night. I have experienced the hardships of prison. I implore you, dear cousin, come to my rescue." He Qinian swallowed a curse, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled his initial intention to bail Zhou Jingxiu out. However, upon seeing his wife, he had completely forgotten. Though it was his oversight, he maintained a tone influenced by traditional education, saying, "Isn't it because you misbehaved, staying out late at night, and causing a ruckus? Caught in a scandal, who can one blame?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jingxiu straightened up, clearly irked. "Let me reiterate, I did not engage in solicitation. I was framed." The individual continued speaking, but soon fell silent. "That despicable wretch, if I ever catch him, I would have him castrated, dismembered, and buried in a single, seamless operation. Foolish creature, still thinking of him? What an absurdity! Just the thought of that person being injured brought a measure of balance to his heart. Brother, come quickly. Save your pitiful younger brother. I can barely hold on." "Just wait," He Qinian replied, abruptly ending the call. He glanced at the staircase and decided to step out for a while, intending to retrieve some belongings. Certain items, when personally retrieved, convey sincerity and respect. Half an hour later, having navigated the necessary procedures, Zhou Jingxiu saw the visitor and rushed forward with tear-filled eyes. "Brother, I've missed you terribly." He Qinian sidestepped, thanked the officer beside him with a nod, cast a disdainful glance, and turned to leave. "Wait for me." Zhou Jingxiu was unfazed. After all, He Qinian had always been dismissive, and there seemed to be little difference from before. Inside the car, Zhou Jingxiu adjusted the mirror, checking his reflection. Luckily, he hadn't marred his appearance, though he felt the stubble on his chin was a bit unruly. He resolved to tidy himself up upon returning, ready to reclaim his handsome demeanor. "Brother, where have you been? Have you forgotten your dear younger brother?" He Qinian offered no more than a curt reply. "Busy." Zhou Jingxiu's gaze caught the sight of fresh flowers and a gift box in the back seat, disbelief washing over him as he turned to look. Upon realizing the truth, he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, are you in a relationship? Are those flowers for sister-in-law?" Hearing the term sister-in-law, He Qinian couldn't help but think of the adorable one at home, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Marriage, not dating. Zhou Jingxiu was utterly perplexed. Marriage? Not dating? Shouldn't it be dating leading to marriage? What kind of logic is that? Are you toying with me? Lost in thought, he speculated that his brother was merely being abstract, and thus refrained from pressing further. "Brother, may I stay with you for a few days? The family is pushing for marriage. It's driving me mad." "No." He Qinian rejected him without hesitation. He intended to cultivate his relationship with his wife without the interference of an extra light bulb. Rejected, Zhou Jingxiu slumped in his seat, wailing, "There's no love left. Let me out, let me out." In the next instant, with a sudden break, He Qinian kicked him out of the car, smoothly closing the door and departing. Zhou Jingxiu found himself amidst the exhaust fumes, feeling disheveled. He was merely joking. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? Truly, it was a game he could not afford to play. At Qianyuebei Manor, Wen Shi'an ascended the stairs, uncertain of his destination, ultimately returning to the master bedroom. He crouched in front of the cabinet, staring intently at a picture frame. He recalled not having taken any photographs with He Qinian. Yet how could he explain the photo on their marriage certificate? Unable to fathom it, he sat down on the carpet, propping his chin on one hand as he continued to ponder, occasionally pulling out his phone to check the marriage registration process. from both a legal and procedural standpoint. Their situation did not align with typical norms. How had they managed to obtain a marriage certificate? He even harbored doubts about the authenticity of the document, suspecting that He Qinian had devised a scheme to deceive him. As he leaned in closer to scrutinize the official seal, he discovered it to be genuine. At that moment, he found himself utterly at a loss, begrudgingly accepting this new reality. He conducted an online search regarding the conditions for divorce, only to be deterred by the intricate requirements and procedures. He abhorred convoluted matters and the thought of visiting the police station. Gazing intently at the marriage certificate, he sighed in resignation. So be it. If he was to be married, then so be it. He mused that he might not even live to see winter, rendering the distinction between marriage and singleness rather moot. His primary concern now was to amass a substantial fortune to secure a comfortable retirement for Aunt Xiao, who had no children of her own. From his earliest memories, Aunt Xiao had been by his side, caring for him. She was undoubtedly the closest person to him in this world. Just then, his phone rang, and the screen illuminated with the words, "Elder Brother." Chapter 13, The Villain. He Qinian, his gaze fell upon the screen, and instinctively he reached for the phone, his finger hovering just above it when he froze. After answering the call, he found himself at a loss for words. His elder brother was bound to be angry, chastising him for his lack of understanding. As the call naturally ended, he remained rigidly silent, watching the screen gradually dim. Moments later, the phone rang again. He hesitated, leaning over the bed, contemplating whether to end the call. However, in the next instant, a large hand preemptively pressed the red decline button. He looked up to find He Qinian leaning closer, an instinctive retreat causing his back to meet the edge of the bed, leaving him no room to escape. He Qinian knelt on one knee, placing a bouquet of flowers in his arms, a smile gracing his features. And then he began, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the phone rang once more. His amber eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Decline, block. None were of any consequence, especially not that blind elder brother of an aunt's. Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze to the flowers, blue double-petal lilies and tulips, accented by blue star flowers, their delicate fragrance enveloping him. Were these intended for him? It seemed rather peculiar for a boy to receive flowers. He Qinian, momentarily interrupted, forgot his carefully prepared words and opted for a more decisive gesture, the presentation of a ring. The ring, of his own design, had been crafted overnight, and he personally retrieved it. He adorned his own finger with a ruby ring before holding the sapphire one, poised to place it on an Anne's finger. When Shi'an noticed this intention and instinctively attempted to pull away, but to no avail, warmth enveloped his fingertip as He Qinian grasped it. He recoiled, yet was held fast, watching as the cold platinum encircled his ring finger, the blue gemstone glimmering softly. It resembled a droplet of blue seawater, akin to the tears of sea deity. He could not quite articulate the sensation. It felt peculiar and somewhat uncomfortable as he examined it closely. Seizing the opportunity, He Qinian pressed a gentle kiss upon the back of his hand before releasing him. Leaning forward, his hands braced against the bed's edge, confining him within the embrace of his chest. In a low, pleasant tone, he murmured, "You have accepted the wedding ring, which means you are now mine. There is no remedy for regret in this world." Wen Shi'an, can he truly claim that he is not acting of his own volition? Moreover, the proximity was overwhelming. An instinctual response surged through him, igniting a desire to escape. Meanwhile, the individual before him was lost in his own reverie, chattering on about arranging wedding photos, suggesting locations like the enchanting Nihuang Divine Sea or Qianwei Island. Both locales boasted splendid scenery, and he assured, "If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall fulfill them all." Wen Shi'an's gaze met the sparkling amber eyes, which glimmered with an emotion known as anticipation, an emotion that had often dwelled in his own depths, only to fade away when left unreciprocated. Suddenly, a peculiar urge arose within him, a reluctance to let this anticipation dissipate, yet he chastised himself for such folly, gently pressing a flower against his chest as a subtle cue for personal space, signaling that the closeness was discomforting. He Qinian raised an eyebrow. defiantly responding by leaning in closer, whispering softly near his ear, and in desensitization requires increased contact. The more you cling to me, the quicker you will heal. Besides, I am warm, and my embrace is soft. Lying here is quite comfortable. It was only on a subsequent night that he would realize this statement was a deception. Warm, indeed, but not soft at all. Wen Shi'an instinctively recoiled, a natural reaction fueled by an unfamiliar sensation that urged him to retreat. Yet the man before him clearly had no intention of letting him go. He Qinian, recognizing the moment, relinquished his hold, understanding that the process of desensitization was not instantaneous. It required time and patience, of which he possessed in abundance. There was no rush. They had a long journey ahead, and he was committed to accompanying Anin at a leisurely pace. Wen Shi'an exhaled deeply, sensing that the strange feeling seemed to vanish the moment He Qinian withdrew. In truth, he had not always felt this way. He could not pinpoint when it had changed. His gaze fell upon the ring, a reminder of He Qinian's myriad gestures of kindness, which stirred a twinge of guilt within him. He lifted his eyes, seeking a glance at him, only to find a hand reaching out, and in the next moment, he was yanked upward and swept into an embrace. His struggles proved futile, and eventually, he surrendered, wishing to retract his earlier guilt. He Qinian was indeed incorrigible, fully aware of his aversion, yet continuing unabated. With a mischievous smile and a roguish grin, he exuded an air of playfulness, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of polite elegance, as if this was his true essence. Though he intended to proceed slowly, he could not resist the urge to embrace his beloved. He carried Wen Shi'an to the balcony, where the sensor detected their proximity and automatically opened, allowing bright sunlight to flood in, causing both to squint. The balcony was adorned with a row of greenery and delicate flowers, while the transparent glass walls revealed the roots and soil within. Leisurely wicker chairs were arranged throughout, and he placed Wen Shi'an upon a swing chair, gently nudging a nearby chair with his toes, settling down to face him. The garden below was once filled with greenery. I had the steward cultivate it, planting flowers and constructing a glass house for you, complete with a piano inside. In the center of the lake, I will set up an easel, and in a few days, the lotus flowers will bloom, creating a breathtaking sight. Wen Shi'an followed his gaze, realizing that the balcony offered a perfect view of the azure sky and the verdant artificial lake before them. The vibrant green lotus leaves and budding flowers are artfully interspersed, with a row of majestic trees on the left and a barren patch of land on the right, where industrious workers can still be faintly seen. He Qinian gently sways the swing, casually remarking, "And then, would you like to return to school in a few days?" Even the brightest of students must engage in their studies. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an retracts his gaze, instinctively dismissing the inquiry, scribbling in his notebook, "No need for that. I do not enjoy it." He Qinian brushes a stray lock of hair from Anin's face, chuckling softly, "It's all right. If you dislike it, I shall embrace it." He had relocated all of Anin's belongings here, discovering trophies for piano and painting, along with several doodles and discarded sheet music. If he did not favor them, he would not have preserved them so carefully. It was merely a facade of defiance. As for Anin's aversion to attending school, he felt compelled to investigate the underlying reasons, for he did not believe that one would simply withdraw from education without cause. Surely, something significant had transpired, something that deeply affected Anin. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. "Young master, the doctor has arrived." Anin and He Qinian exchanged glances. "Let us descend. Time to change your bandages." As he extended his hand, the person on the swing deftly slipped out from under his arm and hastily walked ahead. He Qinian watched the retreating figure, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed Anin had become quite astute. Chapter 14. Why are all his belongings here? Wen Shi'an hurriedly exited the room, but as he reached the staircase, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixating on the doctor below, retreating a few steps in trepidation. His back pressed against the warm wall. The solid sensation felt through the fabric rendered him momentarily stiff. "Come here." A slightly frivolous voice descended from above, the sultry timbre causing a shiver to run through him. In a panic, he attempted to escape, only to be embraced once more, rendered immobile. How can one be so cruel? He Qinian drew him closer, resting his head on his shoulder, a soft smile gracing his lips. If you wish to be proactive, that will have to wait until nightfall. Wen Shi'an protested. He is the passive one. Forcibly so, He Qinian did not hold him for long, merely extending the embrace a little longer than before, a gradual process of comfort. He had researched this aspect, and for someone like Enin, such contact barriers could be easily overcome, especially since they were acquired rather than innate. It was hardly an issue. As long as he maintained his resolve and embraced Enin daily, progress would ensue swiftly. When Wen Shi'an felt the large hand around his waist loosen its grip, he immediately distanced himself from He Qinian, hastily descending the stairs as if pursued by a rabid dog. He Qinian, hands in his pockets, smiled nonchalantly, leisurely trailing behind. The doctor respectfully addressed, "Young master," and Wen Shi'an nodded, obediently settling down to await his bandage change. The wound on his hand significantly impeded his ability to earn. And how wonderful it would be if he could recover swiftly. The doctor, oblivious to his fanciful thoughts, focused intently on examining the wound and changing the dressing, which was already done quite well. It could easily be dealt with in a few days. Nevertheless, there are always indulgent parents who pamper their children. He had paid for the service, so it was best not to say too much. He Qinian stood nearby, his brows furrowed, as if the wound were his own. He observed it in silence, and, with a hint of concern, inquired whether it hurt too much, suggesting she could bite his arm if she needed to. The doctor replied, "Wen Shi'an, she is not a dog. Why should she bite me? It's just a minor injury, nothing to be overly dramatic about." After finishing the dressing, the doctor offered a few words of advice before departing with his medical kit. He Qinian plopped down beside her, yawning sleepily. He had a habit of napping. Without it, he felt drained of energy. Tilting his head, he leaned in closer, but Wen Shi'an deftly shifted away, evading his touch. His small gesture fell flat, lacking support, and as he began to topple backward, he did not resist, instead reclining fully on the sofa. Pouting with feigned grievance, he muttered, "Badinin, I am your husband, and yet you refuse to support me. There is no love left." Wen Shi'an's eyes flashed with disbelief. Husband? His? And who was truly in the wrong here? He was the one wronged, yet where could he voice his grievances? Resolving to ignore He Qinian henceforth, he lowered his head to scribble in his notebook. He Qinian, too tired to keep his eyes open, decided to close them, mumbling her name repeatedly. Meanwhile, the subject of his fixation immersed herself in her own world, hearing him, yet choosing to disregard him as she continued her unfinished tasks. After several futile calls, He Qinian slowly opened his eyes, only to see her back, her face obscured. He languidly sat up and ambled over, his gaze falling upon her notebook, where he immediately noticed a chibi figure. A large-headed doll with short black hair was depicted having its hair cut, first the bangs, followed by a complete shave. With rosy cheeks on a pale face, it bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Wen Shi'an turned to meet He Qinian's inquisitive gaze. Instinctively covering the notebook, an untimely hiccup escaped her, and with a blink, she dashed upstairs. He Qinian, momentarily stunned by the scene, sensed her embarrassment and swiftly followed to uncover the truth. Aunt Xiao, carrying afternoon tea, noticed Enin's absence and saw He Qinian heading upstairs. Hesitating, she finally spoke up. "Young master He." He Qinian halted mid-step, lazily casting a glance in her direction, silently inquiring what she wanted. Aunt Xiao, meeting his deep gaze, felt a twinge of fear and lowered her eyes, softly stating, "Please do not let young master and take a nap." He Qinian, puzzled by this request, wondered why she should nap. Aunt Xiao hurried to deliver freshly baked egg tarts and bear-shaped cookies, hoping he would take them to an inn, as the butler had declared that the second floor was off-limits to them. After a few steps, she realized she had forgotten the rules, immediately adjusting her pace to tread more cautiously and steadily. Respectfully handing over the items, "Here are the egg tarts and cookies that master enjoys. Could you please take them upstairs?" He Qinian accepted the tray, his expression serious. "Why can't one take a nap?" Aunt Xiao casually remarked, "If one sleeps during the day, one won't be able to sleep at night, leading to late nights." On the surface, Enin appeared perfectly fine, yet she was acutely aware that deep down, and was unwell. Frequently, she would see him sitting on the tatami at night, staring vacantly out the window. What occupied his thoughts was a mystery, but he simply could not sleep. Sometimes, this would persist for several days. When exhaustion finally overtook him, he would sleep, only to return to the same state upon waking. It was a relentless cycle. The doctor merely prescribed some medication to aid his sleep, and since then, she had endeavored to prevent and end from napping, waking him promptly each morning and urging him to retire early at night. This seemed to yield slight improvements. He Qinian acknowledged her with a murmur of understanding and ascended the stairs with the items. Wen Shi'an returned to the master bedroom, taking several sips of water to quell his hiccups. He always hiccuped when feeling guilty or dishonest. Setting down the glass, he turned and noticed something amiss in the small living room, a row of colorful cartoon dolls adorning the dark sofa. How peculiar! They seemed to belong to his household. As he approached, it became evident that they were indeed his. How did they end up here? He soon discovered the drawing tablet and his frequently used blanket and stand. Even the inconspicuous succulent had found its place atop the deep blue glass table. A multitude of familiar items had inexplicably made their way here. Was it as if his entire home had been relocated? In that moment, he realized he needed to find his diary. He Qinian entered the room and found someone kneeling on the blanket, rummaging about like a little hamster foraging for food. He placed the items on the table and pulled the individual up, admonishing them for kneeling. What are you searching for? Wen Shi'an scribbled in a small notebook. Have you seen the blue transparent covered diary? Chapter 15. Even if one is attractive, it is still not permissible. He Qinian pondered for a moment. Are you referring to the diary adorned with a star pattern, the one with a combination lock on the side? Wen Shi'an nodded, relieved it hadn't been lost. Although it held little monetary value, it had accompanied him for many years, making it precious to him. Is it very important? He Qinian leaned down to meet his gaze, his fingertips instinctively brushing the side of his face. Wen Shi'an turned his head away, stepping back to create distance, and wrote in his notebook, important. Where is it? He Qinian curled his fingers slightly, indifferent as he retracted his hand and flopped onto the sofa, his tone casual and relaxed. Do you wish to know? Wen Shi'an nodded earnestly. He Qinian, with a hint of pride, raised his chin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kiss me, and I shall tell you. In moments of utter bewilderment, silence often prevails. Wen Shi'an paused, then wrote, Are you out of your mind? He followed this with a simple drawing of a stick figure searching for its brain. He Qinian replied, As a mentally sound and fully functioning adult, is it wrong to desire a sweet kiss from my beloved? The answer, of course, was no. It was merely that his beloved was not yet enlightened. No matter, time is on his side. He would eventually receive that kiss. How about we try another approach? He moved a few steps closer to Wen, opening his arms, suggesting that a hug would suffice. Wen Shi'an displayed a hint of hesitation. Embracing meant physical contact. Although he had been forced into a few hugs by He Qinian, he still found such sensations quite unsettling. He Qinian, however, was in no rush. Yawning lazily as he said, Oh dear, and then if you're unwilling, I suppose I'll have to sell scrap. 8 yuan a pound, quite a bargain. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an, disregarding everything else, awkwardly wrapped his arms around his waist, preparing to depart swiftly. He Qinian, however, was not about to grant him that opportunity. He swiftly encircled Wen Shi'an's petite waist, drawing him onto his lap, resting his forehead against Wen Shi'an's. Yet, the person in his embrace was restless, playfully pushing against his chest with minimal force, akin to a kitten's gentle paws. He murmured a low threat, Stay still, or I shall toss you aside. Wen Shi'an dared not resist, but in his heart, he marked He Qinian with a red cross, vowing not to share any egg tarts or cream puffs with him. Feeling somewhat fatigued, He Qinian gently rested his chin atop Wen Shi'an's head, his fingers unconsciously twirling the strands of blue hair. Just for a moment, he thought. As the notebook lay in the study desk drawer, the code was the date of their acquaintance, and was clever enough to remember. After speaking, he indeed released Wen Shi'an, his eyelids drooping with fatigue. I'm going to take a nap. If you wish to sleep, just come in. The only response was a hurried silhouette retreating, prompting a wry smile from him. Such an ungrateful little thing. Wen Shi'an pushed open the study door, hastening to the desk. Crouching to search for his diary, he discovered the password lock in the last drawer. Biting his lip, he entered the code. With a click, the drawer popped open, revealing his diary lying quietly within. He checked the secret lock, relieved to find it intact. Upon returning to the room, he noticed that He Qinian had already succumbed to slumber. Crouching carefully before the bed, he observed the sleeping figure of He Qinian, who looked quite princely. His amber eyes were shut tight, long lashes distinct, a well-defined nose, lips tinted with a rosy hue, and a sharp jawline, handsomely aggressive. Half of his face was buried in the pillow, brows furrowed, suggesting an unrestful sleep. Did even princes have their share of unhappiness? He pondered this thought, realizing that aside from He Qinian's impolite behavior, he had indeed assisted him in many ways. Logically, he ought to repay him. With this thought, he brought his little piggy bank to rest beside him, placing a note beneath it. He packed his essential belongings into his teddy bear bag, preparing to depart. Though this place was beautiful, it was ultimately not his home. Moreover, he was accustomed to his solitary world, disliking the sudden presence of a stranger. Even if the stranger was exceedingly handsome, it was still unwelcome. Butler Sue, hearing the commotion downstairs, was somewhat taken aback upon seeing him. "Young master, and it's nap time." He is usually the only one around, and no other servants are permitted to roam, lest they disturb your rest. After all, our young master has a severe case of morning grumpiness. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips tightly together, scribbling in his little notebook. "Aunt Xiao?" Understanding dawned upon Steward Sue, who smiled and said, "Rest in the servants' quarters in the building below. I shall have someone escort you there." However, Wen Shi'an shook his head in refusal, penning, "I can manage on my own." Observing this, Steward Sue refrained from further comment, meticulously outlining the route, asserting that familiarizing oneself with the surroundings would be beneficial, far superior to languishing in a room. When Shi'an noted this down in his notebook and waved goodbye politely, Steward Sue reciprocated the gesture, watching the small, briskly stepping figure depart, finding it rather endearing, albeit somewhat pitiable for its silence. Following the prescribed path, he traversed the courtyard's small corridor, past the artificial lake, and exited through the grand gate, where the champagne-colored building came into view. That was the servants' quarters. With a heart full of confidence, Wen Shi'an set off, but as a person notoriously poor with directions, he was lost at the fork in the corridor, unable to discern which way to turn, for both paths appeared identical. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to trust his instincts, which ultimately led him astray. Initially, he departed in the glow of the setting sun, but by the time he realized he had taken a wrong turn, night had fallen. To his left stood a street lamp, to his right another, and before him yet another, all identical, the only distinguishing feature being the different flowers lining the path. Clutching the strap of his bear-shaped bag, his cerulean eyes filled with confusion, he lingered in indecision before opting to proceed straight ahead. Fortunately, after a short distance, he spotted the familiar champagne-colored structure and dashed toward it with the exuberance of a cheerful puppy. Upon reaching the entrance, he rang the doorbell. After a moment of waiting, no one answered. He pressed it again, yet the silence persisted. Opening his bag to call Aunt Xiao, he discovered he had forgotten his phone, and his tablet had no internet connection. He could not comprehend why Aunt Xiao would not open the door. Had she chosen to disregard him as well? The stillness of the night amplified his sensitive nerves, and fleeting thoughts surged forth like wild grass. Fragments of memories resurfaced incessantly. And then, why can't you be more understanding? If only you possessed half the qualities of Xiaoyu, how much better it would be. Day after day, like a wooden puppet, mute and unable to express himself, truly. Just a sight to behold. Why not leave school? When Shi'an, though academically proficient, was perceived as aloof and proud, lacking charm and deemed of little use. Children like him, unappealing to others, inevitably faced disdain and abandonment. His parents, his elder brother, and now even Aunt Xiao seemed to forsake him. His lifted hand slowly fell, and gazing at the door, he despondently clutched his bare bag and turned away. Chapter 16. Lying down to gaze at the moon. I'm home. After arranging the training schedule, Steward Sue checked on the preparations for dinner and was taken aback upon seeing Aunt Xiao handling shrimp. Wait, she is here. "Where is young Masterin?" he immediately inquired. Hearing his voice, Aunt Xiao turned. "And isn't he here?" Noticing her puzzled expression, Steward Su instantly sensed something was amiss and ordered someone to search for him while instructing others to review the surveillance footage. In less than a day, a presence has vanished. He Qinian jolted awake from his slumber, instinctively sitting upright as cold sweat dampened his short hair. His amber eyes flickered with an unsettling glimmer. Yet again, he experienced such a vivid dream. At the age of 16, he had a peculiar dream that piqued his curiosity, prompting him to follow the memory and rescue a small boy. Now, once more, he found himself ensnared in a hauntingly realistic dream, wherein lay quietly among withered trees, awaiting death. The scene shifted abruptly to a figure clad in a deep blue academic robe, poised at the edge of a building, leaping without hesitation into the abyss. In that fleeting moment, a sharp pain gripped his chest, rendering him breathless before he awoke. Drenched in sweat, he gazed around the familiar layout of his room, slowly realizing he was home. He fell back on a bed, covering his eyes with the back of his hand, yearning to drift back into slumber. How could it possibly be out, let alone lying in a thicket of dead trees? Yet, the next moment, he felt something uncomfortable beside him. Reaching out, he discovered a golden pig. Staring at the foolish pig for a second, he was suddenly startled into a sitting position. What the? This was an ant's piggy bank. How did it end up here? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he shouted. And then, no response came. Silence enveloped the room, chillingly eerie. He threw off the covers, disregarding his shoes, and strode outside, searching every nook and cranny of the master bedroom. Not a soul was in sight. Damn, where could his sweet, soft wife have vanished to? Turning back to the bedroom, he seized his phone and dialed in an S number. Immediately, the ringtone echoed from a table outside. Following the sound, he noticed several items were missing, most notably her teddy bear bag and tablet. At this point, the realization struck him, and it had undoubtedly run away from home. With this thought, he accessed the surveillance footage. As he sifted through the recordings, he indeed spotted an entering and exiting around 5 in the afternoon. The first time, she lingered in the bedroom for about 2 minutes before emerging. Clutching the golden pig, she returned in less than a minute and began packing her belongings, even taking the time to finish off the egg tart and cream puff. As she reached the last one, she glanced toward the bedroom, seemingly deliberating whether to leave it for him. Just as he thought that this ungrateful little creature might actually care about him, the next moment, he watched it and pack it away. How naive he had been. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, the butler promptly explained the situation. As he paused to put on a jacket, the butler conveyed that Nen had mentioned going to find Aunt Xiao, suggesting that he should let her go. And now she had gone missing. With so many of them around, how could they not keep track of one person? Were they merely ornamental? The butler fell silent under the weight of his deep voice, having assumed that master he was simply letting her visit Aunt Xiao, given their prior acquaintance. Who could have imagined she would go astray? He Qinian ended the call, donned his coat, and descended the stairs with purpose. In the living room, Steward Su paced anxiously, noticing the arrival of someone, and immediately approached. "Young master, we searched the manor and the servants' quarters below, but we couldn't find young Masterin. The surveillance footage shows that he left the manor at 6 o'clock, but we followed the direction and still found no one." He Qinian, feeling irritated, pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let me see the surveillance." The steward located and opened the footage, revealing Wen Shi'an, appearing somewhat puzzled, leaving the door with a small bear bag, vanishing at the end of the misty blue road lined with cherry blossoms. What about the surveillance on the road? The construction workers recently damaged it, and it hasn't been repaired yet, Steward Su murmured, bowing his head, hesitant to say more. He Qinian lifted his gaze, speaking softly. "The path down the mountain is long. He cannot have gone far. He might have taken a wrong turn. Search down the mountain and call for him. And then left on his own. But he is unfamiliar with this terrain, and without a vehicle, he cannot have gone far. He is surely hiding nearby. With so many searching, we will find him." "Very well, young master. Do you wish to dine first? Dinner is prepared." "No, we must find him first. Having brought his wife home less than a day ago only to lose her was a result He Qinian could not accept. He was determined to bring her back. The steward immediately organized a search party and accompanied them, for the responsibility lay heavily upon him. As the servants descended, He Qinian turned toward a smaller path, recalling the barren tree landscape was in that direction. Wen Shi'an, his voice echoed in the stillness around him. The dim streetlights barely illuminated the area, and he took out his phone for light, remembering the dream he had. He even shone the light toward the barren trees. In a daze, Wen Shi'an heard someone calling his name and slowly opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. He thought he must have misheard. How could anyone be looking for him? Even his only companion, Aunt Xiao, had abandoned him. No one would remember him again. The area of the barren trees was small, and as it neared completion, He Qinian prepared to head down. Suddenly, a flicker of light passed by, a faint blue glow gliding through. He immediately reacted, looking in that direction. In the distance, he could make out what appeared to be a person lying down, hands clasped over a notebook resting on their abdomen, eerily still, as if asleep. He entered from the side, looking down at the person on the ground, and sent a message to Steward Su. "I've found him. Everyone should return." Putting away his phone, he gazed at the person below with a mix of urgency and concern as his lips twitched in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he slowly crouched down. "And then, don't look at the moon. It's time to go home." Once again, Wen Shi'an heard a voice. But this time he chose to ignore it, convinced it was merely a figment of his imagination, just as before. Who would come looking for him? Clearly, no one would. It was all an illusion. Noticing Wen Shi'an's lack of response, He Qinian was about to speak when he spotted a white bottle lying sideways nearby. He picked it up and immediately recognized it as a sleeping pill bottle. How many has he taken? A whole bottle? Chapter 17. Those without a home together form a home. He Qinian anxiously crouched down, reaching to pry open Wen Shi'an's mouth, attempting to induce him to expel the sleeping pills he had ingested. The suddenness of this peculiar act left Wen Shi'an bewildered. The overwhelming reality prompted him to slowly open his eyes. Before him stood He Qinian, his amber eyes darkened with a haunting intensity. What was he doing? He Qinian met the dazed expression on Wen Shi'an's face, his naturally upturned eyes inadvertently alluring. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "Don't wear that expression. I'm busy saving your life." After a moment of frantic movement, he suddenly recalled that the sleeping pills belonging to and had been hidden away, and they were certainly not of this variety. Glancing at the somewhat worn packaging, it was evident that it had been there for quite some time. Oh no, wrong one. He cast his gaze down at Anne's clear eyes, and a sensation in his hand sparked an imagination fitting for a mind clouded with yellowed debris. He unwittingly stirred again. Wen Shi'an did not catch his words. Upon realizing what was happening, he raised his hand to swat He Qinian's away, impolitely interrupting his efforts. He Qinian sheepishly withdrew his hand, unconcerned, and lay beside him, his voice low and gentle. "And then, why do you want to leave?" Wen Shi'an shifted slightly, distancing himself, and continued to keep his eyes closed, listening to the surrounding sounds of chirping insects and the whispering wind, finding his thoughts blissfully empty. He Qinian turned to him, undeterred, and pressed on. "Why do you want to go? Is there something unsatisfactory at home? We can discuss it." Wen Shi'an ignored him, yet the incessant murmuring persisted, as if he would continue speaking until he received a response. Growing vexed, Wen Shi'an efficiently scribbled in his notebook, "It's not my home. It's yours." "It's our home." He Qinian earnestly corrected him, his gentle gaze falling upon Wen Shi'an's face, where a red mark was visible, likely from a tree branch. Indeed, a wife should stay at home. The outside world is fraught with danger. Wen Shi'an glanced up, struck once again by the word home emerging from He Qinian's lips, momentarily taken aback and somewhat confused. Why did he always refer to it as their home when they had only known each other for less than 5 days? He had lived for over a decade in a place that could hardly be called a home, yet He Qinian insisted on providing him with one. Without reason? Without ulterior motives? He could not bring himself to believe that one person would treat another kindly for no apparent reason. He Qinian met Wen Shi'an's clear blue gaze. The skepticism unmistakable. Was he doubting his words? Perhaps love at first sight existed only in novels. From the moment he laid eyes on it, he felt an undeniable connection, as if this was the person he had been waiting for. The fluttering of his heart and physiological responses were undeniable. Had it not been for the absence of shared memories, he would have thought he had encountered his long-lost beloved from millennia past. That feeling was so extraordinary that it lingered in his mind. If there were such a thing as a first half of his life, he was certain and it must have been in love. And then, perhaps you don't believe me, he said with a faint, self-deprecating smile. But I'm also someone without a home. Huh? Wen Shi'an was perplexed as he gazed into those sparkling eyes, faintly sensing a hint of sorrow within them. He could not comprehend why he felt such an emotion. The surname He in the capital signified power, representing the heir of the prestigious He family. Perched atop the societal pyramid, born at the finish line, surrounded by elite lineage and countless accolades, revered by many as the princely figure. Could someone like him truly be without a home? The answer should surely be in the negative. He Qinian lowered his eyelids, suppressing the emotions swirling within him. His magnetic voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. And in, you have no home, and neither do I. Those without a home coming together form a home, don't you think? Wen Shi'an paused, momentarily taken aback by his words, which stirred something within him, as if he had heard them before. After a moment, he lifted his head and smiled brightly. So, why not try being with me? You won't regret it. Before Wen Shi'an could respond, He Qinian, uninterested in any dissent, effortlessly lifted him and carried him home. Wen Shi'an, realizing what was happening, instinctively struggled, only to be frozen in place by a sudden smack. Had he just been spanked? The subtle sting reminded him that he was no longer a child, but a 20-year-old adult. Was this even appropriate? And then, it's best if you don't move, or else I might have to spank you again. He Qinian hummed cheerfully. La la la, we're going home. Wen Shi'an dared not struggle further, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Such an unfamiliar emotion was overwhelming. Fortunately, this position did not last long. As they approached the door, He Qinian set him down and adjusted his clothing. And in, don't even think about sneaking away. The area you used to live in has been purchased by me, and I'm planning to build a playground for you. If you wish to return, I'm afraid it's nothing but ruins now. Wen Shi'an was momentarily stunned by the news, but soon regained his composure and scribbled in his notebook. Money, give it to me. He Qinian bent down to ruffle his hair, chuckling softly. All right, all my money is yours. Not your money, my money, Wen Shi'an insisted, presenting the notebook to him, followed by a string of bank account numbers, indicating for him to deposit the funds. He Qinian absent-mindedly brushed the leaves from Wen Shi'an's hair, puzzled. Why should the money be divided between us? Wen Shi'an, sensing his confusion, quickly wrote, I bought the house. All the paperwork is in order. You're developing it now. Shouldn't you pay me? He Qinian initially thought his partner was finally asking for money, but realized it was a different matter entirely. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes, and his lips curled into a tender smile. I'll give it to you. Once we return, I'll have my assistant transfer the funds. Receiving confirmation, Wen Shi'an couldn't help but smile slightly. Although the house was not large, it should still amount to a considerable sum. However, he wondered about the current market value. Pondering this, he asked, how much is it? He Qinian glanced at the notebook and playfully tapped the bridge of his nose. You little money grubber. How can you be so happy even before the transfer? Wen Shi'an cast a small glare at him, pondering how one could not feel joy with an increase in wealth. Thoughts of Aunt Xiao's future life crossed his mind, and he bit his lip. Aunt Xiao didn't want him. He couldn't help but hear He Qinian's self-indulgent remark. In terms of market price, it should be around 3 million. But I can add an extra zero as your pocket money. Before he could finish his words, the person in front of him sulked and departed, leaving him puzzled. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why the sudden shift in mood? Chapter 18. My wife seems a bit difficult to soothe. He Qinian, confused, paused for a moment before hastily pursuing her, softly coaxing. Did I speak too loudly? I apologize. I'll be much quieter next time. Wen Shi'an clutched the strap of her teddy bear bag, gazing down at the ground, lost in her own thoughts. She couldn't understand why Aunt Xiao wouldn't open the door. Did she truly not want him anymore? He felt like a sorrowful little puppy. He Qinian spent nearly half an hour trying to comfort her from the doorway to the hall, his patience wearing thin. Yet, his wife still appeared deeply saddened. Butler Su, witnessing this scene, was momentarily at a loss for how to react. This atmosphere felt awry. Could it be that the young master was capable of such tender coaxing? It seemed rather incongruous. He ventured to ask softly, "Young master, would you like to have dinner, young master?" Upon hearing the voice, Wen Shi'an lifted her gaze momentarily. But not spotting the person she wished to see, she lowered her eyelids and ascended the stairs directly. He Qinian slightly raised his head, rubbing his nose in frustration, sighing, "My wife seems a bit difficult to soothe." Butler Su reminded him, "Young master, I will serve dinner upstairs shortly." With that, He Qinian hastened upstairs. Wen Shi'an returned to the master bedroom, finding her little blanket beside the sofa. Wrapping herself within it and inhaling its familiar scent, she began writing in her diary. He Qinian strode into the bedroom, searching the room but finding no one. Upon exiting, he casually noticed a small blue lump by the sofa. The dim light from the baseboard made it hard to see clearly. He approached slowly, saying, "And then you must eat dinner, and you cannot cover yourself with the carpet. It's quite unsanitary." He said many things, but the subject remained unresponsive, prompting him to tug at the blanket in mild annoyance. Wen Shi'an, he called, but still, there was no reaction. She only wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. He squatted in front of her, snapping his fingers, which illuminated the room. "If something is troubling you, speak up. Why won't you say anything?" His voice trailed off as he froze in place, astonished to see her crying. He raised his voice. Her blue eyes glistened with tears, her lashes damp and trembling. Transparent droplets cascaded silently down her cheeks like pearls. Feeling a loss, he gently apologized. "I'm sorry. Was my tone impatient just now? That was my fault. Please don't cry. Your eyes will swell and it won't look good." Wen Shi'an, still clutching her pen, paused, her eyes wide in disbelief. Had she truly been crying? Subconsciously, he touched his face, the warm and humid sensation causing him to pause in surprise. He could not recall the last time he shed tears. Since the dawn of his memories, he had not wept. Gazing at the transparent liquid on his fingertips, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He Qinian's throat felt slightly sore and dry, his palm caressing his cheek, as his thumb gently wiped away the warm droplets. "And then do not cry. It is all my fault. Let us not weep any more, shall we?" Wen Shi'an felt an unusual touch, staring blankly into He Qinian's eyes, where he discerned a glimmer of sorrow. He Qinian bowed his head, resting his forehead against his, repeatedly apologizing. Despite being the most impatient of individuals, witnessing an Anne's tears inexplicably pained his heart. Wen Shi'an sensed the trembling of the arms that embraced him, a slight ache in his chest, and instinctively wrapped his arms around He Qinian's back. The warmth radiated through the fabric to his fingertips, and he suddenly regained his composure, gently pushing him away and writing in his notebook, "I did not cry. You need not apologize. It is not your fault." He Qinian studied the elegantly inscribed words, gazing into the tear-streaked blue eyes. If this was not crying, what could be considered weeping? Fortunately, Annan was willing to engage with him, which brought him solace. He retrieved a damp tissue to wipe Anan's face, insisting, "Yes, yes. Arnon did not cry. I must have seen it wrong." Wen Shi'an nodded, uncertain if what had occurred could truly be deemed crying. Observing that his emotions had stabilized, though his eyes remained red, He Qinian felt reassured. Then, this blanket is dirty. Let us not use it, shall we?" He had long disapproved of this blanket, not to mention the fact that it was a floor covering. How filthy could it be? When Shi'an glanced down at the blanket he had always used, puzzled, and wrote in his notebook, "This is my blanket, not a floor covering. It is not dirty." He Qinian looked closely, and only then did he realize it was indeed Anan's blanket, not the one on the floor. The colors had merely been similar, leading to his misjudgment. Today, inexplicably, he had lost both reason and intellect when it came to matters concerning Anan. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted. "Young master, dinner." He Qinian rose to open the door, and when Shi'an also got up from the blanket, still somewhat incredulous that he had actually cried. How had he cried without even realizing it? Recent bodily sensations had become increasingly strange. It seemed the medication could not be discontinued. With this thought, he rummaged through the cabinet, pouring white pills from a vitamin bottle into his mouth and chewing them. The taste remained unchanged, nothing particularly remarkable. "Come for dinner," and He Qinian's deep voice beckoned. prompting him to swiftly return the bottle and turn towards the small dining table. He Qinian ladled medicinal soup into a bowl, and upon seeing an approach, tested the bowl's edge with his fingertip. Finding it not too hot, he placed it before him. Start with the soup. Wen Shi'an did not refuse, as Aunt Xiao had often prepared it for him. Drinking the soup had seemingly become an essential ritual. Seeing him obediently finish the soup, He Qinian smiled with satisfaction and served him some vegetables, embodying the image of a caring Chinese parent. As he was picking his third piece of food, he noticed and had set down her chopsticks and bowl, clearly indicating her refusal to eat. She had consumed barely half a bowl of rice, a single shrimp, 2 leafy greens, and a spoonful of mashed potatoes. Was that truly enough to satiate her? Such a meager portion was scarcely more than what the fish in the pond would consume. And then, do eat a little more. We have a curfew tonight, he urged. However, Wen Shi'an shook his head in refusal, declaring he could eat no more, and promptly stood to leave. He Qinian's hand, poised with chopsticks, hesitated, wishing to say something further, but by then, Wen Shi'an had vanished, leaving the vegetables to rest in his own bowl. He typically consumed 2 bowls of rice, sometimes even more. That was the appetite of a normal person. It was no wonder and was so slender. With such a scant meal, it was a wonder she wasn't even thinner. He resolved to find a way to encourage her to eat more. After finishing his meal and allowing the servants to tidy up, he made his way to the bedroom, only to find him preparing for a bath. Upon noticing his entrance, she visibly recoiled a step. Was she truly that fearful of him? Diary entry. I am now married to a man, a rather inexplicable arrangement. I wonder, do princes in fairy tales behave so rudely? Today, I received a sum of money. It was considerable, yet still modest. The modesty is due to the fact that this amount merely constitutes Wen Yinyu's monthly allowance. Today, Aunt Xiao ignored me, and I reciprocated her silence. Yet, she has always been the only one to believe in me since childhood and has treated me kindly. Thus, her disregard must not have been intentional. Perhaps I shall ignore her for just one day. Chapter 19. Bedtime story. Wen Shi'an clutched his pajamas, warily watching the person entering. As he approached, she hastily prepared to flee to the bathroom. He Qinian chuckled softly, effortlessly drawing her back in front of him. What do you think you're running off to? Wen Shi'an clutched her clothes tighter, uncertain of Qinian's next move. Anxiety coursed through her as she watched him closely. She could feel the heat radiating from his grip on her wrist. She wanted to struggle, but the injury on her palm held her back, leaving her to merely stare. Noticing her tension, Qinian raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of her fear. What are you afraid of? I want to harm you. But what was he doing now? She closed her eyes in trepidation, lacking experience in such matters. Yet she had heard a few suggestive jokes at school. After all, men had their own. Qinian was so close that he could see the tremor of her eyelashes, clearly frightened. He realized he needed to temper his demeanor. Rest assured, I'm not a beast. I merely wish to tend to your wound, to prevent it from coming into contact with water. Wen Shi'an slowly opened her eyes, only to find him diligently bandaging her injury. She cast a wary glance at his expression. He appeared serious, devoid of the frivolity and impropriety from earlier, resembling a prince in that moment. His lower gaze was quite captivating. Gradually relaxing her guard, she remained vigilant, relieved that no impolite behavior transpired. All done, Qinian proclaimed, releasing her hand and gently advising, if you need anything, call for me. I'll be just outside. Wen Shi'an promptly distanced herself, hastily retreating into the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed, and immediately spotted the figure leaning against the doorway, now adorned in a black silk nightgown, clearly having completed his own ablutions. He stepped forward, but as he drew near, the person retreated, arching an eyebrow in playful defiance, until he found himself pressed against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Wen Shi'an gazed up at the imposing figure approaching him, his breath instinctively quieting, feeling a sense of disorientation as shadows enveloped him. He instinctively closed his eyes, yet the anticipated contact did not materialize. Cautiously, he cracked open his left eye, only to find the other man at the sink, shaving. A sigh of relief escaped him, but the next moment, a teasing voice floated down from above, and in, "Are you feeling a bit let down?" He tilted his head, continuing, Actually, I wanted to kiss you, but knowing you might not be willing, I refrained. Wen Shi'an remained silent as He Qinian's gaze, laden with intensity, traveled from his brows to his nose, ultimately settling on his lips. He restrained himself from licking his own lips as he continued to shave. Observing the absence of any further movement, Wen Shi'an seized the opportunity to slip away, diving beneath the covers and leaving only his eyes visible, peering towards the bathroom. When He Qinian emerged, he found this amusing and endearing, and he gracefully made his way to the other side of the bed. Wen Shi'an stiffened, turning to regard him warily. Why was he choosing to sleep here? He Qinian longed to embrace him, but meeting Wen Shi'an's gaze, he hesitated, curling his fingers instead, refraining from advancing. Anin, I understand what you wish to express, but this is also my room, and given that we are married, I cannot accept sleeping apart. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, turning away to avoid his gaze, thinking that out of sight would mean out of mind, allowing him to pretend that He Qinian did not exist. He Qinian observed his retreating figure, opened his mouth as if to speak, yet his eyelids grew heavier, the call of his biological clock beckoning him to slumber. His routine had been steadfast, and at the designated hour, his body automatically succumbed to sleep. Wen Shi'an lay with his eyes closed for what felt like an eternity, his mind still alert. He opened his eyes again, unconsciously fixating on a particular spot, yet sleep eluded him. Normally, he found it difficult to sleep, and coupled with the unfamiliar environment and the presence of another person, it was a compounded challenge. He lay awake on the bed, lost in thought, until he finally turned a glance at He Qinian. In the darkness, he could faintly discern the contours of his features, and the steady rhythm of his breathing indicated he had succumbed to sleep. However, Wen Shi'an felt even more awake. The standoff persisted for a considerable time, long enough for him to feel the need to sleep, yet he realized he was missing something. Rising, he ventured outside to retrieve his diary, which he clutched each night to aid his slumber. Although sleep remained elusive, he resolved to force himself to rest. As he glanced toward the sofa, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately returned to the bedroom. The bed was indeed comfortable, and he pondered why He Qinian was not the one sleeping on the sofa. With this thought in mind, he stood at the foot of the bed, gazing intently at He Qinian, contemplating why he could not simply sleep on the sofa. In the midst of slumber, He Qinian sensed an unsettling gaze upon him, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he was startled to see a figure standing at the foot of the bed. Instinctively, he felt the urge to strike, but as his eyes caught the reflection of the blue notebook, he suppressed this primal reaction. Suddenly, Wen Shi'an was taken aback to discover that He Qinian had awakened. Their eyes met, and for a moment he stood frozen before instinctively stepping back and turning to flee. However, He Qinian reached out, grasping the waistband of his pants, and with a weary sigh, closed his eyes momentarily, his voice husky and tinged with nasal undertones. Where do you think you're going? This is your bed. Come and sleep. Wen Shi'an, realizing he could not escape, turned to see the hand that had ensnared him. Why was it positioned there? He Qinian, unfazed by the situation, yawned widely, and seeing Wen Shi'an remain still, he decisively pulled him closer, enveloping him in a warm embrace and guiding him back onto the bed. He gently covered him with a comforter, urging him to rest, as it was quite late. Wen Shi'an found himself being patted on the back through the blanket, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and squirming. Yet in the next moment, he was completely drawn into the warmth of He Qinian's embrace. He Qinian looked down into Wen Shi'an's clear eyes and, with a tone of gentle resignation, asked, "Can't sleep?" Wen Shi'an hesitated before nodding slightly. He Qinian, weary, rubbed his temples as he pondered how to soothe him to sleep. Would you like to hear a bedtime story? Or perhaps a nursery rhyme? A nod for the former, and two for the latter. Wen Shi'an bit his lip, thinking these were tales meant for children. He was no longer a child. Yet he found himself nodding, subconsciously longing for a bedtime story, perhaps due to having never experienced one. Receiving his answer, He Qinian pondered briefly and began to speak softly. In the beginning, the world was a formless void. His deep, resonant voice, laced with a melodic cadence, was captivating. Wen Shi'an thought he would remain awake, but gradually he succumbed to slumber. Only after confirming that Wen Shi'an was asleep did He Qinian cease his storytelling. Wrapping his arms around him gently, and placing a tender kiss on his forehead. "Good night, my dear." Chapter 20. The Lover of Leisurely Mornings at 7:30. Wen Shi'an's internal clock roused him from sleep. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling a slight ache in his eyes. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy. The curtains blocked out the morning light, leaving the room dimly lit by the glow from the baseboards. The warmth emanating from He Qinian at his waist caused him to squirm uncomfortably, yearning to extricate himself from his embrace. He Qinian awoke at this movement, frowning as he opened his eyes to regard the restless figure in his arms. Awake? Wen Shi'an wished to nod, but the discomfort in his eyes made him realize he still craved sleep. Instead, he shook his head. He Qinian pulled him closer, shielding his eyes with a large hand. "Go back to sleep. I'm quite tired." Wen Shi'an struggled momentarily, but the strength of He Qinian's hold felt unyielding, so he surrendered, rolling his eyes beneath his eyelids. Within minutes, he drifted back into slumber. At 8:03, Anxiu gazed anxiously at the staircase. Previously, and would rise promptly at 8 o'clock, yet today, 3 minutes had already elapsed, and he still had not descended. Sleeping in too late would disrupt his nighttime slumber. Steward Su had instructed the servants to attend to the fallen leaves in the backyard and, upon entering, observed Aunt Xiu pacing restlessly, her gaze fixed on the upper floor. Presumably, she was waiting for young Masterin. It was barely past 8. The young masters would not emerge until around 10 o'clock, so there was no point in waiting. He was well aware of the young master's penchant for indulging in slumber. Aunt Xiu lifted her eyes, exclaiming, 10 o'clock. If he sleeps this long, what time will he go to bed tonight? Steward Su appeared oblivious to her thoughts and continued, "I have yet to receive your health report. You should take this opportunity to undergo the examination so I can keep a record." Reluctantly, Aunt Xiu followed Steward Su to the treatment room. In her previous home, she could have roused an in, but this was not the same place, as there was now the unfriendly presence of young Master He. At 10:28, He Qinian stirred languidly from slumber, glancing down at the figure nestled in his arms. The cascading blue hair lay softly against his forearm, the porcelain skin smooth and luminous. Each long eyelash was distinct, slightly curling at the tips, with a delicate and straight nose and a rosy, plump mouth, exquisite beyond measure. Half of the small face was buried against his chest, warm breaths wafting over him, inducing a dreamy haze. He placed a gentle kiss on the forehead and carefully extricated himself from the bed. Wen Shi'an, still somewhat dazed, rubbed his eyes, and though He Qinian had moved with utmost care, his own sleep was always quite light. As he withdrew his arm, he too awoke, taking a moment before sitting up slowly, staring at the bathroom door for a couple of seconds before finally getting out of bed. He picked up his little notebook from the foot of the bed, recalling that he had clutched it to his chest the previous night. How had it ended up at the foot of the bed? Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was his, he followed the sound, discovering 2 phones neatly placed on a white translucent wireless charging pad. It was then he realized that both he and He Qinian possessed identical phones, one black and the other white. As He Qinian emerged from the wardrobe, fastening his shirt buttons, he noticed Wen Shi'an standing dazedly by the bedside table. Naturally, he wrapped his arms around him from behind, resting his head on An's shoulder, his large hand encircling his waist. "Good morning, Anan." After the events of yesterday, Wen Shi'an did not resist. He knew struggling would be futile, yet he still felt discomfort. He Qinian glanced at the screen, the name flashing across it causing a subtle shift in his gaze, though he maintained his languid demeanor as he spoke. "Anan, please answer that for me." Wen Shi'an bit his lip, complied, and pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone. "Qinian, today is Dad's birthday. When will you be coming over?" The low, composed voice conveyed a sense of detachment. He Qinian pinched the soft flesh at Nan's waist, responding blandly, "In the afternoon." He Jinshu tapped lightly on her folder, her expression inscrutable. "All right, don't dawdle. Arrive early. Being late to such an occasion is simply unacceptable." The call was abruptly ended. As He Qinian contemplated his return, a wave of irritation washed over him, prompting him to embrace the person in his arms even tighter. And then he said, "I won't be back tonight. Make sure to go to bed early, eat on time, and be cautious with your wound while bathing. If you feel unwell, inform Butler Su." Wen Shi'an, listening to the incessant murmurs in his ear, grew impatient and made his way directly to the bathroom to wash up. He Qinian remained unfazed by An's indifferent demeanor, sinking onto the bed while deftly fastening his buttons, followed by his ruby cufflinks and silver tie clip. When Wen Shi'an emerged, his gaze momentarily lingered on someone. The short black hair was meticulously styled, complemented by a purple shirt paired with a fitted black vest and perfectly tailored trousers, exuding an air of elegance mingled with a hint of roguish charm. As he tilted his head, his amber eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling a prince from a painting. He Qinian draped his coat over his arm. And then, let's head downstairs for dinner. Regaining his composure, Wen Shi'an changed into a fresh outfit and followed him downstairs. Upon entering the dining room, he immediately spotted Aunt Xiao, who joyfully scampered a few steps before suddenly recalling something, slowing her pace to take her seat. Aunt Xiao regarded him with slight confusion, sensing something peculiar about him today, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. The meal proceeded in silence. Wen Shi'an consumed only a small portion of rice and a few bites of his favorite dishes before placing his chopsticks down, preparing to rise. He Qinian observed him with a steady gaze, then spoke slowly. Finish your meal and the food on your plate. No picky eating allowed. Wen Shi'an shook his head, indicating he was not hungry. You're not eating? He Qinian raised an eyebrow. Butler Su, ensure he finishes before leaving. Butler Su, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Yes. Young master. Wen Shi'an looked at him in disbelief, his blue eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. This was not how things were at home. If he didn't wish to eat, he simply didn't have to, and Aunt Xiao would not intervene. Reflecting on this, he turned to Aunt Xiao. But the memory of the previous night made him quickly avert his gaze, lowering his eyes to his bowl. Aunt Xiao, perplexed by the situation, understood that Nen had always eaten very little, having advised him numerous times, yet he remained unable to eat much. Overeating often resulted in him instinctively purging. She instinctively began to defend Nen, but was silenced by a glance from He Qinian, leaving her with no choice but to sigh in resignation. After about 5 minutes of tension, Wen Shi'an reluctantly picked up his bowl and continued to eat the remaining food. He Qinian set down his utensils, quietly observing him while wiping his mouth with a napkin. Wen Shi'an had eaten most of his meal, but the last few bites of rice and a meatball were simply too much to bear. He lifted his bowl, signaling to He Qinian that he could eat no more. He Qinian nodded, his thumb and middle finger lightly tapping together, signaling the servants to bring out dessert. Aunt Xiao promptly fetched the sweet treats, today prepared with Wen Shi'an's favorites, taro custard tarts and pineapple buns. The moment Wen Shi'an beheld the desserts, his eyes sparkled with delight, and a subtle smile graced his features, almost imperceptible but fleeting. Yet He Qinian still captured it, cherishing it quietly in his heart as he glanced down at his phone. Gazing at the messages displayed, he furrowed his brow in surprise. Was there such a matter? Chapter 21. It was evident that this was the business realm. The application for leave of absence bore the name Wen Shi'an, Faculty of Law, Kyoto University, Class 1902, with the reason stated as aphasia. He had presumed that Nen would pursue a degree in the arts or music, but to his astonishment, she was in the law department. In the arena of verbal duels, being unable to speak posed a significant challenge. However, academic pursuits were only halfway through. She could complete her studies while undergoing treatment. Why opt for a leave of absence? The date on the document was a month prior. He recalled that in Anne's medical report indicated her aphasia had arisen around 3 months ago. What transpired during this time to lead her to decide on a leave of absence? His fingers danced over the screen as he typed. Investigate everything that has occurred within over the past 6 months. I wish to know every detail. Assistant. Yes. Young master. Wen Shi'an had already savored his pineapple bun, leaving 2 remaining on the table, which belonged to He Qinian. He observed him, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious. With bated breath, he cautiously reached for the remaining buns, his fingertips barely grazing the plate when a hand swiftly whisked them away. He looked up to meet He Qinian's eyes, sparkling with a gentle smile, feeling as if he had been caught red-handed. His fingers instinctively curled, and after a brief internal struggle, he swiftly seized the last bun. What had once been his solitary indulgence was now shared with another. and he felt a twinge of unhappiness. He Qinian took a bite of the pineapple bun, the sweet and tangy flavor exploding across his palate, seemingly more delectable than what the family cook could prepare. No wonder An adored them. Rising, he inclined his head and instructed, "For dinner, the same as always. If An is disinclined to eat, then no desserts shall be served, and the portions will be halved. This shall be the new rule." Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, gazing at the half-bun remaining in his hand, reluctant to consume it. Aunt Xiao, noticing the young master departing the table, leaned in to whisper to An, "There are more in the kitchen. I prepared a few extra today. Previously, only 3 were made, but knowing the young master might indulge, I prepared additional ones." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an's eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing the one in his hand, he bounded after Aunt Xiao to the kitchen, as joyful as a little puppy. Upon seeing the pineapple buns on the tray, his eyes brightened. Aunt Xiao had been so kind to him that he chose to forgive her for not opening the door for him yesterday. After finishing his meal, he pranced off to wash his hands, akin to a satisfied kitten. He immediately spotted He Qinian, who was poised to leave, dressed in formal attire, exuding an aura of elegance that seemed to radiate light. He Qinian adjusted his cuffs and, sensing his presence, turned slightly, his lips parting. "Come here, An." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an undertone of authority that was hard to refuse. Wen Shi'an pondered for a moment before sauntering over languidly. The midday sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a radiant glow upon him, accentuating his porcelain-like skin, while the tips of his blue hair shimmered with a golden hue. Like an angel emerged from the pages of a comic, pure and untarnished, not to be desecrated. He Qinian smiled, his fingertips gently ruffling the hair atop his head, and then, "You truly are delightful, but remember to eat well. I shall keep a watchful eye on you." Wen Shi'an nodded in acknowledgement. Around 3 in the afternoon, while he was on the balcony sketching on his tablet, his phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from work. "Xiaonan, today we will have an audition for the music pieces. Please bring your identification for registration." He replied, "All right." An hour later, a black car halted downstairs, and the driver politely reminded, "Young master, An, once you finish, send me a message. I will come and pick you up." Wen Shi'an nodded and then opened the car door to step out. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhou Jingshu was already busy with preparations. Spotting him, he halted his actions and eagerly approached for a warm embrace. "Xiaonan, you have finally arrived. It feels like ages since we last met. I miss you dearly. Is your hand feeling any better?" Wen Shi'an sidestepped his attempt at contact, writing in his notebook, "Almost healed. What do I need to do?" Zhou Jingshu, undeterred by the rejection, casually handed over the music score. "There's nothing to do. Just give your identification to Sister Qinyu. Later, accompany me for the audition. We need to switch the pieces." Wen Shi'an nodded in understanding. The registration process was swift, merely requiring the entry of information, and soon it was completed. He assisted Zhou Jingshu in testing the music pieces. Before long, it was time for a meal. They had ordered takeout of home-style dishes, but after a few bites, he found himself unable to eat further, the food lacking the deliciousness of Aunt Xiao's cooking. He felt a yearning for Aunt Xiao's meals, but knew there were still pieces to listen to, requiring his attention until evening. Noticing Wen Shi'an's minimal consumption, Zhou Jingshu frowned slightly. "Is this all you're eating? Is it not to your taste?" Wen Shi'an shook his head and wrote, "I'm going downstairs to fetch my guitar. I want to try what you mentioned earlier." "All right." Zhou Jingshu mumbled with a mouthful of ribs. "Be careful. Today we're not performing pieces. However, there are some peculiar performances here, and quite a crowd has gathered, including a few foolish individuals." He invested half of the funds in this establishment, yet the overall direction is not under his control, and some matters are beyond his influence. Wen Shi'an took the elevator down to the 3rd floor, retrieved his guitar, and attempted to return the same way. The elevator ascended, but he missed it and had to wait for the next ride. Wen Yinyu emerged from around the corner and, upon spotting someone in the distance, thought the figure looked somewhat familiar. As the lights flickered, the distinctive blue hair and earrings became apparent, and he recognized Wen Shi'an. What was he doing here? Had he followed him to find his brother? After their last unpleasant encounter, it seemed he had come to reconcile. "Xiao Yu," Wen Shi'an called out, noticing the distraction of the person beside him, but received no response. Following his gaze, he soon spotted the figure at the elevator, clutching a guitar, furrowing his brow as he murmured, and in, before striding over. When Yinyu sensed the past lingering beside her and immediately reacted, hastily pulling him back. Elder brother, don't go over there. Look at second brother's attire and the guitar in front of him. It is evident he is here to engage in some unsavory activities. If we approach, he will feel embarrassed. Let us just send a message. Wen Shi'an paused, his gaze falling once again on Anin. Noting his white shirt and guitar, he recognized their similarity to the individuals from the stage moments ago. The thought of their fate caused his expression to turn icy. A palpable chill radiating from him as his fists clenched involuntarily. He strode purposefully toward them. Observing this, Wen Yinyu smirked and followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 22. All are paper dolls. Wen Shi'an lowered his head, glancing at his phone, where messages from the pinned contact labeled husband flooded in. Have you eaten? How much did you have today? Did Auntie, she secretly make you dessert again? I'm unlikely to return for 3 days. I'm currently at sea, planning to sail for a few days and taste the ocean. Accompanying the messages was a photograph, a figure standing on the deck, the sea breeze tousling a few strands of hair, their striking face partially concealed by the ocean and night sky. He typed a few words on the keyboard, but ultimately pressed the delete key, preparing to craft a more thoughtful response when suddenly, his wrist was grasped firmly. The unexpected force caused his palm to collide with the phone, the bandaged wound leaving a vivid mark, inciting a frown of discomfort. Wen Shi'an, have you truly resigned yourself to such degradation? The chilling tone pierced his ears like the biting winds of winter. Upon raising his gaze, he met Wen Shi'an's steely countenance and eyes ablaze with anger, the unsettling connection making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Instinctively, he pulled away. Wen Shi'an stared in bewilderment at the hand that had been rejected, failing to comprehend why Anin resisted his touch so vehemently. Yet an overwhelming surge of anger welled within him. The derogatory words he could not utter about his brother. Would it truly be necessary for him to wallow in such filth? Wen Yinyu stoked the flames. Indeed, brother, come back with us. Even if you're short on money, you cannot resort to such actions. Imagine how heartbroken mom and dad would be if they found out. Besides, with our monthly allowance of 3 million, if that is insufficient, you can just speak to elder brother. Wen Shi'an quietly observed the two, having long grown accustomed to Wen Yinyu's feigned concern. Yet he was taken aback by elder brother's similar sentiment. The chill of disappointment does not occur instantaneously. Rather, it accumulates gradually until reaching a breaking point, ultimately rendering one irreparable. He wrote in his notebook, I do not steal or rob. I earn my living through hard work, and I do not feel ashamed. Wen Shi'an scrutinized the words inscribed in the notebook, finding Anin's behavior peculiar, though he could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. His focus remained on the harsh words, his anger boiling. Is this what school has taught you? Earning money in such a place. Do you not find it repugnant? If 3 million a month is insufficient, you should voice it, though when family has not fallen to the point of being unable to support you. You need not work in such a place. Return home with me now. Wen Shi'an evaded his touch, casting a cold glance in his direction. Her elegant handwriting slightly disheveled. That is your home, not mine. Furthermore, the 3 million monthly allowance is for Wen Yinyu, and I have not received a single cent. Finally, noticing the incredulous look in Wen Shi'an's eyes, she added, if you doubt me, feel free to have the finance department check the payment records for these past years. With that, she turned and swiftly entered the elevator, pressing the button for her floor. Wen Shi'an stood momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning of her words. By the time he regained his composure, the elevator doors had already closed, her indifferent yet beautiful visage concealed behind the metallic barrier. He pressed the elevator button again, only to discover that entry required a card, rendering him unable to ascend. Cursing softly under his breath, he punched the wall, recalling her words, and immediately dialed the finance department to verify the truth of the matter. Wen Yinyu bit her lip, determined not to let her elder brother learn of this, for it would inevitably lead to inquiries about previous incidents, which would prove troublesome. She glared resentfully at the elevator doors, mentally shouting, System, continued to erase the memory fragments. A translucent blue orb materialized, anthropomorphically patting its round head. Host, persistently erasing memories of one individual will significantly diminish effectiveness. Moreover, this is not the first attempt. The results this time may be less than satisfactory and could lead to confusion or mental decline. Wen Yin scoffed, "What is there to fear? They are mere cardboard cutouts. If they become foolish, so be it. If it weren't for the world's rules, I would relish the thought of eliminating Wen Shi'an once and for all." Her frustration with the tasks assigned in this world had reached a boiling point. She yearned for the complete destruction of this realm. The system fell silent, obediently complying. As they, as intruders, inherently faced limitations on their abilities, it knew it must continue to survive in the shadows lest it be discovered. "Oh, by the way," when Yin called out to it, "is there a criminal causing chaos at the Star Bank in this timeline, resulting in the abduction of hundreds as hostages, with many casualties?" She recalled this background detail while familiarizing herself with the plot of this world. The system nodded, acknowledging the occurrence, yet seemingly unrelated to their mission. Wen Yin smiled faintly. How could it be unrelated? If Wen Shi'an were to be kidnapped and accidentally perish amidst the turmoil, would that not expedite the narrative, allowing me to fulfill my mission? A droplet of anthropomorphic water trickled down the smooth surface of the system's head. "Host, your plan is unfeasible. Our purpose is to induce the voluntary demise of the protagonist to seize the opportunity for fortune. Any unorthodox methods will be corrected by the world's rules, rendering them ineffective. Such actions could also weaken our abilities, as the regulations in this minor world are paramount." Wen Yin shrugged nonchalantly as she exited. "Just do as you wish. The outcome is inconsequential." The system complied, acknowledging its diminished powers and the impossibility of defying the host's commands. It had duly informed her of the risks involved. Its responsibilities were fulfilled. On the vast sea, a magnificent cruise ship glided steadily, its deck bustling with laughter and lively conversations. In stark contrast to the serene atmosphere outside, the opulent room was heavy with a palpable tension, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. He Qinian knelt upright on the floor, his purple shirt pulled down to his waist, his back marred by gruesome lash marks. As the final whip cracked, his tall frame shuddered slightly. He rose slowly, wordlessly donning his clothing. He was about to leave when He Qinian, filled with reluctance, spoke up. "For someone you've known only a few days, is it worth openly defying the arranged marriage and incurring our father's wrath?" He Qinian remained silent, yet the determination in his gaze spoke volumes. Observing his resolve, He Qinian sighed helplessly. "And Yin, the He family will eventually be in your hands. Why can't you be more understanding?" He Qinian pressed his lips together, his voice low and weary. "Sister, I told you 5 years ago, the He family is yours. It should rightfully belong to you. I have no desire for it." With that, he stepped away, returning to his room, where he collapsed, overwhelmed by exhaustion, as visions of light and shadow enveloped him. Chapter 23. The Crimson Blueberry Puff at 9:35 p.m. Wen Shi'an, after listening to the final piece of music, closed his eyes wearily, feeling utterly drained. He longed to lie still. Zhou Jingxiu, inherently restless, had already sprawled on the sofa halfway through the performance and now lay on the floor in a half-conscious state. While he loved music, it was only for leisure. Once it became work, it ignited a desire to escape. Wen Shi'an slowly opened his eyes and began jotting down his reflections and summaries. Zhou Jingxiu tilted his head to glance at the diligent figure of Shi'an, appreciating his reliability and dedication. He picked up his phone to casually check messages, then sat up to write. The two finished their tasks about half an hour later. Zhou Jingxiu tossed his car keys playfully and remarked, "Shi'an, where do you live? Let me give you a ride, or would you like to grab a midnight snack together?" Wen Shi'an shouldered his small bag, shaking his head in refusal. He had already messaged the driver, who should be en route. Furthermore, Butler Su and Aunt Xiao had sent numerous messages. He needed to return quickly to avoid their worry. Undeterred by the rejection, Zhou Jingxiu chuckled. "Shi'an, you remain as aloof as ever. Come on, let's head downstairs together." They descended in unison. Upon seeing Wen Shi'an enter a black luxury car, Zhou Jingshu felt an odd sense of familiarity with the license plate, as if it belonged to his brother. However, dismissing the thought, he resolved it was impossible for his overly arrogant brother to associate with someone as charming as Shi'an. He then turned and got into his own car. As they drove along the road, when Shi'an gazed out at the night scenery, his thoughts inexplicably drifting to He Qinian's photograph. What could he possibly be doing? His musings were unconscious until a moment after retrieving his phone and opening the chat interface, he realized what he was doing. The driver broke the silence. Young master in. There are blueberry puffs in the car, as instructed by Aunt Xiao. Wen Shi'an regains his composure, swiftly stowing away his phone and retrieving a warm blueberry pastry from the thermal bag beside him. The delicate aroma of blueberries melds with the rich scent of the flaky crust enveloping him. Having eaten little throughout the afternoon, he finds himself utterly powerless against this enticing fragrance and takes a generous bite. The mouthful bursts with luscious blueberry jam, perfectly balancing sweet and tangy, with a hint of fruit texture. He devours two in quick succession, but as he reaches for a third, a sudden jolt propels him forward, only to have him tumble back. The pastry nearly slips from his grasp, yet he clutches it tightly, albeit squishing it and smearing blueberry jam across his hand. He glances down, feeling a pang of regret. Noticing that the driver is oblivious to his plight, he hastily licks the jam from his fingers. The driver, fixated on the armed figures ahead, senses something amiss. They do not resemble law enforcement. He abruptly spins the wheel, attempting to flee. However, no matter how he twists the steering wheel or accelerates, the vehicle remains stationary, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In a burst of frustration, he floors the gas pedal. Yet the car remains unyielding. Is it a mechanical failure? He muses, quickly unbuckling his seatbelt and turning to the back seat. Young master, we should exit the vehicle. But before he can finish, the window shatters with a deafening crash, shards slicing into his neck. In the next instant, a dull thud reverberates within the cramped confines of the car, warm crimson liquid splattering across Wen Shi'an's face, his hands, and even the half-eaten pastry. The vivid hue stains the golden crust a deep red. He stares in disbelief at the driver's wide-eyed expression, his mind blank. A force yanks at his arm, causing the pastry to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. He is dragged from the car, utterly disoriented. The masked mercenary regards the youth before him. His blue-eyed gaze is vacuous yet clear, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, devoid of any semblance of threat. It seems he is merely an oblivious young master, likely to be taken hostage for a handsome ransom. As Wen Shi'an is taken away, his eyes fixate on an object, disbelief washing over him. Had the driver truly perished? Just a moment ago, they were conversing, and now he is gone. The spacious, immaculate bank hall is filled with armed assailants, and numerous men and women cower with their hands clasped over their heads. Wen Shi'an finds himself among them, positioned a mere 10 meters from the ominous black muzzles of firearms. Before long, the door swings open once more, and a cacophony of curses erupts. Damn it. I can walk. My family has plenty of money. You'd best treat me well, or I swear I'll complain to God about you. To which one of the kidnappers retorts, in this day and age, I've never received a complaint before. It's a bit disconcerting. Zhou Jingshu scans the crowd and instantly recognizes Wen Shi'an. With a carefree wave, he calls out, Shauna, what a coincidence. You're here too. Though Wen Shi'an recognizes his voice, he is taken aback by Zhou's casual demeanor in such dire circumstances. Zhou Jingshu promptly gestures, I want to sit beside him. The kidnapper scrutinized him, concluding that this individual must possess a few screws loose. Otherwise, how could he remain so jovial in the face of abduction? He found himself right next to Wen Shi'an, yet unlike the others who cowered with their heads cradled or squatted like an inn, he simply plopped down on the ground, his tone brimming with excitement. Little one, it seems we are truly fated to be together, even in this kidnapping scenario. If you were a woman, we might be bound by a connection from our past lives, destined to meet again in this one. Wen Shi'an. Zhou Jingshu scanned the surroundings, chattering incessantly like a garrulous magpie. Look at that kidnapper on the left. He's a southpaw and the shortest at about 6 feet tall. The gun he's holding appears to be an AK, just like in the games. I never imagined it would look like this in reality. I wonder how powerful it really is? Wen Shi'an, slightly annoyed, tilted his head away, realizing for the first time that He Qinian was not as bothersome as he had thought. Zhou Jingxiu was far more irksome. Oblivious to the disdain from his companion, Zhou Jingxiu was completely engrossed in the thrill of being kidnapped. I can't believe something like this is happening to me. I wonder what expression my parents will have when they receive the call. I can hardly imagine it. However, they will undoubtedly rush here with money to rescue me. After all, I'm the only heir of the Zhou family, and my parents adore me. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together. If he were to call the Wen family at this moment, he would likely be met with reprimands, accused of lying and putting on an act. He held no hope for their response. He would accept his fate and could only wonder if He Qinian had transferred the money to the account. A pair of black combat boots halted before Wen Shi'an, a voice booming overhead. Just him. He looks rather sickly. Chapter 24. And I will be your eternal male lead. He Qinian suddenly jolted awake from his dream, beads of cold sweat cascading from his brow, his chest heaving violently. A heart-wrenching pain enveloped his entire chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He pressed his right hand against his heart, striving to alleviate the torment, as fragmented memories began to materialize in the recesses of his mind. Without a moment to ponder, he rose and rushed outside, the vividness of the dream making him acutely aware, and it must be in trouble. The journey back was swift, or perhaps he was simply driving at breakneck speed. The speedboat docked at the shore, where a neatly assembled team was prepared for action. His assistant handed him a tablet. "Young master, here are the actual maps of the star-rated bank, along with the surrounding buildings, terrain, and personnel distribution." This time, the criminals were primarily international murderers who had coalesced into a mercenary group known as the Reapers. Their original objective was to seize genetic agents from the star-rated bank. But after their whereabouts were exposed, they resorted to taking hostages in hopes of negotiating their escape. Among the captives was not only young Master but also young Master Zhou. He Qinian's fingers danced over the tablet screen, the three-dimensional layout vividly materializing in his mind as he quickly identified the optimal location for a rescue. "What does the police say?" the assistant replied. "The command is under Colonel Gu, who has declared an all-out effort to eradicate this audacious band of mercenaries. For the sake of national dignity and unyielding authority, in moments of necessity, sacrifice becomes an unavoidable reality." He Qinian furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Was this a declaration from Gu Yanli? The assistant, trailing behind, reported that it was not. Rather, it was a command issued from above, with Colonel Gu merely executing orders. As He Qinian walked, he loosened his tie, unbuttoning 2 buttons of his shirt collar, and donned a bulletproof vest. The blood seeping from his back stained his misty purple shirt a deep violet. He gazed at it with a hint of perplexity. He carelessly tossed his ruby cufflinks onto the car seat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a well-defined forearm. The assistant respectfully handed him a firearm, attempting to persuade him. "Young master, perhaps we should let Colonel Gu handle this matter. Our overt actions may not be prudent, especially considering your injury. They were originally part of your clandestine influence, and their sudden exposure could complicate matters significantly. Moreover, if the head of the He family learns of this, one can only imagine his fury. This situation has already warranted the use of family discipline, indicating the gravity of his anger." He Qinian cast a cold glance, a glint of iciness flashing in his eyes. "Lin Shun, you have overstepped." The assistant, startled, felt a shiver run down his spine, his complexion paling instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His return to the comforts of home had made him forget the trials endured abroad. Beneath his leader's seemingly laid-back demeanor lurked a chilling ruthlessness, capable of unspeakable violence. "I beg your pardon, young master. It was my folly to speak out of turn. I willingly accept any punishment." At the Star Bank building, Gu Yanli stood firmly in military attire before a large screen, his expression darkening as he surveyed the unfolding scene. On the screen, a group of kidnappers was seen ushering a blue-haired youth out of the bank, a menacing firearm pressed against the back of the boy's head, forcing him to shield himself as much as possible behind the youth. Their demands were articulated in broken language. They required a helicopter for their escape. Otherwise, Both the boy and over 100 hostages inside would face dire consequences. The officers on the scene were fully alert, their focus unwavering on the kidnapper's every move, prepared to act with lethal force if necessary. They planned to storm in and rescue the hostages. The lead officer spoke soothingly to the kidnappers, engaging them while awaiting further instructions from above. Gu Yanli shifted his gaze from the screen to assess his team. How is the deployment coming along? Reporting, Colonel. The strike points are ready and can initiate the assault at any moment. Reporting, Colonel. The infiltration team and rescue personnel are in position, standing by for orders. Reporting, Colonel. The sniper in Area A is poised and ready to eliminate the armed kidnappers inside the bank. However, he refrained from adding that the kidnapper holding the boy was positioned at the entrance of the building, the optimal sniper position lying directly north. Yet that location was devoid of any cover. Should a shot be fired, it would undoubtedly alert the kidnapper, placing the boy's life in grave jeopardy. Yet, the moral quandary of trading one life for the salvation of over 100 had already been delineated. Execute the plan in 1 minute. Understood, Colonel. When Shi'an sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, he noticed a flicker of regret in the eyes of the officer across from him. Under such circumstances, it seemed likely that he would become the sacrificial pawn. In a life-and-death situation, he felt an unexpected tranquility within, devoid of any turmoil. Confronted with mortality, he had long since prepared himself, harboring neither fear nor trepidation. There was nothing to cling to in this world. If there was anything, it was for Aunt Xiao, to whom he regretted not having the chance to advise against overexertion, to remember to apply ointment on rainy days, and to ensure his succulent plants received adequate watering. At the end, the visage of He Qinian surfaced in his mind, his smiling face and bright, expressive eyes seeming to convey unspoken words. Would He Qinian mourn him if he were to perish? The tense atmosphere reached a stalemate. The countdown on a large screen in the command room ticking down to 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. In midair, a black helicopter approached at an alarming speed, drawing the attention of the command center. However, with the plan urgently underway, cancellation was evidently not an option. Gu Yanli furrowed his brow as he observed the high-definition feed shifting. He Qinian sat at the door of the cabin, his feet resting on the landing gear, a sniper rifle poised in his hands, peering through the scope. He clearly perceived the tranquil, unwavering blue of the captor's eyes, reminiscent of clear sapphires. His demeanor devoid of emotion, as serene as a porcelain doll. The kidnapper behind him clung closely to Wen Shi'an, desperately attempting to conceal himself. Yet the disparity in their heights betrayed his vulnerable position. Gu Yanli was uncertain of He Qinian's intentions, but as the image sharpened, realization dawned upon him. Yet, in such a scenario, with the aircraft's rapid movement and ever-changing wind speeds, could He Qinian achieve a precise shot? The answer was a resounding no. With a steely gaze, He Qinian held his breath, aimed, and fired. The moment the trigger was pulled, the bullet surged forth from the barrel at an untraceable speed, striking the kidnapper in the forehead as it grazed a few strands of Wen Shi'an's hair, lifted by the wind. The gun that had been pressed against the back of the kidnapper's head clattered to the ground as he collapsed heavily. The sudden release of force left Wen Shi'an momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, the countdown in the command room reached its conclusion. The sniper at point A squeezed the trigger. The bullet slicing through the air, shattering glass, and striking the armed captor inside the room. The onslaught of gunfire and the rescue operation unfolded concurrently, the air filled with the cacophony of gunshots. When Shi'an blinked, the sounds of gunfire and anguished cries reverberating in his ears as a figure descended from above, weapon in hand, striding towards him with purpose. In an instant, he was enveloped in a strong embrace. Chapter 25. Do you grant me a kiss? His ear pressed against a sturdy chest. The powerful heartbeat resonated through him, causing a tingling sensation in his eardrums, yet accompanied by an indescribable subtle emotion. The familiar scent enveloped him, a deep, woody aroma laced with a hint of blood, not unpleasant. The hands resting on the back of his head and spine tightened gradually, as if attempting to merge him into the very essence of the other. He Qinian lowered his head, cradling Wen Shi'an's face, his voice husky yet quivering. And in Do not fear, I am here. The familiar timbre and tone resonated within him. Wen Shi'an gazed blankly into those amber eyes, the golden pupils reflecting his own image, within which he glimpsed a flicker of fear and a trace of concern. Was He Qinian truly worried about him? Did someone genuinely care for him? A fleeting thought of absurdity crossed his mind. The prolonged suppression of his family environment and the repeated wounds inflicted by his kin had rendered him timid and fearful when it came to matters of the heart. He feared that He Qinian's affections were merely a fleeting whim, and that should something else arise, he would unhesitatingly cast him aside. Thus, he dared not trust. Nor could he, retreating further into his protective shell. Paralyzed by fear, He Qinian snapped his fingers before him, his magnetic voice laced with delight. Do not fear. I shall be your steadfast support for a lifetime. I will protect you until eternity. The romantic words flowed effortlessly, as if spoken countless times before, perfectly fitting and devoid of any sense of incongruity. As Wen Shi'an listened to these words, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him, as if someone had once uttered similar sentiments. Yet no fragment of memory emerged. Brother, I always knew you loved me the most. You came to rescue me even in this perilous situation, came the clear voice. Imbued with indescribable joy, Zhou Jingshu brushed aside the officers by his side and dashed straight towards He Qinian. His brother was still like he had been in childhood, always the first to appear in times of danger. This familial bond was etched in his heart, and he vowed to repay his brother with unwavering devotion. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Shi'an turned, only to be embraced around the waist and redirected. Zhou Jingshu did not anticipate his brother's evasion, and before he could retract his strength, he stumbled and fell in a rather undignified manner, raising a cloud of invisible dust. The pain caused his lips to twitch in discomfort as he looked up, his gaze meeting two familiar faces, rendering him momentarily speechless. The taller figure was indeed his brother, and he had not been mistaken. The shorter one was Anan, and he had not erred there either. Yes, his brother held Anan at the waist, with Anan leaning against his brother's chest. They were embracing. He was astounded, jumping up in disbelief as he questioned, "What are you two doing?" He Qinian cast a disdainful glance, incredulous that such a foolish creature could be his cousin. Suspecting that he had indulged too much in glass beads during childhood, leaving his wits behind. With a fingertip pressed to his earpiece, he issued a low command. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Jingshu's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, ultimately concluding that his brother must have coerced Anan. The sweet and gentle Anan would never be interested in his brother, the carefree prince. Anan, if you're being coerced, just blink. I will confront my brother. I will not let this stand. What do you call him? He Qinian's cold gaze swept over, his displeasure evident as he frowned, reminiscent of a fiercely territorial lion, poised to tear apart any intruder. Zhou Jingshu swallowed hard, his eyes meeting Wen Shi'an's clear ones. And a surge of righteousness coursed through him as he straightened his back. Brother, do you not know that coercing a well-bred young man is a crime? If Uncle He finds out, he will surely break your legs. As his boss, I have the right to stand up for my employee. Now let go of Anan, or I shall call the police. Wen Shi'an, He Qinian, surrounding officers. The fervent and spirited youth is indeed a peculiar affliction, as exemplified in the present situation. He Qinian smiled faintly, pulling Zhou Jingshu into his embrace. I am still his lawful husband. If you are unwell, seek treatment. Refrain from indulging excessively in light-hearted novels and anime. It dulls the mind. Within mere sentences, Zhou Jingshu found himself momentarily bewildered. Had they truly married? In a fluid motion, He Qinian cradled the person in his arms, secured his firearm, and ascended into the air, gripping the rope with one hand. Zhou Jingshu gazed in a daze as the police on the ground snapped back to reality, contemplating whether to apprehend the individual. Openly brandishing a gun was a capital offense. Yet, none possessed the audacity to act, for he was the scion of the He family, and with orders from above forbidding any rash actions. They could only watch helplessly as the helicopter departed. In Kyoto, strict gun control laws prevail. Although many prominent families possess firearms, it is primarily in secrecy. Now, this incident was thrust into the limelight, which was rather untenable. However, Who could challenge He Qinian? The police could only turn a blind eye. Gu Yanli withdrew his gaze from the large screen, a fleeting hint of exasperation crossing his cold, sharp features. Onion certainly had a knack for stirring up trouble. On the aircraft, He Qinian handed the gun to his assistant and settled down, the individual in his embrace still clinging to his neck, utterly obedient. He gently patted Wen Shi'an's back, his voice tender. And in, "Release your grip. Let me see if you've been hurt." Upon hearing his words, Wen Shi'an tightened his hold slightly, despite having previously been held at gunpoint with the barrel against his head. Strangely, he felt a wave of fear now, yearning to grasp something to maintain his sense of security. Noticing Wen Shi'an's reluctance to let go, He Qinian's lips curled into a slight smile. It was rare for Inen to not shy away from him and to enjoy being held. Thus, he embraced him even tighter. Moments later, as Wen Shi'an's emotions began to settle, he slowly lifted his head to meet He Qinian's smiling gaze, the intensity within it causing him to avert his eyes uncomfortably. He struggled to slide off his lap, but He Qinian had no intention of letting him down, tightening his embrace further and whispering in his ear, "Is it too heartless to discard something once it has served its purpose? I'm quite heartbroken." His playful, flirtatious tone was low and soothing, his warm breath cascading over Wen Shi'an's ear and neck, igniting a blush upon his delicate skin. Attempting to evade the intimacy, he turned away, only to have his chin gently but firmly grasped, drawing him back to face He Qinian, their breaths mingling. He Qinian's gaze was fixed, reflecting his own image in those azure depths, the alluring curve of Wen Shi'an's lips enticing. His thumb caressed the soft petals of those lips, whispering, "Inen, I wish to kiss you. Will you allow it?" The mere utterance detonated in Wen Shi'an's mind, leaving him in a blank stupor. What did he just say? He wished to kiss him? He Qinian was on the brink of madness. He could not fathom why every fiber of his being clamored to press his lips against Wen Shi'an's, to witness the innocence of those clear blue eyes clouded with desire. Chapter 26. Love has long penetrated the bone. Young master. Came an ill-timed voice as Assistant Lin entered, his gaze landing on a particular scene, causing him to retract his foot in fright. "I will return shortly." Wen Shi'an immediately regained his composure, sliding off He Qinian's lap, his lips pressed together in uncertainty. Why did he not push him away just moments ago? He Qinian was interrupted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he turned his gaze to the person before him. He tugged gently at the strap behind him, drawing the other closer. With a firm hand, he wrapped his arm around the waist of the young man, pulling him to sit on his lap, their bodies embracing face to face. Wen Shi'an struggled slightly, but upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he settled into stillness. And then, He Qinian murmured, leaning his head against his shoulder, his eyes weary as he closed them momentarily. "I'm feeling a bit disheartened today. Would you mind holding me?" He was indeed exhausted, having faced his father's formidable authority for the first time and chosen to resist, only to endure a harsh reprimand that led to his card being suspended. The wounds he bore throbbed with a dull ache. Despite the familiar tone and cadence, Wen Shi'an detected a profound weariness in He Qinian's voice. Biting his lip in hesitation, he eventually encircled his waist gently, as if afraid to disturb him. As he lowered his gaze, he caught a glimpse of the difference in the color of his shirt. Noticing it appeared damp. Just as he wished to inspect further, his vision was suddenly obscured, plunging him into darkness. The warmth of He Qinian's palm rested gently upon his eyelids. He Qinian wished to conceal his injured back from Inen, so he covered his eyes and pressed him closer to his chest. "Be good. Let us hold on for a while," he whispered, when Shi'an leaned quietly against his chest, enveloped by an overwhelming fatigue as he listened to the steady rhythm of He Qinian's heartbeat, gradually drifting into slumber. He Qinian noticed the young man had fallen asleep, his fingers brushing aside the stray strands of hair from Wen Shi'an's face before he leaned down to place a soft kiss on his brow. At the shallow Moonbay Manor, a helicopter landed on the lawn behind, and He Qinian carried the sleeping figure directly to the small white car. Assistant Lin trailed a step behind, holding the young master's phone, which had already rung twice, and he sighed in resignation. In the master bedroom, a doctor was examining Wen Shi'an's condition while He Qinian watched anxiously, feeling the warmth radiating from him. A sense of unease washed over him. "Young master." Assistant Lin called from the doorway. He Qinian turned his head, instructing the doctor briefly before stepping outside. The landline at the old residence had already rung twice, along with messages from the young lady. Just as he spoke, his mobile phone rang again. He Qinian answered without hesitation, but before he could speak, a sharp voice blazed through the line like a torrential storm. "He Qinian, have you lost your mind? At such a critical moment, brandishing a firearm openly? Do you wish to get shot? Do you feel your life is too long?" Anticipating the tirade, He Qinian held the phone away until the other finished, bringing it back to his ear. "Dad, what about a firearm? I wasn't aware of any such thing. I'm currently at home, sleeping." He Chongming paused, his brow furrowing. "You rely on Gu Yanli to clean up your messes, but don't presume I'm oblivious. You'd better come back tomorrow. I see you've entered a rebellious phase, determined to oppose your father. When I disallow something, you insist on doing it. That person is so admirable that you'd risk your life for him." He Qinian chuckled lightly. "Without evidence, I'll hang up. I'm a model citizen, not one to engage in illegal activities." He Chongming fell silent for a moment. Such behavior cannot occur again. The He family cannot withstand your reckless actions. You must return at your earliest convenience. Consider the daughter of the Liu family. "Dad," He Qinian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "your son's impotence towards women leaves him with no choice but to live his life with men. You may handle this as you see fit. If you find it unacceptable, then I can only express my sincere apologies." Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the call. Almost immediately, He Jinshu's call came through. He glanced at the screen and answered, "Miss, how may I assist you? You still have the presence of mind to joke? Do you have any idea how much trouble today's events have caused the He family?" He Jinshu replied, exasperated. Her younger brother had always been unruly, but he had never behaved so recklessly until he encountered this Wen Shi'an. What had turned him into such a rebellious, disobedient, and irrational person? He Qinian pressed his lips together, asserting, "The He family is not made of paper, and there is no evidence implicating me in this matter. If your call is solely to discuss this issue, then I shall hang up. I have other matters to attend to." "What other matters could you have? Except those concerning that individual?" He Jinshu expressed her frustration, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Onion, can you not be a bit more sensible? There are countless people like him in this world. Is it impossible to find another?" He Qinian offered no reply and ended the call, thinking that everyone was losing their minds. At that moment, the doctor exited the room, addressing him. "Young master, there are no external injuries, and the wound on his palm has been redressed. It seems he has developed a high fever due to shock and has already received an antipyretic injection. When will he awaken?" he asked. The doctor replied, "It is likely he will wake up by tonight. Once the fever subsides, he should regain consciousness swiftly. Upon waking, he will require a light diet and ample rest." He then added with a gentle cough, as a reminder, "Avoid any strenuous activities." "Understood," He Qinian replied indifferently, removing his shirt and sitting on the sofa, allowing the doctor to tend to his own wound. Assistant Lin watched, feeling a twinge of pain himself. Although he had once thrived in a life full of danger, the comforts of a more tranquil existence had made one forget their roots. He Qinian furrowed his brow and looked at Assistant Lin. "What progress has been made regarding the previous incident?" Assistant Lin promptly placed his laptop on the table and opened the files. "Here are all the records of young master from the past 6 months. The two most suspicious points are, 3 months ago, Jing University held its annual sports event, which featured a circus performance. After the opening ceremony, a lion, which had been caged, somehow escaped and injured someone. Young master was also injured. The school labeled it an accident, yet the surveillance footage from that day was destroyed. And young master and was diagnosed with aphasia shortly after. The second point is that a month ago, a pre-approved combined undergraduate and master's program suddenly had his spot replaced. Young master and S place was taken, with the justification being a severe violation of school rules, though no specifics were provided. Following this, he applied for a leave of absence. Upon hearing this, He Qinian's eyes flickered with intensity. These 2 points warrant deeper investigation. Additionally, 3 months ago, there was a female classmate who was quite close to an that should also be looked into. Understood, young master. The doctor, having finished tending to the wound, wiped the sweat from his brow. It was indeed his first time witnessing someone with such grievous injuries maintaining composure while attending to business. He truly was a formidable individual. Avoid water and strenuous activities to prevent the wound from tearing. When you sleep, try to lie on your stomach. And remember to take your medication and change the dressings on time. It is best to exercise caution with one's diet. Otherwise, scars may remain. He Qinian nodded, indicating his understanding. Assistant Lin, aware of the young master's temperament, which detested excessive chatter from doctors, decided to lead the physician away. Once they departed, He Qinian rose and carefully lay beside Anan, his gaze quietly fixed upon him. Everyone believed he had lost his mind, yet only he comprehended that nothing was more significant than Anan. This sentiment appeared to be deeply ingrained within him, as if they were destined to be together. And he existed solely for in chapter 27. Call Me Daddy, the remnants of the setting sun filtered through the curtains, casting a complex orange hue, reminiscent of golden dust and the vibrant oranges of autumn. Wen Shi'an found himself ensnared in a nightmare, trapped in the stormy night of 5 years prior, where his parents demanded he kneel in the yard for reflection. His elder brother accused him of disregarding human life, while his younger sister proclaimed him the most malicious person on earth. The torrential rain beat down upon him, cold and painful, as he attempted to explain his innocence. Yet none believed him. Just as he finally escaped the chilling, damp night, the dream shifted back to his 10th birthday. Wen Yianyu smiled, saying she would gather lotus pods by the lake. But suddenly, he fell into the water, and his mother, in a desperate bid to save her child, jumped in after him. After a harrowing struggle, they managed to pull him to safety, but his mother, drained of strength, began to sink. Instinctively, he reached for Wen Yinyu's mother, but being a child then, he lacked the strength to hold on, hoping Wen Yinyu would call for help. Yet, as he turned, a powerful force pushed him back into the water, and in his struggle, he saw Wen Yinyu smiling at him. When he awoke again, his parents told him he owed Wen Yinyu a life, while her mother had perished. From that moment on, the Wen family gained an additional third young master, and he became a superfluous presence. He felt discontent and unwilling, repeatedly explaining, crying, and protesting. Yet, all he received in return were disappointed glances from his parents and reprimands for his immaturity, leaving him bewildered as to how everything had changed. He wept, asking his elder brother why no one believed him, reminding him he was their biological child, the younger brother whom they had held since infancy. He Qinian was roused by a slight movement, frowning as he opened his eyes to check on Anan, who was curled up tightly. His small mouth opened and closed. Leaning closer, he discerned muffled sounds, recognizing that Anan seemed to be calling for his brother. Without a moment's hesitation, He Qinian replied, "Brother is here. Do not be afraid." He then embraced him through the blanket, gently patting his back and whispering soothing words. Feeling the warmth, Wen Shi'an nestled closer, rubbing against He Qinian's chest, and lulled back to sleep amidst the tender reassurances. He Qinian leaned down, resting his forehead against Anan's, and thus they gradually drifted into slumber together. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft glow onto the balcony. The transparent glass refracted light, allowing a sliver to spill into the room. The warm yellow light of a tassel night lamp illuminated a small area at the bedside, where the two figures lay closely together. Wen Shi'an's breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling, before suddenly erupting into a coughing fit. He Qinian awoke from a light slumber, his amber eyes suffused with bloodshot veins. Gently, he soothed Anan, who was still coughing. He lifted him up, positioning him to face himself, allowing Anan to rest against his shoulder. In a tender voice, he inquired, "Anan, are you feeling all right?" Wen Shi'an appeared listless, on the verge of coughing, but plagued by an irritating itch in his throat, squinting in discomfort as he shook his head. He Qinian softly patted his back, a faint smile gracing his lips, and leaned closer to whisper, "Anan, doesn't this embrace resemble how your father would care for you? What do you think you should call me?" Wen Shi'an raised his gaze slightly, regarding him with an expression that seemed to convey boredom. He Qinian chuckled softly, "It seems you're feeling much better." Wen Shi'an lowered his eyelids, offering no response. He drew Anan closer, testing his forehead with the back of his hand. Finding it cooler than before, likely indicating a reduction in fever. He brushed aside Anand's damp bangs and peered into his eyes, asking if he was hungry, suggesting they eat something before returning to sleep. Wen Shi'an nodded. Indeed, he was quite famished, having only consumed 2.5 blueberry pastries the previous night, resulting in nearly a full day without sustenance. With one arm, He Qinian lifted him and retrieved his phone, guiding him downstairs. Upon seeing the young master descend, Butler Su promptly instructed the staff to bring forth the warm dishes. Wen Shi'an surveyed the room, but did not see the person he longed to encounter, his gaze falling in disappointment. Noticing this, He Qinian turned to Butler Su, asking, "Where is Aunt Xiao? It's getting late. Perhaps she has decided to rest." Butler Su replied, then recalled something, quickly adding, "The dessert and the century egg and lean meat porridge were both prepared by Aunt Xiao, as she knows it's your favorite, young master." And at this, a glimmer of delight sparked in Wen Shi'an's eyes as he picked up the bowl of porridge and began to eat. After finishing his own meal, He Qinian found himself disinterested in the yam tartlets prepared for the day, rising from the table to take a phone call instead. On the other end, a low, gravelly voice greeted him. "Yin, I didn't expect you to be so swift. You've already tied the knot without even informing your brothers. After all these years, it seems our bond is rather fragile. I even got scolded by my father for handling this matter." He Qinian smiled slightly. "I want to forget the great kindness of Colonel Gu. Let us plan to celebrate over drinks soon." Gu Yanli unbuttoned his jacket and removed his military cap, intending to leave it behind. "By the way, Yu has been pestering to meet your wife." At this, Lu Qinyu, engrossed in a game, leaned closer to the phone. "You've kept everything under wraps. Not a single photo has surfaced. I haven't even seen what she looks like. In a few days, let us gather at the Qinsheng for a night out. It's been ages since we had fun." He Qinian glanced at Anan, who was relishing a tartlet, cream adorning the corner of his mouth, completely oblivious to it. He was entirely absorbed in his treat. "All right, I'll ask him if he wishes to join. I'll hang up for now." Lu Qinyu quickly interjected, "You're quite the henpecked husband. He Qinian, must you even ask?" After receiving only the silence of a disconnected call, he irritably tossed his phone to Gu Yanli and returned to his game. He Qinian put away his phone and resumed his seat beside and at the dining table. The gaze that could not be ignored was overwhelmingly intense. Wen Shi'an paused momentarily, lifting his head to meet that pair of eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within him. "What's wrong?" He Qinian fixated on his slightly parted lips, a shadow of darkness passing through his amber eyes. With a restrained motion, he ground his molars and spoke with a smile. "Anan, it seems a bit dirty here." As Wen Shi'an pondered where the dirt could be, He Qinian leaned closer, his sudden movement prompting an instinctive reaction from Wen Shi'an to shield himself. His blue pupils widened involuntarily, and he instinctively shut his eyes. Observing this, He Qinian chuckled softly. "Anan, is that what you think?" His thumb brushed over the corner of Wen Shi'an's lips, wiping away the cream. Wen Shi'an gradually opened his eyes, locking onto He Qinian's gaze that held both a smile and a hint of mischief, causing him to awkwardly curl his fingertips. Swiftly finishing the remaining tart, he ascended the stairs. He Qinian watched from behind, his smile deepening, and followed suit. A few days later, in a dimly lit room, a man writhed on the floor, crying out in anguish, while those around him remained indifferent. Chapter 28. Are you the beneficiary? He Qinian, clad in formal attire, had loosened 2 buttons of his black shirt, his tie askew around his neck. With a serious expression, he scrutinized the documents before him, his amber eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Is this confirmed?" Assistant Lin nodded, affirming that it was indeed correct, expressing his disbelief at the unfolding facts. The prestigious Jing University, it seemed, was not above wielding power to intimidate. Despite the situation being swiftly quelled, no one from the outside was privy to the details. Yet, the Wen family could not possibly be entirely unaware, could they? Logically, parents should intervene when their child is bullied. Their complete lack of response was utterly illogical. He Qinian scoffed, those blind dogs from Anan's family. How could they fail to stand up for him? It would be more likely for the sun to rise in the west. Have all the individuals involved been brought here? Yes. He Qinian tossed the documents onto the table with a dull thud, inquiring, "And what about the mute?" Assistant Lin quickly sifted through a stack of files, retrieving one document to present. One of the girls remains unaccounted for. She was in the same class as young Master An, but they had no prior interactions. After young Master An's injury, she seemed to feel guilty and had been subtly looking after him. However, about a month ago, she suddenly went abroad and has since gone missing. Guilt? He Qinian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If guilt were effective, where would justice lie? Anin was injured while rescuing her, and that group of scoundrels has held a grudge against him, leading to a series of unfortunate events. What a treacherous ingrate. Assistant Lin refrained from interjecting. It would be unwise to provoke misfortune at such a moment. Let's go see these fools. He Qinian rose, striding ahead with long strides, swiftly disappearing down the dark corridor. Assistant Lin hurried to catch up. At the entrance, the guards bowed respectfully, opening the door to welcome the arriving guests. He Qinian stepped inside, immediately spotting the man being interrogated, his body convulsing uncontrollably as if it had reached its limit. Has he confessed? He did so early on. His subordinates quickly cleared a path and brought over a chair. He Qinian sat down, legs crossed with a commanding demeanor, gazing down at the man sprawled on the ground. I hear your father is the principal. You must be well connected. Duke Jiangyu, hearing these words, hesitantly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a strikingly handsome face. Amber eyes filled with coldness. You know my dad, don't you? Is he the one who sent you to rescue me? With great difficulty, he began to crawl towards He Qinian, the drugs injected into him causing a slight haze in his mind, leading him to believe that the person before him was sent by his father. He Qinian extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips while his subordinate, understanding the cue, lit it for him. The blue flame illuminated his sharp features as he slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his narrowed eyes observing the man crawling toward him like a dog, a frost flashing in his gaze. This sort of scum dares to bully his wife? Du Jiangyu, nearing the hem of He Qinian's trousers, felt a flicker of hope rise within him. He was finally about to escape this hell. He Qinian smirked playfully and kicked Du Jiangyu in the chest, sending him tumbling over. Do you know Wen Shi'an? Upon hearing that name, Du Jiangyu froze momentarily, then quickly scrambled to his feet. You mean that wooden-headed mute? I've disliked him for quite some time, but he's dropped out now, so I can't do anything to him. He Qinian's expression instantly turned icy as he seized Du Jiangyu by the hair, forcing the kneeling man to look up at him. I forgot to mention, he's my wife. Thus, I am here to cause you trouble. Have you thought about how you wish to die? Du Jiangyu's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief widening his eyes as he met He Qinian's chilling gaze. Realization dawned upon him, filling his eyes with terror. Struggling to retreat, he pleaded, You can't kill me. My father is the principal of Jingda. My family is wealthy and powerful. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go. He will have you torn to shreds, dismembered. He Qinian took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly with a cold laugh. So your family is wealthy and powerful, yet you dare to bully Maniac, who has neither influence nor status. Open your eyes and see who I am. It's the first time someone has attempted to use their power against me in Kyoto, and you even threatened to dismember me. Your audacity is commendable. Du Jiangyu focused intently, suddenly recalling the identity of the man before him. Those golden eyes could only belong to the heir of the He family. He instantly realized he had provoked someone he should never have crossed. Even if his father came, he would not be saved. He Qinian, growing impatient, released his grip, placing his red-soled shoe atop Du Jiangyu's head. Don't worry, I don't kill. Tomorrow, I will personally escort you to see your father. The tip of the cigarette was pressed against Du Jiangyu's lips, the searing ember brushing against his tender mouth and the inside of his mouth, emitting a faint scent of charred meat. He struggled, a muffled cry escaping his throat as he attempted to grasp for help, only to be forcefully pinned to the ground, futilely writhing in despair. He Qinian, having savored the scene to his satisfaction, slowly rose and delivered a forceful kick that sent a man flying, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Du Jiangyu curled up on the floor, blood and saliva mingling as they streamed from his mouth. The few individuals cowering in the corner, witnessing this spectacle, fainted from sheer terror. He Qinian accepted a tissue from an underling, wiping his hands with an icy demeanor as he commanded. The rest of them should all be sent to the police station. Let them be judged as they ought to be. It is truly a waste of resources to see scum from the lower strata of society managing to receive an education. Yes, young master, these individuals, possessing a modicum of familial power, had taken to bullying Du Jiangyu daily, relying on the protection afforded by his father, the principal, to cover their misdeeds. Until today, they had committed countless illegal acts without consequence. They had tormented female classmates at school, and in a drug-fueled stupor, inadvertently released a lion, causing a panic that left them fleeing, abandoning a bound girl in their wake. It was only by chance that Wen Shi'an happened by and intervened, only to be mistakenly injured by the lion. Upon the school's immediate investigation, the instigator was revealed to be the principal's son, leading to the deletion of surveillance footage. Initially, there were intentions to bury the matter, but the presence of a highly regarded visitor at the school that day shifted the tide, resulting in a female classmate falsely identifying the rescuer, who thus became a scapegoat. Just then, Assistant Lin hurriedly entered, whispering to He Qinian. Chapter 29. You owe him an apology. The person has been located and is on their way back. He Qinian raised an eyebrow slightly, instructing, bring them up here. I wish to see what kind of ingrate we have. Yes. In a setting adorned in a minimalist European style with dazzling crystal lights, a woman was ushered in, her petite face obscured by a black blindfold. As the blindfold was removed, she squinted against the harsh light, gradually opening her eyes to behold the figure on the sofa. A tall physique, an intimidating visage, and piercing golden eyes that glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of a lion poised to strike. She sensed a palpable intent to kill. A moment's carelessness could cost her dearly, compelling her to remain still and wait in silence. He Qinian ignited a metal lighter, momentarily observing the blue flame before extinguishing it with a breath and lifting his gaze. Are you Bai Jinghuan? Bai Jinghuan nodded, her demeanor sincere and polite. May I ask? Sir, why have you brought me here? She discreetly stole glances at the extraordinarily handsome man before her, a sight she had never encountered, especially not someone of her humble background. He Qinian regarded her coldly, his lips barely parting. Do you remember Wen Shi'an? Bai Jinghuan's pupils constricted sharply as she scrutinized the man before her with wariness. You were sent by Du Jiangyu. I have already complied with your demands regarding the past. I withdrew from school and left the country. What more do you want from me? He Qinian let out a low, derisive laugh. You left your homeland? That was merely a transaction for studying abroad. Do not feign such innocence. You showed no hesitation when accepting the money. Every detail has been meticulously uncovered, including the recordings of their transactions, which he has seen clearly. The woman before me is anything but the innocent and harmless facade she presents. Every step she takes is meticulously calculated. Even her choice of study abroad locations has been strategic. Bai Jinghuan pressed her lips together, a flicker of something unusual crossing her gaze. This individual is evidently not affiliated with Du Jiangyu. Therefore, she must be connected to Wen Shi'an. The mere thought of this person ignites a pang of guilt within her. After all, she is a person who resorts to unscrupulous means. Logically, such emotions should not arise. Yet the memory of that day, when she lied and fabricated evidence, haunts her as she recalls Wen Shi'an's clear blue eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment, gradually overshadowed by a shroud of desolation. Each recollection inevitably leads her to feel that she has erred. Weighing her words carefully, she tentatively spoke. I can come forward to identify the events that transpired and expose Du Jiangyu's malevolence, while also clearing Wen Shi'an's name. You are quite astute. He Qinian retorted with a scornful glance. Coming forward is merely your obligation. You owe Wen Shi'an an apology. He rescued you from peril, yet you turn around and thrust him into danger. Individuals like you are truly repugnant. Bai Jinghuan lowered her gaze. If only she could remain steadfast and courageous, adhering to the laws and regulations. Who wouldn't he aspire to that? In her early days at school, she believed the world should be a clear dichotomy of right and wrong, with no one above the law. Yet, reality paints a different picture. Laws serve only to constrain the ordinary, while the elite reside above all regulations. In the power capital of Kyoto, ordinary individuals like her cannot contend with the influential families. Even within the school, there exists a hierarchy of status. Wealthy young masters and ladies frolic freely. As long as no lives are lost, they can insult and bully at will. Conversely, those without power or wealth must grovel and crawl beneath their feet. I sincerely apologize for what happened then, but at that time, I was powerless to resist. If I could meet with Shi'an, I would genuinely say I am sorry. He Qinian responded with a cold hum, slowly rising and glancing at his watch. It was quite late, and if he did not return soon, it would disturb Anin. I hope you keep your word. If your apology lacks sincerity, I wouldn't hesitate to end you. With that, he turned and strode away without looking back. At Qinwei Manor, Wen Shi'an nestled on the tatami sofa in his room, his fingers gliding across the screen, entering the chat interface, his gaze lingering on the pinned profile. He opened the interface, only to exit repeatedly, until he finally turned off his phone screen. Suddenly, a message chimed, illuminating the screen. He promptly picked it up to check. Upon reading the message, the corners of his eyes involuntarily drooped, and he pursed his lips to respond to Zhou Jingshu. I probably won TB coming. After that day, he had inquired about work opportunities, and he had honestly replied, while He Qinian insisted he should not go. He could either return to school or work at his company. Contemplating other options, He Qinian had grinned playfully, saying, "Well, there is another option. Stay at home and be my wife. Your daily responsibilities would be eating and sleeping." He ultimately chose to go to his company, unwilling to return to school, deeming it pointless to dwell on the past. His phone vibrated in his palm, a message from Zhou Jingshu appearing. "Xiao Anin. My brother is truly something else for not allowing you to work. Such a domineering partner is undesirable. You are so young, and he is 6 years your senior. An old man who possesses nothing but wealth and good looks." A moment of contemplation arose within Wen Shi'an. Did everyone from the He family speak in such a manner? It felt rather inconsiderate. He lowered his head to reply, "It's fine." Zhou Jingshu responded, "You mustn't feel threatened by him. Do not fear, my mother is his aunt, and I shall have her speak to him when I return." Wen Shi'an glanced at the message, staring at the screen, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, prompting him to rise and open the door. Aunt Xiao handed him a cup. "Anin, here is some warm milk. Drink it and rest early." Wen Shi'an nodded, carrying the cup into his room. He wasn't particularly fond of milk, having been unable to avoid it at home, but here, Aunt Xiao and the others wouldn't enter his room, so he brought it in, deciding whether to drink it based on his mood. He placed the milk on the table, his gaze drifting to the easel on the balcony, suddenly struck by the desire to paint again. Having not touched oil paints in quite some time, unsure if his skills had dulled, he tore open the packaging and paused upon seeing the logo, momentarily taken aback. He recalled He Qinian stating it was merely something he had picked up from a street vendor of little value. Yet this logo was unmistakably upscale. Just then, his phone rang, and he hurried to answer it. As the call connected, a voice filled with complaints resonated. "Xiaonin, why haven't you replied to my messages?" Realizing he had neglected to respond, he began typing a reply when the door swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping inside. He Qinian casually embraced him, and before Wen Shi'an could utter a word, the phone blared. "Xiaonin, I suggest you divorce my brother without delay. His domineering nature is unacceptable. I can introduce you to 100 refined and youthful gentlemen with ample vigor." Chapter 30, My Darling. "I adore you." When Shi'an belatedly grasped the situation and instinctively reached to end the call, but a large hand snatched the phone before he could. He Qinian wrapped his arms around Wen Shi'an's waist, pulling him onto his lap, his amber eyes fixed on the phone, shrouded in ambiguity. "Zhou Jingshu." His voice was deep and frigid, akin to a biting winter gale. On the other end, Zhou Jingshu sprang upright from his bed, scrutinizing the phone, confirming the number belonged to Xiaonin. There was no mistake, but why was his brother's voice emanating from the device? Had he misheard? Tentatively, he inquired, "Xiaonin, are you still there?" He Qinian let out a cold chuckle. "He is not here. Your brother is. Do you have anything to say?" The last phrase echoed in Zhou Jingshu's ears as if questioning. "Do you have any final words?" Alarmed, he promptly ended the call, tossing the phone onto the blanket and plopping down beside it. attempting to quell the fear that coursed through him. He Qinian gazed at the screen, his mind concocting 1,000 ways of demise. This fellow possessed a lack of sense, utterly forgetful. How dare he incite an into divorce? Truly deserving of a thrashing. Wen Shi'an, observing the nearly shattered phone, felt a pang of reluctance. It had barely been a week, and now they were to part ways. He Qinian noticed the expression on An's face and chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. It was rather amusing to see such sentimentality over a mere phone. With gentle hands, he cradled An's face, leaning down to rest his forehead against his, affectionately nudging him. "Why don't you care for me a little, my dear? I truly adore you." The warmth of his breath brushed against An's brows, causing his long lashes to flutter. Each time He Qinian uttered sweet nothings. His eyes shimmered with an intensity that made direct eye contact difficult. His ears gradually tinged with a rosy hue. Noticing An's lack of response, He Qinian remained undeterred. At least An no longer resisted him, which was a positive sign. In his embrace, An was a small, fragrant, and soft bundle that he cherished dearly. "Next time, do not play with Zhou Jingxiu, and he mustn't call you Xiaonan. I am quite jealous of him. He must have fried his brain as a child. Look at me, an unparalleled husband that one could scarcely find even with a lantern. Therefore, being with me is certainly not a loss." Wen Shi'an diverted the topic, writing in his notebook, "Sleep early. We have work at the company tomorrow." He Qinian, seeing that An did not oppose or reject him, could not suppress the curve of his lips. "All right, but let us not go to the company tomorrow. I shall take you somewhere." Wen Shi'an inquired, "Where to?" He Qinian smiled lightly, a glimmer of determined light flashing in his eyes. "To settle a score for you." Wen Shi'an looked up in confusion, his blue eyes blinking as if questioning the meaning of it all. "You shall know tomorrow." He Qinian lifted him up, heading toward the bathroom. Observing this, Wen Shi'an, disregarding contemplation, struggled to be set down. He Qinian laughed heartily, and in, "I'll scrub your back. It's more enjoyable to wash together. Stop struggling." Yet, in the end, he found himself tormented, watching the elusive prize slip away, and reluctantly began to take a cold shower. The following morning, the slumber-loving He Qinian remarkably rose early. After freshening up, he approached the bed, gazing at the sleeping figure with a softened heart. Wen Shi'an, in a daze, felt a strong arm encircle his waist, lifting him effortlessly. He instinctively leaned against He Qinian's shoulder, rubbing his eyes, his bewildered blue gaze filled with confusion at such an early hour. He Qinian carried him to the wash basin, expertly washing his face before squeezing toothpaste onto the brush and handing it to him. Having washed his face, Wen Shi'an felt a bit more awake, yet his brain had not fully engaged, leaving him hesitantly dazed as he reached for the toothbrush. While attending to him, He Qinian glanced at his phone, replying to Gu Yanli's message. "We are not attending the school anniversary. We're going to settle a score." Gu Yanli quickly replied, "I'm not asking about that. Rather, when will you take your wife out, as Yu has been thinking about it? Come out and gather soon, or he will come looking for you." He Qinian said, "Let's meet tonight. I'm reserving the entire venue at Qingsheng for a celebration. Remember to come." "Okay, I'll be there on time." Wen Shi'an brushed his teeth, and as he raised his gaze, a tissue appeared before him. He took it, glancing through the mirror. His unkempt black hair fell naturally around him, and his lowered brows and eyes softened his previously aloof demeanor. His slender fingers glided across the screen, the prominent veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging, rather attractive. It seemed that girls were fond of such hands, claiming they exuded a certain masculine charm. What was he thinking? Why did those thoughts suddenly arise? He closed his eyes, shaking off the irrelevant musings in his mind. He Qinian put away his phone and searched among the bottles for the hydrating little white bottle the makeup artist had mentioned. Noticing He Qinian's serious expression, Wen Shi'an instinctively touched his face, wondering if something was amiss. In the next moment, a cool substance fell upon his face, followed by the warm pad of a fingertip gently massaging it, reminiscent of Ani Shio applying cream on him. Seeing that, Anin obediently closed his eyes. He Qinian couldn't help but smile lightly. How could anyone be so well-behaved? Once the product was evenly applied, he bent down and lifted Anin into his arms. "Anin, let us go downstairs for breakfast, after which the makeup artist and stylist will arrive. We'll just tidy up a bit before heading out. Wen Shi'an didn't quite understand where they were going, but nodded in agreement, perhaps unaware of the unspoken reliance he had developed. Breakfast consisted of his favorite custard buns, corn and pumpkin porridge, crystal shrimp dumplings, pan-fried buns, and beef patties. He Qinian placed a peeled egg onto his plate. And then, don't just eat the custard buns. The beef patties are delicious too. Wen Shi'an, cheeks bulging, shook his head in refusal, asserting that the beef patties could not compare to the custard buns in taste. He Qinian was aware of an sweet tooth, as he only enjoyed fish and preserved plum ribs among meats, while the rest were unappealing to him. On ordinary days, he would never allow him to be picky, but considering the special circumstances today and that Anin had already eaten an egg, he decided to be a lenient partner. After breakfast, they ascended to select outfits. The dressing room was vast, filled with various fashion items, shoes, and bags. From jewelry and watches to shirt clips and tie clips, everything was available, including several cabinets of earrings reserved specifically for Anin. He Qinian sifted through the formal wear, holding up suitable pieces in front of Anin, who watched him without protest, resembling a child waiting for their parents to choose their clothes. Anin, you're so adorable, He Qinian chuckled softly, leaning closer to his lips. The sudden proximity made Wen Shi'an instinctively retreat, but a large hand encircled his waist, halting his movement. As he felt He Qinian's lips nearing, he resignedly closed his eyes. Yet the anticipated contact did not occur. Instead, he felt his fingertips being lifted, leaving a lingering warmth and softness on the back of his hand. He opened his eyes in disbelief, initially expecting He Qinian to kiss him, only to find that he had merely bestowed a gentlemanly kiss upon the back of his hand. Noticing the dazed expression on his face, He Qinian chuckled softly, saying, "Anin, I await the day you willingly kiss me of your own accord." Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. It seemed to him that someone like himself was unworthy of love, always destined to experience loss. Therefore, he preferred that nothing had ever begun. He Qinian turned to select attire from the wardrobe, dismissing a deep gray as overly somber and unsuitable for Anin's disposition. Black felt too heavy, and purple was also not fitting. He spent some time absorbed in his musings, ultimately emerging with two ensembles for Anin to choose from, one in silver white and the other in light blue. Faced with these two suits, Wen Shi'an found himself at a loss, unable to discern their purpose. His thoughts drifted to the page where he wrote, "Where to go?" Apart from weddings or attending events and soirees, he could not conceive of occasions that required such formal wear. Yet, lacking any events or banquets to attend, only a wedding remained, an idea that surfaced unnaturally. However, it was inescapable, and he observed He Qinian's expression, which radiated joy and amusement. Could it truly be for a wedding? Unaware of the musings of the person behind him, He Qinian contemplated which suit would be most appropriate. The white ensemble featured a gradient of three-dimensional starry silver embroidery as its centerpiece. Each embroidery was adorned with fragments of icy blue gemstones, even the buttons resembling stars, complemented by a light blue starflower brooch at the chest and a double-layer bow tie with a subtle pattern. It was the epitome of formal attire. The blue suit, inspired by the stars and the sea, showcased three-dimensional wave embroidery at the cuffs and collar, accompanied by a silver bow tie. This suit was distinct in that it included a waist cincture, omitting a vest, yet retaining the elegance of a tailcoat evening gown. That waist cincture would surely captivate many hearts. No, this one cannot be worn. I shall choose the white one instead. Wen Shi'an passively acquiesced to the arrangement, his gaze lingering on the three-piece suit in his hands, his expression somewhat complex. He Qinian placed his hands on Wen Shi'an's shoulders and gently urged him forward, saying, "Come now, it's time to change. The makeup artist is already waiting outside." Wen Shi'an had intended to say something, but was pushed into the bedroom, the door closing abruptly behind him, leaving him with no choice but to change. In the living room, He Qinian conversed with the makeup artist about the details, requesting a refined yet natural look. The appearance should not be overly extravagant, suitable for a formal event while exuding charisma, primarily emphasizing handsomeness. The two makeup artists nodded in agreement, with the one in the fitted dress leaning closer, saying, I will be responsible for Mr. He's makeup. May I inquire if Mr. He has any specific requests? He Qinian tapped his finger on the tablet, opened his mouth to speak, yet remained silent. His gaze fixated on the slightly ajar door, reluctant to avert his eyes. The silver-white three-piece suit adorned Wen Shi'an, enhancing his elegance and grace. As if he were a prince stepped forth from a painting. The waist-cinching design of the vest elegantly accentuates the figure's proportions, while the starry floral embellishment at the chest serves as a captivating focal point, rendering the entire suit far from monotonous. He found himself momentarily entranced, and upon regaining his composure, he promptly arose and approached, bowing slightly in a gentlemanly manner to kiss the back of her hand. "So beautiful, my little prince." Wen Shi'an calmly withdrew his hand, feigning nonchalance, as his palm instinctively brushed against his chest, attempting to soothe his racing heart. He noticed He Qinian's gaze lingering on the flushed skin behind his ears, prompting a subtle smile as he gently led him away, softly advising, "And then, these two are the makeup artists. Once you are made up, we shall prepare to depart." Wen Shi'an yearned to inquire about their destination. Yet his small notebook lay forgotten in the bedroom. "You are responsible for Anand's makeup," He Qinian instructed, directing his attention towards the makeup artist on the left. He recalled from the dossier that this individual had previously worked as a makeup artist for the Wen family for several years, likely familiar with Anand. Upon hearing this, the makeup artist's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, though her demeanor remained respectful as she acquiesced. It was only when seated before the makeup mirror that Wen Shi'an belatedly realized why his heart had raced so fervently in that moment. Was it due to the kiss on the back of his hand? Or something else entirely? He pondered for quite some time, unable to arrive at an answer, until a slight sting in his jaw brought him back to the present. Upon lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with the person before him, recognizing her as Lan Yuyan, the former makeup artist of the Wen family who had been dismissed for seducing his elder brother. Lan Yuyan regarded him with renewed familiarity, having felt a sense of recognition moments earlier. Now, in close proximity, she realized he was an old acquaintance. Casting a glance towards someone on the balcony who was on the phone, she lowered her voice, "Young Master Wen, as you seek to make a living outside, you surely wouldn't want He Xiao to discover your previous wicked deeds." Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, diverting his gaze, unwilling to linger on such a person. Lan Yuyan felt a sense of satisfaction at his compliant demeanor, her peripheral vision occasionally drifting towards the imposing figure nearby, her thoughts wandering. Rumor had it that the He family was hastening their matchmaking efforts. Should she secure a position of favor, perhaps she could ascend to a phoenix from the ashes, freeing herself from the servitude she currently endured. A sudden pinch from something made Wen Shi'an furrow his brow in discomfort as he instinctively recoiled from the enlarged silver object before him. Lan Yuyan shot him a resentful glare, pinching his chin to immobilize him, her grip tightening rather than loosening. Though he endured the pressure, it soon became intolerable, and instinctively, his body pushed her away. Caught off guard, Lan Yuyan stumbled back, her eyes darting as she collided forcefully with the makeup box. The cacophony of falling bottles and jars, particularly the shattering glass, captured He Qinian's attention. He briefly spoke into the phone before hastily making his way over. Wen Shi'an had not anticipated that his unintentional shove would result in her tumbling to the ground. He paused momentarily before rising to assist her. Lan Yuyan, noticing the approaching footsteps, feigned weakness and began to wail, "Young master, and even if you dislike me, there's no need to push me. Though we are considered lowly, we are not to be bullied at your whim." Chapter 31, Unreserved Trust. Wen Shi'an stood frozen in place, her lips pressed together as a flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. Why did she say such a thing when it was she who had inflicted pain upon him? He had merely pushed her away instinctively, not out of malice. What was happening? A low, cold voice broke the silence. Wen Shi'an looked at the approaching figure, his face set in a stern expression, and she felt a pang of sadness as her gaze fell. Her fingers gently curled inwards. Having faced such baseless accusations since childhood, he had defended himself, argued, and caused commotion, yet the outcomes had always been the same. As this thought crossed her mind, he suddenly relaxed his fingers, confronting the inevitable conclusion with calmness. Lan Yuyan immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "Mr. He, You need not be angry. I believe young Master Wen did not act with intent. As she spoke, she unconsciously raised her injured hand, recalling how things had always been at the Wen household. She was accustomed to it. Today is my fault. I failed to comprehend young Master Wen's thoughts. He is not to be blamed. Before she could finish, she noticed that the man before her showed no sign of pausing, walking right past her without a moment's hesitation. Surprised, she thought to herself that while she may not be a celestial beauty, she considered herself quite attractive, certainly not inferior to the daughters of noble families. Yet, He Qinian remained entirely unmoved. He Qinian's gaze fell directly upon Wen Shi'an, taking note of the red marks left by the nails on his lips, his brow furrowing in concern. Call the doctor. Yes, the butler promptly replied, hastening to fulfill the request. He took Wen Shi'an's hand and guided him to sit down, examining the mark that was neither too large nor too small, his eyes flashing with sympathy. Does it hurt? Wen Shi'an looked at him in surprise, expecting a direct inquiry, yet he instead asked about his pain. Why was that? Did he truly believe in him? He Qinian caught the glimmer of emotion in his eyes and gently rubbed his forehead against Wen Shi'an's, their foreheads touching, his tone a mix of exasperation and affection. What are you thinking? You are my wife. How could I not believe you? Even if there is a fault, it is undoubtedly hers. In my eyes, Anin is always right. Wen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback by his words. So simple, yet so difficult to grasp. Or rather, he could hardly believe that someone would stand unwaveringly by his side. Lan Yuyin's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. In the Wen household, even the smallest issues had always been deemed his fault as long as she concealed her actions well enough, masquerading as the victim. Yet today, what had gone awry? Had she been too obvious? That couldn't be right. She had observed carefully. Mr. He was on the phone, completely oblivious to the commotion. Another makeup artist had gone downstairs for supplies, and the butler had only just arrived. What had gone amiss? This tactic had always worked like a charm in the Wen household. Why had it failed today? Cautiously lifting her gaze, she met those deep, cold eyes, feeling as if she were being seen through. Instinctively, she lowered her head in fear. The butler entered with the doctor, announcing, "Young master, the doctor has arrived." He Qinian looked up and gestured for the doctor to come over to examine it, checking if there were any injuries apart from the nail marks beneath her lip. Yes, Mr. He, the doctor replied. Lan Yuyin immediately understood that she had pinched too hard earlier, leaving a mark. What should she do? The thought of the consequences made her tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, a cold voice broke the silence. Did you say Anin pushed you because she dislikes you? Do you think you are beneath her? Chapter 33. The soul-biased Lan Yuyin could not fathom the meaning behind Mr. He's question, but given the current situation, retreat seemed impossible. She could only brace herself and adhere to her imagined script. I merely intended to apply some eye makeup for young Master Wen, but somehow offended him and ended up on the ground. It must be my fault. Please don't blame young Master Wen. Mister. He found her vague and nonsensical words rather amusing. What sorts of people had he not encountered? Did she truly believe that such nonsensical remarks could sow discord between them? How naive, and then would forever remain his singular bias. He gently draped his arm over Anne's shoulder and placed a tender kiss on her cheek, his tone unexpectedly gentle. How could I possibly blame Anne? With such a wife, I can only cherish her. The doctor interjected. The dog food is rather overwhelming. I'm feeling quite full. Lan Yuyin thought, this doesn't seem right. It is not at all what I had envisioned. Aren't they supposed to be good brothers? And both are men? This is peculiar. He Qinian chuckled. Since you acknowledge your mistake, why don't you apologize to Anin? As adults, we must bravely admit our errors. Lan Yuyin's eyes widened in astonishment, caught off guard by his unorthodox words. Wen Shi'an remained stunned by the initial statement, only to be struck by the second, leaving him in a state of confusion. Yet, more than anything, he found it hard to believe that He Qinian would choose to trust him despite being unaware of the truth. In his light blue, glass-like eyes, there was a myriad of complex emotions. He Qinian sensed something amiss, instinctively lowering his gaze to find Anin in a state of adorable bewilderment, which softened his heart. He reached out to stroke her head, chuckling softly. The first lesson for a good husband is that the wife is always right, even when she is wrong. Wen Shi'an felt a warmth flood his chest at the heat in He Qinian's gaze, causing him to lower his eyes in embarrassment, blinking several times. An indescribable feeling washed over him, as though a warm current was flowing through his heart. He placed a hand over his heart, attempting to calm this peculiar sensation. Lan Yiyan was momentarily stunned by the term wife. Shouldn't they be brothers? Realization dawned upon her. What kind of good brothers would refer to each other as wife? The heir of the He family couldn't possibly be gay. Yet, she had never heard such rumors before. If this were true, it would be akin to throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind man, utterly futile. He Qinian turned his gaze to the person beside him, and in an instant, the warmth on his face vanished, leaving only a frigid glint in his elongated eyes. Have you become mute? Do I need to repeat myself? Lan Yiyan shuddered in fear as she met the emotionless golden gaze, feeling as though she had been caught in the sights of a ferocious beast. A chill creeping down her spine. Instinctively, she apologized. I am truly sorry. It was my fault. I beseech you, Master Wen, to overlook my minor transgression and forgive me this once. I assure you, it was unintentional. As her words hung in the air, she bit her lip in frustration, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her eyes. Why should this unappealing, brooding youth garner the affection of the He family's young master? Moreover, he was a man. How could he possibly bear heirs for the He family? Apart from his good looks, he seemed utterly lacking in merit. With her thoughts racing, a plan began to form. She continued, Master One, I have already apologized and have kept your secret. Might I be permitted to leave now? Chapter 34. Silencing Witnesses? With that, she feigned tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I merely sought to earn a living. I have truly forgotten everything regarding my previous encounters with the Wen family. I implore you, Master Wen, let me go. Hearing this, Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, his clear, pure eyes gazing at her, taking in her delicate, tear-streaked visage. It appeared many found such a sight appealing. Would He Qinian be among them? He was uncertain, but perhaps he would be. He Qinian watched her performance with keen interest, noting her hesitance, as if she desired him to voice his curiosity. She was poised to deliver her rehearsed lines to achieve her ends, but should he remain silent, it might provoke her fury. As Lan Yiyan observed his prolonged silence, anxiety crept in. Shouldn't a reasonable person have already inquired? He seemed utterly unfazed, not even a hint of curiosity evident in his demeanor. After much contemplation, she fanned the flames. Master One, I have kept your actions a secret all along. I would never disclose them. Please, allow me to leave. Secrets are best preserved in death. He Qinian interjected, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her. Wouldn't you agree? What? Lan Yiyan's eyes widened in terror. Silencing witnesses? No, surely, he jested, yet the murderous intent in his golden eyes was unmistakable, plunging her into an icy abyss, as if she would be dismembered and buried at any moment. After all, extinguishing someone as inconsequential as her would be as effortless for a powerful family as crushing an ant. In that moment, she finally understood the futility of her position. How could someone like He Qinian, standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, be deceived by her paltry ruse? He was merely amused by her predicament. When Shi'an lifted his gaze, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. He Qinian did not strike her as a lawless rogue. Gazing into his sparkling eyes, she felt even more assured of this notion. A prince would not resort to casual murder. Noticing her stare, He Qinian softened upon lowering his head, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he playfully pinched An's cheek. I was merely jesting. I am a model citizen, the very embodiment of lawfulness. He then gestured for the butler to escort her out. Lan Yiyan, recognizing the cue, followed suit, her heart releasing a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped unscathed. As she departed, tranquility returned to the room, and He Qinian gently twirled a strand of blue hair around his fingers, lifting her into his embrace. Placed before the vanity mirror, I pondered whether it was appropriate for me to style An's hair. Wen Shi'an pressed his arm down, his cerulean eyes filled with turmoil, grappling with uncertainties, yearning to inquire, yet fearful of an unsatisfactory outcome. After a brief pause, He Qinian noticed his lack of action and patiently crouched down, gently inquiring, What troubles you? Is it about what just transpired? Wen Shi'an lifted his gaze, harboring no true discontent. After all, he had long grown indifferent to the malice and accusations directed at him. Yet, confronted with the question, an inexplicable sense of grievance began to unfurl within him, spreading gradually throughout his being, leaving his eyes feeling heavy and his throat parched. Meeting those amber, glistening eyes, he instinctively nodded. He Qinian extended his palm towards him, a smile gracing his lips. Write it down here and tell me the reason for your unhappiness. I shall stand by you and advocate for you. No one shall bully Maniac. Chapter 35. Where to? I will find you a venue. Within that gentle gaze, Wen Shi'an slowly reached out. But as his fingertips grazed the warmth of He Qinian's palm, he abruptly recoiled. He blinked in astonishment, casting a glance at He Qinian before looking back at the palm. His previously overwhelmed reason slowly returning. The need to vent his grievances momentarily halted. He could not fathom why he felt this way, having long accepted everything with a numbness that had become second nature. Seeing him withdraw, He Qinian's blue eyes once again reflected resistance and desolation. If he did not take action soon, this timid hedgehog would curl up once more, erecting its prickly defenses. He grasped Wen Shi'an's hand, bringing it closer to his cheek, his tone tender and lingering. I know you are unhappy because of that makeup artist. Is it her words or her false accusation of you pushing her? If it is the former, her defamation of your character warrants legal action. If it is the latter, I firmly believe you are not that kind of person. Surely she must have hurt you, causing an unintentional reaction. Though she has apologized, you have every right to withhold forgiveness. The surveillance footage will reveal the truth. We can certainly take her to court. Wen Shi'an gazed at him, his expression complex, the warmth of He Qinian's palm radiating against his own. The sincerity in his eyes undeniably beautiful. Eyes do not lie. He Qinian truly cared for him. However, back at home, he had not committed the act in question. Yet, his family had indiscriminately blamed him, and even when the truth ultimately proved his innocence, they would merely dismiss it with a few perfunctory remarks, claiming it was all just a jest. If Wen Shi'an were to apologize once more, the matter would be swept under the rug. Should he protest, he would be labeled as overly narrow-minded and intolerant, with them insisting that Wen Shi'an had already apologized. What more do you want? He Qinian rubbed his palm gently, continuing, expressing your innermost thoughts is entirely natural. Each of us possesses the right to vent our emotions. If you are unhappy, you must voice it. We shall confront it together and resolve it. His tone was sincere and forthright, imbued with an authenticity that was irresistibly convincing, the light in his golden eyes seemingly possessing a magical allure. An impulse to speak surged within Wen Shi'an as his fingertips gently descended into the palm of his hand, elucidating the circumstances. It was not intentional. I merely nudged her hand lightly, without any force, and somehow she fell, he explained. He Qinian discerned each word, ultimately responding with earnestness. I understand. During our time together, I have come to know that An is a kind-hearted person, incapable of such actions. Yet, some individuals harbor ulterior motives, necessitating a measure of sharpness. We must confront malice with courageous retribution. Can it embody this? Wen Shi'an comprehended his words. Yet retaliation seemed rather futile, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Wen Xiaoyu's accusations. He had exerted himself to validate his innocence, but his parents and elder brother merely regarded his efforts as overreactions, even perceiving him as unreasonable. In time, such rebuttals lost their significance. Initially, he sought merely affection and trust, but when these were ultimately denied, he gradually ceased to yearn for them. He Qinian placed a gentle kiss upon the back of his hand and playfully winked, suggesting that shouldn't manage to retaliate next time, a reward would await him. Emerging from his reverie, Wen Shi'an beheld the scene before him, illuminated by the sunlight streaming in from behind. His heart skipped a beat, momentarily rendering him unable to look away. He recognized that He Qinian possessed striking good looks, an alluring and assertive handsomeness. However, the close proximity, coupled with his formal attire and kneeling posture, evoked a sight impossible to resist: a tall, handsome man kneeling at his feet. The visual impact was overwhelming, causing him to lower his gaze momentarily, nodding in a vague acknowledgement. Observing his acquiescence, He Qinian chose not to pursue the topic further, instead inviting another makeup artist to continue the previous preparations. After all, the venue for today's event promised an enthralling spectacle, and his prince must exude unparalleled elegance. The makeup process was brief, and as Wen Shi'an gazed into the mirror, he felt a twinge of strangeness. His bangs had been styled, revealing his brow and forehead. The usual gloom had dissipated, replaced by a hint of sunshine. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse his 10-year-old self waving at him, radiant and charming, basking in affection. If not for Wen Jiaoyu, would he have found his thoughts abruptly halted in this manner? A sense of despondency crossed his lips. Ultimately, it was a matter of his parents and brother not loving him as he wished. In their eyes, he would always be the second choice. In truth, the outcome would remain unchanged, with or without Wen Jiaoyu. And in "You are truly beautiful," a deep voice resonated above him as He Qinian enveloped him from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. He gazed at the reflection in the mirror, a young man with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding vitality and a sense of embracing the sunshine. Yet, his eyes lacked a spark, their clarity bordering on lifelessness. The Wen family had indeed raised him poorly, but now that he had encountered He Qinian, their days ahead would be filled with companionship for a long time. He would nurture and into his own little prince, a figure of formidable strength that would instill fear in outsiders. They stood side by side, united in purpose. As the two ventured forth and arrived at the entrance of the estate, Wen Shi'an hesitated at the sight of a row of sleek black Rolls-Royces. One would expect an opulent display of flowers and ribbons for a wedding, yet there was nothing of the sort. Instead, a phalanx of bodyguards stood in perfect formation. They appeared formidable, surpassing the guards of the Wen family. This did not resemble a wedding. It bore the semblance of a prelude to conflict. Once inside the vehicle, he pondered and scribbled in his notebook. What are we going to do? Why are there so many cars and bodyguards? He Qinian naturally adjusted his bow tie and replied with a gentle smile. We are here to reclaim dignity for you, to avenge the grievances endured by Nen, to unearth the truth concealed within deception and restore innocence to the victim. Wen Shi'an was perplexed. He could not grasp the first part, and the latter only deepened his confusion. His elegant handwriting graced the lambskin notebook. What does this mean? He Qinian chuckled and ruffled his hair. His tone languid and magnetic, and then you will soon find out. He hoped that Hizen would appreciate this gift, a long overdue apology. As the car glided along the road, it drew numerous gazes. After all, such a uniform fleet of Rolls-Royces with Beijing license plates was a rarity. It was evident that the heir of the He family was making a grand entrance. And this was the first time he had returned to the country in such a conspicuous manner. At the entrance of Jing University, the principal and a cadre of teachers awaited, lined up in anticipation. It was meant to be the institution's annual celebration, and the tedious speeches were expected to commence early. However, a phone call had summoned Du Ming to stand by the entrance long before, awaiting the esteemed heir. As the minutes ticked away, the normally composed school leaders found themselves growing weary, swaying slightly. Even the principal wiped the sweat from his brow, longing for a place to sit, despite the morning sun not being overly fierce. Having spent years in the office, conditioned by air conditioning, he had forgotten the searing intensity of the sun. The vice principal, perceptive to the situation, brought a chair for Du Ming. Principal, please sit for a moment. Young master, he may take a while to arrive. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and they had already waited 2 hours. Surely, young master he would not fail to show. Du Ming gestured for the chair to be removed. At this critical juncture, no mistakes could be tolerated, and it would be inappropriate for him to sit alone. The rumors were likely true. He assumed delays were to blame, and they should wait a little longer. He preferred to believe in the possibility rather than abandon this opportunity. If he could forge a connection with the He family, his future would be bright. After all, he had held his position for quite some time without advancing, and the opportunity before him was one he needed to seize. Approximately half an hour later, a black car came to a steady halt at the gates of Jing University. Through the tinted glass, Du Ming could not discern the interior, but that did not deter him from eagerly approaching to open the door, only to be halted by an assistant emerging from the passenger seat, who gestured for him to step aside. Du Ming felt a sting of humiliation but dared not express his anger. After all, this individual was associated with young Master He, and he could not afford to offend him. As Wen Shi'an gazed through the car window, he found himself momentarily entranced by the familiar scenery and the name of the prestigious university. His thoughts drifted, particularly when he spotted the principal standing close to the car door, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes. He gently grasped his hand, his tone tender yet earnest. There's no need to resist. Some matters have long needed resolution. This time, I stand beside you to confront it together. Let us seek justice for Wen Shi'an, who has endured so much injustice. Wen Shi'an lifted his gaze to meet He Qinian, his long lashes quivering involuntarily as memories long buried began to resurface. He had performed a noble act, rescuing a classmate from the jaws of danger, embodying the virtues of kindness and altruism. Yet, despite his good deed, he found himself cast as the scapegoat, undeserving of such a fate. On that fateful day, he had protested and struggled, but no one would believe him. The very classmate he saved accused him of being the instigator of the incident. Their usually amiable homeroom teacher described him as reclusive and maladjusted, suggesting that his behavior stemmed from a troubled psyche, leading to his supposed act of vengeance against society. The principal, known for his fairness and integrity, uncritically accepted this one-sided narrative, publicly declaring his guilt and subsequently revoking his opportunity for postgraduate study. The wound on his back was nothing compared to the chill in his heart. On that sunny day, he felt as though he were trapped in the depths of winter, frozen and rigid. Though time had passed, he thought he had long since moved on. Yet, the recollection of that moment reignited feelings of anger, resentment, and grievance. Why was he the one to bear the blame when it was never his fault? He sensed the tremor in Wen Shi'an's hand, his calm blue eyes now reflecting a myriad of emotions, unrestrained and raw. It struck him with a sense of shock. In their time together, he had never witnessed such intense feelings from him. It was evident that the events of the past had left a profound impact on Inen, a realization of how helpless and sorrowful he must have felt back then. A sudden ache gripped his chest, as though pricked by a needle. Lowering his head, he rested his forehead against Wen Shi'an's, his large hand gently stroking his back in a soothing manner. Inen, do not fear. You may act with confidence. I am here for you. The warmth of He Qinian's presence began to seep into him, his low, comforting words igniting a spark within the icy confines of Wen Shi'an's heart, setting ablaze a fire of courage. The heat surged within him, transforming his earlier avoidance into a resolute nod of affirmation. Meanwhile, Du Ming, waiting in the vicinity, grew increasingly perplexed by the delay of those inside the vehicle. Cautiously, he glanced at the license plate and model, confirming that he had not mistaken it. This was indeed the car, the heir of the He family. Yet, why was no one emerging? Just then, the car door creaked open, revealing polished red leather shoes, followed by impeccably pressed white trousers that fell gracefully. Long, straight legs descended, leading to a narrow waist encased in a vest, boasting proportions that rivaled even He Qinian's. His skin was porcelain white, with elegant brow bones, a high nose, and delicate, crimson lips. Every contour exuded beauty, truly breathtaking. His eyes, tinged with frost, held an alluring sharpness that dared not be met directly. Wen Shi'an quietly lifted his gaze, the shadows beneath his brow concealing the emotions in his eyes, leaving only the tautness of his jawline, emanating a chilling aura. Du Ming, with a sycophantic demeanor, stepped forward to introduce himself. He Xiao, I am Du Ming, the president of Jingdai University. We welcome your visit to our esteemed institution. As he spoke, he cautiously observed, only then realizing the strikingly different visage before him, handsomely captivating yet unmistakably not the person he was expecting. He momentarily faltered, questioning whether he had misidentified the individual, and felt an odd familiarity with the youth. In the next instant, a tall figure appeared behind the boy, moving with a languid nonchalance, a slight curve gracing his lips, a semblance of a smile, yet his brows and eyes remained stark and cold, exuding an air of aloof indifference. Du Ming quickly regained his composure, bowing and fawning as he attempted to engage with He Qinian, yet received no response. He Qinian's expression was devoid of warmth, his gaze disdainfully surveying the surroundings as if regarding mere ants, fixated on but one person. Wen Shi'an sensed his gaze and returned a reassuring look, striding confidently inside. He Qinian lagged half a step behind, his towering figure shielding Wen Shi'an from the prying eyes of onlookers, like a knight guarding a prince. Du Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, bewildered by the prince's intentions, yet the dynamic between the two hinted at an extraordinary bond. After all, in any circumstance, none could walk ahead of He Qinian. Even those standing side by side rarely did so, for others invariably trailed behind him. Yet here, it was evident that the youth ahead held greater stature. Either the boy possessed an exceptional identity, or He Qinian held him in utmost regard. Whichever the case, Du Ming could ill afford to offend the youth. Wen Shi'an paused before the bulletin board, once more catching sight of the inconspicuous notice in the corner. His alleged transgressions were publicly displayed, inviting the scornful gazes and whispered critiques of passers-by. The official seal had lost its former vibrancy, seemingly stripped of authority, allowing him to gaze upon it with a calm demeanor, devoid of the anger that had once consumed him, as detached as a stranger. Chapter 36. How is it that only you possess backing? He Qinian followed his gaze, quickly noticing the announcement. Upon comprehending its content, a chill ignited in his eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the barrier of glass and tear apart that accursed paper. This thought propelled him into action, drawing in behind him as he balled his fist, striking the glass with force. The loud crash echoed as shards cascaded to the ground, leaving everyone stunned and perplexed by the prince's sudden outburst. Once the glass lay mostly shattered, He Qinian stepped forward, trampling the debris as he tore down the inconspicuous notice. The stark black letters on white paper revealing an Anne's past sufferings. In unseen corners, everyone had bullied him. Just as he was about to rend the paper to pieces, Wen Shi'an grasped his hand, shaking his head, signaling for him to allow him to handle it. Seeing this, He Qinian acquiesced, naturally releasing his grip, casting a cold, indifferent glance over the gathered crowd, his voice sharp as ice. Everyone to the auditorium. I have a matter that requires clarification, and I need the presence of witnesses, especially Principal Du. The moment he was specifically mentioned, Du Ming's complexion turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon meeting the gaze of the young man with azure eyes, a flood of seemingly inconspicuous memories surged forth, and he suddenly recognized the identity of the youth before him. All words caught in his throat, he could only nod stiffly and utter, "Yes, yes, Mr. He." Around them, people began to awaken from their stupor, whispering in hushed tones as they furtively observed Wen Shi'an, who stood beside He Qinian. They speculated about the identity of this distinguished young man, who was evidently being protected by the heir of the He family, suggesting a relationship of considerable significance. Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze, the long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, betraying no emotion, save for the whiteness of his fingers gripping the notice paper. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the moment he obtained that paper, a desire to obliterate it surged within him, as if doing so could quell the turmoil of past grievances. He Qinian paid no heed to the scrutiny of others. Rather, he softened his movements as he turned slightly, whispering words of reassurance to calm Wen Shi'an's tumultuous emotions. "Do not fear. I am here." Wen Shi'an gradually relaxed his fingertips, his lashes fluttering gently as he raised his gaze to meet He Qinian's golden eyes, which radiated warmth akin to light. It felt as though stars had fallen into the azure depths of his eyes, prompting him to nod ever so slightly. The group proceeded silently toward the auditorium, the sound of polished leather shoes echoing crisply against the smooth floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat. Du Ming lagged a few paces behind, his shirt already drenched in cold sweat, utterly bewildered by how a minor incident from months prior had suddenly drawn the attention of He Qinian, escalating to the point of public clarification. He recalled having investigated this young man's profile earlier, finding no remarkable background, save for the surname Wen. Initially, he had presumed Wen Shi'an to be a scion of the Wen family, but upon contacting them for confirmation, they denied any knowledge of such a person. Thus, Wen Shi'an became an unwitting scapegoat. Had he known of the connection between Wen Shi'an and Mr. He would never have dared to act so recklessly. At worst, he would have dealt with his own ineffectual son. Once the public scrutiny subsided, he could have sent him abroad to gain some prestige. And when he returned, who would still remember the events of yesteryear? Now, all he could do was take one step at a time. The auditorium soon filled with people, a multitude of teachers, administrators, and several board members who had hurried in upon hearing the news, all holding their breath in anticipation. He Qinian pulled out a chair for Wen Shi'an to sit, casually scanning the room and confirming that all necessary parties were present before signaling to his assistant that they could commence. Wen Shi'an nodded, stepping up to the podium to check the equipment, ensuring that everyone could hear clearly. He powered on the computer, bringing up the meticulously prepared documents, which were projected onto the electronic screen behind him, as well as the campus's outdoor display. The slides revealed a PowerPoint presentation detailing the evidence of the malevolent incident that had unjustly befallen Mr. Wen 3 months prior. "I am Wen Shi'an," he began, acting on behalf of Mr. Wen, tasked with organizing and publicly disclosing the truth behind this grievous event. Wen Shi'an's voice resonated with a steady strength as his gaze swept across the audience, ultimately resting upon a segment of surveillance footage displayed on the electronic screen. The imagery vividly captured the entire sequence of events. Rewinding to March 16th at 4:17 p.m., the surveillance footage clearly illustrated the genesis of the incident. Instigated by the ringleader Du Jiangyu, who, in a state of drug-induced delirium, mistakenly released a lion confined in a cage, leading to tragic casualties. Classmate 1, unable to bear the loss of a peer, intervened, only to find himself unjustly cast as the scapegoat in this debacle. He switched pages, and the screen unveiled a detailed timeline alongside witness testimonies. Multiple surveillance clips and victim statements corroborated that Du Jiangyu was indeed the principal offender. At that time, Principal Du Ming, in an effort to shield his son, deleted crucial footage, fabricated evidence, and bribed witnesses, distorting the truth and rendering the innocent when a victim of circumstance. Wen Shi'an paused momentarily, his fingers hovering over the keyboard as he retrieved a stack of scanned documents, each page adorned with an unmistakable official seal. These were the police's initial incident reports, clearly indicating the discovery of suspected drug residues at the scene, as well as the positive results from Du Jiangyu's urine analysis. His voice escalated, laced with an undeniable sharpness, revealing that this record was replaced 3 days later, with all traces of drug-related evidence thoroughly expunged. In its stead emerged the conclusion that Wen had provoked trouble, disturbing the animals and causing harm. Suddenly, the electronic screen transitioned to an audio clip, the menacing tone of Du Ming reverberating through the speakers. "Will you choose to silence yourself and study abroad, or will you seek justice? You know what's best for you. I believe your parents sent you here to excel. If you are expelled, your future will be irrevocably shattered." A gasp rippled through the audience, as several teachers involved in the affair turned pale, instinctively recoiling. Although their voices were absent from the recording, they had benefited from the situation, opting for silence or even complicity. Without pause, Wen Shi'an continued to reveal bank transfer records, the recipient being Bai Jinghuan, who had initially testified. The timing of these transfers coincided perfectly with the submission dates of the testimonies. Moreover, Du Jiangyu, following the incident, had been sent abroad under the guise of studying, when in reality, he was undergoing compulsory drug rehabilitation, as evidenced by his registration information at a foreign recovery center. The final slide of the presentation froze on the disciplinary decision concerning Wen Shi'an, the bold red letters of revoked enlarged for emphasis. The truth was unequivocally laid bare. Wen Shi'an shut down the computer, receiving a nod of approval from He Qinian before descending from the platform. He Qinian rose at the opportune moment, his gaze fixed on Du Ming, a smile curving his lips. "Principal Du, you are not the only one with connections in this world. We too have our own." Du Ming, bracing himself against the back of his chair to stave off collapse, realized that He Qinian had come to confront him, unfazed by the potential fallout. He scoffed coldly, "Young master even if matters stand as they do, my only fault is one of mismanagement. But you, so brazenly bold, are you not concerned about your father discovering this? After all, it involves a male." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Wen Shi'an, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 37 He Qinian. Thank you. He Qinian curled his lips in disdain. Who do you think you are to mention my father? Perhaps you should first concern yourself with whether you can walk out of the deliberation chamber. What? Du Ming, upon hearing the term deliberation chamber, exhibited an unusual panic. What do you mean? No one could remain composed upon hearing those words. The nation's highest authority in the judiciary, independent from all courts, was rarely invoked unless in the presence of a significant case. This matter should not warrant the attention of the deliberation chamber. It was likely a mere intimidation tactic. He Qinian smiled lightly, literally, and moreover, the beloved child of Principal Du has inadvertently been sent to the high seas by me. I wonder if he can return alive. After all, that place is not particularly peaceful. Du Ming's complexion drained, turning almost ghostly pale, with unmasked resentment flickering in his eyes. He is still a child. How would you do this? Besides, he was merely a bit mischievous. It shouldn't cost him his life. Oh, is that so? He Qinian raised his eyes nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I detest unruly children, so my apologies. Du Ming wished to voice further objections, but a stern voice interrupted from behind. You are Du Ming. The deliberation chamber summons you. Please accompany us. After presenting the necessary documents, the individuals behind moved to escort Du Ming away, nodding slightly to He Qinian before departing. Soon after, the police took away the remaining teachers involved in the incident, including Wen Shi'an's homeroom teacher at the time. Wen Shi'an observed everything with calmness, meeting the gazes filled with shock, guilt, or evasion without flinching. Instead, he stood tall and straight, his back unwavering. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's windows onto his shoulders, elongating his slender shadow, yet there was no hint of timidity. He Qinian waved his hand, signaling the remaining individuals to disperse. Lin Chun, noticing this, followed suit to attend to the final matters. As people left, the vast auditorium fell silent, the only sound being the wind outside stirring the curtains with a whispering rustle. He Qinian lowered his gaze, only to find Wen Shi'an looking up at him as well. Their eyes met, and an indescribable emotion began to spread between them. It was likely the seeds of love quietly taking root. Wen Shi'an, feeling the heat of that emotion, averted his gaze, his fingers gripping the pen. Just as the tip was about to touch the paper, it was seized by a hand. Confused, he looked up to find He Qinian smiling faintly. I'm taking you to do something joyful, a reward for the brave Wen Shi'an. As he spoke, he took Wen Shi'an's hand and led him out through a side door, taking the elevator to the top floor. The transparent elevator ascended, sunlight cascading upon them, giving their hair a soft golden hue. Wen Shi'an could feel the warmth from He Qinian's palm, neither scorching nor unwelcome, and unconsciously returned the gentle grip. Turning his head to gaze out the window, the lush green campus unfolded before him, while distant clouds resembled fluffy cotton, resting against the azure sky. The breeze seemed to seep through the glass seams, bringing a refreshing coolness. It wasn't until a gentle chime sounded, signaling the elevator doors slowly opening, that He Qinian released his hand and gestured invitingly to the side. We have arrived. Wen Shi'an raised his gaze to behold a rooftop greenhouse adorned with a tapestry of blooming flowers. Delicate blue blossoms formed a winding path leading to a grand piano at its center. He Qinian, the gentleman, took his hand and smiled as he explained. To play a victorious melody at the highest point of school would indeed be a splendid way to celebrate. He paused, his eyes resting on Wen Shi'an's face, his tone imbued with a solemn expectation. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting the little prince to perform a duet with me? Wen Shi'an looked up at him, a rare smile gracing his lips, a gentle curve that resembled the fragile snow melting in early spring, exuding a softness that was both delicate and radiant. At a mere glance, He Qinian felt a sudden jolt within him, instinctively softening his breath, as if fearing to disturb this rare moment of tenderness. Observing his dazed expression, Wen Shi'an took his hand and led him towards the piano. He Qinian regained his composure, his gaze lingering on Wen Shi'an's retreating figure, his smile deepening. This serene demeanor seemed to embody the essence of who Wen Shi'an truly was. The violin had been prepared from early on, its body glistening with intricate wood grain under the warm light. Wen Shi'an settled at the piano, his fingertips lightly brushing the black and white keys. The cool touch oddly reassuring. As He Qinian's fingers descended, the first notes of the violin flowed forth, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, soft and clear. Wen Shi'an inhaled deeply, striking the keys as the piano's melody harmonized with the violin, intertwining like starlight dancing upon a lake, rippling in layers. The atmosphere was tranquil, filled solely with the mingling sounds of their instruments. Without prior rehearsal, their unspoken connection resonated through the music, creating a profound communion of souls. As the notes played on, his smile deepened, and his gaze transformed from initial calmness to vibrant brilliance. He Qinian occasionally glanced at him, captivated by the joy reflected in his eyes, causing the violin's tone to soften unconsciously. As the piece concluded, before the two could fully immerse themselves in the moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Wen Shi'an, who had come to report that matters were settled. He Qinian shot him a disapproving glance, followed by a slight huff of displeasure. He set down the violin and draped his arm around Wen Shi'an's shoulders. "Come, let us seek out the next gift." Wen Shi'an's eyes flickered with curiosity. Gift? As the elevator descended and returned them to the original auditorium, they encountered a girl in handcuffs. As they approached, he recognized her. Bai Jinghuan looked at the approaching youth, clad in an immaculate white suit, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale. This version of Wen Shi'an seemed almost too dazzling. Perhaps this was his true self. Wen Shi'an halted, recalling the girl's desperate pleas for help. Unable to forget her cruel, false testimony, Bai Jinghuan noticed the person behind him, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes. How fortunate she was to be shielded by such a figure, evoking a sense of jealousy. Yet more than that, she felt a sense of relief and smiled calmly. Wen Shi'an, thank you for saving me back then, regarding the past. She bowed solemnly, her tone earnest and sincere. I am sorry. Wen Shi'an paused momentarily, then calmly turned to her, the belated apology and gratitude seemingly unnecessary to him. The police, having received He Qinian's signal, led the individuals away. Bai Jinghuan, witnessing this, chose not to utter another word. She did not seek his forgiveness. Merely expressing herself brought a small sense of relief to her heart. On the spacious campus avenue, an announcement clarifying the situation echoed through the speakers. The melodious background music caused many to halt and listen attentively. As Wen Shi'an exited the auditorium, he walked steadily along the cherry blossom avenue, each step firm, as if traversing a path that finally basked in light. Sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating him and dispelling the accumulated gloom, making each subsequent step feel like a journey toward a brighter future. Familiar classmates called out his name softly, their tones filled with helplessness. Wen Shi'an acknowledged them with a gentle nod. Upon reaching the end of the path, he suddenly turned to glance back at the person behind him and, parting his lips, said, He Qinian, thank you. Chapter 38. A new beginning. His unique, youthful voice carried a slight rasp, neither too heavy nor too light, yet as clear and melodious as a babbling brook. He Qinian was momentarily taken aback. The sun shone brightly, and the boy, clad in white, turned back to smile, pure as an angel. Realizing in hindsight that his Nen had spoken, his golden eyes sparkled with joy as he stepped closer to the boy. His fingertips trembled slightly as he reached out, cautious not to startle the one before him, and gently rested his hand on Wen Shi'an's shoulder. He gazed into the boy's smiling eyes, his voice tinged with an unrecognized, choked emotion. And then you just spoke? Wen Shi'an observed the joy swirling in his eyes, and softly replied with a clearer voice than before, akin to leaves shimmering with morning dew, imbued with a tender warmth. The sunlight enveloped both of them, casting their shadows intertwined. He Qinian swallowed hard, suddenly bending down to embrace him. How wonderful that Maniac can speak now. He recalled the first time he met Wen Shi'an, who had wrapped himself in silence. Later, upon learning of his illness, his heart ached even more. Now, this clear and bright voice warmed him more than the sunlight streaming through the window. Cradled in He Qinian's embrace, Wen Shi'an caught a faint scent of wood from him. He made no attempt to pull away. Instead, he gently lifted his hand, his fingertips brushing against the corner of He Qinian's eye. Involuntarily, he remarked, "Your eyes are truly beautiful. They contain sparkling things." He Qinian leaned down, their foreheads nearly touching, eager to hear more. With their noses almost brushing, breaths mingled as he gazed at those rosy lips, unable to resist inching closer. However, the intimate atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a coarse voice from a distance. "Which class are you from?" Instinctively, Wen Shi'an grabbed He Qinian's hand and began to run, the wind sweeping past his ears, carrying away the unspoken words that lingered. He didn't even glance back to see who had called out. He simply followed his instincts and dashed toward the tree-lined path behind the classroom building, where a low wall was adorned with creeping vines, a secret corner he had stumbled upon during a previous escape from class. He Qinian was being pulled along by him, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, allowing the young man to lead him through the dappled shadows of the trees. He could feel the warmth of Wen Shi'an's palm and the slight rise and fall of his back due to his hurried breaths. The interrupted intimacy transforming into a vibrant thrill. It was not until they slipped into the narrow gap behind a wall of vines that they finally paused, leaning against the cool surface and gasping for air. Wen Shi'an still clutched He Qinian's hand, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of panic, as if to say, "Surely, they haven't followed us?" He Qinian raised his hand to brush aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Wen Shi'an's forehead, his fingertips grazing the heated tips of his ears. "Fear not. It's most likely just the patrolling security who didn't discern our identities." He gazed down at Wen Shi'an's still flushed cheeks, unable to resist inching closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Are you worried about being discovered for our little romantic interlude?" At his words, Wen Shi'an immediately released his grip and shrank further into the crevice, offering a quiet defense. It was merely a habitual motion. Although some time had passed since leaving school, certain subconscious actions were etched into their bodies. Despite his protest, he dared not meet He Qinian's gaze. Instead, fixating on their intertwined shadows, his heartbeat racing even faster than during their earlier sprint. He Qinian wanted to tease him further, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. With a hint of annoyance, he answered to Lin Chen's voice. "Young master, the matter has been resolved. Shall we leave now?" Acknowledging this, He Qinian hung up. As they retraced their steps, passing the bulletin board, Wen Shi'an instinctively glanced over. The shattered glass had been replaced, the former space adorned with fresh papers. He took out a somewhat yellowed piece of paper from his pocket, his eyes devoid of rage or satisfaction, merely reflecting a clarity that followed the settling of dust. He discarded the paper into the trash can and followed He Qinian into the car. A sleek black Bentley awaited them at the entrance, and when Shi'an emerged, his gaze immediately drawn to the prominent golden flying goddess emblem, before landing on a slender silhouette. So familiar. As his eyes fell upon the watch on that wrist, they froze momentarily, instantly recognizing it as Wen Shi'an's. Only he would fasten his watch so tightly, leaving no room for slack. He instinctively took a step forward, but before he could approach, the car door closed swiftly and the vehicle sped away. Wen Shi'an's outstretched hand froze midair, watching as the convoy rounded the corner and vanished from sight, his knuckles tightening unconsciously, the creases of his suit sleeves taut. He could confirm that the person he had just seen was indeed Wen Shi'an, but why was he here? Wen Shi'an studied music, and his school was located in the western part of the city. This was the eastern side, at Jing University, a completely opposite direction. When Zhong, an assistant, hurriedly caught up from behind, noticing him rooted to the spot, and quietly reminded him, "Miss Jiang has finished school. You should take a look." When Shi'an did not respond, his gaze still locked on the direction in which the Rolls-Royce had disappeared, his throat constricting. He pulled out his phone, his fingers scrolling through the contacts until they landed on Wen Shi'an's number. Yet he hesitated to press the call button. The last time he had called, Wen Shi'an had not answered. But why had he not answered? A lingering sense of forgetfulness enveloped him as his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the call log, his gaze fixating on the date displayed. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How could it be March 9th? He distinctly recalled having contacted and in just the previous week. A sharp pang coursed through his mind, fragments of memories flickering, and the harder he tried to recall, the more intense the pain became. Once the wave of discomfort subsided, he furrowed his brows, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How could he have forgotten so much, particularly events so recent? It struck him as peculiar. Was it the weight of stress, or perhaps an ailment? He resolved to seek medical advice. Regaining his focus, he recalled that, if he was not mistaken, the car he had just seen, based on its model and license plate, belonged to the heir of the He family. Yet, how could it be entangled with him? He remained silent for a moment, withdrawing his gaze, his tone somber as he instructed Miss Jiang, "Let us head to the office." Whether by coincidence or some other factor, he felt compelled to investigate personally, especially concerning matters related to Xiaoyu. The assistant paused momentarily, but promptly nodded, "Understood, Mr. Wen." Wen Shi'an re-entered the vehicle, his fingers tracing the name of Wen Shi'an on the phone screen. His eyes darkened with contemplation. He harbored a nagging feeling that something significant was slipping away from him, an element of utmost importance, yet he could not discern what it was. Chapter 39. I have a wife. Aren't you envious? Nightfall descended, ushering in a life of indulgence and extravagance, with luxury cars parading through the streets, their headlights twinkling in tandem with the neon lights that adorned the cityscape. The top floor of the city's most opulent venue had been reserved, enveloped in a mystifying glow, devoid of the raucous clamor found elsewhere, inviting a sense of relaxation. Gu Yanli pushed open the door, scanning the room, yet failing to spot the familiar vibrant figure. Frowning slightly, he descended to the next level. The thundering beats of the DJ's music reverberated through the walls, and as he approached the entrance, a server stepped aside to grant him entry. The heavy scent of smoke and alcohol assaulted his senses, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Realizing that the young elite of Kyoto's upper crust had gathered here, upon his arrival, the crowd instinctively rose to greet him, young Master Gu. After all, he was none other than Kyoto's most esteemed young gentleman, Gu Yanli. Having been a model student throughout his youth, excelling academically and exhibiting impeccable character, he enlisted at 18 and became the youngest colonel at 26, a future brimming with promise. Who among them would not express admiration? Gu Yanli nodded, scanning the room for the individual he sought, and upon not finding them, proceeded deeper inside. His gaze swiftly landed on Lu Qinian, who was lost in the rhythm of the crowd. Clad in an exquisitely tailored black waistcoat paired with a pink shirt, the impeccable fit accentuated his slim waist, rendering him utterly captivating. Gu Yanli chose not to rush him, instead settling down beside Lu Qinian, his attention unwavering. As someone approached, his eyes darkened. Before long, Lu Qinian leaped down from the stage and plopped down beside Gu Yanli, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. "This is exhilarating. Care to give it a try?" Gu Yanli discreetly brushed his wrist where contact had been made, softly advising, "Yin and the others should be arriving soon. Let us head upstairs." "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Lu Qinian suddenly recalled something and pulled Gu Yanli to stand up and leave. As they reached the entrance, they encountered a woman donned in a black mermaid skirt, her exquisite features captivating at first glance. Su Yin playfully winked, pressing a folding fan against Lu Qinian's chest. Her tone soft and flirtatious. "Lu Xiao, why not indulge a little longer? I'm prepared to battle until dawn." Lu Qinian brushed aside her fan with a smile, politely declining. "Not today, perhaps another time. I have an appointment." Su Yan's fan halted mid-air, her gaze drifting over to Gu Yanli beside Lu Qinian, her smile tinged with curiosity. "An appointment? Why not introduce me to Lu Xiao's friend?" Gu Yanli remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his deep-set eyes glimmering with intrigue as he appraised the woman before him. Lu Qinian disliked Su Yan's scrutinizing gaze on Gu Yanli and unconsciously shifted to obstruct her view, tightening his grip on Gu Yanli's wrist. He waved dismissively at Su Yan. "We'll talk next time." With that, he tugged Gu Yanli out. While Su Yan observed their retreating figures, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the fan surface. Suddenly, she called out, "Lu Xiao, don't keep me waiting too long. Remember to accept my friend request. I'll be waiting for you in the canyon." As her voice echoed, Lu Qinian turned back, responding vaguely, "Got it." Gu Yanli caught a glimpse of Su Yan's fan twirling gracefully as she sauntered into the private room. He withdrew his gaze, and casually inquired, "Your new acquaintance?" "Sort of." Lu Qinyu replied, lazily. "She is quite skilled at gaming and plays various types." Gu Yanli nodded, not pressing further. Upon arriving at the private room, He Qinian was already present, cheerfully peeling lychees for those around him, his laughter ringing with carefree delight. Lu Qinyu observed the individual with blue hair, an elegant nose and thin lips, stunningly beautiful, with captivating blue eyes that seemed to have stepped straight out of a manga. He let out a whistle, resting his arm on Gu Yanli's shoulder, deliberately raising his voice. "He Qinian, where did you find this one?" The word beauty lingered unspoken on his lips. Momentarily incredulous as he took in the boyish figure, the unmistakable Adam's apple, the flat chest, and the proportions in that area. This was undoubtedly a striking young man. He Qinian's wife was a guy? Was it going mad? Or was the world going mad? Gu Yanli noticed Lu Qinyu's astonishment and realized he had forgotten to mention Wen Shi'an's gender, softly reminding, "Qinyu." Lu Qinyu regained focus, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, yet maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he approached. "Wow, having a wife makes a difference. Our mischievous He Xiao has become quite the caretaker. Truly commendable." He Qinian paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qinyu, a smile curling at his lips. "You're just envious. I have a wife, and you all do not." Lu Qinyu retorted, while Gu Yanli remained silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Lu Qinyu, feeling exasperated, grabbed a cushion and tossed it at He Qinian, declaring, "Having a wife isn't that impressive. You're still just one among many." Gu Yanli chuckled softly, finding the exchange amusingly crude. He Qinian caught the cushion and placed it behind in an S back, smiling mischievously. Truly remarkable, unlike some people who can only pair up with their brothers. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyu immediately bristled, declaring, "I am straight as steel." Gu Yanli, however, remained silent, merely suppressing the corners of his mouth, the dim light casting shadows over his concealed emotions. "Enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you." He Qinian took off his disposable gloves and introduced earnestly, "This is my partner, Wen Shi'an. To my left is Lu Qinyu, and to my right is Gu Yanli. They're both my childhood friends." Wen Shi'an raised his gaze, his blue eyes glimmering like shattered light, his voice elegant yet tinged with a hint of aloofness. "Hello." Lu Qinyu's eyes sparkled at the sound. He was quite the auditory enthusiast, unable to resist the appeal of a melodious voice. He swiftly dashed to Wen Shi'an's side, exclaiming, "Your voice is exquisite, reminiscent of the popular clean boyish tone, yet carries an air of detachment. Could you possibly say, 'Darling, I miss you so much'?" Wen Shi'an was still unaccustomed to physical contact from anyone other than He Qinian and instinctively shifted aside. However, Lu Qinyu clearly had no such awareness and leaned in once more. At a loss for how to react, Wen Shi'an furrowed his brow in resistance. And in the next moment, a large hand wrapped around his waist, pulling him to sit on the other side. He Qinian shot a disapproving glare at Lu Qinyu, asserting, "He is my wife. Only I can be close to him. You should step aside." Lu Qinyu huffed in displeasure, having finally heard such a delightful voice. He was not about to give up, but the next second, a gentle voice interjected, "Qinyu, come here." Chapter 40, Oh My Ancestor. Lu Qinyu looked up, meeting those warm, dark eyes. He pouted but returned to Gu Yanli's side, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. "Honestly, Xiaonin's voice is more pleasant than yours." Gu Yanli replied, "That is certainly true." He Qinian proudly lifted his chin, handing a glass of juice to Wen Shi'an while pouring himself a drink. Lu Qinyu rolled his eyes, exasperated. "You have no shame. I have a wife." He Qinian retorted with a smile, "You're such a wife-slave." "I relish it." No matter what Lu Qinyu said, He Qinian always countered with, "I have a wife," which thoroughly vexed him. "Gu Yanli, look at him." Gu Yanli was already accustomed to this and gently soothed the little lion beside him. "All right, don't be upset. I brought you egg tarts, your favorite taro flavor." Lu Qinyu glanced at the egg tart presented before him, shot He Qinian a glare, and ceased his quarrel. He Qinian, ever familiar, brought two for an end, declaring, "This flavor is decent. We'll have cake delivered soon, so we might return late. If you feel tired, just let me know, and we'll head home." Wen Shi'an nodded, quietly enjoying the egg tart while observing the dynamic between the two men before him, sensing a peculiar difference from the usual childhood friends. Yet, he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Gu Yanli took a sip of his drink, and noticing Lu Qinian had finished, he fetched him another tart, even gently wiping the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then the serious matter was broached. Qinian, my uncle called and expressed a desire for you to undergo military training for a few months to temper your temperament. Pay it no heed. He Qinian nonchalantly swirled his drink, dismissing his father's words as mere venting, likely a fleeting sentiment that would pass in due course. Gu Yanli was aware of the underlying cause of this conversation. He glanced at the quietly seated individual beside He Qinian. Indeed, this person possessed an exquisite beauty that was androgynous in nature, yet it hardly warranted the blooming of a long unchanged heart after 2 decades. Throughout his life, He Qinian's orientation seemed to align not with men, being as straight as one could possibly be, and yet now, the announcement of his marriage, especially to a man, was astonishing. Despite his strong capacity for acceptance, an involuntary sense of bewilderment lingered within him. Had this individual bewitched him? How else could one explain such a rapid transformation from heterosexuality to homosexuality? Unbeknownst to He Qinian, Gu Yanli was lost in thought, as He Qinian continued, by the way, do not envy us too much. When you meet the right one, marry swiftly. Being single is not a protected status. Gu Yanli's gaze flickered, and he replied with a smile, no need to rush. He instinctively glanced at the person beside him and handed over a tissue. Lu Qinian accepted the tissue, wiped his hands, and carelessly tossed it into the bin, proclaiming, marriage is a grave. Only those who wed would understand. I do not wish to be tethered so early, lacking any freedom to enjoy life. Gu Yanli's eyes darkened momentarily before regaining their composure. He Qinian raised an eyebrow, mercilessly exposing the truth. You've been under Gu Yanli's watch since childhood. He is practically your caretaker. Why do you not find that bothersome? You never complain about your lack of freedom. That is entirely different. Lu Qinian retorted. He is my brother. Have you not heard that brothers are like one's own limbs? Would you grow weary of your arms and legs? He Qinian was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing there might be some merit to his words. Yet the thought of his brother in such a context sent shivers down his spine. It felt utterly unacceptable, even somewhat repulsive. Let's not dwell on that. Let us drink. The group conversed animatedly, traversing topics from current affairs to finance, and even the latest in new mineral energy, spanning across various industries. After all, the He family had been in commerce for generations, excelling in this arena, while the Gu family had a military legacy, and the Lu family had been involved in politics, each well-versed in contemporary policies. As the drinks flowed, the group indulged heavily, with Lu Qinian being the lightest drinker among them, succumbing early and collapsing beside Gu Yanli. He fell into a peaceful slumber, whereas when awake, he was quite the raucous character. Only inebriation could render him docile. Gu Yanli removed his jacket to cover him, instinctively brushing aside the stray hair from his forehead, his gaze softening as a smile graced his lips. At that moment, the sound of message notification chimed. He retrieved his phone from Lu Qinian's clothing, discovering a friend request from Lu Xiao. I am Su Yen. Recognizing her as the girl he had encountered earlier, he was taken aback that Lu Qinian had shared his contact information. As he contemplated, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, only to quickly stiffen. This morning, he had hurriedly left, taking his phone, perhaps having mistakenly grabbed the wrong one. Lu Qinian frequently played with his phone, leading him to develop a habit of neglecting his own, resulting in a few moments of fiddling before he managed to unlock it. After searching for the messaging app among the icons for quite some time, he finally opened the interface, with a conspicuous red dot caught his eye. Upon entering, he was met with the words, prompting for verification. He hesitated, contemplating whether to delete it but faltered. A battle raged within his mind. The darker side suggested deleting it, for no one would ever know, thus ensuring he would not play with others and would solely focus on him. The rational side countered, no, he is not your possession. He has the right to forge friendships and is free. He should not be confined by your selfish desires. Suddenly, he felt a force on his shoulder, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly as he swiftly tucked away his phone, akin to a rat caught in the light, feeling a surge of guilt and fear. "What is wrong with you?" He Qinian inquired, having called out to him multiple times without a response. "What are you looking at so intently?" Gu Yanli replied, "Nothing." Noticing a hint of unease in his demeanor, He Qinian intended to probe further when his peripheral vision caught something, and his pupils constricted sharply as he strode over. "Oh my goodness, how could you drink this?" Wen Shi'an paused, his hand gripping the glass, the coolness of the remaining wine still lingering on his fingertips. When he looked up, his eyes were veiled with a faint haze of confusion. "It's sweet. It's quite nice." He Qinian took the cup from Wen Shi'an's hand, glancing at the remnants of red liquid at the bottom, feeling both exasperated and amused. The cup belonged to him, filled with red wine. Although not particularly strong, it was intoxicating enough for someone as inexperienced as an inn. It was indeed partly his fault for not finishing it before leaving, which had led to an Anne's mix-up. When Shi'an leaned against him, his clear blue eyes shimmering with moisture, gazing up intently, as if drunkenly unable to recognize anyone. He Qinian smiled softly as he gathered the bewildered figure into his embrace. "What is this? Are you drunk and unable to recognize your husband?" Chapter 41. "Do you want to kiss me?" When Shi'an stared vacantly, seemingly struggling to identify the person before him. He naturally possessed a pair of expressive eyes, and though he usually maintained a cold demeanor that made him appear distant, under the influence of alcohol, his blue gaze became misty and innocent. He Qinian looked down at the obedient person nestled in his arms, warmth blooming in his amber eyes as he tightened his embrace. Without lingering, he turned his head and said, "Let us go back," before carrying him away. Outside, the rain fell heavily, the sky devoid of light. Thick black clouds enveloping the night like a piece of ink-soaked fabric. Stepping out, they were met with a chill in the air, the cold rain sweeping over them. Wen Shi'an shivered slightly from the chill, his eyelashes fluttering as he burrowed deeper into He Qinian's warmth. He Qinian glanced down, tightening his grip. Awaiting their return, Lin Chen hurriedly held an umbrella over them, while the driver had already opened the car door. The black vehicle sped through the rainy night, the enchanting neon lights of the city gradually blurring through the curtain of rain. In the car, he settled the person comfortably and was about to retrieve a blanket when he felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, he met misty eyes gazing intently at him. The rosy lips parted slightly, as if attempting to speak, but the words were too faint for him to discern. He decided to lift the person onto his lap, bringing them closer to his lips, and asked softly, "What is the matter?" When Shi'an furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat uncomfortable and chilly. He embraced the individual tighter, using his own warmth to envelop them, and then retrieved a small blanket to cover them snugly. "Are you still cold?" he inquired softly. The person in his arms still carried the scent of alcohol, their blue eyes clouded with mist, yet they obediently nuzzled against his palm, shaking their heads slightly. As they were so close, when Shi'an glanced down to see that He Qinian had undone 2 buttons of his black shirt, his tie askew. Through the open collar, the contours of his collarbone and chest muscles were faintly visible, adorned with a small red mole at the center of his sternum. Instinctively, he leaned forward, his fingertips brushing against the tie, its cool, smooth texture jolting him back to reality. A sudden wave of shyness washed over him, causing him to hesitantly avert his gaze upward, which inevitably landed on He Qinian's lips. Whether it was the lighting or some other reason, a thought flickered in his muddled mind. Those lips are remarkably attractive, inexplicably alluring. They seemed soft, and he felt an urge to touch them, prompting his hand to move instinctively. He Qinian, noticing the subtle movement, grasped Wen Shi'an's wrist, gently caressing the bone, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. "Do you recognize who I am? Is that why you want to touch me?" The audacious words made Lin Chen immediately raise the partition, thinking to himself that the young master was being somewhat predatory, taking advantage of the situation. Wen Shi'an blinked, trying to recall, but his mind was a haze, leaving only a vague recollection of a single phrase. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Husband." He Qinian chuckled in response, pleased, and pressed Wen Shi'an further into his embrace, his fingertips lightly grazing the reddened earlobe. His voice brimmed with uncontainable amusement, so obedient. Wen Shi'an was momentarily captivated by his smile, lost in admiration. He Qinian looked down at him, the tenderness in his gaze nearly overflowing, and gradually loosened his hold on Wen Shi'an's wrist. Instead, gently cradling the back of his neck, his fingertips caressing the delicate skin there. The warm, dim light in the car accentuated the rosy hue of Wen Shi'an's lips as He Qinian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Lowering his voice further, laced with a hint of temptation, he asked, "Where did you want to touch earlier? Do you still wish to?" Wen Shi'an blinked, seemingly not entirely comprehending. But following his words, he cautiously lifted his hand to rest on He Qinian's lips. As his fingertips made contact with the warm, soft texture, his eyes brightened. And he gently poked, soft. He Qinian leaned in, narrowing the distance between them to the brink of shared breath, poised to kiss Wen Shi'an's lips should he desire. Yet, he refrained, instead coaxing gently, and then, "Would you like to taste what it feels like? It's as sweet as cake." Wen Shi'an's eyelashes fluttered, likely because the mention of cake struck a chord with him, and his foggy mind responded instinctively. The misty gaze was fixated upon He Qinian's lips, resembling a kitten staring at a fish. He remained silent, merely nodding gently, his tongue instinctively licking his lower lip, a sight so endearing it sent shivers down one's spine. He Qinian was amused by this display, his Adam's apple rolling slightly as he leaned down to place a soft kiss on the corner of his lips. It was not deep, just a delicate touch, pure and innocent. Wen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback. It felt so soft, the gentle contact so fleeting, akin to a feather brushing against the heart, leaving a ticklish sensation that made his fingertips curl involuntarily. He instinctively lifted his gaze, meeting He Qinian's amber eyes filled with mirth, the intense warmth making him awkwardly avert his eyes. He Qinian observed this subtle reaction, unable to suppress a low chuckle, his fingertip grazing the blush on Wen Shi'an's lips. His voice held a hint of teasing. "Do you want more?" The alcohol dulled his rationality, amplifying suppressed emotions, while dopamine surged, emboldening his desires. He expressed his needs clearly, yearning for more. Upon receiving the straightforward reply, He Qinian's gaze darkened, his voice tinged with a husky desire. "You said it." And then, there's no turning back. Shadows loomed overhead. His large hand at the nape of Wen Shi'an's neck was both warm and commanding, like a beast gripping its prey. The crisp scent mingled with a trace of alcohol invaded their breaths. His heart raced violently in his chest, and his muddled consciousness sharpened, every sensation response, and breath intertwining in a fevered heat, indelibly etched into his very bones. He Qinian watched him intently, taking in every detail, the flutter of his eyelashes, the tension in his waist, the quickening of his breath. His golden pupils were profound, his strong hands squeezing the nape of Wen Shi'an's neck, compelling him to tilt his head back. The suffocating sensation made Wen Shi'an struggle, but He Qinian firmly held his hands in front of him, preventing any movement. A low, husky voice escaped his lips. "Be good, take a breath." The kiss was long and fervent. When it ended, Wen Shi'an licked his flushed lips, contentedly closing his eyes as drowsiness washed over him. Seeing him so tired, He Qinian shifted his posture, allowing Wen Shi'an to rest comfortably against his chest. With one hand gently stroking his back, he patted him softly, as if soothing a child. Wen Shi'an's breathing gradually steadied, enveloped in warmth, his blue eyes slowly half closing, yet stubbornly resting against his neck. His voice was soft as cotton. "He Qinian, don't let go of me." "I won't." He Qinian lowered his head, the warmth in his gaze deepening, his fingertips lightly brushing over Wen Shi'an's furrowed brow. "Sleep now." Outside, the rain continued to tap against the glass, the neon lights filtering through the mist, casting fragmented shadows on Wen Shi'an's serene face. He Qinian held him close, listening to the gentle rhythm of his breaths, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "And then, when you wake up tomorrow, don't forget." Chapter 42. Wen didn't become a stranger. Wen's group. The entire building was shrouded in darkness, with only the lights on the top floor still shining. The assistant pushed open the door, immediately noticing the figure by the floor-to-ceiling window. The flickering ember danced at his fingertips, the faint smoke obscuring the silhouette, stirring an inexplicable sense of melancholy within him. He stepped inside, offering a timely reminder. "Mr. Wen, here are your documents." Hearing this, Wen Shi'an extinguished his cigarette with a casual motion, his pitch-black eyes betraying no emotion as he placed it on the table. "You should head home as well. It's quite late." The assistant set the documents in a corner of the desk, his gaze sweeping over the open project report, the red annotations glaringly prominent. After a brief hesitation, he could not resist speaking again. "Mr. Wen, the problematic samples are undergoing reevaluation. The discrepancies have been corrected. If you need them urgently for tomorrow, I can." When Shi'an interrupted him, his hair falling over his forehead as he turned, concealing the fatigue in his eyes. "Just come in at the usual time." The assistant acknowledged and retreated to the door, pausing upon noticing the ashtray filled with cigarette butts. Ultimately, he refrained from saying more and gently closed the door behind him. The office returned to silence. When Shi'an approached his desk, his fingertips lingering on the cover of the document, yet he did not open it. He was uncertain of what the outcome would be. Would it align with his expectations? The answer remained elusive. After staring for a considerable time, he finally picked up the file, and the first line of text caused his pupils to constrict. Enrolled in the law school of Kyoto University. He recalled that Anin had performed poorly in high school, often trailing at the bottom of the class, frequently absent or dozing off. Consequently, he had been summoned to the school several times. On a few occasions, he attended, during which Anin's homeroom teacher remarked that the child was distracted from studies and required more parental attention. He had mentioned to his parents the idea of hiring a tutor for Anin. He remembered his mother agreeing, suggesting they also provide some academic support for Xiaoyu. However, due to numerous commitments at work, he lost interest, though he occasionally heard his mother lamenting Anin's poor grades, often being held back by teachers during parent meetings. It was not until after the college entrance examination that the day Xiaoyu's results were released that the family felt a wave of happiness. After all, it was commendable for an art student to achieve such results. He intended to inquire about Anin's grades, only to hear Xiaoyu stutter that Anin had not taken the exam. This revelation incited anger in his parents, leading them to hold a separate celebration for Xiaoyu's advancement, followed by a trip abroad that coincided with the start of the new school season. He distinctly remembered his father leveraging connections to secure a school for Anin. Thus, he had always assumed she was attending a business college in the west of the city. To his astonishment, Anin had actually been accepted into Kyoto University and had even been the top scorer in that year's college entrance examination, information she had never shared with the family or with him. His gaze fell to the next section, and he was momentarily taken aback to see her status marked as on leave, puzzled as to when and why she had taken a leave of absence. As Anin's elder brother, he was utterly oblivious to this matter. Just then, his phone on the desk vibrated, the screen illuminating with the name Mom prominently displayed. He stared at the screen for half a minute before ultimately pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mom." The familiar voice on the other end carried a hint of deliberate cheerfulness. "Shi'an, still busy at work? I have something to discuss with you. Xiaoyu secured the second prize at the campus music festival. Your father and I have decided to celebrate this accomplishment. So please return home early so we can discuss which restaurant to choose." Wen Shi'an clutched the documents in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white. Yet his voice remained steady. "Understood, I will do my best." Doing your best might not suffice. His mother paused, seemingly recalling something. "Oh, right. Yesterday, while organizing the piano room, the servant accidentally damaged the keys. Do you think we could purchase an identical one? Xiaoyu has a penchant for that particular piano. If he were to find out it was broken, who knows how he would react?" "Mother," Wen Shi'an interjected, his Adam's apple moving slightly, if I recall correctly. "That room belonged to Anin, and so did the piano. It was a special gift commissioned for his 10th birthday, truly one of a kind." The voice on the other end of the line momentarily faltered, and after a few seconds, it responded with a hint of nonchalance. "What do you mean, Anin? He moved out long ago. It has been Xiaoyu's for years. Besides, it's been so long. Who even remembers whose it was?" Wen Shi'an pressed his fingertips against his forehead, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When did this home become inhospitable to Anin? Even his room had to be converted into a piano room, with everything belonging to Anin now exclusively for Xiaoyu. "Shi'an, are you listening?" His mother's voice jolted him back to reality. Yes, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. The parts are custom-made. We should be able to repair it with the original team. Repair what? How troublesome. His mother's tone grew increasingly impatient. The original one is old anyway. Just throw it out and buy a new one. But the piano belongs to an inn. Shouldn't we consult him about it? Wen Shi'an interrupted, an unrecognized bitterness lacing his words. He suddenly recalled a late-night return home, passing by the former piano room and hearing music within. Upon opening the door, he found an crouched in the corner, gently touching the keys. Seeing him, and hastily stood, claiming he was merely passing by, before turning and fleeing. At that moment, he thought of it as mere childish mischief. Now, he understood that it was an Anne's cautiousness, even around his own belongings. The silence on the other end lingered for a moment, before his mother's voice softened slightly, yet still carried an air of entitlement. Shi'an, why are you suddenly defending an Anne? Xiaoyu is so understanding, obedient, and always considers us. What about an Anne? What has he ever done except argue with us? Mother, when Shi'an's voice turned cold, An is the biological child of the one family, while Xiaoyu is merely an outsider. Without waiting for a retort, he hung up the phone. The office fell into complete silence as he spread out the documents before him. His fingers glided down the column labeled Leave of Absence, where the reason stated was simply personal matters, with no further elaboration. He picked up his phone, scouring through his contacts, yet found no one to inquire about Anne's well-being. As the elder brother, it seemed he had never truly stepped into Anne's life. Recalling the years gone by, his parents often lamented Xiaoyu's plight, urging him to care for him more, yet they forgot that Anne was their biological child. While Xiaoyu had always been the outsider, he had devoted his attention to the more endearing and agreeable Xiaoyu, consequently neglecting Anne. The mere thought of this filled him with frustration. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, withdrew one, then abruptly clenched it tightly, tossing the pack back into the drawer. As his gaze returned to the document, the name of Kyoto University's law school stood out vividly under the light. He slowly retrieved his phone and dialed. Please investigate everything that transpired after Anan moved out of the Wen family in meticulous detail, including all financial transaction records from these years. Chapter 43. Not allowed to embrace? Early the next morning, Wen Shi'an, half awake, instinctively turned over and reached for the space beside him, only to encounter a stretch of empty sheets. Suddenly more alert, he rubbed his eyes, feeling a slight heaviness in his head from the previous night's intoxication, and his memories seemed fragmented, not yet fully returning. The morning light filtered through the curtain seams, casting slender rays upon the floor, while a lingering scent of what filled the air, yet no figure was present. He wondered, where is He Qinian? Gradually, fragmented memories began to resurface, and his hazy eyes cleared in an instant. Had he kissed He Qinian last night? The tingling sensation lingered at the corners of his lips, inexplicably warm. The images from the previous night were like shards of broken glass, seemingly blurred, yet the sensation of their lips meeting was remarkably vivid. He Qinian's warmth on his lips, the pressure against the nape of his neck, and the crisp, cool fragrance enveloping him surged back to mind. His fingertips, almost involuntarily, brushed against his lips, but upon contact he recoiled as if scalded, curling his fingers instinctively. Yet, the lingering heat was unmistakable, coursing through his veins, leaving him inexplicably parched. He pulled the blanket down slightly, exhaling a long breath, and turned towards the spot where He Qinian had slept, a scent of cedar shower gel filling his nostrils. In a daze, he felt He Qinian's hand on the nape of his neck, gently kneading, generating a warmth that enveloped him in the cedar aroma. He felt slightly dazed, as if submerged in alcohol. Wen Shi'an's eyes slowly rolled, inadvertently landing on the marriage certificate on the bedside. He fixated on the photograph, meticulously tracing He Qinian's sharp brow, high nose, and sensuous lips downward. Images of his Adam's apple, collarbone, the well-defined chest hidden beneath the shirt, and the narrow waist encased in a vest flooded his mind. He instinctively licked his dry lips, a surge of dopamine igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. This was an unprecedented sensation, strange yet fascinating. Previously, there had been mornings when he would awaken, yet never with such heightened emotions as today. Swallowing hard, Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he closed his eyes briefly and pulled the blanket closer, holding it tightly for a moment. After several minutes of heavy breathing, he realized this was untenable and gradually reopened his eyes. Unconsciously, he glanced at the person on the marriage certificate, unable to deny that He Qinian's visage was, in every conceivable aspect, the most perfect he had ever encountered. His lower lip bore the imprint of his teeth, slightly reddened as the blanket shifted, revealing porcelain skin tinged with a delicate pink. The secretion of dopamine was nearing its critical threshold. The bedroom door creaked softly, causing Wen Shi'an to freeze momentarily. His heartbeat halting for a brief second, his complexion draining of color. Slowly turning his head, he saw He Qinian entering, clad in a deep blue shirt paired with a fitted vest. The collar was unbuttoned at 2 points, revealing a glimpse of his pale collarbone, a sight that stirred memories in Wen Shi'an's mind. The sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, showcasing well-defined muscles. He held some clothing in his hand. As Wen Shi'an's gaze fell upon He Qinian's face, which bore a gentle expression, an inexplicable sense of shame washed over him, making it difficult to meet his eyes. He Qinian placed the clothes at the foot of the bed and noticed Wen Shi'an curled up in the blankets like a quail, his eyes cast down, obscuring his emotions. He sat at the edge of the bed and brushed his forehead lightly. "Are you awake? Why won't you look at me? Last night it had rained, and the temperature had dipped, coupled with Wen Shi'an's drunken state. He Qinian feared that his frail constitution might lead to a cold. After feeling that Wen Shi'an's temperature was normal, he withdrew his hand, intending to lift him for a wash. Yet, just as his hand grazed Wen Shi'an's waist, the latter instinctively recoiled. "Do you not wish to be held?" Wen Shi'an's fingers unconsciously tightened around the blanket, the fabric's creases pressing into his fingertips. As he lowered his gaze, avoiding He Qinian's eyes, his sight inadvertently landed on He Qinian's well-defined hands, the sleeves still rolled up, revealing faint blue veins that subtly pulsed with each movement. The memory of their lips brushing against one another from the night before ignited a warm sensation, intensifying the heat in the spot where He Qinian's palm had just rested. "Why are you sweating?" He Qinian found it peculiar, although Wen Shi'an's face lacked color. His ears glowed crimson. He had checked for a fever earlier and found none, prompting him to reach out once more. Fearing discovery, Wen Shi'an hurriedly interjected, "Perhaps I slept too warmly." Before he could finish, his body instinctively retreated a step, his knuckles whitening as they gripped the blanket. He sensed He Qinian's hand pause midair, his gaze settling on Wen Shi'an's face, the warmth of his eyes igniting an even deeper flush upon Wen Shi'an's ears and the nape of his neck. He Qinian withdrew his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Anin, are you perhaps recalling last night's events and feeling bashful?" A buzzing sensation engulfed Wen Shi'an as images from the previous night replayed in his mind, warmth flooding his fingertips as he quickly denied it. "No, no." He Qinian observed Wen Shi'an's contradictory demeanor, a soft chuckle escaping him, resonating within the quiet room with a timbre that was both rich and alluring. He refrained from insisting on an embrace, instead leaning closer, his hands resting on the mattress beside Wen Shi'an, effectively enclosing him between himself and the headboard. A crisp, cool fragrance enveloped Wen Shi'an, reminiscent of the scent from the previous night, causing his breath to hitch. "Are you avoiding my gaze because you're thinking of last night?" He Qinian's voice was low, tantalizing, and melodious, brushing against Wen Shi'an's ear. "What do you recall?" Wen Shi'an's eyelashes fluttered, the warm breath against his face sending a ticklish sensation through him. He yearned to reach out and touch, only to have his wrist caught. Instinctively looking up, he found himself lost in He Qinian's amber eyes, which sparkled with mirth, like flecks of starlight. It was overwhelmingly tender. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a faint red mark on his neck, likely from the nails that had scratched him when he was struggling to breathe. He Qi gently kissed his fingertips, affectionately nuzzling his face against him, his movements tender, his tone laced with amusement, but in himself said he wanted it. The embarrassment surged within Wen Shi'an, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. He abruptly turned his head, evading his touch and burrowing into the covers. Observing this, He Qi also slipped under the blankets, wrapping his arms around him from behind, resting his chin in the crook of his neck, his voice tinged with laughter. "I'm not lying." Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something was amiss. How was it that his pants were bunched at his thighs? The realization dawned upon him instantly. Chapter 44. I am here to help you as a man and a single 26-year-old adult. He naturally understood what Wen was doing, a perfectly ordinary matter. Suddenly, warmth pressed against his back, prompting Wen Shi'an to shift uncomfortably, yearning to distance himself, only to hear a warm breath beside his ear, and then, "Don't be naughty." Wen Shi'an's mind buzzed, blankness enveloping him as his fingers clenched the blanket tightly. His breath momentarily stilled. He understood. What should he do now? Subconsciously wishing to escape this awkward predicament. His waist was gently encircled by a large hand, an irresistible force pulling him back. He Qi softly nibbled at his burning earlobe, chuckling quietly. "Where are you running off to?" "I want tea bite." The deep, magnetic timbre sent a shiver through him, causing his eyelashes to tremble involuntarily. His back pressed against He Qi's warm chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating within him. His thoughts became entangled, chaotic like a ball of yarn. "I am not," he stammered, his voice strained, the deliberately lowered tone unable to conceal his panic, his gaze darting away. He Qi's eyes darkened momentarily, his hand around Wen Shi'an's waist tightening gently, his fingertips pinching the soft flesh at his side. In a low voice, he coaxed, "I'll help you." Wen Shi'an froze for a moment, realizing belatedly what was being implied, his face instantly aflame. "No, that's not necessary." He Qi smiled slyly, unwilling to let him escape, his large hand firmly securing Wen Shi'an's slender waist, holding him close. Flustered, Wen Shi'an hastily grasped at his hand. "He Qi, no, I was almost finished." "Then you still owe me," He Qi replied, propping himself up, a gentle smile adorning his lips, though the depths of his eyes hinted at something profound. In an endless loop, he lowered his gaze, his fingers trailing from the nape of Wen Shi'an's neck to his throat, his large hand resting there, compelling him to tilt his head and meet his gaze. In a husky, commanding voice, he said, "And then call my name." Wen Shi'an blinked, his long eyelashes fluttering as he slowly articulated, "He Qinian." Before he could finish, his words were silenced by a kiss. He Qi's expression grew solemn, for the ones we are most familiar with are often of the same kind. Suddenly, Wen Shi'an furrowed his brow, only to have a hand smooth away his furrows. The grand finale had arrived. He blinked, momentarily lost in thought. He Qi observed the dazed figure in his embrace, his blue eyes glimmering with a hint of moisture, reminiscent of the pristine waters of Lake Baikal, beautiful and ethereal. He rose, tidied himself up, then leaned down, intent on lifting the other into his arms. Wen Shi'an regained his composure and gazed at the outstretched hand with well-defined, slender fingers. A blush crept onto his face. Embarrassed, he buried himself beneath the covers and mumbled, "I still want to sleep a bit more." He Qinian merely chuckled softly in response. "All right, let him sleep a little longer." In his hazy state, he heard footsteps gradually fading away, followed by the sound of the door closing. Wen Shi'an exhaled in relief and took a moment before emerging from the blankets, casting a shy glance at the now damp bedding. If left unwashed, it would become unpleasant. Thus, he decided to strip the sheets off the bed in preparation for laundering. With a click, the door swung open, and as their eyes met, both were momentarily taken aback. Wen Shi'an had not anticipated He Qinian's swift return, while He Qinian was surprised to witness such a scene. And then, clad in a bear-themed pajama set, was clutching a bundle of deep blue fabric that resembled bed linens. However, this was not entirely unexpected. Wen Shi'an quickly regained his senses and attempted to conceal the sheets behind him, but they were too large to hide effectively. In his dilemma, the person at the doorway had already stepped inside. He Qinian placed breakfast on a coffee table and beckoned to the dazed figure, urging him to join for breakfast as he was due to report to the office today. Wen Shi'an replied with a soft mm and prepared to wash the sheets. But He Qinian swiftly called out to halt him, "Put it in the laundry basket. Someone will come to collect it shortly." Wen Shi'an glanced down and, realizing the embarrassment of having someone else handle his soiled linens, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Noticing his indecision and the look of conflict on his face, He Qinian inquired, "What is the matter?" "This bedding has always been washed by me, Wen Shi'an stammered, his gaze fixated on his bunny slippers, overwhelmed by embarrassment. He was uncertain how others managed, but it felt inappropriate for someone else to clean his own mess. His voice grew softer, nearly inaudible. Fortunately, He Qinian was close enough to hear, "Isn't it saying he doesn't want anyone else to wash it?" Wen Shi'an nodded gently, murmuring a quiet yes. He Qinian glanced at his watch, noting it was 7:25 and he would be late for work. "I will be quick," Wen Shi'an attempted to negotiate further. He Qinian met his gaze, observing him intently for a few seconds. Realizing Wen Shi'an was resolute, he sighed lightly. "All right, my dear, I'll take care of it. You hurry and eat breakfast." Just as Wen Shi'an intended to refuse, He Qinian gently took the sheets from his hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wanted to say it was unnecessary. He Qinian preempted him. "In my household, we do not expect my wife to wash the linens. Wait here, I'll be back shortly." With that, he strode out before Wen Shi'an could respond. Wen Shi'an caught a glimpse of He Qinian's retreating figure and attempted to follow, but was left wondering where the laundry room was, ultimately returning to the breakfast table. Meanwhile, He Qinian had descended to the laundry room and opened the washing machine, ready to toss in the sheets when a nearby servant interjected, "Young master, this is silk and cannot be machine washed. It should be hand washed in cold water." "Allow me, I will take care of it." He Qinian's lips twitched slightly as he glanced down at the fabric in his hands, finding the situation rather troublesome. The servant retrieved a specialized tool. "Young master, you can simply give it to me." "No need," He Qinian coldly declined. "You go attend to other matters. I will handle this myself." With that, the esteemed prince, his countenance stern, began to wash the sheets. Although he had never done it before, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the task and adapted quickly. Chapter 45. Too much. I seem unable to repay. By the time he finished washing, 20 minutes had elapsed. Upon returning to the room, he found it sitting obediently on the sofa, untouched breakfast before him. It was evident he had been waiting for He Qinian. A smile involuntarily crept upon He Qinian's lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he approached swiftly, enveloping him in from behind and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Why are you so well behaved, my darling?" Wen Shi'an felt a twinge of embarrassment from the kiss, his mind drifting to unseemly thoughts as he shyly nudged his arm. "The pumpkin porridge will taste terrible if it gets cold." Noticing his bashfulness, He Qinian ceased teasing and earnestly began to eat his breakfast. After their meal, Wen Shi'an commenced changing his clothes. He Qinian tidied the table and began organizing the office supplies that he would need, carefully placing items into a small bear-shaped bag. Once dressed, Wen Shi'an struggled with a silver-gray patterned tie, growing increasingly frustrated as he sat on the edge of the bed. He gazed at the tie, troubled. Having seldom worn formal attire, he had only donned a school uniform before university. Since then, his social engagements had been minimal, and he typically wore bow ties when necessary. This was his first experience with a tie of such nature. His inability to tie it properly vexed him, and he pondered seeking assistance. His thoughts turned to He Qinian, but he hesitated, fearing he might be a burden, feeling inadequate for struggling with something so simple. After all, his parents had often chastised him at home for his perceived ineptitude with even the smallest tasks. He attempted once more, yet the outcome remained a tangled mess. Having organized his belongings, He Qinian noticed that the occupant of the room had yet to emerge. His gaze softened as he stepped towards the room. The door was ajar, and he immediately spotted Wen Shi'an at the foot of the bed, head bowed, wrestling with the tie against his chest. His lowered eyelids obscured his emotions, but the tight line of his lips and the tension in his delicate shoulders revealed his discontent. Gently pushing the door open, He Qinian approached slowly. So focused was Wen Shi'an on his adversarial tie that he failed to notice his arrival. In the next moment, a pair of elegantly long fingers took the tie from his grasp. Startled, he looked up to find a handsome face before him. The warmth of He Qinian's breath brushing against his nose, evoking an indescribable sensation that was both ticklish and delightful. He Qinian met Wen Shi'an's startled gaze and chuckled softly. "Isn't your husband quite handsome? You've been rendered speechless." In that instant, Wen Shi'an immediately averted his eyes, biting his lip, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, he felt that silence would be impolite, so he offered a soft, He Qinian adjusted the position of his bow tie, gently lifting Anan's chin with his fingertips to meet his gaze. And in the future, when you speak, you must look the other person in the eye. Do not lower your head or avert your gaze. Eye contact is a form of respect in communication. It conveys your aura and confidence. Do you understand? Wen Shi'an was aware of this principle, yet the prolonged suppression and lack of communication had ingrained a habit of avoiding others' eyes. Over time, this avoidance morphed into fear. He Qinian, observing the beauty of Anan's eyes, noticed his tendency to shy away and promptly urged, "Anan, look into my eyes. Do not be insecure. You are incredibly handsome. In the entirety of Kyoto, there exists no one as good-looking as you. Also, do not be afraid. You have me by your side. Your husband will ensure you thrive in Kyoto, so move forward with confidence. If the sky falls, I will be here." His gaze was heavy, enveloped in an undeniable warmth that immobilized Wen Shi'an's desire to look away. Perhaps it was the earnestness of his words that fostered a flicker of trust in the otherwise skeptical Wen Shi'an. Meeting his eyes directly, Wen Shi'an uttered a simple, "All right. That's more like it." He Qinian smiled, pleased. Mine, it should be this confident and radiant. He retrieved a silver tie clipped to secure it in place and adjusted the hem of his shirt, surveying him up and down. Very handsome, like a little prince." Just as Wen Shi'an intended to lower his gaze, he recalled He Qinian's words and maintained eye contact, feigning composure as he murmured a thank you. Yet, his ears instantly flushed with a faint crimson. He Qinian noticed this and, in high spirits, hummed lightly, "For this week, you will be by my side as my assistant. By next week, the new law firm should be ready, and you will begin your internship there. I have already found a mentor for you." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an's blue eyes filled with complexity and disbelief. He parted his lips, uncertain of what to say, reflecting on all that had transpired. He felt a mix of unease and fear, dreading that this was merely a fleeting whim. When the novelty faded and everything returned to tranquility, this uniqueness might dissipate, and he would once again be cast aside. He Qinian continued, "While you are with me, you can be yourself. However, once you are at the law firm, I may not always be by your side. If you encounter difficulties or moments of unhappiness, do not hesitate to tell me. No matter where I am, I will rush to your side at the first opportunity." His concern stemmed from a fear that Nan might be bullied in his absence. Yet he admitted that he had limited knowledge regarding the legal realm. He could only provide the necessary conditions. The rest would depend on Nan himself. In truth, he could have nurtured Nan to be a dependent little creature, obediently clinging to him as a gilded canary, but that was not his desire. He did not wish for Nan to be a caged bird. Rather, he envisioned his Nan as an eagle soaring through the skies. They were not merely a superior and a subordinate. They were two powerful kings. He longed for Nan to evolve into a presence that commanded respect and fear from all, to become his own king. He Qinian, Wen Shi'an gazed intently into his eyes, enunciating each word with gravity. "What is the reason behind your kindness towards me? I have nothing of value to offer. If it is my family background you seek, it is of little use, for the Wen family would never make sacrifices for me. I possess no intrinsic worth. My studies remain unfinished, and I am rather dull-witted, as you have observed, unable even to tie a tie. The only asset I can present is my appearance. If you are fond of that, there is no need for such elaborate gestures. Simply speak your mind. It feels excessive, as if I cannot possibly repay you." He attempted to frame this as a transaction, despite feeling unworthy of standing on equal footing with He Qinian. After all, the lofty heir of the He family was not someone easily accessible, particularly for a disfavored second son, especially one of the male gender. It seemed even less significant. Chapter 46. Because I love you. Wen Shi'an lowered his eyelids, a flicker of anxiety and helplessness passing through his gaze. "Could you not be so kind to me?" Just as he was about to bow his head, He Qinian forcefully pressed him onto the bed, exerting all his strength to capture his lips in a fervent kiss. Wen Shi'an was evidently unprepared. His blue eyes widened in shock, releasing a muffled sound as he was seized more deeply. He stared, momentarily forgetting to resist, becoming an object of desire. Yet, the man above him did not soften in response to his submission. Rather, he remained as fierce as ever. The heavy breaths grew increasingly intense, a relentless one-sided assault and oppression. Wen Shi'an had never encountered such a side of He Qinian, resembling a ravenous wolf, ferocious, brutal, exuding an aura of intimidation. The kiss lingered until his lips were numb, stretching into a duration that left him gasping for air. He Qinian realized that the person beneath him was awkwardly failing to breathe and slowly released him, yet his large hand remained like a chain, firmly locking around his slender waist and neck to prevent his escape. When Shi'an began to breathe clumsily, the pain on his lips accompanying his awareness. When Shi'an, He Qinian lowered his head to gaze at him, his golden eyes tinged with frost, speaking each word with intensity. "If you continue to say such things, I will kiss you to death." Upon uttering those words, he felt a surge of anger, almost losing his rationality. Otherwise, he would not have said something so extreme. When Shi'an gasped, bewildered, his lips pressed together in uncertainty. "Look at me," He Qinian commanded with a firm, unwavering tone, his gaze heavy upon the person in his arms. Startled by the ferocity in his voice, when Shi'an stiffly lifted his eyes, colliding with the frosty golden gaze that held an incomprehensible fury, like a blazing fire wrapped in a chilling layer, sending tingles to his fingertips. Before he could gather his thoughts, He Qinian's hand gripped the back of his neck, the pressure insistent and unyielding, forcing him to cease evasion. The kiss descended once more, this time more fervent than before, almost unbearable. He raised his hands to push against He Qinian's chest, desperate for him to halt. But He Qinian would not relent. He aimed to make Enin understand that there are some thoughts that should never be voiced, not even in the realm of imagination. His large hands restrained her own, lifted high above her head. Wen Shi'an, who had thought he could finally catch his breath, found his words stifled once more as he was pressed against, rendered speechless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as numbness enveloped his body, his consciousness fading into a haze. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his lips, followed by the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, prompting a soft, involuntary whimper. Only then did He Qinian release him, yet he maintained his position, suggesting that unless Wen Shi'an expressed his sentiments, the kissing would persist. Wen Shi'an glanced up, sluggishly responding, "I understand." Upon hearing this, He Qinian's frosty gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained chillingly detached. "That's good to hear. If there's a next time, it won't merely be a kiss." Wen Shi'an nodded, indicating his understanding, and instinctively reached to touch his mouth, which throbbed with pain, likely from a cut. "Don't move," He Qinian commanded, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Wen Shi'an's lips, where the redness stood out starkly against his porcelain complexion. His eyes softened unconsciously, and he spoke earnestly. "Isn't it only natural to care for one's wife? What more reason do I need? You claim to seek nothing, yet I desire you, Wen Shi'an. You are neither useless nor foolish. Tying a tie is a skill no one is born with. When I have the time, I will teach you, even if you never master it. I will tie it for you for the rest of my life. So, do not undermine yourself. Our Inn is inherently wonderful and exceptional." Wen Shi'an stood momentarily stunned. The words were simple, yet difficult for him to grasp. No one gives without reason, not even one's biological parents. Noticing his silence and dazed expression, He Qinian's heart softened, and he pulled him into an embrace, chuckling lightly. "Darling, I love you deeply and truly. That is the essence of it all. To willingly give everything without expectation of return, that is love." Wen Shi'an had encountered the term love before, but what did it truly mean? Books offered no clarity, and no one had ever taught him. He remained unaware of the nature of such an emotion or concept, for no one had ever bestowed it upon him. He Qinian glanced at his watch, noting it was 8:44, almost an hour late. His eyes flickered with concern. "And then, if you don't get to work soon, you'll miss your first paycheck." At this, Wen Shi'an snapped back to reality and quickly extricated himself from He Qinian's embrace, exclaiming, "Let us go." He was eager to go to work, motivated by the prospect of earning money. Descending the stairs together, Wen Shi'an spotted Aunt Xiao and instinctively reported his whereabouts. A habit formed over the years. "Aunt Xiao, I'm going to work today. You needn't prepare my lunch." "All right." And then Aunt Xiao replied with a smile, only to realize afterward that Anin seemed to be speaking more fluently now, prompting her to question the butler beside her. Did he just speak? Butler su not dead. A gentle smile gracing his face as he watched the pair disappear. He recalled how the young master had mentioned this upon returning the previous night. The servants in the manor were required to greet young master and whenever they encountered him. At the headquarters of Shengming, a gathering of executives awaited the commencement of a meeting, but the usually punctual and regimented president was, on this rare occasion, late. At 9:35 a.m., the president entered the conference room, accompanied by a blue-haired youth, leaving the executives astonished as they promptly rose in respectful acknowledgement. He Qinian strode directly to the head of the table, with Wen Shi'an closely trailing behind him, the icy blue tips of his hair glinting coolly under the warm light. Lin Shun, perceptively, arranged for Wen Shi'an to sit beside the young master before retreating to the side. It was only when He Qinian raised his hand that the executives dared to take their seats. The atmosphere of the meeting was somewhat stifling, with everyone holding their breath, particularly the project department, who were drenched in cold sweat. Their president was notorious for his ruthlessness, and he harbored no tolerance for even the smallest errors in work. He Qinian tossed the documents onto the table, his tone frigid. Meeting adjourned. Project department managers, come to my office. The executives, as if released from a heavy burden, quietly gathered their papers and exited the conference room, casting furtive glances at Wen Shi'an as they passed. After all, he was personally brought in by the president, and with Assistant Lin showing such deference. It was particularly audacious of him to stand so close to the president. Clearly, he was courting danger. Chapter 47. 2 Penalty notices the formidable leader despised personal contact. A female secretary had previously been dismissed for this very reason, leaving her in tears. Following He Qinian back to the office, Wen Shi'an was enveloped in a stark black and gray environment, with cold, hard lines and a metallic feel that mirrored the president's own icy demeanor. It seemed fitting in its starkness. Lin Shun proceeded to report the day's itinerary and arrangements. And only after he finished did He Qinian slowly speak. Get a chair next to my desk. Let him work here. Later you will take him to familiarize himself with the tasks. Understood, President He. Thus, Wen Shi'an followed Lin Shun out, expecting to first learn about the day's responsibilities, only to be met with a penalty notice instead. Late by 1 hour and 35 minutes, fine of 316. He mentally noted this, resolving not to be tardy again. Before he could even tuck the notice away, Lin Shun handed him another, and upon glancing at the name on it, he realized it was He Qinian. The details were similar, save for the amount, 3160 for him. He was taken aback that even the president could incur fines. Lin Shun seemed to anticipate his thoughts and explained, the company's regulations apply equally to all. Not even the young master is exempt. The two made their way from the 52nd floor back to the president's office on the 85th floor, where they began to familiarize themselves with the daily workflow of a secretary. Time flew, and before long it was noon. Wen Shi'an remained engrossed in organizing a substantial stack of documents, having spent the entire morning on this task. The strain on his eyes was palpable. Upon noticing the remaining disarray, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him, resting his head on the desk. This seemed even more exhausting than his previous job. When He Qinian returned, he found his young secretary slumped over the desk, with documents towering higher than he was. He approached and gently tapped the surface of the desk. If you don't want to look at it, take a break. Wen Shi'an lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze flickering momentarily. Was it time to clock out? He Qinian observed his demeanor with a slight smirk, glancing at his watch. It was already 12 o'clock, signaling the end of the workday. Shall we head to the restaurant for a meal? Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he sprang to his feet, as if he had been awaiting this invitation. The 85th floor was entirely dedicated to He Qinian's offices, complete with a specialized dining area where a chef was at his service daily. However, today was different, concerned that he might not be accustomed to the food. He had arranged for home-cooked dishes to be delivered instead. Seated at the table, Wen Shi'an gazed at the adorable rabbit-shaped rice ball before him and immediately recognized the handiwork of Ani Xiao. His eyes crinkled with delight. After their meal, He Qinian led him to the lounge, retrieving the prepared pajamas and handing them over, suggesting a brief nap before returning to work. As Wen Shi'an accepted the sleepwear, He intended to express his lack of napping habits when He Qinian made a shushing gesture. He answered the phone. "Hello, sister." The cool voice of He Jinshu emanated from the receiver. "Anian, come home for dinner tonight." He Qinian tugged at his tie, replying, "I won't be going back. You know my stance on this. Why must you be so obstinate?" He Jinshu sighed, exasperated. "Do you intend to provoke father into a fit before you relent?" "I certainly do not." He Qinian removed his coat and hung it on a rack, then began to unbutton his shirt. "I have finally developed feelings for someone, yet you all refuse to accept it. I will return only when you give your consent." There was a brief silence on the other end before He Jinshu's tone softened slightly, though still laced with authority. "He Qinian, I do not care how you feel. Some things are simply non-negotiable. No matter how much you protest, he cannot enter the He family home." He Qinian's gaze grew frosty as he glanced at the obedient figure seated at the foot of the bed, engrossed in the tablet. Lowering his voice, he declared, regardless, "In this lifetime, I am resolute in my choice of him. I am notifying you, not seeking your approval. So unless there is something of urgency, I shall hang up." "There is something," He Jinshu replied, noticing his stubbornness. Wearily rubbing her temples, she reflected on her brother's admirable qualities, save for his unyielding nature. Once he made up his mind, he would not easily waver. She attempted to persuade him from another angle. "Anian, the He family needs heirs." "As your sister," He Qinian coldly interrupted, "what era are we living in? If you bear children, they too are of the He bloodline. Spare me the empty rhetoric. I am busy attending to my partner." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Wen Shi'an felt a warmth enveloping his back, realizing it was He Qinian embracing him from behind, continuing with his previous activities. He Qinian nestled his head into the crook of Wen Shi'an's neck, murmuring softly, "Anin, will you keep me company for a while? Please." The warmth of his breath against Wen Shi'an's neck caused a blush to rise upon his fair skin, prompting him to shift uncomfortably. He glanced at the artwork on the tablet and ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Truth be told, he was unaware of his own words. By the time he comprehended the situation, He Qinian had already helped him out of his suit and into the pajamas. The two embraced, and although he thought sleep would elude him, he found himself drifting off to slumber sooner than expected. Wen Shi'an has not returned home recently, partly due to his reluctance to confront his parents and partly because certain matters remain under investigation. He currently wishes to avoid seeing Wen Yinyu. However, today his mother persistently called, insisting that he must come home. Unable to evade her summons, he reluctantly complied. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by the sight of Wen Yinyu and his parents, with his younger sister laughing and chatting, creating an illusion of a harmonious family. This scene struck him as painfully jarring, and an involuntary sadness welled up within him. Wen Yinyu, an outsider, was favored by their parents, while he, as their biological child, felt like the true outsider, a bitter irony indeed. Wen Yinyu, noticing his arrival, joyfully approached him, sweetly exclaiming, "Big brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." She reached out for a hug, but Wen Shi'an merely grunted in response, moving away without acknowledging her. Wen Yinyu awkwardly withdrew her hand, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes. Why was her big brother acting so differently today? Why was he so cold? Wen Shi'an took a seat on the sofa, his gaze drifting to his parents, who were immersed in joy. This only deepened his sense of isolation. Wen Yinyu, perceptive and adept at reading emotions, sensed the shift in Wen Shi'an's demeanor but was left puzzled about its origin. This confusion lingered until mealtime, when a usually silent Wen Shi'an suddenly asked, "Dad, since Wen Yinyu's biological father has been found, why not tell her?" The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Chapter 48. Fear. When S. father set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed, and his tone grew subtly tense. "Shi'an, why bring this up during dinner?" When S. mother quickly attempted to divert the conversation. "Yes, let's enjoy the meal. The fish is particularly well cooked. Yinyu, please serve some to your brother." Eager to comply, Wen Yinyu lifted her chopsticks, but Wen Shi'an interjected coldly, "No need, I don't like fish." His words were devoid of warmth. He didn't even glance in her direction, despite having once loved fish. A sense of unease gripped her as she tightened her grip on her chopsticks. How could he suddenly dislike it? Was it that he didn't appreciate her serving? What on earth had transpired to cause such a swift change in Wen Shi'an's attitude? He set down his chopsticks, his gaze returning to his parents. He was never truly a member of the Wen family. They had no right to keep him close. He had his own family. Shouldn't he be with his biological father? Wen's father's expression darkened, his fingers lightly tapping on the table's edge. Shi'an, we have our own arrangements for this matter. Moreover, Yin has lived in this home for many years. We have long regarded her as our own child. Their own child? One could be considered a true child without blood ties. What then was the status of an in? Wen Shi'an curled his lips into a slight smirk, his tone laced with chill. An in is the biological one. She is your flesh and blood. Moreover, Xiaoyu possesses his own home. Our selfish decision to keep him at the Wen residence neglects to consider whether he truly wishes to remain. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mother Wen's face as the spoon in her hand clattered against the bowl, splattering a few drops of soup. What is there to discuss? She remarked sharply. Why bring up an in? Xiaoyu is so considerate and capable. He is incomparable to an in. Let's not revisit this matter. This is Xiaoyu's home. If he is not here, where else could he possibly go? When Shi'an, perplexed, turned to her elder brother. Brother, what is the matter? You used to be so fond of Xiaoyu. Why the sudden change of heart? Besides, Xiaoyu's father is a gambler. I certainly do not want him to return. Wen Shi'an remained silent, his gaze shifting to the ever-quiet Wen Yinyu. Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts? Wen Yinyu's eyes darkened. He had been aware of this situation for some time, merely feigning ignorance. After all, who would not prefer a wealthy and prosperous family? He was no fool to endure hardship. Furthermore, his purpose for being here was to fulfill a task while savoring this world. What traveler would willingly choose a miserable existence? Everything was driven by self-interest. The rest held no significance for him. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could no longer pretend to be oblivious. After a moment of emotional turmoil, he lifted his gaze, revealing a visage of confusion and helplessness. Do I still have family in this world? My father. The remaining words caught in his throat as tears silently cascaded down his cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing Wen Yinyu's tears, Mother Wen's heart ached with compassion. After all, she had raised him for over a decade and regarded him as her own. She hurriedly consoled him. Xiaoyu, do not cry. This is not your fault. It is all your brother's doing. Father Wen sighed in resignation. Shi'an, regarding Xiaoyu's biological father, why bring this up? Moreover, were it not for Xiaoyu's mother, you would not have been born safely, and in an owes Xiaoyu a life. These bonds are debts we can never repay. Let's not speak of this again. Observing his parents' demeanor, Wen Shi'an felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Due to their sense of obligation, all favoritism was directed towards Wen Yinyu. Wanan was to be overlooked and cast aside. In the end, familial ties seemed weaker than those of strangers. In truth, it was merely an excuse for their bias. They were acutely aware of the injustice, yet continued to act thus. After all, who does not appreciate an obedient and compliant child? Since sending him away was unfeasible, they contemplated other means. The meal concluded in a heavy silence. Wen Shi'an initially intended to return to the company, but suddenly recalled something and turned back, finding his mother in the pavilion, arranging flowers. Mother Wen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Aren't you going to the company? Why are you back? Wen Shi'an straightforwardly inquired, Mother, why did you stop giving him his allowance? Why else? Mother Wen replied nonchalantly. He skips class daily and neglects his studies. I seized his allowance to prevent him from wasting it on frivolous activities. This was Xiaoyu's suggestion. That is why we did not receive a call from the teacher afterward. Wen Shi'an inquired, have you and Dad provided him with any additional living expenses? Wen's mother pondered for a moment, replying, I don't believe I have, and your father is unaware. However, he has been at home every day and doesn't require much money. Furthermore, if he were short on funds, he would certainly reach out to you. Wen Shi'an gazed at his mother with a complex expression, unable to suppress his reminder. Mother, that was 5 years ago, and I moved out during her first year of high school. Only Wen Yinyu and my younger sister have remained at home. Wen's mother paused, belatedly realizing that Anan had indeed been gone for 5 years. She had thought it was merely a few months prior. How has he managed all these years? Countless unsettling thoughts surfaced in her mind, prompting her to worry, but she quickly reassured herself. Even if she hadn't provided financial support, both Boming and Shi'an would have. He had fared well over the years. He must be fine. She resumed her task of trimming flowers and arranging them in a vase. Seeing his mother exhibit no extraneous reaction, Wen Shi'an felt a chill in his heart. He parted his lips to say something, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, he turned and walked away. Wen Yinyu encountered his elder brother in the corridor and cheerfully approached him, only to receive no response. He stared quizzically at his brother's retreating figure. That direction led to the small pavilion in the garden, where their mother was arranging flowers. Reflecting on this, his gaze momentarily faltered, and he hurried back to his room, opening his computer to search for surveillance footage. After watching the recordings, he began to form a suspicion. His elder brother had likely discovered something, or perhaps Wen Shi'an had confided in him. Regardless of which was true, he needed clarity. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before his own actions would be unveiled. With Wen Shi'an gone, he could not allow him to return. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit his brother's company to gauge the atmosphere and see if he could ascertain Wen Shi'an's whereabouts. With that thought in mind, he descended the stairs briskly and prepared some afternoon tea to take to the office. As his car halted at a red light, he idly rolled down the window and noticed a striking black Rolls-Royce nearby. The unusual license plate immediately captured his attention. Jing AJCM 25. He wondered who the ostentatious young master was to possess such a plate. It was indeed distinctive. At that moment, the car window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face that made his pupils contract in shock, prompting him to hastily close the window. In a fluster, he called out to the system, "That looks like He Qinian." A round blue orb of light materialized, and a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. How is that possible? Peering through the glass, once more, Wen Yinyu was utterly convinced it was indeed He Qinian. He would recognize that face even if it were reduced to ashes. The countenance, aloof and disdainful, resembled that of a demon. No, He Qinian was far more terrifying than any demon. In truth, this was not his first existence in this world. To be precise, he had nearly lost count of how many times he had reincarnated. It must have been thousands, even tens of thousands of times, each ending with his demise at the hands of He Qinian. The torment he endured was indelibly etched in his memory. He could still vividly recall the last life when He Qinian had gleefully sliced open his chest, extracting his heart, and subsequently crushing it. Chapter 49. Countless Rebirths. I come only for you. The system followed his gaze, and, indeed, beheld that familiar visage. It had accompanied many hosts in their quests across numerous realms, accomplishing every task assigned to it. Yet, in this particular world, it encountered He Qinian. It vividly recalled its inaugural arrival in this realm. Barely having time to inform the host of the mission's nature before the host uttered a misstep, resulting in He Qinian's fatal shot. Thus, they were compelled to initiate a second attempt. During the subsequent endeavor, the system deliberately selected an alternate timeline. However, upon their first encounter, the host met with demise once more. This sequence of unfortunate events transpired repeatedly, a dozen times or more, leading the system to recognize the peculiar rules governing this world, with He Qinian likely acting as the enforcer of these regulations. Yet, before it could validate this hypothesis, the entire world reset once again. They were ensnared in this cycle. But this time, the host finally survived long enough to meet the protagonist, Wen Shi'an. At that moment, the host was a classmate of his, and their bond was quite amicable. It was during this iteration that the host nearly fulfilled the mission. However, upon discovering the host's apparent affection for the protagonist, He Qinian orchestrated his expulsion abroad, resulting in the host's tragic demise in a plane crash. With this failure, they awaited the next timeline, seeking a suitable candidate to continue their mission. Enduring over 11,000 rebirths, this world had reset 3,000 times, while He Qinian had taken his own life an equal number of times. Each time he succumbed, the world would revert, returning everything to the genesis of his consciousness. Their mission did witness completion at times. Whenever Wen Shi'an perished, He Qinian would inevitably follow suit. This unfortunate cycle hindered them from harnessing the protagonist's fortune, forcing them to restart. After countless iterations, the system found itself yearning to abandon the task. However, relinquishing the mission equated to self-destruction, a fate it wished to avoid. Thus, it persisted in a relentless cycle of rebirth. Wen Yinyu cautiously observed the vehicle opposite him. As the left turn signal illuminated, the car departed ahead of them, allowing him to exhale in relief. System, why are you silent? Did you not assert that we would not encounter He Qinian again? Are you deceiving me? The system hastily soothed his agitation. How could that be? Perhaps you misinterpreted the situation. This time, it had expended a significant portion of its power to advance the timeline considerably. Logically, at this juncture, an encounter with He Qinian was implausible. After all, he was destined to meet the protagonist 3 years hence, as a recent graduate confronting the coercive affections of an ascended figure. Their previous encounters had led to various obliterations, prompting the system to initiate the timeline in childhood, aiming to seize everything from the protagonist from an early age, instilling a sense of despair in his existence. The devastation wrought by familial affection could often dismantle a person most effectively. Through meticulous data analysis, it was predicted that before the winter concluded, the protagonist would inevitably resort to suicide. However, in the present circumstances, uncertainty loomed over whether He Qinian had crossed paths with the protagonist. They could only hope that their meeting had yet to occur, for if that were the case, a glimmer of opportunity still remained. Countless repetitions have significantly diminished its capabilities and imposed restrictions, compounded by the checks and balances of the world's rules. It is utterly incapable of probing into anything concerning He Qinian. Wen Yinyu, filled with skepticism, gazed intently, recalling that face, one he could never mistake. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Do you believe I have made a mistake? Is that even conceivable? You have ensnared me in this world, leading to my countless deaths. Now you must provide me with certainty. When shall I return to my original world? The system regarded him, fervently assuring, as long as you complete this task, you can return. So, host, you must exert yourself. Wen Yinyu scoffed derisively. I do not believe you. You have uttered this countless times, devoid of any credibility. Rest assured, this time I guarantee there will be no further retries. As long as Wen Shi'an self-destructs, we shall escape this world. Upon hearing this, Wen Yinyu's gaze flickered. Truly? But then, you would not seize the fortune. That will be addressed later. The current task is to expedite Wen Shi'an's self-destruction. Wen Yinyu pressed his lips together, a knowing smile gracing his features. Understood. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the One Corporation headquarters. He carried his belongings inside and politely stated his purpose at the reception. Unlike before, the receptionist did not escort him directly upstairs, but mentioned needing to make a phone call for approval. Wen Yinyu smiled gently. How troublesome. After a few minutes, he emerged, his expression somewhat grim. When Shi'an had stated he was unavailable, he lingered at the entrance for a moment, feeling discontented at returning empty-handed, having deduced nothing, save for the certainty that Wen Shi'an was indeed aware. Thus, he had distanced himself, unwilling even to meet for a brief moment. Yet, there were no alternatives. He could only return and contemplate other strategies. Upon returning to the company, He Qinian encountered a throng gathered on the 61st floor. He glanced at the time. It was nearly the end of the workday, yet it was unusual for everyone to congregate like this, as it was not a meeting. As he approached, he discerned the focal point of the gathering. Wen Shi'an stood awkwardly at the center, clutching a stack of blue documents, somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiastic inquiries of his colleagues. Noticing his bashful demeanor, a bolder female colleague teased, Secretary 1, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Wen Shi'an, awkwardly pursing his lips, thought to himself that he had no girlfriend, yet he was married. Did that count as having a boyfriend? He was unsure how to respond. The colleagues continued their probing. Secretary 1, what is your relationship with President He? He is such a cold and unfeeling person. Do you not fear standing beside him? If you were to err one day, you, being so soft and adorable, would likely be scolded to tears. What would the president say? Get out and cry. Wen Shi'an contemplated for a moment, reasoning that He Qinian did not seem particularly fierce, and offered a candid response. It's not too bad. The crowd exchanged knowing looks, as if to say, we understand. You need not put on a brave front. Someone even lowered their voice to add, "Secretary One, you are simply too sincere." The aura surrounding Mr. He is so formidable that even at a distance of 3 meters, we dare not breathe. You spend every day in his office. You must be secretly sweating, right? Wen Shi'an was at a loss for words. Sensing that the He Qinian they spoke of differed greatly from the one he knew, as if they were two distinct individuals. After a few more casual exchanges, they were about to release when a strikingly beautiful girl approached. With a smile, she asked, "Secretary One, would you mind sharing your contact information?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Secretary One, this is our department's Lin, the stunning beauty. Getting to know her is certainly advantageous. Quickly, scan the QR code." Chapter 50. I am upset. Why aren't you comforting me? The raucous cheers filled the air, and countless eyes were upon him, causing Wen Shi'an to lower his gaze. Awkwardly clutching his folder, he did not recognize the girl before him and had no desire to exchange contact details. Yet, with everyone staring, the awkwardness pressed upon him like a weight, compelling him to flee, though he struggled with the art of refusal. A whistle blew from the front row, mingling with light-hearted laughter. "What are you dawdling for? Don't keep our Lin beauty waiting." With that, the teasing intensified, igniting an even louder uproar. Wen Shi'an's fingertips turned pale under the pressure, and reluctantly, he retrieved his phone. However, in the next instant, a large hand covered the screen, and a deep voice rumbled above him. "What is everyone congregating here for?" The teasing abruptly halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button. When Wen Shi'an turned, he found He Qinian looming behind him. His tall figure cast a shadow over Wen Shi'an, obscuring his emotions beneath the shadow of his brow, leaving only the cold line of his jaw visible. He Qinian did not look at him, but swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of authority. "Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to stay and work overtime?" Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous group panicked. It felt as if the sky had fallen. The cold-faced king of hell had appeared. Some fumbled for their phones, feigning urgent calls. "Oh no, my cat is about to give birth. I must return at once." The loudest of the group scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh dear, I haven't walked my dog yet. I must take my leave." The others quickly followed suit, dispersing, including the girl who had sought his contact, who merely smiled awkwardly before blending into the crowd. In under a minute, the once lively group had vanished completely, as if a phantom were chasing them, fleeing with great haste. The expansive office now housed only 2 individuals. He Qinian coldly commanded, "Back to the office," before striding away. Wen Shi'an hurriedly clutched his folder and attempted to keep pace. But He Qinian's long strides and hurried pace left him struggling to catch up. Realizing that He Qinian had disappeared around the corner, he decided against pursuing him further. Knowing well where the office lay, He Qinian turned to find the corridor deserted. Noticing that Wen Shi'an had not followed, he pressed his lips together, his gaze turning slightly frosty. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolved to return and find him. At a corner, he spotted Wen Shi'an, who appeared unhurried, showing no signs of anxiety, which made He Qinian both amused and irritated. Wen Shi'an had also taken note of the figure standing at the corner. A suit jacket draped over his arm, his shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing a hint of his forearm, casual yet somewhat rebellious. Moments ago, he was absent, evidently. It was He Qinian who noticed his absence and returned to search for him. Realizing this, he immediately quickened his pace. Just as he was about to speak, the person in front of him turned to leave, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, yet he hastened to follow. Inside the elevator, the atmosphere grew tense. The silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, while Wen Shi'an's gaze rested upon his broad back. Biting his lip, he noticed the man was engrossed in his phone, remaining silent, which felt somewhat off. The elevator ascended swiftly, and with a chime, the doors opened. He Qinian stepped out without acknowledging the person behind him. Wen Shi'an tightened his grip on the documents, his blue eyes flickering. The two returned to the office. He Qinian carelessly tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa and lazily sank into it. His gaze, heavy with intensity, fell upon Wen Shi'an, who placed the documents on the desk before walking over. It seemed that it had some awareness, knowing he was upset, yet would still come to appease him. Feeling triumphant, he momentarily closed his eyes. With an imperious tone, he declared, "I am thirsty." After a brief pause, noticing the silence, he opened his eyes to find Wen Shi'an, who was expected to soothe him, now diligently sorting through documents. He was genuinely infuriated. His lips twitched involuntarily, a frown forming. "I am thirsty. I want coffee." Wen Shi'an lifted his head from the pile of documents, furrowing his brow, and candidly replied, "I don't know how to brew it." "Did Lin Shen not teach you?" Wen Shi'an shook his head, explaining, "Brother Lin said I needn't bother with such things, so he never taught me." He Qinian's rising ire was quelled by this admission, for it was his directive, yet his attention swiftly shifted to the address. "Brother Lin? You call Lin Shen brother?" Wen Shi'an looked up in confusion. "I see others address him this way. Is it incorrect?" He Qinian thought to himself, when one is at a loss for words. They might laugh, and addresses him by both name and surname. Yet to others, he is simply brother. It was utterly exasperating. "Then what should you call me?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wen Shi'an's eyes as he tentatively responded, "He Qinian?" "Ah!" He Qinian reclined on the sofa, murmuring, "Let it be destroyed. Do not save me." Seeing his dramatic demeanor, Wen Shi'an was even more puzzled. Was this not the correct form of address? What then should he say? His mind seemed devoid of experience in this regard, leaving him blank, unable to think of alternatives to using names. However, he soon immersed himself back into his work, for if he could not finish it, he would have to work overtime shortly. After a few seconds of sulking, He Qinian straightened up, gazing at the industrious individual before him, unable to suppress his frustration. Internally, he shouted, "Are his emotions not as important as the work?" Evidently, the busy Wen Shi'an had not noticed him at all, wholly absorbed in the documents. Approximately a minute later, He Qinian sighed and called out towards Wen Shi'an, and then, "Come here." Hearing this, Wen Shi'an glanced at the folder, then at him, ultimately choosing the latter. He lifted his foot to approach the sofa, but before he could utter a word, He Qinian wrapped his arms around his waist, pulling him to sit on his lap. The warmth of his breath brushed against his neck, causing a slight tickle. Unaccustomed to the sensation, he shifted slightly, only to be embraced even tighter. He Qinian leaned against his shoulder, speaking softly, "My Silianin, can't you tell that I'm angry? Or are you intentionally ignoring me?" Wen Shi'an stared wide-eyed, momentarily taken aback, and shook his head in confusion. Seeing his innocent and dazed expression, He Qinian realized that Anin was likely oblivious to the situation, a hint of helplessness crossing his gaze. "I'm on the verge of being furious, and yet you fail to comfort me." Wen Shi'an raised his eyes to meet his, the blue depths of his orbs reflecting uncertainty. How could he comfort him? It seemed he lacked the ability. In his memories, whenever he felt angry or unhappy, he had always faced it alone. As long as he slept long enough, it seemed he could forget. With this thought, he reached out to cover He Qinian's eyes, believing that this would alleviate his anger. He Qinian was momentarily bewildered by this action, but made no move to resist, allowing Anin to obscure his vision. After a considerable time had passed, Wen Shi'an's arm grew weary, and he cautiously inquired, "Is this any better?" Chapter 51. Learning to refuse, He Qinian opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed, gently removing Anin's hand. What kind of comforting technique is this? It's rather novel." Noticing the depth of his golden gaze still clouded with frustration, Wen Shi'an bit his lip, realizing that this approach might not suffice. He Qinian still appeared quite upset. However, he could not fathom what he had done wrong. Was it because he could not make coffee? Or had he misspoken? "I'll pour you a glass of water. Tomorrow, I'll learn how to make coffee. If I said something wrong, please let me know." He Qinian, puzzled, responded, "Huh? What on earth? How did we suddenly arrive at this topic?" Seeing He Qinian's silence and the frown etched upon his brow, Wen Shi'an felt a pang of insecurity. Did he think him inadequate? Struggling, he attempted to free himself from the embrace. He Qinian, unsure of what Anin was trying to achieve, reluctantly released him, his gaze fixed on the small face before him. Observing his expression, as the hold around him loosened, Wen Shi'an felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He Qinian shared this sentiment, realizing that Anin indeed struggled to do things well and perhaps was not suited for this role. "I won't come again tomorrow," Wen Shi'an declared. He Qinian was utterly taken aback. What was he saying? Why would he suddenly announce that he wouldn't return? He was merely upset that Anin had not refused the contact information of another girl, feeling a twinge of jealousy, compounded by Anin's failure to console him. This hardly seemed a grievous offense. Why couldn't he be angry? When the young master's temper flared, his pride would not allow him to concede, insisting that it was Anin's fault. They were already married. Did he not suffice as the only man in her life? Wen Shi'an hung his head, and He Qinian's silence felt like an affirmation. Anin's decision not to return tomorrow signified impending unemployment. The thought brought a tinge of sadness. It was only the first day, and he had promised Wen Shi'an to water the plants in the morning and to bring He Qinian his health report. Now it seems unnecessary. He removed his work ID and placed it on the edge of the desk, rising to retrieve his bear-shaped bag to pack his tablet and some tools. He Qinian, seeing Wen Shi'an's earnestness, suddenly stood up in a flurry, striding over with his ID in hand. He pressed down on the tablet with a heavy tone, asking, "Do you truly not wish to continue?" Wen Shi'an glanced up, locking eyes with those amber orbs, and involuntarily recalled some previous words, nodding slightly with a hint of grievance. "I want to be coming back. You can find someone better." "What do you mean by that?" He Qinian's fingers tightened with restrained force, his golden pupils glinting with a touch of coldness. The implication of seeking someone better sounded like a declaration of divorce. He could never allow Wen Shi'an to leave, not even in death. Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the tablet, his voice soft, still tinged with lingering grievance. "It's just the literal meaning. I'm of no use anyway." "Who said you were of no use?" He Qinian interrupted, grasping his chin to compel direct eye contact. Wen Shi'an, gazing at the furious figure before him, slowly spoke, "I really am of no use. I can't make coffee. I'm truly sorry." "Don't be too angry." He Qinian's eyes softened, and he leaned down to kiss him, finally comprehending that his earlier careless words had led to this misunderstanding. Wen Shi'an stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated such an indiscriminate display from He Qinian, yet this kiss was gentle. It did not linger long, as He Qinian lifted him to sit upon the desk, meeting his gaze. "And then there is no rule that one must know how to make coffee. Is one rendered useless for not being able to brew coffee? If that were the case, I would also be of no use. Besides, I asked Wen Shi'an not to teach you. If anyone is to blame, it is I. I prevented Anin from learning. Otherwise, Anin is so clever that he would surely grasp it at first glance." Wen Shi'an, slightly dazed, spoke in confusion, "But you said you were very angry. That would drive you mad." He Qinian playfully brushed his nose, chuckling softly. "Then it should have simply asked me why I was angry." Wen Shi'an paused, meeting his expectant gaze, and mimicked his earlier words to ask again, "He Qinian, why are you angry?" "Because Anin did not refuse that girl," He Qinian replied earnestly. "We are legally recognized partners, and when faced with someone with ulterior motives, we must maintain distance. For instance, in today's situation, Anin should have said, 'I'm sorry, I'm married. It's inconvenient.'" Wen Shi'an blinked, realizing the reason behind it. "I didn't intend to. There were so many people watching. I was at a loss for what to do, and am not skilled at refusal. I will do as you say next time." He Qinian leaned down to kiss the corner of his lips. "What a good baby you are. If you encounter something you dislike or find uncomfortable, you must bravely express your refusal." Wen Shi'an pondered for a moment, like a diligent student posing a question. "But what if I cannot bring myself to say it?" "Well," He Qinian contemplated, recognizing that for Anin, who lacked long-term social training, indeed posed a challenge. "Provide Anin with a method. When faced with something that others anticipate, if your mind instinctively thinks 'I cannot,' simply close your eyes and utter 'I cannot.'" Wen Shi'an replayed the previous scenes in his mind, attempting to envision himself closing his eyes and saying "I cannot" at that moment. Yet when the time came, his mind remained a blank slate, and the words eluded him. He bit his lip in frustration, realizing that this approach might not prove effective. He Qinian gently patted his head, reassuring him, "It's all right. I will assist in practicing. No matter what I say, you must refuse me." After several attempts, you will no longer perceive refusal as a daunting task. Wen Shi'an nodded in agreement. "All right, let us begin." He Qinian smiled. "And then after we return, could you share your dessert with me?" Wen Shi'an nodded. "Sure." He paused for a moment, brow furrowed. "And then, you should refuse me. Wen Shi'an raised his eyes to meet his, responding matter-of-factly, "But dessert can indeed be shared with you." Seeing this, He Qinian felt that perhaps his initial request was not unreasonable, so he decided to pose a more audacious one. "Tonight, I want a baby to accompany me to sleep. Is that permissible?" Wen Shi'an hesitated briefly before nodding. He was unsure why he acquiesced, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. He Qinian, perplexed by this response, tried several more times, but no matter how outrageous his requests were, and would only falter momentarily before ultimately conceding. Realizing this method was ineffective, he refrained from pressing further, glancing at his watch and noting that it was getting late. "And then, let us head home first and practice later." "Oh," Wen Shi'an replied, beginning to gather his belongings. As they descended the stairs together, they unexpectedly encountered an individual. Chapter 52. Elder brother, that is not my home. He Qinian was the first to notice, pausing momentarily and shielding in from the setting sun before resuming his task of covering the boy's eyes. Wen Shi'an stood beside a silver-gray Bentley, clad in a light-colored suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips as the swirling smoke obscured his features. His handsome and refined demeanor, coupled with a hint of melancholy, caught the attention of passers-by. When his gaze fell ahead, it halted abruptly, taking in a tall figure bent over, shielding the youth's eyes. Both clad in suits of contrasting colors. Their pocket squares matched in hue, and judging by the style, it was evident that they were designed by the same creator, reminiscent of couples' attire. Frowning at his sudden thoughts, he had not anticipated encountering an here, particularly under such circumstances. Instinctively, he extinguished his cigarette, and appeared slightly fuller than before. The suit fit him snugly, no longer looking oversized. He had seen it in a suit before, but never had he appeared so perfectly tailored, resembling a little prince emerging from a castle, exquisite and elegant. The cold, piercing gaze was hard to ignore as he raised his eyes to meet Anne's, and in that moment, the air thickened, as if sparks were colliding. They resembled lions patrolling their territory, meeting at the boundary, with the tension of an impending confrontation. He unconsciously clenched the cuff of his sleeve, his throat constricting as he suppressed the oppressive sensation before him, while the other party remained cold and indifferent, their brows and eyes betraying a sense of aloofness. After a brief standoff, he was the first to avert his gaze, stepping forward. He Qinian observed with surprise, feeling a wave of irritation rise within him at the thought of something unpleasant intruding upon his cherished possession. It was truly vexing, almost murderous. Wen Shi'an felt that the moment of having his eyes covered had stretched a bit too long, yet he did not resist, subconsciously leaning into the familiarity. Just as the hand over his eyes shifted slightly, he spoke. "He Qinian?" "Present," He Qinian replied. Given the circumstances, even if he wished for an not to see, it seemed unavoidable. After a moment's thought, he decided to seek An's opinion. "An, your elder brother is here. Do you wish to see him? If not, we can simply get in the car and ignore him." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback, then reflected. His brother? What was he doing here? As he pondered, Wen Shi'an had already approached, and upon seeing An up close, he realized that he appeared strikingly different from before. What exactly had changed? He could not articulate, but there was an undeniable brightness about him. "An, do you not wish to see your brother?" He Qinian instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Wen Shi'an, his gaze frosty. How can one be so irresponsible and still call themselves a brother? Truly shameless. Wen Shi'an frowned, surprised by He Qinian's lack of decorum, which contrasted sharply with the rumors he had heard. Ignoring him, he focused on Wen Shi'an, calling out to him as usual, and then, hearing his name again, Wen Shi'an gently tapped He Qinian's hand, reassuringly saying, "It's fine, let go." Upon hearing this, He Qinian hesitated for a moment before finally releasing his grip. The fading sunlight pierced his eyes, causing him to squint momentarily before gradually adjusting and looking calmly at the person before him. He politely but distantly greeted brother. Seeing him call out, Wen Shi'an's eyes lit up with joy. "An, I tried calling and messaging you, but you never responded. Are you angry with your brother?" "I'm not," Wen Shi'an interrupted. "I'm not upset with you. I've just been preoccupied with matters lately." The first part of his statement was true. He wasn't angry. Yet the latter half was a fabrication, for he had neither received messages nor phone calls. However, he no longer cared to dwell on it, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Wen Shi'an sighed in relief, his tone adopting a more cautious note. Do you have time now? I wanted to discuss the previous matters regarding our parents. Brother. Wen Shi'an finally lifted his gaze, his expression calmer than before, yet laced with an unspoken distance. There's no need to revisit the past. It's getting late. And you should return home. Wen Shi'an was puzzled by this, wanting to step closer to Anin, but upon meeting that cold, fierce gaze, he hesitated and took a half-step back. He then looked at Wen Shi'an and asked, Anin, are you not going home with your brother? Wen Shi'an lowered his eyes to avoid that overly eager gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tightening around his sleeve, his lashes fluttering slightly. As Wen Shi'an observed his brother's reluctance to respond, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Anin, he began, although I have yet to thoroughly investigate the previous matters. I am acutely aware that you have endured considerable grievances. I sincerely apologize for my negligence towards your feelings and for the mistakes I have made. However, from this moment forth, I assure you that such occurrences shall not transpire again. You are my dear brother, the young master of the Wen family, cherished by our parents. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest injustice. Trust me, return home with me. He Qinian's gaze grew frigid, his fingers unconsciously curling. He harbored concerns about whether Anin would acquiesce to returning. Wen Shi'an inquired, but what about Wen Shi'an? Wen Shi'an explained, I will endeavor to persuade our parents to send him away. After all, he is merely an outsider, while you are a true child of the Wen family. Wen Shi'an relaxed his clenched fists, uncertain as to why he had posed that question. Upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. His disappointment had accumulated into a long-lasting scar, one that no longer pained him, yet remained unhealed, leaving behind a mark in his heart. Had this been before, he might have readily agreed, but now, he felt a sense of reluctance. Raising his gaze, he met his brother's hopeful expression with a serene, almost detached clarity. Brother, he spoke softly yet with unassailable conviction. You should return. That place is no longer my home. Wen Shi'an's countenance froze instantly, his throat constricted as he spoke, tinged with a touch of bitterness. Anin, how can you say that? It is your home, the place where you have grown up. How could not be? I had your room tidied and the piano repaired. Everything remains just as it was. But it is not my home, Wen Shi'an replied calmly, fixing his gaze upon Wen Shi'an. You should go back, brother. After uttering those words, he turned to He Qinian. Let us depart. He Qinian was pleased with this outcome, a smile deepening in his eyes. Very well. Wen Shi'an attempted to call out to Anin, but the imposing figure of He Qinian obstructed him. Unwilling to concede so easily, he realized that missing this opportunity might render any future meeting with Anin nearly impossible. He hurriedly pursued, reaching out to grasp him. Chapter 53. My wife in the future. Address matters with me first. He Qinian wrapped his arm around Anin's shoulder, drawing him close and evading Wen Shi'an's reach. His gaze sharp with an implicit warning. You should leave. Wen Shi'an's hand hung, suspended in the air, watching as He Qinian shielded Wen Shi'an protectively. A tumult of dissatisfaction swirling in his eyes. Yet, confronted by He Qinian's icy stare, he instinctively withdrew. I am Anin's elder brother. What right do you have to make decisions for him here? He Qinian did not meet his gaze, instead lowering his hand to gently ruffle Anin's hair, his tone softening. You go to the car first. I will have a brief conversation with your brother. It won't take long. Wen Shi'an glanced up at He Qinian's smiling face, and then at Wen Shi'an, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding. I'll wait for you in the car. All right, He Qinian replied with a smile. Watching him leave, and noticing Anin's glance back, he raised a hand to signal reassurance. As the car door closed, the gentleness on his face instantly faded, and he turned to gaze at Wen Shi'an, his expression so frigid it could freeze the air. On the path home, Anin walked only if he wished to, and he, unwilling, could not be taken by anyone. He stepped forward, his presence compelling Wen Shi'an to instinctively retreat. You claim to be his elder brother, yet where were you when he was neglected and wronged? Now that you wish to take him back, it is too late. He belongs to me now, and no one can snatch him away. Wen Shi'an's face paled as his words struck him, his clenched fists turning blue at the knuckles. After several strained gulps, he managed to voice his thoughts. I acknowledge my past faults, but I wish to make amends. Anin is part of the Wen family. He is my brother, and I cannot bear to see him tread a path of no return. He is not like you. He is not that kind of person. He deserves a bright future and to meet someone he loves, to share a lifetime together. He should not be subjected to the remnants of your cruel words, which he would never wish to bear. Therefore, I implore you, He shall, to spare Anin and not ruin him. Oof. He Qinian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain and loathing. Your words may sound noble, but they merely reflect your fear of Anin escaping the control of the Wen family, leaving your pitiful hearts with no outlet for their solace. Your so-called atonement is nothing more than an attempt to alleviate your own guilt for the past. But once harm has been done, it cannot be undone. Apologies and reparations are futile. Only empathy matters. In an instant, his gaze hardened, and he seized Wen Shi'an by the throat, lifting him gradually. The glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. On the night of August 25th, Anin was stalked by thugs, and he called you. Do you wonder why Anin was silent? It was because he had become mute, unable to speak for a long time. And you know well how you responded. That night, his hand was deeply cut, bleeding profusely, with bruises scattered across his body, pitifully sitting in a police station chair, awaiting confinement. It was I who bailed him out and took him for treatment. On the afternoon of September 1st, a bank was terrorized, and Anin was taken hostage. It was I who rescued him. That night, when Anin had a fever, I watched over him the entire night. Where were you during all these events? Wen Shi'an, shocked, felt his pupils constrict, disbelief flashing in his eyes, momentarily forgetting to struggle as the sensation of suffocation washed over him. So many things had transpired unbeknownst to him. Anin had not chosen silence, but had suffered from mutism. How desperate and helpless must Anin have felt that night. And no wonder he was so cold when they met in the hospital later. If only he had persevered a little longer. Perhaps Anin would not have endured all this suffering. In the shadows where he could not see, Anin had silently borne such torment. He truly deserved to be punished. He Qinian tightened his grip further, his aura enveloping Wen Shi'an entirely, the frost in his gaze nearly spilling over. You speak of a beautiful future for him, of meeting someone to cherish for a lifetime. I must ask, who was it that personally destroyed Anin's promising future? It is you, a group of self-proclaimed family members who, blinded by your loyalty to an outsider, have chosen to disregard and distrust Anin, thus leading to the current predicament. To be with me would be to ruin him. I can offer him power, wealth, and everything he desires within reach. I can provide him with unparalleled affection, unwavering trust, and the absolute ability to support him unconditionally, regardless of his circumstances. Yet you, incapable of offering him anything, stand on the moral high ground to accuse me. Who endowed you with such audacity? Jesus? Each word, cold and somber, struck like a hammer on Wen Shi'an's heart. He yearned to retort, yet found himself devoid of any justification. It seems the truth aligns with what He Qinian articulated. You can provide Anin with nothing, not even the scant remnants of familial love. How utterly ludicrous! He Qinian cast a glance at the ashen-faced Wen Shi'an, delivering a warning that brooked no dissent. Cease your pretense of caring for Anin as a guise to wrest him from my side. What I can offer Anin far surpasses what the entire Wen family could provide, so do not disturb him with your futile attempts at reparation. If you truly cared for him, distance yourself from him and his beautiful life. After all, he no longer desires your presence. Upon concluding his words, he noticed the car window slowly descending, releasing the man on the verge of suffocation, casually adjusting his collar. With a low, derisive laugh, he remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate to share a meager blood relation with Anin. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you to meet Jesus and find eternal bliss." As his words hung in the air, he turned slightly towards the vehicle, offering a subtle smile to indicate that all was well. As he departed, he cast a serious glance back, enunciating each word with gravitas. "My people will reach out to me first in times of trouble." He then took his leave. Wen Shi'an coughed, exhaling deeply, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure, his fingertips turning pale, yet lacking the courage to step forward and intervene. The ache in his chest compelled him to bend slightly, the air he exhaled carrying a chill. He watched the black Rolls-Royce recede into the distance until it vanished from sight, slowly relaxing his stiffened grip. And then, he murmured, followed by a self-deprecating smile, realizing the perpetrator's audacity in seeking forgiveness through paltry compensation. How utterly ridiculous! At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, a voice on the other end conveyed, "Mr. Wen, we have uncovered all the details regarding the young master's departure from the Wen family. The information is extensive, and I cannot send the files. What do you suggest?" Wen Shi'an tightened his grip on the phone. "Send me the address. I will come to collect it personally." Chapter 54. Is it too late? In the cafe's private room, a man handed over the documents. "Mr. Wen, everything that transpired after the young master left the Wen family is contained herein." "That's incorrect," Wen Shi'an interjected, correcting him sternly. "He is not the young master. He is the little master. The Wen family has always had only an in." The assistant beside him, taken aback, recalled that he had been present when Mr. Wen first assumed control of the group, having witnessed the growth of the Wen family's children firsthand. To speak of the most unfortunate, one must consider the younger brother of General Wen. In a mere 6 years, he transformed from a cheerful and bright young lad into a reclusive and morose adolescent. When Master Wen was lively and full of mischief, they remarked upon his lack of decorum and maturity. However, when he ceased to cry and fuss, they labeled him as solitary and sullen, comparing him unfavorably to Wen's adopted son. The root of this plight lies in the family's favoritism and General Wen's inability to perceive the truth. Yet, those involved remain oblivious. At times, when he attempts to offer a gentle reminder, General Wen dismisses it as mere childishness, suggesting that it can be easily soothed. The reality, however, is one of consistent neglect and forgetfulness. The suddenness of this change is indeed surprising, leaving one to ponder whether it is too late for redemption. Wen Shi'an took the documents and began to peruse them. And had moved out during her first year of high school, a transition facilitated by him when he found her a residence in the most desirable area near the school, complete with all necessary amenities and security, even arranging for 2 bodyguards. Yet, upon reaching the address section, he could not help but furrow his brow. Why did it indicate that Nen resided in a village within the city? Did I not secure her a proper home for her to inhabit? The investigator, Su Ji, promptly replied, "Young Master Wen lived there for 3 months, but later, the madam stopped his bank card to compel him to return to school. Lacking funds for rent, he vacated the premises." Wen Shi'an, puzzled, looked up at his assistant. "Did I not instruct you to purchase that property? How did this transpire?" The assistant, taken aback that this matter involved him, hesitated momentarily before retrieving his notes, relieved that he had documented certain uncertain matters. "On March 15th, in the afternoon, I was indeed prepared to sign the contract, but young Master Xiao Yu visited the company and, upon hearing of the situation, suggested postponing the acquisition. He reasoned that once young Master Wen ran out of money, he would naturally return home. General Wen concurred with this logic and agreed to follow young Master Xiao Yu's advice. Therefore, the house was not purchased, and the funds intended for it were returned to young Master Xiao Yu." After absorbing this information, Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, questioning, "Then why was that money given to him?" The assistant, at a loss for words, cast an exasperated glance. "Because young Master Xiao Yu claimed he had no pocket money that month, and without hesitation, you instructed me to transfer the funds to him. I have the transaction records and the reasons noted here." Wen Shi'an glanced at the assistant's phone without uttering a word, continuing to read further until he discovered the reason for an suspension from university. A chill crept into his gaze upon realizing that Peking University would take such actions, unaware that Nen was a scion of the Wen family. Did the principal, Du Ming, not wish to retain his position? He would call him immediately to inquire, "Does Peking University truly condone bullying based on status?" Observing his ire, the assistant hastily prepared to act, only to hear a voice with a weighty tone. "It seems we may need to visit the prison to see Du Ming. If we delay, we might only be left to collect a corpse." Su Ji continued to elaborate. "A few days ago, during the university's anniversary celebrations, young Master, he personally accompanied young Master Wen to the school, elucidating the truth of the earlier incident. The disciplinary action against young master Wen was revoked, and Principal Du Ming has been sent to the Judicial Bureau. The circumstances originally did not warrant capital punishment. However, it was later discovered that he embezzled public funds and accepted bribes, leading to an immediate death sentence announced in court, seemingly executed today. When Shi'an's gaze shifted slightly, as if he were perpetually a step too late. In the years following Anne's departure, whenever he recalled her even once, perhaps he could have avoided such a fate. During high school, when he faced bullying from his classmates, his first instinct was not to confide in his family, but to dye his hair and get ear piercings, all in an effort to appear less vulnerable. Thus, from that moment, Anne had already lost faith in them. Contemplating this, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. How had Anne survived all these years without any financial support? Su Ji remarked. Young master Wen made remarkable academic progress in his second year of high school, securing the top position in his grade and participating in various competitions, earning considerable prizes. He cautiously glanced at Wen Shi'an's expression before continuing. Madam rarely visited the school because of young master Wen's academic achievements. Eventually, she ceased to go altogether, leading young master Wen to claim he was an orphan, applying for financial aid and scholarships. When all was added together, it barely covered tuition and living expenses, with additional income from tutoring during holidays and Wen Shi'an earning money by cleaning homes. In this manner, they managed to scrape by. Wen Shi'an could hardly fathom that it had endured such a meager existence for 5 years, a young master reduced to tutoring others. Merely envisioning this scene filled him with profound sorrow. No wonder Anne was reluctant to return. Observing the family gathered around Wen Yinyu, while he felt like an outsider, perpetually in the wrong, how deeply must that have hurt? At that tender age, when his pride soared, how could he bear to expose his wounds and humiliation? For him, distancing himself may have seemed the best solution. Yet, they perceived Anne as reclusive and indifferent, unaware that it stemmed from a heart shattered by disappointment. As for Anne's university years, young master Wen's exceptional grades granted him tuition and miscellaneous fees exemption. Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze to the documents, fixating on that familiar 1-inch photograph, the features marked by a chilling detachment. Once, Anne had not been like this. Her lively spirit was her essence, a reality they had crafted themselves. With all the facts laid bare before him, a sudden, acute pain pierced his heart, and he felt a choking sensation in his throat. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. For an instant, Wen Shi'an seemed to relive that night, when Anne was punished to kneel in the courtyard, the summer rain pouring down heavily. The slender figure of the boy resembled a fragile willow, his white school shirt soaked through, clinging to his gaunt back. The contours of his shoulder blades were starkly visible, with raindrops cascading from his tousled hair. He held the umbrella over Anne's head, speaking with a hint of tenderness. Do not be stubborn. Admit your mistakes to our parents. I am not at fault. And articulated each word clearly, gazing up at his elder brother, asserting that pity does not equate to righteousness. At that time, he merely thought and was obstinate, unwilling to acknowledge his errors. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had never even inquired about the reasons behind it all. Let him admit his faults. Is it not a manifestation of distrust? Such occurrences seem to transpire repeatedly, with them consistently favoring the weak. Yet they fail to ponder the true essence of the matter. And it has endured countless grievances and injustices throughout these episodes. It turns out he was complicit, bullying and alongside his parents, indistinguishable from the aggressors. In the end, Anne gazed at him with disappointment, gradually distancing himself. The assistant and Su Ji hurriedly approached. One, are you all right? We must get you to the hospital. Chapter 55. Don't cry. He Qinian. Inside the car, He Qinian observed Anne, who was fixated on the scenery outside, silent as ever. Though he was not one for many words, this silence seemed tinged with a melancholic hue. He reached out, drawing Anne into his embrace. Our little treasure is upset. What shall we do? Upon hearing this endearment, Anne's long lashes fluttered slightly. When I was young, they used to call me little treasure too, but it seems they forgot over time. He Qinian paused, realization dawning upon him about who they were. His heart ached, tightening his embrace as he pressed a gentle kiss to Anne's forehead. It matters not that they have forgotten. I shall never forget. From now on, and it will be my little treasure alone. He chuckled softly, his tone tender and affectionate. Little treasure, and then my dear little treasure. Come, tell your brother. Are you unhappy? And then found himself seated on He Qinian's lap, gazing into his sparkling eyes, which seemed to radiate light. He held that gaze, realizing that he was not truly unhappy. Rather, he felt a sudden sense of not needing them anymore. In his childhood, he perceived his elder brother and parents as having transformed into different people, suddenly devoid of love for him. At that time, he was bewildered and distressed, yearning for their attention and affection, which led him to act out. He would mischievously hide, hoping they would seek him out, but he would wait and wait until nightfall arrived, and they still did not come for him. He was merely in the attic, yet they remained oblivious, choosing instead to accompany Wen Shi'an to the sea. After several more attempts to garner their attention, they merely remarked that he was being unreasonable, contrasting him unfavorably with Wen Shi'an's sweetness. It was then that he seemed to awaken to a realization. He ceased his weeping and clinging to them until he grew older, only to be told that he was reclusive and unlikable. These words followed him from middle school through university, gradually leading him to speak less. Eventually, due to the emotional turmoil, he developed selective mutism, rendering him unable to speak. They perceived him as increasingly aloof, likening him to a vengeful spirit, dark and sinister, always plotting against Wen Shi'an. There was a day when he genuinely contemplated murder, desiring to slay the perpetrator who had taken everything from him. Yet, upon grasping the knife, he faltered. He chuckled bitterly at his own weakness. He Qinian, feeling a pang of sympathy, held him tightly, whispering softly, "My little treasure, you are the bravest person in this world." Wen Shi'an could not resist drawing closer to his chest. It was truly warm, and listening to the vigorous beating of his heart brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. However, it was actually a call from Aunt Xiao, inquiring whether I was heading home and if I needed to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Thus, I relinquished that thought. I hastily departed from the Wen household, purchased soy sauce at the corner shop, and returned home to dine with Aunt Xiao. During my second year of high school, my living expenses were halted, and Aunt Xiao was dismissed by the Wen family. I found myself facing homelessness and an inability to pay my tuition fees. Yet I was unwilling to return and admit my mistakes, unwilling to bow my head in defeat. Aunt Xiao did not pry further. She simply urged me to focus on my studies, assuring me that I need not worry about the rest. At that time, she too had to support her family and could not spare any extra funds. She went door to door, offering cleaning services and paid my tuition, even helping me move to a new place. In truth, during that period, I often went hungry, enduring a life of hardship. I pondered why, as a child of the Wen family, I was subjected to such harsh treatment. When I found it difficult to comprehend, I threw myself into my studies. And by the end of the first semester of my second year, I had become the top student in my grade. I was qualified to participate in various competitions and apply for school scholarships. During that time, I was still able to communicate and, during breaks, ventured out to tutor. I spent my days darting between 4 different neighborhoods, often so exhausted that I could sleep standing up. Returning home became my sole aspiration. Fortunately, the parents and students I encountered were wonderful, and the pay was decent, allowing me to feel somewhat useful. He Qinian felt a pang of emotion. At such a young age, to be able to sustain oneself through sheer effort was truly remarkable, and it was indeed an exceptional child. The leap from being a poor student to an academic star was fraught with struggles he dared not imagine. He had seen an S report card and photographs of her various competition awards. She was truly outstanding, radiantly so. Even now, that high school still preserves Ann's photographs from her student days, and he had taken a moment to visit and reflect on them. After all, a perfect score valedictorian had never before graced their ranks. The youthful spirit was high, and to be able to humble oneself and sustain one's existence was a feat beyond that of many. Had he encountered a sudden loss of his current stature and identity at that age, perhaps he would not have been as resilient as an unbeknownst to him, and had endured considerable hardship. Wen Shi'an felt the warmth on the back of his hand and looked down to see a droplet forming, followed by another. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find He Qinian crying, crystalline tears silently cascading from the corners of his eyes. His golden irises clouded, the light within dimmed. He gently cupped He Qinian's face, using his fingertips to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, mimicking his usual tone. Why are you crying? It doesn't suit you. Your eyes have lost their sparkle. Meeting those clear blue eyes, He Qinian fought back tears, unable to suppress the ache in his heart. Knowing that in unseen corners, everyone had been bullying his little treasure. Observing the tears fall more fervently, Wen Shi'an felt a bit at a loss. His mind momentarily stalling in the absence of any programmed response. The only thought that came to him was that when He Qinian cried, he liked to kiss away the tears. So, he leaned in to kiss those reddened eyes, soothingly whispering, "Don't cry, He Qinian, please be good." He Qinian stood frozen in place, his golden pupils contracting slightly as a warm kiss graced the corner of his eye, soft and delicate. Wasn't in kissing him? And then had kissed him. Chapter 56. Just keep kissing me, won't you? He Qinian remained rigid, forgetting even to adjust his breath. His golden pupils sparkled like fallen stars. Astonishingly bright, yet tinged with a hint of incredulity. He swallowed hard, his voice deep. And then Wen Shi'an paused upon hearing his voice, halting her actions. Are you feeling better? Please don't cry. In truth, He Qinian himself was unsure why tears had suddenly welled up. It was unintentional, yet utterly uncontrollable. After a moment, he felt considerably calmer, smiling as he pointed to his eyes. If you kiss me again, I promise I won't cry. Wen Shi'an blinked, her instinct suggesting that He Qinian would not shed tears again. Yet, gazing at his reddened eyes, she found it hard to deny him. Just this once? He Qinian's eyes lit up, glimmering with anticipation. Just this once. Wen Shi'an leaned slightly and placed another kiss at the outer corner of his eye, gentle and cautious. He Qinian's brows arched in contentment, resembling a satiated little lion, his golden pupils radiating joy. He wrapped his arms around Wen Shi'an's waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck, murmuring, "And then, you're wonderful. This is how one should treat their beloved." Thus, he continued, "If I ever feel unhappy, will you kiss me, little treasure?" Her warm breath brushed against Wen Shi'an's neck, the low timbre carrying a hint of playful coaxing, irresistibly magnetic. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he disowned a flaw in the proposition and posed another possibility. What if the kiss doesn't go well? He Qinian met her earnest gaze, resembling a diligent student attentively listening in class, and smiled warmly. Then we'll keep kissing until it feels right. If one kiss isn't enough, we'll try 10. If holding each other doesn't work, we'll lie down together. It will surely turn out well. Will that really work? Wen Shi'an harbored doubts about his words. Sensing something amiss, yet lacking experience in this realm, she could not ascertain the feasibility. Deciding to keep it as a backup plan, He Qinian noticed and then lost in thought, clearly contemplating his words, adorably oblivious and utterly charming. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Little treasure, don't overthink. I would never deceive you. Just look outside." As the car window slowly lowered, the once pitch-black surroundings illuminated instantly, the vibrant neon lights of a giant Ferris wheel standing out in the night sky. It was evidently a large amusement park. He Qinian followed her gaze and saw and then fixated on a nearby carousel. "Do you want to ride the carousel?" "No." Wen Shi'an instinctively naive. Yet her gaze lingered on it, slowly blinking before retracting her sight. "Let us go back." "No way." He Qinian exited the car, moved to the other side, opened the door, and looked at Wen Shi'an. "I haven't tried it yet. Will you join me, little treasure?" Without waiting for her consent, he took her hand and walked inside. "Wait for me here. I'll go buy tickets." Wen Shi'an nodded obediently, waiting patiently in place, his gaze fixated on the colorful, transparent crystal carousel. In his childhood, he yearned to ride it, but when Yinyu, his sibling, did not share his enthusiasm, he had cried and pleaded. But their parents remained unmoved, opting instead to take Wen Yinyu on the pirate ship ride. His elder brother had promised to bring him next time, yet he found himself waiting year after year, without the fulfillment of that promise. He Qinian approached with tickets in hand, ushering him forward. They proceeded to the ticket checkpoint and, under the guidance of the staff, took their seats on the carousel. He sensed He Qinian seated behind him. puzzled by his choice not to occupy another horse. He Qinian, wrapping his arms around Wen Shi'an's waist, confidently replied, "Children require parental accompaniment." "But I am not a child," Wen Shi'an countered, turning to face him. "I'm already 20, hardly a child." He Qinian chuckled softly, playfully tapping the tip of his nose. "Yet, my little darling is younger than me. In my eyes, you remain a child." Wen Shi'an paused, opening his mouth as if to protest, yet no words emerged, allowing He Qinian to hold him from behind. The carousel slowly commenced its rotation, lasting approximately 5 minutes, after which Wen Shi'an began to feel slightly dizzy. Noticing his waning color, He Qinian signaled the staff to halt the ride, promptly lifting him down. "What is it?" he inquired. Wen Shi'an took a deep breath, feeling a tad embarrassed as he confessed, "I feel a bit dizzy." He Qinian smiled gently, reassuring him, "It's all right. Let's sit for a while." "All right." They settled on a nearby bench, where He Qinian procured a bottle of water, twisting off the cap and offering it to him. "Take a sip slowly." Wen Shi'an accepted the water, taking a small sip, his eyes glancing at the ornate carousel. Truth be told, it wasn't tea as enjoyable as he had imagined. He Qinian picked up on his sentiment, suggesting, "Then let us explore other attractions. Surely, one of them will be enjoyable." Just then, a kindly old woman selling cotton candy approached them, smiling warmly. "Young man, would you like to buy some cotton candy? It's quite delicious." Wen Shi'an's attention was captured by a pink and white rabbit-shaped cotton candy, contemplating whether to buy it, as he had never experienced its taste in his youth. He Qinian, perceiving his desire, paid for the pink rabbit without hesitation. "Here you go." Wen Shi'an hesitated for a moment before accepting the offered cotton candy, taking a small bite and savoring the expected sweetness. The fluffy strands melted delicately on his tongue, akin to savoring a small cloud. He Qinian observed the spot where he had bitten, his eyes shifting slightly. "Is it delicious?" Wen Shi'an nodded, "It's sweet." He Qinian took a bite from the same spot, the sugary flavor dissolving in his mouth, neither exceptionally delightful nor unpleasant. Wen Shi'an glanced at the spot where He Qinian had bitten, momentarily taken aback. "Why didn't you buy one for yourself?" He Qinian smiled nonchalantly. "I lack the funds. I could only afford one." "I shall buy one for you," Wen Shi'an replied earnestly, preparing to call back the old woman, reflecting on his own childhood neglect. Yet now, he wished for He Qinian not to experience the same. As He Qinian observed the situation, he halted his actions, jesting, "I do not fancy this. You should partake less. It is not hygienic." He added, "If you truly desire it, we can have the chef prepare some for us when we return." Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, reminiscing about how his parents had said the same when he was a child, which had deterred them from buying it for him. As he matured, the opportunity never presented itself. Now that he had finally acquired it, though sweet, it seemed to lack something essential. Noticing Wen Shi'an's downcast gaze, He Qinian realized he may have misspoken and apologized. "It's not that I wish to deny you. I merely worry about the cleanliness of the food from outside." "It's all right. An occasional indulgence is fine," Wen Shi'an replied, lifting his gaze. "Would you like some?" He Qinian leaned closer. "Then I shall have a little." Wen Shi'an watched as he consumed the rabbit ear, taking another bite, leaving only a small portion in his hand. "Did you not say just a little?" He Qinian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, this is but a morsel. It pains me." "Not all. I shall purchase another for you." "May I request one identical to this?" "Of course," He Qinian responded. "I am adept at charming my wife." Chapter 57. The wealthy He Shao. The two proceeded further, seeking the elderly woman selling cotton candy. Wen Shi'an's attention was drawn to a cluster of balloons nearby, particularly one adorned with a lamb's design, reminiscent of a similar balloon that had been ruined by Wen Qianyu during his childhood. It was amusing how, despite Wen Qianyu's mischief, their parents chastised him for being petty, insisting he apologize for a mere balloon. Reluctantly, he complied, facing punishment of being denied meals for his reluctance. He Qinian noticed this memory weighing on Wen Shi'an and guided him over. "Shall we purchase one?" With a glance upwards, Wen Shi'an chose the lamb balloon. However, before He Qinian could retrieve it, a man clad in clown attire hurriedly thrust the balloon strings into Wen Shi'an's hands, exclaiming, "Please watch this for me. My stomach is hurting." Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly departed. Dazed by the sudden turn of events, Wen Shi'an stood amidst a flurry of animal-shaped balloons, the lamb balloon brushing against his nose. Clutching the cotton candy in one hand and the tangled balloon strings in the other, he found himself at a loss. Observing this, He Qinian stepped in to untangle the strings and took the cotton candy from Wen Shi'an's grasp, stating, "It seems our little treasure has acquired an additional task." Just as Wen Shi'an was about to speak, a couple approached, hand in hand. The girl smiled and requested, "Boss, I would like a bear balloon." Wen Shi'an froze, instinctively glancing at He Qinian, his eyes reflecting uncertainty and a plea for assistance. He Qinian prompted, "Just tell her the price and hand her the balloon." "Oh." Wen Shi'an complied, quietly stating the price. After receiving payment, he handed the balloon to the girl. Immediately following, a mother and her son approached. The boy's eyes sparkled at the sight of the balloons, declaring, "I want that little dinosaur." With newfound confidence from his previous experience, Wen Shi'an calmly stated the price. The mother furrowed her brow, asking, "Would 25 be acceptable?" Taken aback, Wen Shi'an realized this offer was 10 yuan less than what he had quoted, a situation he had never encountered before, leaving his mind blank. He Qinian noticed the gaze directed at him and quietly reminded himself that if it was not feasible, he should refuse her. Xiao Bao could manage that. Wen Shi'an tightened his grip on the rope, his fingers growing pale at the tips. When he looked up at the woman, his voice trembled slightly. "No, it cannot be done." "Very well." The woman paid and took the balloon before departing. Wen Shi'an stood there, momentarily dazed, staring at their retreating figures, as if rejecting her was not an insurmountable task. He Qinian offered timely encouragement, praising Xiao Bao for doing well. A rare smile graced Wen Shi'an's lips upon seeing another customer approach. He shed his earlier timidity and confidently refused when someone attempted to haggle. Observing Wen Shi'an's gradual proficiency, He Qinian decided to step away briefly. "Xiao Bao, I'm going to make a call. I'll be back shortly." As He Qinian left, a flicker of panic crossed Wen Shi'an's eyes. He wanted to say something, but just then, another customer arrived, compelling him to continue selling balloons. In truth, He Qinian had not wandered far. He stood beneath a large tree behind Wen Shi'an, his gaze unwaveringly fixed. Wen Shi'an was distributing money to those who had purchased balloons and instructing the new NPC actors on various lines. The aim was to ensure that young master and could adeptly refuse different individuals. At that moment, a resentful voice echoed, "He Qinian, you must be out of your mind. All for this. You made me and Gu Yanli fly back from Jiangcheng." He Qinian glanced up briefly, then quickly returned his attention to the front, instructing Wen Shi'an to relay the lines to them. Wen Shi'an promptly handed over the prop flowers and toys, while Lu Xiao was tasked with saying, "Can't you lower the price by 5? If young master declines." Lu Xiao continued, "I'm out of money. Only 30 left," and then added a curse. Lu Qinyu, in a fit of rage, hurled the small squirrel toy at He Qinian, exclaiming, "I see you're just naturally dull-witted, your intelligence regressing. The project in Jiangcheng is worth billions. If it fails, my father will tear me apart." He Qinian caught the toy with a hand, tilting his head and raising his chin, extravagantly offering double the amount. "Charge it to your account." Lu Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, then glanced again, realizing it wasn't tea about the money. He Qinian extended his finger 3 times. "Hand me the toy." Lu Qinyu snatched the toy back, stuffing the prop flowers into Gu Yanli's hands. "It's been a while since I last saw him. I've missed him." He then turned to Wen Shi'an, asking, "What are the lines?" Wen Shi'an, unfazed, continued, "If young master declines, Gu Xiao will step up and suggest a trade. Then observe young master and S reaction. The rest is up to your discretion." Lu Qinyu nodded, squeezing the toy curiously, and asked, "He Qinian, what is going on here?" "Nothing much," He Qinian replied, glancing at the time. "Just playing a bit longer before heading back for dinner. I mainly couldn't find someone a bit familiar with it. After much thought, I thought of you all, to help and stand firm in his convictions when faced with acquaintances. Late stage infatuation, to treat or to give up. Better to end it all." Lu Qinyu's lips twitched involuntarily. It took him several seconds to accept this reality, unable to suppress a desire to jest. Yet, he was abruptly seized by the wrist. Gu Yanli firmly restrained the imminent outburst of the little lion, "Qinyu, there's no one left. Let us proceed. Lu Qinyu glanced at He Qinian, then at Gu Yanli, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word and followed the others. Wen Shi'an had just seen off the previous customer when he turned and found the two familiar faces before him, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and greeted them somewhat awkwardly. Young Master Gu, young Master Lu, you have come to play as well. Gu Yanli responded with a gentle smile. I shall call you Inen. You may address me as brother as well, just as Inen does. Lu Qinyu, feeling at ease, stepped forward to adjust the string of balloons in Wen Shi'an's hands, teasingly remarking, Why act so distant, little Inen? Call me brother Yu. I will look out for you in Kyoto. Wen Shi'an, feeling a bit constrained, nodded politely and addressed them, Brother Gu, Brother Yu. Lu Qinyu replied with satisfaction, relishing the newfound seniority over He Qinian. Little Inen, I see you have so many balloons. Would you be so kind as to give me one? Wen Shi'an was taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on the string of balloons. These did not belong to him, and he felt it inappropriate to give them away without permission. However, considering they were friends of He Qinian, he hesitated, fearing their displeasure should he refuse. Noticing his dazed expression, Lu Qinyu found it somewhat endearing and reached out, intending to ruffle the boy's attractive face. Why the dilemma? It's utterly adorable. Wen Shi'an instinctively recoiled from the touch, meeting Lu Qinyu's astonished gaze. He bit his lip and stammered, I'm sorry, Oh dear, no need for apologies. Lu Qinyu casually withdrew his hand, smiling lightly. If anyone should apologize, it is I, for not seeking your consent. You have every right to refuse. There is no need for contrition. Gu Yanli interjected, and when faced with something you do not favor or wish to partake in, it is your prerogative to decline, so do not feel guilt. We are born to please ourselves. If one is unhappy, then everything else becomes meaningless. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wen Shi'an's eyes. This perspective was unlike any he had previously encountered. Those who witnessed his withdrawal often wore disdainful expressions and would scornfully remark on his sensitivity, questioning, what is the big deal about a mere touch? During those times, due to his appearance and his identity as an orphan, whispers of him having a contagious disease circulated, warning against any form of contact. Throughout his school years, any hint of nonconformity earned him the label of an outcast, leading others to subconsciously ostracize him. Teachers merely perceived him as a reclusive individual, unaware of why he was so universally shunned. Throughout 3 years of high school, he never participated in collective activities, despite his excellent academic performance. He inevitably became the target of mockery behind his back. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somber, Lu Qinyu hastily redirected the conversation. Little Inen, if you are unwilling, would you consider selling one to me for 30? I have never bought a balloon in my life. Upon hearing the price of 30, which was 5 less than usual, Wen Shi'an hesitated. However, he realized that Lu Qinyu, like him, had likely never experienced the joy of owning a balloon. Brother Yu, which one do you desire? Lu Qinyu looked up and said with a hint of mischief, just one little rabbit will do. His lips curled into a smile that mirrored Gu Yanli's. Wen Shi'an handed over the balloon and turned to Gu Yanli, asking, do you want one, Brother Gu? Before he could respond with a polite refusal, Lu Qinyu playfully nudged Gu Yanli's arm. With a wicked grin, Lu Qinyu interjected, give him a pink one, the pinkest you have. Brother Gu loves that. Oh, Gu Yanli exclaimed, surprised to discover Lu Qinyu's fondness for pink. Wen Shi'an selected a delightfully pink teddy bear and handed it over. Lu Qinyu took it and promptly tied it around Gu Yanli's wrist, contrasting sharply with his deep blue suit. The expression on Gu Yanli's face was utterly amusing. Gu Yanli, look at me, Lu Qinyu exclaimed, pulling out his phone to capture the moment. 3, 2, 1, cheese. The flash illuminated their contrasting expressions, Gu Yanli's stoic demeanor juxtaposed with the playful teddy bear. His brows furrowed slightly as he reached for the phone. Lu Qinyu, anticipating this, nimbly dodged and quickly tapped the screen, grinning ear to ear. This is too funny. I have to send it to He Qinian. Seeing the mischievous glint in Lu Qinyu's eyes, Gu Yanli sighed in resignation, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He glanced down at the bear on his wrist, gently touching it with a hint of indulgence in his tone. All right, enough fun. It's time to settle the bill. At this, Lu Qinyu remembering their purpose for being there, leaned in with a smile. Xiaonan, the balloons cost 2. I only have 30. How about I trade you this toy? That's not necessary, Wen Shi'an replied, his demeanor brightened by their joyous atmosphere. It's a gift from me. He planned to cover the cost later, realizing he had been overly concerned. Sometimes, he could be quite foolish. Lu Qinyu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. He glanced at Gu Yanli, silently asking for guidance. Gu Yanli met his gaze with a reassuring smile. Thank you, and we'll treat you to dinner in a few days. Wen Shi'an pressed his lips together, declining the offer. No need for that. Of course you should, Lu Qinyu insisted, shoving the toy into Wen Shi'an's arms. You must come. Brother Gu's cooking is delicious. Afterward, he placed a bouquet of flowers in Wen Shi'an's hands and quickly pulled Gu Yanli away to avoid disrupting the next performers. Wen Shi'an continued to sell balloons, each customer presenting unique requests, but he managed to handle the rejections with ease. As the last balloon was sold, and only one remained, He Qinian strolled over with a proud smile. Our little treasure did wonderfully. All the balloons are gone. Wen Shi'an smiled gently, handing over the final purple balloon. He Qinian paused, his golden eyes betraying a hint of confusion. For me? Wen Shi'an nodded, feeling slightly bashful as he tightened his grip on the string. I notice you have quite a few purple items in your wardrobe, so I thought you might like this color. He possesses a balloon, as do both Gu Yanli and Lu Qinyu. He Qinian should have one as well. He Qinian did not expect Anna to notice these details, and she had even deliberately reserved a balloon for him. A gentle smile gradually spread across his golden-hued eyes, reminiscent of shattered starlight. Can that little treasure be tied around my wrist? Of course, Wen Shi'an replied as she handed him the flowers and plush toy. Here, take this. He Qinian smiled softly. All right. Wen Shi'an gently tied the string around his wrist, and before he could utter a word, the original clown returned. He organized the change and handed it over. Having sold 20 balloons for a total of 700 yuan, along with the payment for 3 additional balloons, which he would transfer to him, the clown spoke tenderly. No need for that. You've helped me so much. Consider this a gift. Thank you, kind-hearted youth, he replied before departing, ready to collect his wages for the evening. Wen Shi'an glanced up at He Qinian, then looked ahead, puzzled by his refusal of money. This is what our little treasure deserves. He Qinian ruffled his hair. Come on. Let us head home. The two walked together toward the exit, pausing at a street corner where Wen Shi'an halted. He Qinian followed her gaze and, upon realizing something, furrowed his brow. Let us just forget about that. Chapter 59. Spicy hot pot. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an pressed her lips together, her gaze slowly shifting before returning to He Qinian. Can I perhaps buy a little? Just one portion? Seeing her request, He Qinian offered a helpless smile, conceding to the idea of indulging a bit, though he suspected the roadside stall might not be hygienic, which could lead to a stomachache. Wen Shi'an nodded obediently. All right. The first stall featured a small stove where chestnuts were being stir-fried, with white steam wafting the fragrant aroma toward them. The caramelized coating glistened on the chestnuts, their shiny brown shells emanating a warm glow. He Qinian paid for a portion, testing the temperature and finding it a bit hot. Wait a moment. Wen Shi'an stared at the candied chestnuts for a moment before taking He Qinian's hand and guiding him further inside, where they ordered a portion of spicy hot pot from the second stall. As He Qinian observed and in selecting ingredients, he couldn't help but frown, glancing around at the folding tables, plastic stools, and the unidentifiable white plastic, all exuding an air of uncleanliness. The rich aroma permeated the air, invading his nostrils and awakening his taste buds, yet it did not include his own. At 8 in the evening, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, with an influx of people, particularly students from a nearby school. He Qinian avoided the crowd, his gaze darkening as he looked down at the person beside him. And then, shall we head home? Due to the noise, Wen Shi'an did not catch his words, and instead looked up, asking, He Qinian, what would you like to eat? Just as he was about to express his disinterest, he heard an rambling about how, in high school, classmates would often go in pairs to buy food. But back then, I was always alone, barely able to scrape together 10 yuan, and Aunt Shio wouldn't allow me to eat anything from outside. To be honest, he felt quite envious during those times. He swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips his eyes flickering as he scanned the array of ingredients, landing on cabbage and lotus root. The two individuals appeared considerably neat, their casual gazes inadvertently drifting towards those beside them, who were carrying something in a delicate shade of pink. It was evident that it was the much-talked-about milk tea. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to message his assistant. Wen Shi'an handed the ingredients to the proprietor, glancing at the array of flavors, all spicy. Was it mildly spicy, moderately spicy, or extremely spicy? Mildly spicy, he concluded. He Qinian raised his gaze from his phone, pondering that they typically indulged in lighter fare, and tentatively inquired, "And then, what do you think about trying the tomato flavor?" Wen Shi'an hesitated, casting a conflicted glance. He had never sampled the spicy option before, but he was familiar with the tomato flavor. Yet, it seemed that He Qinian had a strong inclination towards the tomato variety. The proprietor, noticing the two men in their formal attire, assumed they were insurance salesmen nearby and casually remarked, "Our spicy dish is quite delectable. Many patrons choose this flavor." He Qinian glanced at Anin, his azure eyes filled with hesitation. It was clear that tomato was not his preference, so spicy it would be. "All right then." The owner responded with a hearty smile, "Please take a seat over there. It will be ready shortly." Wen Shi'an selected a spot close to the seaside, where the refreshing sea breeze alleviated the heat. He Qinian contemplated the chair for a considerable time before finally settling down, his long legs awkwardly positioned beneath the narrow table. He instinctively shifted outward, grabbing a napkin to meticulously wipe the table. Noticing He Qinian's actions, Wen Shi'an realized he likely had a touch of obsessive cleanliness and regretted choosing this place for a meal. Upon hearing his name, He Qinian looked up, the sea breeze tousling the strands of An's hair, a hint of frustration in his blue eyes, even his lips betraying a softness of uncertainty. "What is the matter?" Wen Shi'an asked earnestly. "If you dislike it, you can refuse. Isn't that what you taught me? You should express your discontent. We can." He Qinian paused momentarily, then quickly responded with a gentle smile, "I do not particularly enjoy it, but I am willing to attempt to embrace it. Wishing to accompany you. I simply require a moment to adjust. May I have that opportunity?" The proprietor approached with a spicy hot pot, placing it on the table. "There is nothing to be apprehensive about. Those who have tried my dishes invariably declare them delightful." The steam wafting with the fragrance of pepper and beef tallow enveloped them, causing He Qinian to instinctively lean back slightly, his brows furrowing, yet he politely nodded at the owner, seeing that the spicy hot pot was now served. Leaving was somewhat impractical. Having come this far, Wen Shi'an still desired to dine before departing. Tentatively, he proposed, "He Qinian, shall we eat before we leave?" He Qinian nodded, "All right." With his acquiescence, Wen Shi'an joyfully picked up his chopsticks and bowl, resembling a cat spotting a small fish, his eyes sparkling with excitement. While savoring the dish, he did not forget to push a dipping plate towards He Qinian, suggesting that it would enhance the flavor even further. He picked up a fish ball, blowing on it before placing it in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out as if filled with a small dumpling, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. It was no wonder that during their school days, they had all relished this. It truly was quite delicious. He Qinian, watching his exuberant demeanor, could not help but smile warmly. Wen Shi'an ate for a while and noticed that He Qinian was not eating. With a hint of curiosity, he spoke up, "You should give it a try. It's actually quite delicious." He Qinian, meeting his expectant gaze, found it hard to refuse. With a hint of pride, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Then you feed me, and I shall taste it." Wen Shi'an nodded and offered him a slice of lotus root. The crisp texture of the lotus root mingled with a slight numbing and spicy sensation, devoid of the greasy chaos he had imagined. The spiciness spread delightfully across his palate. It was a rather unique flavor. "How is it?" Wen Shi'an asked, a touch of anxiety in his eyes. "If it's not to your liking, there is no need to force it." Observing his expression, He Qinian couldn't help but chuckle, a low laugh bubbling from his throat. It's quite acceptable." The shopkeeper, tidying up the table nearby, chimed in cheerfully, "Young man, you'll get used to it after a few more tries. This vibrant atmosphere is truly nourishing." He Qinian gazed at Wen Shi'an, whose eyes sparkled with joy as he ate, and suddenly felt that this lively ambience might be a unique treasure just for him. Noticing Wen Shi'an's cheeks flushed and his lips reddened from the spice, he paused for a moment and asked, "Is it very spicy?" Wen Shi'an glanced at the food and then at He Qinian, weighing his words before responding, "A bit." In truth, it was quite spicy, but it was also very tasty. He was concerned that if he admitted it was too spicy, He Qinian would disallow him from eating any more. At that moment, the assistant appeared at their table, holding milk tea. The crowd was large, and the wait had been somewhat lengthy. Unable to wait for He Qinian to serve him, Wen Shi'an inserted a straw and took several large gulps, the cold sensation barely alleviating the spiciness on his tongue. He Qinian handed him a napkin and remarked, "Aunt Xiao made you a small cake and your favorite sweet and sour ribs at home. You might not have room for it later." Wen Shi'an, hearing this, glanced at the remaining food with a hint of regret. There was still a substantial portion left. He hesitated, but eventually nodded. He wasn't particularly hungry, but He Qinian had only eaten half a slice of lotus root and needed to have dinner at home. The two began to head back, but upon spotting an elderly lady selling cotton candy, Wen Shi'an found himself rooted to the spot once more. Chapter 60. What you taught me, I remember seeing this. He Qinian, wishing to prevent him from purchasing anything unsavory, instructed the assistant to buy it instead. He took Wen Shi'an to the car first. As they approached the vehicle, two young girls came towards them, carrying freshly bought snacks. Their eyes lit up upon seeing the pair, and they whispered, "So handsome. I wish I could get their contact information." One bolder girl, clutching her phone, hesitated for a few seconds before stepping forward. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she addressed Wen Shi'an. Excuse me, may I have your contact information? You're quite handsome." He Qinian, overhearing this, wore a bemused smile. Showing no intention of intervening, his hands casually stuffed in his pockets, clearly enjoying the show. Wen Shi'an was taken aback by the sudden approach, nervously gripping his sleeve. He instinctively glanced at He Qinian, who remained silent. Turning back to the eager girl before him, he replied somewhat stiffly, "Ah, thank you, but I'm married." "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this response, the smile on He Qinian's face widened, his eyes brimming with uncontainable pride. Indeed, Wen Shi'an loved him the most. He remembered after just one mention, truly a clever and wonderful partner. The girl's expression of anticipation on her face momentarily faded. Yet she still smiled and waved her hand. "It's nothing, really. I was the one being abrupt. You are truly stunning, especially your hair color. It is so unique." Having said that, she shyly led her companion away. Once they had departed, He Qinian embraced the person in his arms, excitedly kissing his forehead. "You did wonderfully, Yin." Wen Shi'an felt a bit shy from his gesture and instinctively glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before turning his gaze back to He Qinian. "I remember what you taught me." He Qinian smiled softly. Such a good boy deserved a reward. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated to answer, fearing there might be something urgent. After a moment's contemplation, he gently set Wen Shi'an down. "And then, the gift is in the car. Would you mind unwrapping it yourself while I take this call?" "All right." His fingers glided over the screen. "Hello. Is there something wrong?" Lu Qinyu, illuminating the dark surroundings with his phone's flashlight, found himself at a loss for words. "What kind of desolate amusement park did you repair? The power is out." He Qinian glanced up at the distant pitch-black corners. "It was meant to be for an alone. Now that we have left, the staff inside have naturally clocked out. Besides, didn't you hear the announcement? They said the park is closed. Why are you still here?" Lu Qinyu muttered a curse under his breath. He had merely taken Gu Yanli to the haunted house for a little fun, only to hear someone calling out, thinking it was an NPC triggering a line to lure them out. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Gu Yanli is missing now, so tell your people to restore the power." He Qinian replied, "You should call him." Lu Qinyu lowered his gaze at the other phone in his hand. He usually enjoyed playing with Gu Yanli's phone. He had just borrowed it to look up strategies. "I forgot to give it back to him. His phone is with me." He Qinian twitched his lips. "Honestly, you two are brothers, yet you act like a couple. What kind of good brothers swap phones to play with? You are practically inseparable. Even when there are matters at the military, Gu Yanli postpones everything just to accompany you to Jiangcheng, claiming he fears for your safety. You two wouldn't be secretly involved, would you?" Lu Qinyu instantly exploded in anger. "You are the one involved. Your whole family is involved. If your mind is unwell, go get treatment at the First People's Hospital or apply for a room at number 52 Jiangwan Road. Someone with dirty eyes sees everything as filthy. Ugh. He Qinian glanced at his phone. Is such a strong reaction really necessary? Your language is quite vulgar. Fine, I won't provoke you. Just wait for Gu Yanli to deal with you later. I'll send Lin Shun over goodbye. Lin Shun, having just purchased cotton candy, was soon dispatched on another errand. The life of a worker is indeed arduous, less than that of cattle or horses. As He Qinian opened the car door, he noticed Wen staring at the gift box in a daze. He sat down and pulled him onto his lap. What is the matter? Don't you like it? Wen Shi'an lifted his gaze to meet his. Isn't this gift meant for a girl? As he spoke, he instinctively lowered his eyelids, his fingers tightening around the gift box. Turning pale. Was it meant for someone else, and had he taken it by mistake? He Qinian gently cupped An's face, gazing intently into his eyes. It's merely a bracelet, one that transcends gender. Besides, I have one on my wrist as well. He lifted his hand to reveal a golden dragon bracelet, its intricate patterns elegantly etched upon its surface, exuding both grandeur and composure. Moreover, I am quite selfish. I never bestow gifts upon others, only my wife. So, who might that be here? Upon hearing these words, Wen Shi'an met his affectionate gaze, a ripple of emotions stirring within him, prompting him to avert his eyes. A lingering question surfaced in his mind. Then why can't you be my wife? At this, He Qinian chuckled softly. You truly are adorable, little treasure. There are certain things you simply cannot do. Hence, Wen can only be my wife. Why can't I? Wen Shi'an pondered, confused. After all, they were the same. Why could He Qinian accomplish it while he could not? This question he would only comprehend much later, when he, unable to rise from bed, would realize it was merely a matter of capability. He Qinian caught the innocence in his eyes and smirked, teasingly calling out, "Husband." The title held little significance. After all, as long as he claimed his wife, that was sufficient. His deep, velvety voice carried a hint of playfulness, the final note of which plucked at Wen Shi'an's heartstrings. He let out a foolish hum, only to realize his face had suddenly flushed with warmth. He Qinian leaned down to kiss the corner of his lips, a pleased hum escaping him. From now on, Wen is my husband, and you must take responsibility for me. Yes, husband? Wen Shi'an felt his cheeks grow even warmer. Yet he was entranced by the mellifluous quality of He Qinian's voice, rich and alluring. Noticing his reaction, He Qinian decided to cease his teasing. He retrieved the bracelet from its box, ready to adorn An's wrist. He had heard that when a child is born, parents prepare silver bracelets to ensure a life of safety and smoothness. Yet An had none. Silver felt too trivial for his precious little treasure. Only pure gold would suffice. As his fingertips brushed against An's wrist, he noticed An instinctively flinch away before he could remove his watch. A flash of confusion crossed his gaze. Why resist? That old thing was long overdue for disposal, yet he had been unable to find the right moment. With a slight frown, he wondered if it was a gift from someone significant. Family? Clearly not. Then, perhaps it was given by someone he cherished? His fingers hovered in the air, the retraction of his gesture carrying an almost imperceptible stiffness as his gaze fell upon An's hand, which was tucked closely to his side. The leather strap had frayed at the edges, and the watch face bore a faint scratch. It was undoubtedly time for it to be discarded. Collecting himself, he smiled gently. Little treasure, this watch appears quite worn. Shall we remove it? I shall buy you a new one. Wen Shi'an lowered his eyes, an unusual glimmer flashing in their depths as he bit his lip. Could it be worn on the other hand? He Qinian's fingers curled slightly before he quickly relaxed, maintaining his gentle tone. Of course, dear. As long as you desire. It can be worn on either hand. Seeing his response, Wen Shi'an couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders easing. He Qinian no longer gazed at the old watch, instead retrieving a bracelet from the gift box. The bracelet, crafted from pure gold, was adorned with intricate engravings that shimmered softly under the light. An's hands were delicate and slender, appearing remarkably petite in his grasp. He casually inquired, "Is the watch on your wrist of great significance to you, An?" As the cool bracelet brushed against her skin, Wen Shi'an instinctively recoiled, only to be gently restrained by He Qinian. He focused on the bracelet, gradually articulating, "It isn't of paramount importance. I merely prefer not to remove it. I've grown accustomed to it. After all this time, I find it somewhat disheartening to part with it. It likely hurt back then, causing quite a fright for Aunt Xiao." The warmth of his fingertip glided across her wrist, eliciting a slight, ticklish sensation that stirred his thoughts. His gaze inadvertently fell upon He Qinian's wrist, where a similar bracelet resided, albeit with different gemstones. His was adorned with a blue stone, while He Qinian's featured a red one, seemingly a matching set with the ring. An inexplicable blend of emotions, either repressed or bittersweet, vanished as He Qinian heard her words. Tenderly placing the bracelet on An's wrist, his fingertips brushed the ornate design, exquisite in its beauty, the golden hue complementing her complexion splendidly. Wen Shi'an averted her gaze, remarking, "Yours is also lovely." He Qinian drew her closer, offering a gentle smile. "Let us return home." At the Qianyubei Manor, Wen Shi'an alighted from the car first, accepting a cotton candy from the driver and hastily making her way inside. He Qinian lingered a moment, amused by her eagerness, saying, "Slow down, or the cotton candy will transform into clouds." As he spoke, she indeed slowed her pace. Upon entering the house, Wen Shi'an began her search. Upon spotting a familiar figure, she dashed forward like a joyful puppy. "Aunt Xiao, I brought you cotton candy, sweet and delicious." Hearing her voice, Aunt Xiao turned, her face lighting up with warmth as she exclaimed, "And it is back." Wen Shi'an obediently nodded, extending the cotton candy, "Aunt Xiao cotton candy." "Thank you." And then Aunt Xiao replied with a smile as she accepted the treat. Butler Su emerged from the kitchen, remarking, "Young master and has returned. Was work exhausting today?" Wen Shi'an nodded, then quickly shook her head. "Butler Su, I brought you cotton candy. I hope you enjoy it." "Indeed, I do. It is my favorite," Butler Su replied kindly. Watching from the side, Aunt Xiao felt a pang of emotion, discreetly wiping away a tear. He Qinian entered just in time to witness this scene, instinctively asking, "Aunt Xiao, what troubles you?" "Nothing much," Aunt Xiao replied, her tears quickly giving way to a smile. "There was a time when we truly struggled. Every time An passed by the cotton candy vendor, she would linger a moment. When I suggested buying some, she would refuse, and later, when times improved, she claimed not to like it anymore, though it was simply reluctance to spend." As she spoke, she inclined her body slightly to He Qinian, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young master He." He Qinian halted her gesture, speaking earnestly. "As long as I am here, I vow that An will experience a life of peace and prosperity, adorned in fine garments and delicacies." Wen Shi'an distributed the remaining marshmallows among the other servants, and amidst the chorus of gratitude, his eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly, he was quite pleased. He Qinian waved him over, inviting him to join for dinner. "Oh, coming." The two took their seats, gazing at the table laden with dishes. All to his liking. After indulging in some spicy hot pot on the way, he had a craving for candied chestnuts, and He Qinian had peeled quite a few for him. Now, his stomach was pleasantly full, leaving just a small space for a piece of cake. Yet, if he didn't eat dinner, he wouldn't be able to have the cake. How could he bypass the intermediate step and arrive directly at the final indulgence? He fiddled with his chopsticks in the bowl, casting a cautious glance at He Qinian, who was earnestly enjoying his meal, seemingly oblivious to his predicament. He gently tugged at Aunt Xiao's sleeve, blinking his eyes to signal her to fetch him a slice of cake. Aunt Xiao, puzzled by his gesture, bent slightly and whispered, "What is it, Anan?" Just as Wen Shi'an was about to speak, he sensed a gaze upon him, prompting him to sit up straight and resume his rice digging. He Qinian observed this interaction closely, noting the apprehension in An's demeanor. With a resigned smile, he thought, if he didn't want to eat, he needn't. He could always have a midnight snack if hunger struck later. Wen Shi'an blinked in disbelief. He Qinian was unusually lenient today. However, he quickly recalled, wasn't there a prohibition against late-night snacks? After finishing the soup in his bowl, He Qinian wiped his mouth and chuckled softly, allowing a single exception for An, but only this once. Wen Shi'an cautiously ventured a request. "May I have a piece of cake?" "Certainly." He Qinian snapped his fingers, signaling the butler to bring out the dessert before rising from the table. Butler Su presented a blueberry mousse before Wen Shi'an. Young master, we also have mango flavor in the kitchen. Thank you. Wen Shi'an's eyes crinkled in delight. I'll have one first. We mustn't waste. Of course. After finishing the blueberry mousse on his plate, he felt he could manage a little more and sampled the mango one. However, he soon realized he was quite full. There was still so much left, and he was reluctant to discard it. Aunt Xiao, tidying up the dining table, noticed his dilemma and gently advised, if you cannot finish it, there's no need to force yourself. Overeating is not good for your health. Wen Shi'an nodded all right. As she emerged from the kitchen, he found the dining table empty, save for a figure ascending the stairs. In the study, He Qinian was attending to some documents when he inadvertently glanced up and noticed someone at the door. Come in, and Wen Shi'an stepped inside. Placing the plate on the table, stammering slightly, Aunt Xiao said this was for you. Is that so? He Qinian regarded him with skepticism. As he reached for the plate, he saw the figure dart away. Why are you running? He called out in confusion, but the silhouette had vanished without a trace. He Qinian picked up the cake from the edge of the table, only to discover a spoon-shaped indentation on the back. With a wry smile, he mused clearly, he couldn't eat anymore, which is why he brought this to me. Truly, even the good little one has started to act mischievously. He lifted the spoon, scooping a bite and placing it into his mouth. The fresh flavor of mango unfurled upon his palate, its sweetness perfectly balanced, not overly cloying. It was his most cherished flavor. Wen Shi'an returned to his room, fresh from the bath, and nestled into the cozy cat-paw sofa on the tatami mat to pen his diary. Today at work was somewhat exhausting, yet I felt quite well. He Qinian taught me the importance of looking into someone's eyes while speaking, deeming it a matter of politeness. He also mentioned that once married, one ought not to share contact information with others. I must remember this well, lest he becomes displeased. Pondering this, I circled the phrase and adorned it with charming rabbit ears. Today, I learned to refuse, though I stumbled at first, I eventually grasped it. We visited the amusement park, rode the carousel, which was visually stunning, yet left me feeling dizzy, akin to motion sickness. We also indulged in cotton candy and balloons. The cotton candy was sweet and reminiscent of clouds. I even bought some for Aunt Xiao and Butler Su. We savored candied chestnuts and spicy hot pot, both delightful. And the water bought by Brother Lin was exceptionally refreshing. I also encountered the elder brother, who claimed to know of my grievances, stating his intent to send Wen Yinyu away, declaring that I would henceforth be the sole young master of the household, destined to receive their exclusive affection. Yet, prior to Wen Yinyu's adoption, all of this had originally belonged to me. I find myself reluctant to return home. This place feels more like a true home. With Aunt Xiao, Butler Su, and He Qinian, he always insists I eat plenty, yet he is exceedingly kind. Today he gifted me a bracelet as a reward. It seems that simply uttering a single phrase can yield rewards. When He Qinian returned to the bedroom, after finishing his work, he discovered the mischievous little one had already succumbed to slumber. After his own ablutions, he reached out to embrace him, only to find him clutching a notebook, which he carelessly tossed to the foot of the bed. Go sleep elsewhere, he muttered. His wife could only be cradled by him, in a state of half-sleep. He sensed an emptiness in his embrace, and in a daze, reached out to the side, finding only a chill. Instantly awakened, his breath quickened. The room was illuminated solely by a small bedside lamp, casting a warm, yellow glow, revealing the other half of the bed to be indeed vacant, the covers maintaining their smooth arc. A weight pressed upon He Qinian's heart as he swiftly arose to search, finding no one in the small living room or balcony. Just as he contemplated calling the butler, he heard a rustling from the room on the left. That was in Anne's designated space, filled with his previous belongings, trophies, books, and various trinkets. He approached, spotting the child seated cross-legged on the rug, seemingly searching for something amidst a scattering of bottles. Upon hearing his footsteps, Wen Shi'an paused, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, and as he attempted to turn, he found himself too weak to do so. He Qinian bent down to retrieve a bottle from the floor, noticing in Anne's silence, and assuming he was merely feeling melancholic in the late hour, thus treading lightly. However, before he could finish his words to the little one, he sensed something amiss, and was clutching his abdomen, his delicate nose glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. The bottle in his hand clattered to the ground as he swiftly stepped forward, lifting the person into his arms, immediately preparing to descend to the hospital. When Shi'an weakly grasped his sleeve, attempting to dissuade him, her voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "No, it's just my stomachache. Look in the cabinet. There are stomach medications." He Qinian furrowed his brow in distress, observing the cold sweat beating at her temples, her lips pale as parchment, unmistakably indicating that this was no mere stomachache. He continued to carry her downstairs, dialing the housekeeper to summon a doctor without delay. Upon reaching the ground floor, the family doctor arrived promptly, conducting an examination while inquiring about her condition. "What did you eat this evening?" He Qinian responded without hesitation. "Cotton candy, spicy hot pot, candied chestnuts, and a cup of milk tea." The housekeeper added, "and cake." Upon hearing this, the doctor made an immediate decision. "Young master, she must be taken to the hospital at once. It appears to be food poisoning, necessitating a gastric lavage." Wen Shi'an, in a daze, processed the information. Food poisoning? But nothing she consumed was toxic, and all were cooked. Before she could contemplate further, she lost consciousness. At the hospital, it was well past 1 o'clock when she was finally transferred safely to a ward. He Qinian sat by the bedside, his gaze icy. He should not have been so soft-hearted. The food outside was indeed perilous. His eyes fell upon Wen Shi'an's pallid visage. The once rounded face now appeared gaunt, her chin sharp. His heart ached. He gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, tucked the blanket around her, and took hold of her other hand, resting his forehead against it. "Little treasure, you must recover swiftly." After murmuring for a while, his gaze inadvertently landed on his wristwatch, and he noted with alarm that the hands had ceased to move. It must have been broken for some time, considering Wen Shi'an's earlier words to be of little importance. He hesitated for a few seconds before removing it, the strap slipping from his wrist. His pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? A grotesque scar was starkly visible, short in length, but with remarkably neat edges, clearly inflicted by a sharp instrument. He Qinian's breath hitched. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated this. The scar's faded hue suggested it had been there for quite some time. Did it occur during her school days? Why would she resort to such self-harm? What depths of sorrow and despair must she have endured to choose such a painful path? It must have hurt immensely. He reached out, his fingers halting just an inch from the scar. He could not bear to touch it, fearing it would cause her pain. He could scarcely fathom the suffering Wen Shi'an had endured prior to this moment. The Wen family had truly been cruel, pushing such a gentle soul to this brink. He felt compelled to seek justice for her, to ensure that those blind to her pain would face the consequences of their actions. His golden eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent, yet softened upon gazing at Wen Shi'an. He murmured, "Little treasure, once you recover, I will take you to reclaim your dignity. Let them kneel before you, shall we?" His fingertips smoothed over her brows, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement." At that moment, his assistant entered, whispering in his ear, "Young master, the young lady has arrived. She insists on seeing you and has barged in." He Qinian's gaze flickered slightly, and he understood he would arrive shortly. Carefully placing the watch on Anand's wrist, he tenderly kissed the back of his hand before rising to leave. Chapter 63. The Mind in Agony. He Qinian gently closed the door and turned to see a figure standing not far away, clad in a sharply tailored suit, hands tucked into his pockets. With a customary icy demeanor, He Jinshu tilted her head, gesturing for him to join her on the balcony. He Qinian furrowed his brow, glanced at the hospital room, and nonetheless followed her. On the balcony, He Jinshu spoke first, her tone laced with a barely perceptible fatigue. "Anian, are you really not going home? Father is quite upset. Moreover, the family." He Qinian responded with a non-committal hum, leaning against the railing, his fingers unconsciously tracing the spot on his wrist where he had touched it in. The coolness lingered, and he realized he had forgotten to instruct Lin Shun to investigate the Wen family. Yet a delay would not be detrimental. The distinction between dying sooner or later was trivial. What remained uncertain was Anand's attitude. Noticing his impassive expression and cold brow, He Jinshu perceived that his thoughts were adrift, perhaps lost in contemplation elsewhere. "Don't let your thoughts scatter too much. Honestly, It's time to return. He Qinian lifted his gaze, meeting her strikingly clear eyes, and tightened his grip on the bracelet around his wrist. What I have said holds true. He Jinshu's eyes flickered, her gaze fixed intently upon his. And upon sensing the seriousness within, she slowly averted her eyes. Resting her elbow on the railing, she gazed into the distant nightscape, her voice imbued with a hint of melancholy. Anian, in this city of power, Kyoto, we are all insignificant. A single blow could annihilate us all. Just yesterday, the Yin family was investigated, and the individual involved leapt from the rooftop of the court building, shattering upon impact, much like what I witnessed in childhood. It was gruesome. Upon hearing the mention of his childhood, He Qinian's movement stilled. The He family's method of grooming heirs was indeed harsh. In his early years, his mother would coax him, and his father would play with him in the courtyard after work. In those moments, he felt like the happiest child in the world. On his third birthday, after a fierce argument, his mother left and never returned. Only later did he learn they had divorced. On that same day, his father took him and his sister to the court, and as they exited, a figure plummeted from above. Warm blood and flesh splattered across his face and hands, and in fear, he recoiled, only for his father to urge him forward, forcing him to witness the gruesome demise. His sister remained the calmest, even articulating the details of the man's death and the time of his last breath. At that moment, he found his father terrifying and his sister disturbingly detached. His father merely stated calmly, "Without the He family, you might not even qualify to become a mere carcass." Thus, power reigned supreme. To attain anything, one must strive relentlessly upward, for the He family does not nurture the inept. Subsequently, he was cast into a training camp for 3 arduous years, emerging as the sole victor, the next heir to the family legacy. At that moment, he came to understand why his sister was so cold-hearted and ruthless. In such an environment, kindness and conscience would merely become daggers thrust into oneself, leading one into an abyss from which there is no return. On the third day after returning home, he lost his mind, or more accurately, chose to escape mentally, drifting through several months in a haze. It was during this time that Qin Zhaoming became his attending physician, having dismissed countless others prior. As for why he remained, upon their first meeting, Qin Zhaoming declared, "I will surely heal you." It was incredibly naive, a foolishness reflected in his clear eyes. Later, when he regained some clarity, his father sent him abroad for studies, which was merely a different form of cultivation. It was during these years that he acquired the leverage to oppose his father. No one could dictate the course of his life. He Jinshu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a flicker of regret passing through her cold gaze as her voice dropped to a husky whisper. "So, Anian, do you possess the ability to protect what you desire?" He Qinian smiled faintly. "Since I have declared my intention not to return, I possess the means to withstand the entire He family. Is that so?" He Jinshu turned her gaze back to her brother, her expression softening as she took in a visage that no longer resembled the youthful innocence of her memories. Unbeknownst to her, Anian was no longer the obstinate boy who needed her protection. Her lips curved slightly in a teasing manner. "I hope you do not speak boastfully. Some things are fragile and may easily shatter with the slightest misstep. The consequences may take a lifetime to reconcile." The final note of her voice carried an imperceptible solitude as she retrieved a silver cigarette case from her pocket, drawing out a cigarette to hold delicately between her fingers. "Care for smoke?" He Qinian shook his head, declining. "Weren't you quite the chain smoker before? How did you quit?" He Qinian's eyes softened with warmth as he recalled. "I simply did not enjoy it. Hence, I quit." He Jinshu raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was indeed remarkable that even her rebellious brother could quit smoking. Perhaps she truly ought to meet this individual. However, meeting would not alter much. Some matters were beyond her control, and she could only do her best. From her vantage point, many things were dictated by forces outside her will. Perhaps if she had been braver in the events of those years past, the outcome would have been different. Noticing the melancholy in his expression, He Qinian could not help but remember that rainy night when he first witnessed his indifferent sister shedding tears. She knelt in the courtyard, pleading for their father's mercy. The man his sister spoke of, he had never encountered, but he assumed he must not have been a good person. Otherwise, he would not have remained absent, leaving his sister to face the pressures of their family alone. After that, his sister cut her long hair, which now remained in a neat bob at her neck. "Actually, I can assist you," He Qinian began, but He Jinshu interrupted him with a light laugh. "Little Yin, you are still so young and inexperienced. How can you presume to make decisions for your sister? At 16, I outmatched the 4 great families of the capital, while you were still an infant." He Qinian retorted. "Why must you speak such deathly words?" He Jinshu put away the cigarette, saying, "I merely wish to ascertain your stance to determine our next course of action. By the way, I wanted to inform you that I am getting married." "What?" He Qinian was momentarily taken aback. "You're getting married?" He Jinshu nodded. "It was confirmed just yesterday to the eldest son of the Member of Parliament, currently a diplomat. My father has approved, and the family is quite satisfied." He Qinian furrowed his brows. "Are you willing?" He Jinshu nonchalantly rose from her seat. "I have no objections. At this age, it matters little who one marries." As she prepared to leave, she added, "There's an early meeting tomorrow. I've managed to keep today's events under wraps for you, but next time, refrain from such childish antics." Even the family doctor was summoned. "Surely you were quite distressed," He Qinian remarked. "Most of the best gastroenterologists in the capital are affiliated with the He family, as my father suffers from gastric issues." In his haste, he naturally overlooked everything else. Just as she was about to depart, he quickly called out, "Sister, as long as you are unwilling, you are free. I will take care of the rest." Chapter 64. A groundhog? Now you can dig holes. Upon hearing his words, He Jinshu paused briefly, glancing back with a smile. "Yin, I have always been free. I have accepted this marriage seriously and without regret. Some matters must be addressed by someone, and I have chosen the most advantageous path. I do not perceive it as a loss." With that, she raised her hand in farewell and left. He Qinian watched her retreating figure until it vanished at the end of the corridor, withdrawing his gaze with a slight vexation as he curled his fingers momentarily before releasing them. Wen Shi'an appeared just in time, handing over a report. "This is the diagnosis for young master, and the doctor has ruled out many causes." The final diagnosis revealed that the cotton candy was made from expired materials. Ugh! He Qinian opened the report, his eyes landing on the final diagnosis: food poisoning. "I also had cotton candy. In fact, I consumed slightly more than an as I was concerned about hygiene, prompting me to let him have less." Wen Shi'an explained, "Young master and has a relatively weak stomach, and coupled with his poor constitution. That is why." He Qinian closed the report, his gaze drifting below from the 3rd floor. He could clearly see a Klein blue sports car illuminating its lights before speeding away. "Investigate any recent happenings concerning the He family and the Wen family." Wen Shi'an had a rough idea of what was at stake. He had caught wind of certain matters, but some issues, even if clarified, remained beyond their control. After all, the young lady had not expressed any unwillingness. He cautiously reminded, interfering with the young lady's affairs means confronting the He family directly. Wouldn't he that expose our capabilities too prematurely? This could jeopardize our covert arrangements, especially since we have yet to uncover everything. He Qinian tossed the report back, declaring, "Speak less and just follow through." Wen Shi'an hastily caught the flying report and quickly followed suit. "Also, arrange a flight. I need to visit Leia Mountain." "For what purpose?" He Qinian's eyes flickered slightly as he lazily replied, "It's a matter of mine. It's best you not concern yourself with it." In the hospital room, a nurse was removing the needle from Wen Shi'an. Noticing someone had entered, she turned to advise, "The injection site needs to be pressed for a while. Otherwise, it may bleed." He Qinian nodded, "All right." Gently pressing his fingertips against the cotton swab, his gaze fell upon the figure ahead. Anan's face was nestled against the pillow, her long lashes cascading down, her complexion still somewhat pale, though improved from earlier. Once the nurse had tidied up and departed, he reached out, wishing to caress Anan's face. However, before his fingers made contact, he realized she had already awakened. Her bewildered blue eyes blinked once, then slowly focused as if discerning the surroundings. After a few moments, she parted her lips. "He Qinian?" "Yes," He Qinian replied tenderly, bringing her hand to his cheek. "Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Wen Shi'an dazedly shook her head. "No, I just want some water." He Qinian rose to pour a glass of warm water, testing the temperature against the cup's wall before confirming it was not too hot. He then returned, wrapping his large hand around her slender waist, allowing her to lean against him as he brought the cup to her lips. "It's warm, not scalding," she noted, and with his support, she eagerly drank until the cool liquid soothed her throat. Yet, her body still felt weak. "Would you like more?" He Qinian inquired. "No more," Wen Shi'an replied, her voice lacking energy. The sterile scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, unpleasant and discomforting, making her wish to avoid hospitals altogether. Noticing her condition, He Qinian pulled her closer, asking, "Would you like to sleep a little more?" In this unfamiliar environment, Wen Shi'an instinctively leaned against He Qinian, inhaling the familiar scent that brought her a modicum of comfort. She pressed her lips together, reluctant to succumb to sleep, seeing her burrow deeper into his embrace. He Qinian chuckled softly. "What's this? You've turned into a groundhog, digging a burrow." Wen Shi'an instinctively clutched at his shirt, burying her head in his chest. Her voice was muffled as she expressed, "I want to go home." He Qinian lowered his gaze, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "But you need at 4 in the morning." He too desired to take her home, yet he had matters to attend to the following day, which would keep him away for 2 days. He dared not take the risk. Wen Shi'an tilted her head slightly, a rare pout forming on her lips, her tone laced with a plea. "I'm not in pain anymore. I don't need the 4. I want to eat spicy food next time, just tomatoes. Let us go home." Feigning a stern demeanor, He Qinian chastised, "You're already talking about next time? This time nearly terrified me. You're not allowed to eat outside food anymore." "But it's so delicious," Wen Shi'an softly countered. Noticing He Qinian's unyielding expression, she cautiously inquired, "Can I buy cotton candy, roasted chestnuts, and milk tea? Those are sweet, and one tea upset my stomach." Upon hearing cotton candy, He Qinian couldn't suppress a laugh. "You still want cotton candy? That's what made your stomach hurt." Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. Otherwise, you'd need your stomach pumped. Wen Shi'an appeared momentarily stunned, disbelief crossing her features as she sought to defend her craving. "But cotton candy is soft. Could it really be the spicy food?" He Qinian smiled helplessly, pinching an cheek. "Why are you so fixated on this? The doctor said so. Would you like me to show you the report?" At this, Wen Shi'an lowered her gaze. "Then, can we go home?" He Qinian gently gathered her long hair. "In the end, all you want is to go home, little treasure. Why don't you want to stay in the hospital?" Wen Shi'an's gaze flickered, her emotions hidden beneath her lowered lashes. "Is it not valid if I have no reason?" Seeing and evade the topic, he refrained from pressing further, lowering his gaze to meet hers. The little one called out, "Husband, can we go home now?" Instantly, a delicate blush crept across Wen Shi'an's earlobes, his fingertips unconsciously tightening around the fabric of his sleeve, a desire to refuse bubbling within him. Yet, upon locking eyes with He Qinian, the words of rejection faltered on his lips, lingering in silence for a few moments. Eventually, he softly uttered, "Husband." Although his voice was barely a whisper, He Qinian caught it, his eyes narrowing in delight. "Little Bao, splendid." He lifted and into his arms, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. One arm wrapped around her while the other drafted a message to his assistant, instructing him to arrange for their discharge. Once the message was sent, he tucked his phone into his pocket, casually donned his suit jacket, and rose to leave. As they stepped into the corridor, a brisk gust of wind greeted them. He draped the jacket over Anne's shoulders, pressing the button for the elevator. With her head resting against him, inhaling the familiar scent, Wen Shi'an felt his eyelids grow heavy, his body succumbing to yawns dictated by his biological clock. Observing this, He Qinian gently patted his back, encouraging, "Sleep now." When the elevator doors opened, Wen Shi'an emerged from the payment booth. He Qinian signaled for silence with a glance, and Wen Shi'an immediately understood, promptly closing his mouth. Just then, a voice called out from behind, and in Chapter 65, "He will not return." He Qinian, keenly attuned to the voice's owner, did not falter in his stride as he entered the elevator. When Lin, noticing his lack of pause, anxiously called out once more, and then Wen Shi'an, momentarily disoriented, opened his eyes only to have a hand cover them. He recognized it as He Qinian's and did not resist. He murmured, "I think I heard someone calling me." He Qinian gently reassured him, "It's probably just a dream. Sleep well, my dear. Obediently, he closed his eyes, nuzzling against He Qinian's neck, seeking the perfect spot to drift back into slumber. Meanwhile, He Qinian's gaze fixed upon the approaching figure, his expression icy, signaling to his assistant to manage the situation. Wen Shi'an promptly complied, exiting the elevator to intercept the incoming individual. Wen Shi'an was about to step into the elevator when Wen Shi'an blocked his path. President Wen halt. Looking up, he met the chilling gaze of He Qinian from within the elevator, along with the figure enveloped in a suit, clearly in. Why wouldn't he be at the hospital? Was she ill? The mere thought propelled him forward, but he was firmly halted by the figure before him. In frustration, he cried out, and when S. mother emerged from the ward, immediately noticing her eldest son standing at the elevator entrance, perplexed. Shi'an, weren't you going to make the payment? And who are you calling? When Shi'an offered no reply, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the interior. He Qinian silently conveyed to the outside world, if you have matters to discuss, please address me first. When S. mother, catching a glimpse of blue hair, deemed it somewhat familiar. Before she could scrutinize further, the elevator doors closed. Wen Shi'an then released Wen Shi'an, coldly commenting, President Wen, my young master's intentions are quite clear. I hope you recognize the situation. Wen Shi'an clenched his fists, his expression growing cold. What if I don't? Upon overhearing the conversation, Mrs. Wen cast an irritable glance at the man in the black suit and inquired, who are you? Your manners leave much to be desired. Wen Shi'an maintained a courteous smile as he presented his business card, stating, I am Wen Shi'an. I trust that Mrs. Wen will take care of her son and ensure he does not disturb my young master. Otherwise, the He family would not hesitate to intervene, and the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, he strode confidently into another elevator. Wen Shi'an frowned in displeasure and was about to pursue him when his mother obstructed his path. He looked at her, bewildered. Mother, why are you stopping me? Mrs. Wen glanced at the business card before returning her gaze to her son, whose expression was one of displeasure. He is from a He family, someone we cannot afford to provoke. Let us avoid unnecessary complications. Wen Shi'an clenched his fists but soon relaxed, his anger clouding his judgment. Once he regained his composure, he realized the vast chasm that lay between him and He Qinian. To reclaim Anin from him seemed a fantastical notion, especially considering Anin's own reluctance to return. The thought filled him with deep anguish. It felt as though it was too late, that everything had slipped beyond his grasp. Mrs. Wen tucked the business card away, recalling a previous remark made by her son. What is troubling you? You speak in peculiar terms. How could Anin possibly be here? Wen Shi'an raised his head, asserting that the person in the elevator had indeed been Anin, along with He Qinian. Mrs. Wen reached out to check his forehead, finding no signs of fever. Why do you utter such nonsense? How could that be Anin? Why not? Wen Shi'an retorted. With a sigh, Mrs. Wen handed him a thermos. Even if that were Anin, do you truly believe he could win the favor of the He family's young heir? To say he could articulate even 10 words in one breath would be a miracle. Disappointment flickered in Wen Shi'an's eyes. Mother, you do not understand. Anin suffered from aphasia, which is why he could not speak. He continued, Anin is the young master of the Wen family. He is well. He has always been well. We merely fail to see it. Mrs. Wen shot him a disapproving look. Aphasia? I see nothing but his reluctance to cause trouble and his hidden sorrow. What is he scheming this time? With Xiao Yu planning a celebratory banquet? Is he intent on ruining it? Have you two fallen under his spell? Moreover, the young master of the Wen family has always been Xiao Yu. Anin, being younger, should naturally regard Xiao Yu as his brother. Spare me the talk. It will only upset Xiao Yu. After a moment, she added, have Anin return home in 3 days. There are matters to discuss. Anin will not return, Wen Shi'an said, a sense of desolation washing over him. For all these years, Anin had endured such malice, despite having done nothing wrong, only to be blamed by everyone, including himself. Mother, Anin is the true child of the Wen family. Xiao Yu is an outsider, and the debt of gratitude we owe for his upbringing has long been repaid. Besides, Xiao Yu has his own family. He should return to them, not remain with the Wen family indefinitely. Mrs. Wen found her elder son's recent behavior perplexing. What is the matter with you? Why are you always targeting Xiao Yu? Have you two had a falling out? And as for Anin not returning, Where else could he go? This is his home. Wen Shi'an observed his mother's evasive demeanor with some annoyance. Who was his brother? He had only Inan as a sibling. Furthermore, Wen Shi'an was not as innocuous as she appeared. Before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed something amiss and refrained from voicing it. Currently, there was no substantial evidence. Once the investigation results emerged, he would ensure that Wen Shi'an was expelled from the Wen family. Mother, brother, came the weak voice of Wen Shi'an from the doorway of the hospital room, his complexion pale as a ghost. Wen's mother rushed over, her face etched with concern. What are you doing out here? Didn't the doctor advise you to rest? You must return to bed. Wen Shi'an offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. I noticed you and brother had not returned for a while, so I grew a bit worried and wanted to check on you. You child, Wen's mother said, supporting him as they entered, casting a glance back at the motionless Wen Shi'an, urging him to follow. Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze, a flicker of frostiness flashing in his eyes. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Host. Memory erasure has proven ineffective. Wen Shi'an has become completely immune. Yet, he had already uncovered some truths which posed a significant disadvantage for him within the Wen family. The system retrieved the relevant data. Well, it's not too dire. He has only discovered that Wen Shi'an left the Wen family. The rest remains under investigation. However, he will not uncover much, as all traces have been thoroughly obliterated. We simply need to find a way to alter his perception of you. In a shadowy corner, Wen Shi'an smirked coldly. Why not simply make him disappear? After all, the demise of a mere paper figure mattered little. The system interjected with a warning. Wen Shi'an is an important supporting character. He cannot perish. Moreover, your primary focus should be on Wen Shi'an. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Wen Shi'an's eyes, quickly vanishing. If you cannot ascertain his whereabouts, how am I to complete my task? He observed the hue of the transparent blue orb fading day by day, a phenomenon previously unseen, causing a slight shift in his gaze. The system shared its frustration over this unprecedented situation, attributing it to two reasons. Its powers had diminished to a certain extent. In Wen Shi'an's encounter with He Qinian hindered its ability to probe. Wen Shi'an coldly issued a final ultimatum. I shall not concern myself with anything else. If you do not provide me with specific information, I will simply abandon my efforts. We can both linger here indefinitely. Seeing the determination in his stance, the system threatened. Should you fail to complete your task, your original body will perish in the previous world. You surely do not wish for your parents to bury their own child. Wen Shi'an clenched his fists, his fingertips digging into his palms, the pain bringing him back to reality. He understood. Chapter 66. Pray to the divine for the one I cherish in Qianhua-Bay Manor. Ani Xiao and Butler Su awaited in the living room. Upon seeing the visitor, they immediately approached. He Qinian placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, mouthing the words, he is asleep. I will take him upstairs first. Ani Xiao nodded, her eyes filled with worry, following his retreating figure until it vanished from sight, lingering at the staircase. Observing her concern, Butler Su offered reassurance. Do not fret too much. Young Master Inan is destined to be favored by the heavens. Besides, it is not a serious ailment. He merely has an upset stomach. I am aware, she replied. Xiao could not help but wipe away her tears. Inan was the most sensitive to pain. When she was little, she would cry for a long time after getting a small cut on her palm. However, somewhere along the way, things changed. She no longer cried out in pain and had not shed tears since. Today, she suddenly fainted, which had never happened before. Alas, you are merely overly worried. Try to relax. In the master bedroom, He Qinian gently laid in on the bed, pulled the blankets over her, and placed a tender kiss on her slightly furrowed brow, smoothing away her worries. He knelt beside the bed, brushing aside the stray hairs from her face, murmuring, little treasure. I plan to visit Laya Mountain tonight. I intended to wish you good morning before leaving, but upon reflection, if I depart tonight, I will return by tomorrow evening. Will you wait for me at home? After saying this, he pressed a kiss to the back of Anne's hand before slowly rising to find a pen and paper, leaving her a note detailing where he was going, when he would return, and reminding her to eat on time to prevent any worry in the morning. Once he had completed these tasks, he descended the stairs. Xiao Yi had not left. She was still waiting with Butler Su. Upon seeing him, she hurried forward. "Young Master He, isn't all right?" He Qinian glanced up from his phone, replying, "And is fine. She merely has an upset stomach from that cotton candy." If any of the servants experience similar issues, they should seek medical attention immediately, with expenses reimbursed by Butler Su and their wages doubled during their rest period. Butler Su promptly acknowledged, "Understood, young master." He Qinian tucked his phone away, instructing, "I will not be home tomorrow. I will return in the evening. In the morning, and then will see me having breakfast. Please have the family doctor come and check on her. If she needs N4, administer it. If not, let her manage as she wishes. If she wants to go to the office, she may. If not, she can stay home. Do not let her have anything cold, and reduce her sweets by half. Should anything arise, contact me at any time." "Yes, young master." Lin Shi'an was ready with the car at the door. Upon seeing He Qinian emerge, he immediately opened the door. "We should head to the airport now. We should arrive by around 6 in the morning. However, the weather there is poor. We might encounter heavy rain. Should we postpone?" "No need. Let's depart now." At 6:53 in the early morning, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, with mist enveloping the landscape like a delicate veil, obscuring the view of the sacred mountain. The sleek black Maybach parked at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shi'an opened the umbrella and held the car door open as He Qinian stepped out, the hem of his black trousers dampened by the rain. He raised his head, his gaze resting on the long stone steps, finally looking towards a mountain peak shrouded in mist. Occasionally, a half-drenched prayer flag emerged from the clouds, fluttering with a soft sound in the wind. It is said that the sacred mountain of Laya is home to deities, and with sincere devotion, the divine will bless every believer. Yet, Lin Shi'an could not resist voicing his objections. "Young master, there are no such deities in this world. Besides, it's merely a red string tied to a relic. There are countless places to seek blessings. Why must you climb the mountain in person?" "Mind your own business," He Qinian interrupted. "Wait for me at the base." As his voice faded, he stepped alone into the rain, the crisp autumn morning drizzle imbued with a chill that sent shivers across his skin. With his palms pressed together, he raised them above his head, knelt down, and bowed deeply in reverence. He embodied the essence of a devoted follower, each step accompanied by a humble prostration, earnestly worshipping the celestial spirits above. The stone steps were coated with a thin layer of water, and every kneeling motion sent delicate droplets splashing into the air. Lin Shi'an stood still, gazing at the retreating figure, his grip tightening around the handle of the umbrella as he contemplated his master's command. Ultimately, he remained steadfast in his place, well aware of his master's temperament. Once a decision was made, nothing could deter it, not even if the heavens were to crumble, let alone the mere act of kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times to ascend the mountain. To appease his master, he would likely march towards death without hesitation. It was perplexing how deeply he had fallen in love. Amidst the misty rain, He Qinian's tall silhouette gradually melded into the fog, appearing particularly diminutive on the seemingly endless stone steps. The autumn rain dampened his hair and clothing, his knees growing numb against the cold ground, while the rain blurred his vision. Yet, his back remained unwaveringly straight. The rain continued to pour, the mist gathering and dispersing in an endless cycle. At the summit, the temple stood solemnly, the incense curling upwards as the grand idol gazed down upon all beings. He Qinian knelt heavily upon the ground, raindrops cascading from his hair, his golden eyes filled with sincerity. He held no faith in deities. Having taken his first life at the tender age of 13, he had wielded his knife without a trace of compassion, and throughout those 13 years, many had perished by his hand stained with blood, bearing the weight of profound sin. Yet in this moment he clasped his hands together, gazing upward at the idol, his voice earnest and each word crystal clear. "O divine presence, may the spirits not deceive. Bless those I hold dear, grant them peace year after year." He bowed his head and struck the ground with force, his posture exceedingly humble, as if he were crushing a lifetime of arrogance beneath him. The devotee, He Qinian, vowed here to exchange his life for the health and fortune of another, his heart a testament, the heavens as his witness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Lightning illuminating the dim temple, a brilliant flash sweeping across He Qinian's resolute face. At the mountain's peak, under the vast sky, lightning crackled and thunder rumbled, rain pouring down in torrents. Lin Chun watched in astonishment. It was autumn, yet thunderstorm? The lightning appeared to strike the very sacred mountain. It was all too bizarre. Could there truly be deities? But soon, he chastised himself, a staunch materialist, believing that all truths in the world have a rational basis. He held no belief in gods or Buddhas, preferring to focus on tangible matters. It seemed his salary for the month had been dispersed. He pulled out his phone to check. A full six-figure sum. His master's promise of a bonus was indeed true. When his master descended, he would assuredly pay homage to him, for he was his true deity, the noble god of wealth. Perhaps an extra zero would make it perfect. He might even wake up smiling from dreams. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air, and he followed the sound to find his master's phone on the back seat. Noticing the flashing caller ID, he dared not answer, fearing the consequences, and could only wait for the call to end automatically. Yet the next moment, his own phone rang, and upon seeing the caller, a jolt of fear coursed through him, nearly causing him to drop it. But he could not ignore the call. With a stiffened resolve, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 67. A sense of emptiness, a steady voice resounded from within. Where is He Qinian? Have him take the call. The young master is at the mountain top. It's pouring rain, so he may be delayed. Yet, he dared not voice this directly, opting instead for a more delicate fabrication. The young master is at a meeting. I will have him return your call shortly. A moment of silence lingered on the other end, followed by a hint of hesitation. The meeting started at 8 this morning. He is quite dedicated. However, why did I not hear Jinshu mention he was at the company? An overwhelming urge to slap oneself arose. Why did he mention a meeting? The young master hadn't even set foot in the He family enterprise since returning to the country. But there was no recourse. He had to continue spinning the tale. The young master just went yesterday. The young lady likely didn't have the chance to report to you. Is that so? The deep voice revealed no discernible emotion. Yet it sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. Lin Chun instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. Who did he fear most in the He household? The family head, without a doubt. On the surface, the young master's demeanor appeared cold and detached, but in reality, he retained a sense of humanity and conscience. However, with the family head in mind, Lin Chun could only do his utmost to conceal the truth. Indeed, the young master was quite earnest, rising early this morning, determined to achieve results and not disappoint you. Another silence enveloped the call, and Lin Chun could almost envision the family head seated behind his desk, fingers lightly tapping the surface. Oomph! A derisive sound echoed from the phone. He Qinian probably doesn't even know which district his own company is located in Kyoto. Lin Chun's expression froze instantly. This was disastrous. They had been found out. What to do now? Just as he pondered how to salvage the situation, he heard the family head instruct, have He Qinian return and come see me at the old residence first. Understood. As the call ended, he gazed at the darkening screen, finally exhaling in relief, though he wondered what the family head wanted the young master for. Aside from matters concerning the young lady, nothing significant had transpired in the He family recently. Before long, he noticed someone descending the stone steps and promptly rushed forward, holding an umbrella for the young master. Young master. He Qinian responded softly, casually sweeping the stray hair from his forehead. Has Butler Sue called? No. Lin Chun cautiously glanced at the young master's expression. However, the family head did call. My lie has been exposed. He knows we are at Laya Mountain and has instructed you to return to see him first. He Qinian accepted the phone, fingers gliding across the screen to enter the chat interface with sending a cheerful rabbit emoji as a morning greeting. Xiaobao, are you awake? Have you eaten? After sending the message, he waited a moment, but when no reply came, he surmised she was still asleep and tossed the phone back to Lin Chun. In the future, don't concern yourself with calls from the He family. If there is something urgent, my father will come find me. Lin Chun took the phone. So, do we need to head back to the old residence first? No need. Lin Chun, taken aback, recalled the family head's tone, sensing something ominous, and cautiously advised, I feel the family head must have something to discuss. Perhaps it would be wise to return. He Qinian removed his damp coat and tossed it into the trunk, tilting his head towards Wen Shi'an with a teasing tone. Are you the young master, or am I? Wen Shi'an's expression stiffened. Of course, it is you. He Qinian curled his lips. I thought my words no longer held weight. I foresee your salary being halved next month. Wen Shi'an immediately backtracked. No, please. Young master, I was wrong. A true man knows when to bend, especially for the god of wealth. I am more than willing. All right, let us head back. He Qinian glanced at the summit of the divine mountain before turning to enter the car. At the Qinian-Bay manor, Wen Shi'an gradually opened his eyes. His confused gaze fixed on the ceiling for several moments before he came to the realization that he was at home. Instinctively, he called out, He Qinian. The familiar gentle response he longed for did not come. The room was silent, echoing only his own voice. Slowly, he sat up, the blanket slipping to reveal a portion of his arm, the 4 tape still clinging to the back of his hand, seemingly retaining He Qinian's warmth. He stared blankly for a few seconds before turning to his side. The bed sheets were immaculate, as if no one had ever lain there, devoid of even a single wrinkle. He Qinian had not slept here last night. Where had he gone? Throwing off the covers, he stepped out of bed and immediately noticed a piece of paper on the bedside table, the handwriting elegant and forceful, casual yet unrestrained. It was clearly He Qinian's penmanship. Little treasure, by the time you wake up in the morning, I will already be in Xianqing. If all goes well, I shall return tonight. Make sure to eat on time and cooperate with the doctor's examination. If you wish to go to the company, do so. If not, stay home. Some new varieties have arrived in the garden for you to explore. The piano room has also been repaired. If you find yourself bored, you can spend your time there. The note concluded with a flourish. He Qinian. Wen Shi'an gazed at the note repeatedly, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. He Qinian was absent, and he wondered what he was doing. He sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought for quite some time, feeling as if he were a machine devoid of programming. Without a controller, he was unsure of which step to take first. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Anin, are you awake? This morning we have custard buns and pumpkin cakes. Emerging from his reverie, Wen Shi'an quickly responded, I'm up. After speaking, he hurried to wash up, mimicking the way He Qinian usually assisted him in choosing his attire. First a top, then trousers, followed by accessories. Once properly dressed, he descended the stairs. As he reached the corner of the staircase, he caught a whiff of a sweet aroma in the air. It was the scent of custard buns. Upon seeing someone, Wen Shi'an politely greeted, Good morning, Butler Su. Good morning, young master Anin, Butler Su replied with a smile, before turning back to the servants to begin organizing the day's tasks. Wen Shi'an quickly approached the dining table. Good morning, Aunt Xiao. Good morning, Anin. Aunt Xiao replied as she placed the pumpkin cakes on the table, her gentle smile asking, Would you like milk or bird's nest today? Bird's nest, please, Aunt Xiao. Wen Shi'an picked up a pumpkin cake and took a bite. The soft, glutinous skin enveloped a rich pumpkin filling, the sweet aroma mingling with the taste of butter as it spread across his palate. As the maid ascended the stairs to tidy up, she returned with a message from Master N. Your phone was left in the bathroom. Thank you, Wen Shi'an replied politely, accepting the device. Upon unlocking it, her gaze was immediately drawn to a message from He Qinian. She reciprocated with a cheerful morning emoji. I'm having breakfast with custard buns, pumpkin cakes, steamed eggs, and your favorite beef patties. When will you return? No sooner had she sent the message than a video call notification chimed. Wen Shi'an hesitated for a moment, instinctively pressing the answer button, and He Qinian's smiling face appeared on the screen. The backdrop suggested he was in a car. His tousled hair was swept back, revealing a smooth forehead and sharp features. His hair appeared damp. Had it been caught in the rain? Anin, how did you know I adore beef patties? He Qinian scrutinized the screen, noticing Wen Shi'an looked well, and teased, Are you secretly thinking of me often? Wen Shi'an did not respond immediately. Instead, she observed his hair more closely, noting its sheen and color reminiscent of wet strands. When her gaze drifted to his forehead, she detected something unusual. He Qinian's complexion leaned towards a cool pallor, and any hint of redness became quite pronounced. What happened to your forehead? It seems a bit red. He Qinian paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, before offering a nonchalant smile, inadvertently brushing against the door frame. He instinctively glanced at the screen, realizing the redness was more evident now that his hair was swept back. But your hair is also wet. Did it rain? Wen Shi'an took a bite of her custard bun, her fingertip gliding over the screen as she sought a clearer view, the lighting on his end fluctuating. Yes, it rained. And I forgot my umbrella, so I got a little wet, He Qinian admitted, his finger gently caressing her cheek on the screen. Having been apart for just a few hours, he missed her. After breakfast, Butler Sue will arrange for a doctor to come and examine you. Wen Shi'an nodded, her gaze fixed on the screen, which flickered between light and shadow due to the car's movement. He Qinian's eyes fell on her attire, a smile gracing his lips. Did you wear a suit today, Anin? I did, she replied, adjusting the view to showcase her upper half. The button at her collar felt too tight. She decided to loosen one, realizing this style of shirt was not meant to be overly formal. He Qinian leaned back in his chair, appearing slightly fatigued. Yet his eyes remained steadfast on the screen. Wen Shi'an glanced at her collar, ensuring it was neat, and began to unfasten the top button. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed He Qinian had closed his eyes. His eyelids bore faint shadows, suggesting he was quite tired. He Qinian, are you exhausted? Would you like to take a nap? At the sound of her voice, He Qinian opened his eyes abruptly, the weariness still evident, with bloodshot whites dulling the golden hue of his irises. He tilted his head, seeking a comfortable position, and with a languid smile, he replied, not tired, just missing you. My dear, do you miss me? Wen Shi'an paused momentarily, holding the chopsticks, unsure if his feelings could be classified as such. Yet, it seemed he had a slight desire to see He Qinian. Gazing into those profound eyes, he ultimately nodded. Upon receiving an affirmative response, He Qinian's eyes narrowed with delight. Honest children are rewarded with gifts. He promised, I will return. Lin Shen turned to glance back, softly announcing, Young master, we have arrived. He Qinian directed his gaze at the screen, gently stating, Little treasure, I am about to board the plane. We will talk more upon my return. Wen Shi'an nodded, all right. With that, the video call concluded. He stared at the dimming screen for a while, his heart awash with an indescribable feeling, merely a sense of heaviness. And he could not fathom why. Seeing that Anin had not eaten much, Aunt Xiao offered him another custard bun. Anin, is the food not to your liking? When Shi'an came back to his senses, shaking his head, no, it's just that I cannot eat anymore. Noticing this, Aunt Xiao refrained from further persuasion and instead contemplated baking some small bread rolls for Anin to enjoy if he felt hungry later. After the doctor's examination, he concluded there were no significant issues, advising against intravenous therapy in favor of a dietary regimen, crafting a month-long meal plan. As for the recommendation to limit sugary foods, Wen Shi'an disagreed, feeling he had not indulged excessively, just a little each day. Surely it would be fine. Once the doctor departed, he discreetly altered the meal plan, omitting the suggestion to reduce sweet foods. He then placed it on the desk in He Qinian's study. The study, predominantly in dark hues, exuded an aura of coldness and detachment. He wandered around the room before finally settling into a chair, a frequent haunt of He Qinian's, where a subtle, chilly fragrance lingered, reminiscent of cedar and glacial waters. Yet, he believed that He Qinian should embody a warm, chamomile essence. Otherwise, how could proximity to him feel akin to basking in light, evoking an irresistible longing for that warmth, gradually leading to an entrancing addiction? After drifting into thought for an hour, he returned to reality, uncertain of what to do, aimless. Thus, he lingered in a daze before rising and retreating to his room, where he painted with oils on the balcony. After lunch, he returned to his artwork. Aunt Xiao brought some fruit upstairs, wandering the small living room in search of him, eventually discovering him on the balcony. She immediately spotted Anin perched on a small stool, his back to her, slender fingers delicately maneuvering the brush across the canvas. Anin, take a break and have some fruit. Aunt Xiao approached, placing a platter on the small table, arranging strawberries and blueberries artfully, garnished with mint leaves. Wen Shi'an turned at the sound, a smudge of pale blue paint on his nose. Aunt Xiao, he said, setting down the brush. He pointed to the canvas. I'm almost finished. Just a final touch remains. Aunt Xiao leaned in for a closer look. The canvas depicted a figure, and though the eyes were not fully rendered, it struck a familiar chord. Did you paint young master he? Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an instinctively glanced at his canvas. Watching as the imagined outline grew increasingly clear, it was indeed He Qinian he had captured. Yet, it had not begun this way. He wondered how it had transformed into this. Without a clue or a source, perhaps the silence of longing speaks louder than words. Anxio's phone alarm rang, instantly reminding her that something was simmering in the kitchen, prompting her to rise immediately. And then, don't forget to eat your fruit. All right, Anxio. Wen Shi'an picked up her brush, dipped the tip in paint, and illuminated the final eye, the golden orb shimmering with light, radiant and beautiful. During lunch, Wen Shi'an finished her meal at an astonishing speed before dashing outside, where she encountered Butler Sue. She greeted him, "Butler Sue." Before Butler Sue could respond, she had already vanished from sight. He turned to Anxio with a puzzled expression. "What is young Master up to?" Anxio chuckled softly, and mentioned she was going to the entrance. She's likely waiting for young Master He. Upon hearing this, Butler Sue immediately rushed outside, calling for Wen Shi'an in the garden, "Young Master, and don't wait any longer." The young Master's flight had to make an emergency landing in Jiangcheng due to the weather. He won't be back until tomorrow. Wen Shi'an bit her lip, glancing towards the entrance before lowering her head, understanding the situation. Butler Sue suggested, "Then let us return. I'll stay here for a while and head back shortly," Wen Shi'an said, taking a seat on a nearby bench and refreshing her chat history on her phone. It was still stuck at the morning messages, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. "You can head back first, Butler Sue." Seeing her expression, Butler Sue could only comply and leave. At 10:05 p.m., Butler Sue anxiously glanced at the entrance. "Young Master and has not returned yet?" Anxio wiped her hands. "No, she is probably still waiting, and is quite stubborn. I'll go persuade her in a bit." By 11 p.m., Anxio and Butler Sue searched the garden, having scoured the area thoroughly without spotting anyone. Where has she gone again? Chapter 69. I will personally retrieve him at 12:23 a.m. in the brightly lit main hall. He Qinian sat in the principal seat, clad in a cold, dark windbreaker, his features partially obscured in the dimness, exuding an icy demeanor. Butler Sue and a group of servants stood with bowed heads, not daring to breathe. "Where is Nin?" His voice was deep, laced with palpable frost. Butler Sue stepped forward. Young Master Zhou sent a message, stating he took young Master out for a bit of fun and would return later. In truth, he had already checked the surveillance when young Master and went missing. She was deceived by young Master Zhou into thinking they were going to find him, following him with a mix of skepticism. Yet, he dared not voice the full truth. Young Master Zhou had assured he would bring her back. Moreover, he was not a stranger. He was the young Master's cousin, not a bad person, albeit a bit frivolous. Considering that the young Master would not return until tomorrow, and that young Master had few friends, allowing young Master Zhou to take her out could provide a change of mood. He Qinian lifted his gaze, the chill in his eyes nearly tangible. What time did they leave? At 10:25 p.m. He glanced at his watch, his eyes sharp as blades. It was now 12:29 a.m., and still no sign of her. The air thickened momentarily, as though death itself had descended. Cold sweat broke out on Butler Sue's back, and he instantly regretted the situation. He Qinian took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, only to be met with a mechanical voice stating that the phone he was trying to reach was turned off and to please try again later. His brow furrowed in concern, and then would never have the audacity to turn off her phone. It must be that foolish Zhou Jingxiu. How dare he whisk away his wife? He was truly asking for trouble. Henceforth, Zhou Jingxiu would be strictly prohibited from entering the estate. Any violations would bear their own consequences. Upon hearing this, Butler Sue couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for young Master Zhou and quickly interjected, "Master, young Master Zhou has likely just lost track of time. I will call him immediately." "No need," He Qinian replied, rising and picking up the car keys beside him. "I will personally go to fetch him." As he approached the door, he paused for a moment, preparing to warm some soup. "Yes, Master," Butler Sue responded. Once the tall figure had completely vanished from sight, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Butler Sue, with a resigned sigh, thought to himself that young Master Zhou was in for a rough time this go-around. What mess. It was purely a case of good intentions gone awry. At the top floor of the Qingcheng bar, in a private room, the atmosphere was devoid of the blaring music from the first floor. Instead, soft instrumental melodies flowed gently through the air. Wen Shi'an furrowed her brow in discomfort. I want to go home. My phone is dead. She had just gotten into the car, intending to inform Ani Xiao and butler Su, only to discover that her phone had run out of battery. Zhou Jingxiu had claimed he would inform butler Su. Having waited for quite some time without sight of He Qinian, she began to suspect that Zhou Jingxiu was deceiving her. Zhou Jingxiu, with a glass of fruit wine in hand, flashed a roguish smile and said, "Little Inen, why do you want to go back? There's nothing as entertaining at home as there is here. Besides, I assure you that He Qinian will come looking for you at the first opportunity. Do you believe me?" The last time Zhou Jingxiu had persuaded Inen, her brother discovered it, and she was sent to the company for training for a month, which had nearly been the end of him. He had been overworked by that tyrannical boss, running around tirelessly and losing considerable weight, not to mention getting quite a bit darker. He was unwilling to let this go unpunished. He must retaliate against his brother. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. He wanted Inen to experience something different. Who would still prefer a cold, unfeeling older man devoid of any charm? Wen Shi'an pursed her lips, nearly expressing her disbelief outright. I still want to go back. She wished to wait for He Qinian to return. She was beginning to miss him. Zhou Jingxiu leaned closer, dismissing the woman beside him. Do you trust me, little Inen? Well, have I ever lied to you? Just wait for an hour. If He Qinian doesn't show up, I will circle the city 3 times and shout that I am a fraud. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Wen Shi'an felt he was not lying. She decided to wait a little longer. After all, he wouldn't be there when she returned. Zhou Jingxiu beckoned the woman beside him to pour more wine. Little Inen, let me share some gossip with you. Although Wen Shi'an was not particularly interested, Zhou Jingxiu's eyes sparkled with a sense of urgency. She slowly asked, what is it? Well, Zhou Jingxiu leaned in closer to whisper, my boss is actually gay. Though he appears refined and noble on the surface, he is a hypocritical charlatan. I feel like he has his sights set on me, but I play coy, teasing him daily as one would a pet. The simplicity of it all left Wen Shi'an with a slight furrow in his brow, pondering whether it might be unfavorable. How could it be? Zhou Jingxiu took a sip of wine, reclining arrogantly against the back of his chair. That audacious fool dares to covet me. He shall certainly pay the price. Once I've had my fill, I shall simply depart and move on to the next. The notion of pure love is utterly absurd. Fickleness is the norm. Voicing his inner grievances, he felt a considerable weight lift off his shoulders, a smile gracing his lips. Xiaonan, I have prepared something for you. There are certain things you ought to observe closely. Don't let an older man dazzle you with charm, with your striking looks. You ought to seek someone youthful and beautiful. Such a pairing would be far more fitting. Wouldn't you agree? Wen Shi'an was perplexed. Who is the older man? He Qinian? If 26 is considered old, then he himself would only need 6 years to reach that point. Zhou Jingxiu clapped his hands, signaling that the next person could come in. As the door swung open, a line of male models and young stars entered, all towering at least 6 feet tall, with commendable physiques and commendable looks. The manager promptly gestured for them to greet. This is young Master Zhou and young Master. The first, adorned in a blue traditional outfit, stepped forward to introduce himself. Young Master and young Master Zhou, good evening. I am Yin Yin, skilled in theatrical performance and classical dance. Zhou Jingxiu nodded, acknowledging the decent appearance, though it paled in comparison to his brother. After all, who in all of Kyoto could rival He Qinian's beauty? Perform a dance for us. Yes, young Master Zhou, came the reply. Wen Shi'an belatedly realized Zhou Jingxiu's intentions, but before he could voice his thoughts, the man was already before him. In moments of awkwardness, one often seeks something to occupy themselves, and he instinctively lifted his glass to take a sip. When the thin veil of fabric was flung towards him, he instinctively recoiled in fright. Observing this, Zhou Jingxiu waved his hand, signaling for the next individual. Wen Shi'an finished his drink and rose. I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingxiu immediately stood up, shouting, don't go. If you dislike this, there are others. He attempted to signal the manager to bring in a new batch, but before he could finish, a low, icy voice resounded from behind. Who are you telling to stay? Chapter 70. I want to see you. Zhou Jingxiu stiffened, the latter part of his sentence freezing in his throat, panic flooding his eyes. He was all too familiar with the owner of that voice. This was disastrous. How could he appear at such a critical moment? Wasn't he that akin to sealing his fate? Wen Shi'an turned toward the entrance, and when a familiar visage came into view, disbelief washed over him, causing him to blink in astonishment. He had truly returned. After a brief moment of shock, as if programmed to respond, he uncontrollably dashed toward him. The blue eyes sparkled with fragmented light. He Qinian had arrived. With a gentle smile, He Qinian opened his arms wide, welcoming Unin into his embrace, enveloping him in a happiness that was uniquely theirs. Wen Shi'an clung tightly to his waist, gazing up at him. Aunt Xiao said that when you see someone you wish to meet, you should run to them for a hug. It brings great joy. He Qinian, are you happy? He Qinian bent down and lifted the person into his embrace, gazing deeply into his eyes, filled with joy. The sight of Xiao Bao brought him a happiness surpassing even that of his childhood. Wen Shi'an gazed adoringly into his eyes, which sparkled more beautifully than the colors he had mixed that afternoon. I too felt a surge of joy. He Qinian gently rubbed his nose against Wen Shi'an's, his voice low and magnetic. Did Xiao Bao miss me? Wen Shi'an wrapped his arms around his neck, contemplating for a moment before earnestly nodding. I wanted to see you. Tonight, I wish to wait for you at the door. But Butler Su said you wouldn't return until tomorrow. And then Zhou Jing-Su mentioned he could bring me to find you, and I never expected it to be true. He Qinian chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I know. Next time, I will return earlier, so Xiao Bao won't have to wait too long. All right. Zhou Jing-Su, noticing his brother's gentle demeanor, chuckled nervously. Brother, since you're back, I shall take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. Stop right there. He Qinian settled into his seat, turning to glare at the one who attempted to sneak away, his once gentle gaze now frostily piercing. Zhou Jing-Su, have I been too lenient with you? You dare to bring an end to such a place? Are you itching for trouble? Zhou Jing-Su, startled, dropped to his knees. Ah, brother, my dear brother, it's not what you think. I merely took it out for a bit of relaxation. All of this was ordered by me, so please don't overthink it. Oomph. He Qinian surveyed the room with a teasing smile. Zhou Jing-Su, since when did you develop a taste for men? 12 in one night? Is the doctor prepared? The mere thought sent Zhou Jing-Su into a panic. Even if he wasn't inclined, he had to feign interest, awkwardly laughing. Brother, taste can change, and besides, lying down doesn't require much physical exertion. I can manage. A straightforward man, suddenly transformed into a devoted suitor overnight. How burdensome. Seeing Zhou Jing-Su's woeful expression, as if he were on the brink of death, Wen Shi'an contemplated before speaking up. It's not entirely his fault. I came along willingly. Noticing He Qinian's expression growing cold, reminiscent of a previous anger, he quickly added, but I did nothing, nor did I provide them with any contact information. I was just about to leave. He Qinian softened his demeanor, affectionately kissing the corner of Wen Shi'an's lips. I know, and is a good boy. He turned his gaze back to the person kneeling on the floor. However, some individuals simply refused to learn their lesson. What do you propose I do with you, Zhou? Jing-Su. Zhou Jing-Su stiffened, his back rigid with fear, not daring to meet his brother's gaze. His eyes nervously fixated on the floor. Raising his hand in a vow, he pleaded, Brother, I truly regret it. I promise this is the last time. I will never dare again. He Qinian caught a hint of sweetness mixed with a trace of alcohol in the air, his eyes flickering. Xiao Bao has been drinking? Just a little, Zhou Jing-Su replied, feeling the weight of He Qinian's gaze upon him. I had a sip during that awkward moment. It tasted sweet, and I didn't realize it was alcohol. For the first time, I felt a hint of apprehension towards He Qinian. Yet when he looked up, everything seemed as usual. Zhou Jing-Su felt the intensity of He Qinian's scrutiny and swallowed hard, forcing himself to explain. It was just half a cup of plum wine, nothing intoxicating. Regret now consumes him. Had he known that returning to the company would lead to such turmoil, he would have chosen to remain, even if it meant facing death. In a moment of impulsiveness, he dared to challenge his brother's boundaries, a reckless endeavor indeed. He glanced at the crimson liquid in the half-filled wine bottle on the table, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. The oppressive silence was punctuated by sounds that struck at Zhou Jingxu's heart, sending shivers down his spine. Cautiously, he cast a glance and tentatively spoke, "Brother, it is getting late. You and Sister Xiaoan should return to rest. It's not worth your time to linger here for my sake." He Qinian raised an eyebrow, a thought forming in his mind. Zhou Jingxiu had always been somewhat mischievous, carefree in spirit, charmingly described as sunny and bright. In reality, he was rather foolish, lacking in wisdom. Had it not been for the strict upbringing and the Zhou family's modest reputation in their circle, no one would have dared to covet him, allowing him to become a wealthy heir over the years. Otherwise, he would have been sold off, counting someone else's money. Since he refused to listen, perhaps a lesson would teach him to remember. Let us see if he dares to set his sights on N again. If he dislikes working at the company, then let him be free from it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingxiu's eyes sparkled. In truth, it was not entirely unwelcome. "I've informed your brother Gu that you'll be training on the newly commissioned Hainan warship. Consider it a voyage for leisure," He Qinian coldly decreed. "Determining the course of Zhou Jingxiu's career for the foreseeable future. Absolutely, without room for dispute." Zhou Jingxiu felt as though the sky had fallen. He was prone to seasickness. He parted his lips to plead for reconsideration, but was silenced by a mere glance, the thought alone evoking a profound sense of despair. The mere notion of spending the next few years aboard a ship brought him to the brink of tears. Wen Shi'an noticed the mist gathering in his eyes, the redness around his eyelids suggesting tears were imminent. He softly cautioned, "He's about to cry." He Qinian gently pinched Zhou Jingxiu's cheek, reassuring him, "That will not happen." Then, lifting the person in his arms, he turned his gaze to Zhou Jingxiu, his voice cold and commanding, "Do not return." Startled, Zhou Jingxiu shivered wide-eyed, forcing back his tears. "You will stay here tonight, and keep a close watch on your acquaintances. If you so much as blink, I will ensure they make you sleep." He added, "Tomorrow morning, someone will come to take you to the military. I will inform your parents. You can rest assured." With that, He Qinian departed with purposeful strides. Zhou Jingxiu collapsed in despair, the final path before him severed. He was bound for the sea without choice. Lin Chen remained behind, watching over the young master to prevent any midnight escape. Chapter 71. Love Every day, He Qinian emerged with his charge. Greeted by the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill, he tightened his embrace around the person nestled in his arms. Wen Shi'an quietly leaned against his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent that brought him comfort. Initially, he had felt quite lucid upon leaving, but the wind soon clouded his mind, leaving him dazed. Gazing at the distant neon lights receding behind them, he felt as though he were spinning, the sensation dizzying. He looked up at the man beside him. "He Qinian, my head feels so light." Hearing the soft voice, He Qinian lowered his gaze and saw that Anne's eyes were no longer clear. Most likely, the cold wind had caused a slowdown in alcohol metabolism, resulting in constricted blood vessels and a sense of dizziness. He gently placed his hand on the back of Anne's head, allowing him to lean against his shoulder, shielding him from the light. "It's all right. Just close your eyes and sleep. We'll be home soon." Wen Shi'an obediently shut his eyes, his muddled mind akin to thick paste. Yet he could still sense the movements around him. As they descended the stairs, the dizziness intensified. "He Qinian, I feel really dizzy and nauseous." He Qinian paused, setting him down on a bench by the flower bed. "And then sit here for a moment and take your time." One hand supported, and while the other messaged the driver to fetch some hangover soup and water. Wen Shi'an leaned softly against He Qinian's palm, his gaze drifting until it landed on a sleek silver sports car parked ahead. He pointed and said, "He Qinian, that one looks quite appealing, reminiscent of something from a childhood cartoon. I used to think it would be cool to be a race car driver." He Qinian followed his gaze, acknowledging that while it may seem exhilarating, it was also perilous. However, the adrenaline rush at high speeds was undeniably thrilling. "In a few days, I'll take you to the racetrack. What does that sound?" Wen Shi'an instinctively nodded, then shook his head in frustration, withdrawing his gaze. He had no driver's license and no money for a car. All his savings were meant for Aunt Xiao, and he had already spent his only reserve that day. He Qinian's eyes flickered thoughtfully as he silently noted the model and color of the car before sitting beside An, tidying up the stray hairs at his temples. "Little treasure, why have you fallen silent?" Wen Shi'an turned to him, his gaze caught by the amber brilliance of He Qinian's eyes. He couldn't help but stare. Why do your eyes always shine so brightly when you look at me? He Qinian smiled softly. Because they're filled with love for you, little treasure. Hence they always gleam. Wen Shi'an's thoughts were somewhat sluggish, and combined with his unfamiliarity with such emotions, he struggled to grasp their essence. This was the second time he had encountered the word love, yet he remained unable to comprehend what kind of sentiment it truly represented. Blinking slowly, his fingertips brushed the corners of He Qinian's eyes. I wish my eyes could shine like that, filled with warm light. He Qinian rubbed his soft palm against Wen Shi'an's and chuckled gently. Little treasure must work hard to learn how to love. By learning to love me, your eyes will radiate the light of love, enduring and everlasting. I love He Qinian, Wen Shi'an declared without hesitation, unaware of what love truly meant. His gaze fixed intently on him. Do my eyes have any light? The alcohol dulled his rationality, rendering him braver than usual. Yet his comprehension waned, limiting him to superficial understanding. He believed that love was merely the word spoken. He Qinian was momentarily taken aback by the first declaration, but the subsequent remark elicited a resigned smile. One cannot reason with a drunken person, as their intellect is absent, leaving only innocence. Gazing into the emotionless blue eyes, I leaned down to plant a gentle kiss upon his eyelids, which were undeniably beautiful. Wen Shi'an's joy illuminated his features, resembling a child who has just received a sweet treat. Then I shall love He Qinian every day. This way, my eyes shall forever retain their sparkle. Observing Wen Shi'an's silly demeanor, He Qinian couldn't help but chuckle. Such words were entirely out of character for the normally composed Wen Shi'an. I must jot down what our little treasure has said, lest you awaken and deny it. Wen Shi'an nodded in agreement. In reality, he merely tilted his head and then toppled over to one side, perplexed as he inquired, He Qinian, why did you tilt? Truly, he was quite intoxicated. He Qinian swiftly caught him, cradling him in his embrace. When the driver arrived, he was greeted by this scene and immediately lowered his head. Young master, here is the hangover soup and water. He Qinian accepted the soup and brought it to Wen Shi'an's lips, soothingly encouraging, it's sweet. Drink this, and you shall feel better. Wen Shi'an took a small sip, discovering its sweetness, and drank a few more gulps. Do you want more? No. He shook his head in refusal, then nestled back into He Qinian's arms, shutting his eyes once more. Seeing this, He Qinian handed the remaining soup to the driver to dispose of, before carrying his beloved toward the car. The journey home was somewhat lengthy, as Zhou Jingshu had deliberately chosen a location farthest from Qianyue Bay Manor. He Qinian glanced out the window before turning his attention back to the person in his arms, adjusting the small blanket around him, his gaze landing on Wen Shi'an's wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed the old watch, gazing at the scars with a pang of sympathy that made his eyes sting. He gently pressed a kiss to the wrist, then took out a red string from his pocket to tie around it, positioning the talisman just right to cover the wound. If deities truly exist, may they bless my little treasure with peace and safety for all his days. Upon regaining his senses, he looked up to meet a pair of clear eyes. He paused briefly, then smiled. Awake now. Are you feeling all right? Wen Shi'an shook his head. Not uncomfortable. How did you know? He Qinian propped him up. I secretly observed while you were asleep. Will you be angry, little treasure? Wen Shi'an rubbed his eyes and then looked at him. No, it's nothing really. Just a bit unsightly. But now it looks good. He Qinian held his hand, kissing it through the talisman. In the future, our little treasure shall live a long and prosperous life. Wen Shi'an, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of complexity in his blue gaze. He did not perceive longevity as a blessing, for living too long could be exhausting. Reflecting on this, he realized that since being with He Qinian, life had become much less burdensome. Each day was lighter and filled with joy compared to before. If possible, he cherished the time spent with He Qinian, Aunt Xiao, and Butler Su. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I have a gift prepared for you as well. Chapter 72. Today, I shall let you off. There will be plenty of time ahead. He Qinian was initially taken aback, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he kissed Anne's hand, declaring, It is truly my honor to receive such a gift from you, little treasure. Wen Shi'an produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket, stating, "I believe this suits you perfectly. I hope you'll like it." Before heading out with Zhou Jingxiu, they stopped by a mall, where he spotted the item in the display window and immediately thought it would be ideal for He Qinian, thus purchasing it. As He Qinian opened the gift box, he discovered a pair of exquisite ruby lion cufflinks, their luster and transparency remarkably perfect, embodying both majesty and delicacy. He never anticipated that one day his Enon would bestow upon him a gift, which surely indicated his significant place in Anan's heart. After all, Anan did not buy gifts for anyone else, solely for him. "Darling, I adore this," he exclaimed, cupping He Qinian's face and planting a kiss on his lips. The sudden kiss left Wen Shi'an momentarily dazed. Forgetting to close his eyes, he marveled at the sculpted contours of He Qinian's brow and the long, distinct lashes that seemed to quiver as their intimacy deepened, exuding a certain sensuality. Yet, in the next instant, large hands obscured his vision, plunging him into darkness. A magnetic voice slipped between parted lips. "Sweetheart." One must close their eyes when kissing. The kiss was gentle and gradual, and as passion intensified, instinct compelled him to respond, causing He Qinian to notice his reaction. The kiss transformed, becoming less tender, infused with a hint of dominance and aggressiveness. Fingers curled around Wen Shi'an's neck, forcing him to tilt his head back, swallowing hard as if in trapped prey, surrendering slowly to the depths of the kiss. It lingered for an extended period until the vehicle finally came to a halt. The driver's voice breaking the spell, "Young master, we have arrived home." Only then did He Qinian release the figure in his embrace, gazing into the misty depths of Anan's eyes, taking in every detail. His voice, low and laced with desire, murmured, "Let us return and continue." Cradling Anan, he stepped out of the car, striding purposefully towards the interior. In the main hall, Anxiu and butler Su rushed to greet them. Noticing Anan resting against He Qinian's shoulder, mistakenly assuming he was intoxicated. "Anan, are you drunk? Shall we bring you some hangover soup?" He Qinian, unfazed, replied, "No need. You both should rest." With the advantage of his long legs, he swiftly ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found it difficult to restrain himself, pinning Anan against the door, locking eyes with him intently. "Shall we?" Wen Shi'an inhaled deeply, contemplating for a few seconds before shaking his head. "You go ahead. I will wait for you." "All right," He Qinian replied, gently placing him on the bed before heading towards the bathroom. Wen Shi'an watched his retreating figure for a moment, then surrendered to the bed, reflecting on how each kiss with He Qinian invariably ignited an unexpectedly high threshold of excitement, awakening every cell in his body, evoking a peculiar yet fascinating feeling, tinged with curiosity and a hint of affection. When He Qinian emerged from the shower, a light mist clung to him, his damp hair falling over his forehead, which he swept back. Upon reaching the bedside, he discovered Wen Shi'an curled up like a sleeping kitten. The depths of his eyes darkened, and with a resigned smile, he bent down to lift the person, the little deceiver who had caused him such distress. He simply bathed Anan, changing him into clean pajamas, during which the one in his arms remained exceedingly quiet, occasionally murmuring in a dreamlike state. Once done, he tucked him snugly into the blanket, kneeling beside the bed, his gaze meticulously traversing the contours of his brows, eyes, the bridge of his nose, and the delicate curve of his lips, finally lingering upon his features. His fingertips brushed aside the stray locks, tracing the elegant lines of his visage, gently caressing the rosy petals of his lips. Ultimately, he leaned down to plant a kiss, his voice low and husky. "Little treasure, we have all the time in the world, so I shall let you be for today." Rising, he made his way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet, cold water cascading over him once more, tracing the muscular lines of his back. Supporting himself with one hand against the wall, his golden pupils were clouded with shadows, his heavy breaths barely audible amidst the clamor of the rushing water. Anan's passionate murmurs grew increasingly languid, tinged with a hint of impatience. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying every frame from the car, magnifying each detail in an unending loop. The cold water, though frigid, could not quell the searing heat within him. His long fingers, with prominent knuckles and visible veins, reflected the intensity of his emotions. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his jaw clenched. Time slipped away until the bathroom door swung open, revealing He Qinian, his entire being emanating an icy aura. After warming himself, he gathered the peacefully slumbering figure into his embrace, wishing him sweet dreams for the night. At 8:34 a.m., Wen Shi'an awoke from the heat, caught in a haze between sleep and wakefulness, feeling as if he were pressed against a scorching furnace, sweating profusely. He attempted to push away, but found himself immobilized, his waist seemingly bound by iron chains. After struggling for a moment, he shook off the remnants of slumber and opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback before realizing that the source of the heat was He Qinian. He lifted his gaze to meet He Qinian's forehead, but was taken aback by the overwhelming warmth, causing him to instinctively shrink back, even halting his breath for a moment. He Qinian appeared to have a fever. A doctor was needed. He pried apart the large hand, attempting to rise, but in the next instant he was pulled back. He Qinian's heated breath brushing against his nose, unbearably warm. He could see the fine beads of sweat glistening on the tip of his nose. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly still in slumber, merely responding instinctively. The large hand rested on his waist. The warmth emanating from it felt astonishing even through the fabric. After several attempts, he finally managed to place a pillow in his arms, allowing him to extricate himself and hasten downstairs. He explained the situation to butler Sue, and the doctor arrived promptly. After an examination, a fever-reducing injection was administered, along with an 4-drip. Unsure of what to do, Wen Shi'an fetched a small stool and settled by the bedside, occasionally glancing up at the 4. At times, when He Qinian stirred and kicked off the covers, he would gently tuck the corners back in, using a towel to wipe his face and palms. Around noon, Aunt Xiao brought up a meal, encouraging him to eat a bit. Wen Shi'an shook his head, his gaze resting on He Qinian's pallid face, softly uttering, "Aunt Xiao, just leave it there. I'll eat later." He had little appetite, preferring to wait for He Qinian to awaken so they could dine together. Noticing his somber mood, Aunt Xiao refrained from further persuasion and, with a sigh of resignation, closed the door behind her as she exited. At the doorstep, butler Sue anxiously inquired, "Has young Master eaten?" "No, young Master remains as stubborn as this morning, insisting it be left untouched. He likely hasn't taken a single bite." Aunt Xiao sighed, realizing they could only wait for young Master he to awaken before young Master would eat. At 3:12 p.m., Wen Shi'an measured his temperature several times, all within normal range. He lowered his gaze to He Qinian, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead. The fever has subsided after taking the medicine. He will surely recover, he thought, and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the main hall, he sensed a momentary stillness in the air. Turning his head, he perceived that the expressions around him were rather peculiar. Soon, he noticed someone entering through the doorway. Chapter 73. A darkness descends clad in a tailored lady's suit. The click of her red-soled high heels echoed crisply against the floor, each step exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The sapphire blue fabric shimmered delicately under the lights, accentuating her porcelain complexion, while the collar of her white silk blouse was slightly undone, revealing her elegant swan-like neck. Wherever she went, the servants bowed respectfully, addressing her as Mississippi. Upon hearing this title, Wen Shi'an recalled that He Qinian had an elder sister, He Jinshu, the eldest daughter of the He family. As she approached, the resemblance in their features confirmed this connection. The servants nearby respectfully acknowledged her, Mississippi. He Jinshu nodded, her keen eyes immediately drawn to the strikingly handsome youth beside the servant, his extraordinary appearance captivating her attention. She had encountered countless attractive individuals, including scions of noble families, top celebrities, and members of royalty. Yet none compared to the beauty of the young man before her, a beauty that was indescribable. If He Qinian's looks were strikingly handsome, then this youth possessed an enchanting allure that transcended mere attractiveness. Surely, this must be the one who holds a special place in He Qinian's heart. It was no wonder that he could evoke such feelings in someone as stoic as her. Even she couldn't help but feel a stir of admiration. Wen Shi'an sensed her gaze linger a tad too long upon him, and standing directly in front of her, he felt compelled to greet her. Summoning his courage, he called out, "Mississippian?" He Jinshu's cold, clear eyes momentarily widened in surprise, her lips parting slightly. "What did you call me?" Wen Shi'an bit his lip, wondering if he had not addressed her correctly, as that was how the servants referred to her. Observing her reaction, He Jinshu noticed the youth's downcast gaze and the flutter of his long lashes, wondering if he was intimidated by her. Perhaps her tone had been too frosty. After a moment's reflection, she rephrased her inquiry. "What do you call He Qinian?" Wen Shi'an raised his eyes to meet hers, considering that the He family likely remained unaware of their circumstances. To avoid causing any distress to He Qinian, he dared not utter his name, instead opting for the same term the assistants used, young master. He Jinshu remarked, "What has become of him? He Qinian seems to be quite the player." A meaningful glance was exchanged, succinctly conveying the intention. "I am here to find He Qinian. Is he upstairs?" Wen Shi'an nodded in response, indicating that the young master was indeed above. However, before he could finish his sentence, a hoarse voice interjected. "Who are you calling young master?" He Qinian was taken aback. His vision momentarily clouded. He awoke to find no one around and intended to seek out an inn, only to hear this. Just a day prior, he was being called by name. How had it transformed to young master today? He Jinshu raised her eyebrow, remarking, "He still calls me young lady. Did you not teach him that?" He Qinian's vision darkened again. Had he not been in a deep slumber for so long, he would have wished to fall back into sleep. Taking a deep breath, he descended the stairs. Upon his arrival, He Jinshu seized his ear with a serious tone, admonishing, "He Qinian, you are truly somewhat perverse. You are legally bound to your partner now. Such behavior is utterly disrespectful. After so many years of education, it seems it has all been in vain. If it weren't for the pressing matter at hand, I would consider breaking your legs." Wen Shi'an was taken aback by this turn of events, momentarily stunned, and instinctively sought to clarify, but was swiftly silenced by He Jinshu's command. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she made her way to the sofa. Wen Shi'an had never witnessed such a situation. It resembled a teacher reprimanding a student. He glanced at He Qinian, lacking the courage to utter another word, and obediently took a seat on the sofa. He Jinshu turned back to He Qinian, her tone brooking no argument. "To the study, I have matters to discuss with you. Do not pretend I'm sparing your dignity." He Qinian thought to himself that he was indeed not being spared any dignity. Receiving such a reprimand in front of his wife was excessively humiliating. In the study, He Jinshu sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the one who entered, displeasure flickering in her eyes. "I must say, you're being rather excessive. You call him young master and me young lady. What an audacious thought." He Qinian, exhibiting a rare hint of grievance, replied, "Can I not say that I too was unaware? I awoke to find things had changed so drastically." He Jinshu scoffed. "Do you expect me to believe that? Regardless of your private escapades, the respect due must not be diminished. You claimed her to be the one who holds your heart. Do not deceive her into thinking she is merely a servant." "What do you mean by deceive?" He Qinian retorted with righteous indignation. "I rightfully claimed her, and it was I who discovered her first. Thus, she is mine." He Jinshu cast him a sidelong glance. Reflecting on the moment she learned of He Qinian's marriage certificate, she had sent someone to investigate, uncovering that he had misled the authorities into signing the marriage application. She had watched the surveillance footage multiple times, noting that the youth had never consented. The nod was merely an indication of comprehension. Yet, he foolishly believed she had agreed and excitedly sent someone to arrange the wedding, almost resorting to coercion. Fortunately, those at the registry were from the He family, and, upon recognizing He Qinian's intentions, chose to overlook the discrepancies. "There are matters I wish not to clarify too explicitly for fear of your embarrassment. Just remember this. If I hear him call you that again, I shall break your legs." He Qinian stared in silence, utterly bewildered by how circumstances had devolved to this point. "Please, heavens, discern between loyalty and treachery. He is truly innocent." He Jinshu casually adjusted her cuffs and began, "You must attend the evening banquet at the old residence tonight, or else father will be enraged. Moreover, your absence from the clan meeting yesterday has already stirred considerable gossip within the family. Those few families are quite cunning and may seek to act against you. It will be prudent for you to remain in Kyoto for the time being." He Qinian then recalled that yesterday marked the annual clan meeting. and he understood why his father was so insistent on his return. However, he did not much care. It matters not. In this day and age, the one capable of ending He Qinian has yet to be born. You are quite confident, He Jinshu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Though I wonder how many lives you possess to evade such threats. He Qinian, with a hint of arrogance, lifted his chin defiantly. Regardless, you need not worry. The true concern lies with those vermin lurking in the shadows. Suit yourself. If you perish, I shan't be collecting your remains. I've conveyed the situation to you. The rest is up to you. I understand. I will attend tonight, He Jinshu stated, rising and departing the study. Hearing the noise, Wen Shi'an looked up towards the staircase and instinctively averted his gaze upon seeing her descend. He Qinian called out to him, and then, come here. Chapter 74. In winter, we shall build a snowman. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Shi'an did not hesitate but approached, instinctively wishing to hide behind He Qinian. He felt a twinge of apprehension when facing He Jinshu, particularly when she reprimanded He Qinian. It was somewhat intimidating. He Qinian wrapped an arm around his shoulders, drawing him closer. And then, this is He Jinshu, called her sister. Sister, Wen Shi'an obediently addressed her. He Jinshu acknowledged him with a soft hum. Noticing that he dared not meet her gaze. With a wry smile, she reassured him, do not be so afraid of me. I am not a monster. How about I gift you some gold coins? She added, pulling a black card from her bag and offering it to Wen Shi'an. He momentarily blinked in surprise, looking sideways at He Qinian, silently inquiring what to do. He Jinshu pressed the card into his hand. This is a token of our meeting. Should he bully you in the future, just let me know, and I shall teach him a lesson. Wen Shi'an blinked, finding this unexpected. He had presumed that families of such stature would prioritize reputation and honor. He, being of humble standing, should not receive such acknowledgement. Merely not being treated poorly would suffice. This gesture seemed out of place. Noticing his dazed expression, He Jinshu found his blue eyes reminiscent of a sprite, which she found endearing. After all, her upbringing had been steeped in a different atmosphere. Additionally, He Qinian had always been mature beyond his years, lacking any semblance of childhood innocence, often wearing a stern expression. Hence, such a charmingly naive child was a rarity. She gently tousled his hair, so adorable. I must take my leave now. We shall meet again. He Qinian smiled in agreement. Indeed, I concur. As Wen Shi'an saw her preparing to depart, he anxiously attempted to return the card. Yet before he could take a step, everything spun wildly, and He Qinian hoisted him up, followed by a playful slap on his backside. A deep voice resonated beside him. Xiao Bao, why are you running? We still have an account to settle. Come to bed, and I shall explain it well to you. The last few words were articulated with a distinct clarity, laced with a hint of resentment. Wen Shi'an, however, paid little heed to where he was being led. His mind was preoccupied with the black card in his hand, which he had yet to return to his sister. She gave it to you, so keep it. After all, she can earn it back in an instant. The He family, with its vast enterprise and numerous subsidiaries, regarded such a black card as mere pocket change. Each month, he would deposit an allowance into an account. Yet this little fool seemed utterly oblivious. The money he had spent on cufflinks last night had come from savings stash he had been accumulating for quite some time. Earlier, he had glimpsed the balance on his phone. However, he had been unable to locate it, only to find it lying on the table before him. Lifting it to check, he inadvertently unlocked it with facial recognition and noticed the transaction history, only to discover that his balance was entirely depleted. The bedroom door swung open, and before Wen Shi'an could fully comprehend the situation, he was tossed onto the bed, bouncing slightly in surprise. Without allowing him a moment to compose himself, a tall figure loomed over him, showering him with a flurry of kisses. This kiss lingered longer than expected, to the point where it became somewhat bothersome before it finally ceased. He Qinian gazed down at him with a playful smile. Xiao Bao, tell me, what should you call me? Wen Shi'an looked up at him in confusion. Should I call you He Qinian? Is there anything else? As he contemplated the appropriate title, he instinctively averted his gaze, muttering, nothing else. Is that so? He Qinian pinched his chin and chuckled softly. If you remain silent, I might just have to kiss you again. Wen Shi'an placed his elbow against Qinian's chest, hesitating momentarily before whispering, husband. Ah, now that sounds right. He Qinian's eyes widened in disbelief, as Wen Shi'an struggled to retreat, only to have his wrist grasped, his hands pinned above his head. The kisses resumed. Only after a considerable time did He Qinian finally release him, and when Shi'an glared, "I already answered. Why are you still?" He Qinian lazily raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, I simply can't help myself. Perhaps you should return the favor." Wen Shi'an fell silent, the corners of his eyes tinged with indignation. After a moment, he mumbled resentfully, "He Qinian, you are not trustworthy. You are a liar." Though his voice was barely audible, He Qinian caught every word, a smile creeping on his lips. "Am I a liar? Then does that make it a little liar?" When Shi'an, perplexed, defended himself, "I am not. I have never deceived you." Leaning down, He Qinian pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. "And then, you mentioned calling my name. Who did you call young master before?" When Shi'an suddenly understood the reason behind He Qinian's earlier demeanor. Taking a breath, he began to explain, "I feared it might cause you unnecessary trouble, so I thought it best to address them the same way. I never expected you would be scolded for it. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, He Qinian felt a pang in his chest. He gently caressed in his cheek, "Xiao Bao, in my presence, you never need to apologize. Furthermore, I possess the capability to manage everything. Even if you were to cause an uproar, I can provide you with unwavering support. Therefore, next time, do not hesitate, but boldly call my name and speak openly about our relationship. We are married, and there is nothing shameful about it." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, his resolute choice once again resting with him. However, some matters do not guarantee a favorable outcome simply through persistence. The future remains uncertain. When he lifted his gaze to deny this, he was met by a pair of luminous eyes, causing all his refusals to come to an abrupt halt, his fingertips resting gently at the corners of those eyes. The warmth felt akin to touching a ray of light, instilling within him a glimmer of courage. Perhaps it was time for him to venture beyond the confines of solitude. The days spent with He Qinian truly were wonderful. Although he did not comprehend the essence of love, he desired to continue this journey with He Qinian for an eternity. He Qinian, when winter arrives and the snow falls, shall we build a snowman together? He Qinian paused, realizing that it was only October, with 2 months remaining until snowfall. Why bring it up so early? Despite his confusion, he smiled and agreed, "Very well. When the time comes, we shall construct a grand snowman in the courtyard. I also want to buy a small dinosaur to place on our balcony's glass wall." He Qinian chuckled lightly, "Silly little darling. Our home is temperature controlled. It would melt if left on the balcony. Can we keep it in the refrigerator?" "Yes." When He Qinian received a phone call, he was in the midst of taking his temperature, which had already returned to normal, yet it insisted on checking again. The voice on the other end was urgent. "Young master, there has been a situation." Chapter 75. Matters only couples can engage in. He Qinian's eyes shifted slightly. "What has happened?" Lin Chen's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. "Recently, we consolidated some hidden forces in Kyoto and took over an auction house in the underground city. The auction this month is about to commence, but there has been an issue with the goods. They were detained at customs." He Qinian inquired, "What is the reason?" Lin Chen replied, "They were found carrying contraband, but I personally supervised that batch. There is absolutely no way there could be any prohibited items." He Qinian was already aware of this, having seen the packing video and records at the time, confirming there was no issue. "What is the current situation?" Lin Chen slowly continued, "All quality inspection reports and item lists have been submitted, yet the goods remain withheld, which is quite peculiar. I suspect someone may be orchestrating this." Upon hearing this, He Qinian felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him. "At which port?" "Jinyu-Bay. Investigate the He family's third branch. Inform me of any findings." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately realized that the inspection authority at Jinyu-Bay belonged to the He family's third branch. In recalling the previous incident in the underground city where the second son of the third branch clashed with the young master, it was likely an act of deliberate retaliation. After hanging up the phone, He Qinian cooperatively retrieved the thermometer. When Shi'an took it, glancing at the normal reading, "It should be fine." He embraced him, whispering, "Little darling, I love you so dearly." When Shi'an initially intended to place the thermometer in the box, but after struggling for a moment and realizing he could not escape, he resigned himself to being held. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "Young master, it's nearly time. We must depart." He Qinian casually acknowledged this, understanding the urgency. He then lifted the person in his arms, saying, "Xiao, I might return late tonight. I cannot miss this banquet. However, I assure you, I will return immediately after it concludes, without lingering outside." Wen Shi'an nodded, replying, "I will wait for your return tonight." He Qinian placed a gentle kiss on his cheek and suggested, "Let's choose an outfit. It is the perfect opportunity to teach you how to tie a tie." The walk-in closet was quite spacious, designed entirely of glass, revealing a neatly arranged section of formal attire predominantly in dark hues. The vibrant colors mostly catered to Wen Shi'an, primarily in warm tones. He Qinian changed out his sleepwear into a dark green shirt, leaving the vest unworn and the collar casually unbuttoned. Although it was a formal gathering that warranted proper attire, his displeasure dictated a more relaxed approach. He selected a silver-gray striped tie from the wall of ties to demonstrate the tying process to an Xiao. "I will show you how it's done first. Generally, the wider end should be on the left, about 10 centimeters longer than the narrow end," he explained, gently adjusting the tie's position until a perfectly knotted tie emerged. "That is essentially it. Now, it's your turn." He untied the tie and handed it to Wen Shi'an. Taking the tie, Wen Shi'an began to mimic his earlier actions, proceeding slowly and occasionally forgetting steps. But He Qinian was there to gently remind him and offer encouragement. "It's all right, Xiao. The first time is always a bit tricky. With practice, you'll improve. I wasn't as clever as you at first, and it took me quite some time to learn." Wen Shi'an's fingers tightened around the edges, feeling somewhat clumsy, as if his fingers were not his own. Fortunately, the end result was satisfactory. Though not as flawless as He Qinian's, it was devoid of mistakes. Observing his handiwork, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he tentatively communicated, "Can we go to work tomorrow?" He Qinian discerned his thoughts and playfully teased him, "Tomorrow? I don't want to go. Work is dreadfully boring. I'd rather sleep in at home. What do you think, Xiao?" Hearing this, Wen Shi'an attempted to argue that work was not boring, reminding him that they had already missed a day at the office and would incur a fine. He Qinian closed one eye and tilted his head, remarking, "I already paid a year's worth of fines. I'm not worried about money." Wen Shi'an exclaimed, "Is that even possible? To pay a whole year's worth in advance? How much would that be?" Noticing He Qinian's serious demeanor, it seemed he truly wished to avoid work, which meant Wen Shi'an could not wear a tie to the office. This thought left him slightly dejected. After all, he had finally learned to tie it, but would not have the opportunity to use it. Sensing Anne's fleeting disappointment, He Qinian promptly scooped him up for a kiss, adding, "You don't necessarily need to go to work to wear a tie. We could go on a date instead. Would you like to join me for a date tomorrow?" A date? Wen Shi'an had heard of this term, yet had never truly experienced it, leaving him perplexed about what one could actually do. His curious nature prompted him to ask sincerely, "What can one do on a date?" He Qinian affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "You can watch a movie, dine together, visit art exhibitions, attend concerts, or even enjoy the amusement park. There are also certain activities meant for partners." Activities meant for partners? This notion delved into his realm of ignorance, and he blinked, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Upon meeting his innocent, clear gaze, He Qinian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "That's a secret, which you will discover tomorrow." Wen Shi'an pondered for a few seconds. "A secret? I have to wait until tomorrow to know? That is a bit hard to fathom. Little treasure, I must take my leave. It would be too late otherwise." He Qinian loosened his tie and tossed it casually into the storage basket, where it would await the housekeeper's cleaning and ironing. The He family estate, perched atop the precious Luan Mountain, sprawled over no less than 1,000 acres, distinctly embodying the Suzhou garden style rather than the contemporary European aesthetic. As the vehicle halted at the entrance, unable to proceed further, the small white car had been waiting patiently. He Qinian gazed at the place where he had grown up. His eyes flickered momentarily, yet he could not articulate his feelings. Once he had harbored thoughts of returning, but now only indifference lingered. The butler, upon noticing his arrival, approached respectfully. "Young master, you have returned." He Qinian acknowledged, slipping into the small white car, reclining lazily. Take me to my residence. I need to grab a few things. Yes, sir. The small white car wound through the picturesque courtyard, past the lake where mandarin ducks frolicked, and around the long corridor, finally stopping at an archway. He slowly opened his eyes, questioning why they had halted there. It would take another 10 minutes to walk through the main house to reach his abode. Young master, the direct path has been obstructed by the newly expanded ancestral hall, rendering it impassable. We must proceed from here. He Qinian said nothing, alighting from the car and making his way inside. As he passed through the foyer, a voice called out from behind him, Qinian, it's been a long time. Chapter 76. I'm sorry, but I'm married now. Upon hearing the voice, He Qinian turned to look. A woman clad in a wine-red mermaid gown, her chestnut curls cascading naturally over her shoulders, stood before him. He cast a casual glance, finding her face somewhat familiar. Yet he could not place her identity as he lowered his gaze to reply to a message. Raising his eyes once more, he asked, And you are? MM? Lu Xing gazed at him incredulously, unable to believe that he did not recognize her, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Noticing her silence, He Qinian turned to leave, estimating that he still had a 10-minute walk to his dwelling and needed to hurry. If he delayed, his father would undoubtedly create trouble, although he was unafraid. He wished to avoid any hindrance on his way home. Qinian, Lu Xing promptly called after him, a hint of grievance in her tone. You truly do not know who I am? He Qinian, slightly annoyed, clicked his tongue, not bothering to turn back. And you still haven't introduced yourself? Must you waste my time here? Observing that he did not pause in his stride, Lu Xing quickly caught up to him, blocking his path with an irritated tone. He Qinian, I am Lu Xing. Oh. He Qinian contemplated earnestly for a moment before slowly responding. I do not recognize you. As the smile at the corner of Lu Xiner's lips had yet to fully unfold, it was abruptly stifled by the subsequent remark, leaving her countenance rigid. He Qinian tucked his phone away and glanced at her, effectively blocking her path. Undeterred, Lu Xiner pressed on, Brother Qinian, I am the cousin of Lu Qinyu. When you visited the Lu family in our childhood, we met. It seemed he had a fleeting recollection. After her reminder, He Qinian's memory stirred. He lifted his gaze to her, recalling that she had been a tomboy with a buzz cut back then, now blossomed into a lovely young lady. Is your brother not exceedingly pleased? In their youth, Lu Qinyu, the sole heir of the family, had longed for a sister. When the second branch of the Lu family welcomed a baby girl, he was utterly enamored, boasting of his soft little sister at every opportunity. However, as she transitioned from infancy, she transformed into quite the mischievous child, tearing through the house, bullying classmates in kindergarten, and developing an affinity for frogs and snakes, which she would place on Lu Qinyu's bed. After enduring this for a while, Lu Qinyu found himself exasperated at merely hearing the term sister. Lu Xiner chuckled awkwardly, recalling the past. How could she still remember such things? It was a source of embarrassment, akin to a 3-bedroom apartment. The unbearable memories were inescapable, haunting her thoughts. He Qinian raised an eyebrow. Sister, is there something you wish to convey? Lu Xiner stated plainly, Brother Qinian, my father has requested that you take me around to familiarize me with the area. What is there to familiarize yourself with? You're not unfamiliar with the signage, and your legs are perfectly capable, He Qinian replied dismissively. Wait a moment. Why does the atmosphere feel slightly askew? Wasn't it said that He Qinian was merely a bit unruly, not entirely devoid of manners? This was a far cry from her expectations prior to her arrival. She had taken great care in her appearance, anticipating a delightful encounter. Yet this was the outcome? He Qinian, observing her dazed expression, began to doubt whether her cognitive development was lacking. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Seeing his utter lack of romantic inclination, Lu Xiner's temper flared. He Qinian, our families are to be united. We will marry in the future. What nonsense is this? A union? Marriage? He Qinian was utterly perplexed. His father had mentioned an alliance before, but he had unequivocally rejected the notion, having already expressed his affection for someone else and being married. After enduring a harsh reprimand, the topic had not been broached again. Now what did this signify? Was she still clinging to such hopes? He took out his phone and messaged He Jinju. What is going on? When did I acquire a fiancé? Wasn't this matter supposed to be settled? Noticing his silence, Lu Shi'an assumed he was tacitly agreeing and continued. Your behavior is quite excessive. You show no respect for your future wife. I hope you consider enrolling in a class to improve your manners. Enroll in a class? Improve my manners? He Qinian was left speechless. His emotional intelligence was unparalleled. Otherwise, how had he secured a wife while others had not? His success was a testament to his capability. At that moment, his phone screen flickered, and he glanced down at the incoming message. He Jinsho, you are referring to Lu Shi'an? Previously, there was an intention to form a union with the Lu family, yet you were unwilling to endure familial discipline. Father was infuriated, and later, in pursuit of love, you refused to return home, leading to a Cold War. Thus, the matter of the union was shelved. At that time, it was I who approached the Lu family to clarify things. Now, I gather you have encountered Lu Shi'an, and she has broached the subject of a union with you? He Qinian responded. Indeed, she has uttered some nonsensical remarks, even suggesting that I lack emotional intelligence. Upon reading his reply, He Jinsho smirked. In truth, it is rather accurate. Finding a wife for you is indeed no small feat after all. There is little difference between this situation and that of a bandit. If it harbored no affection or fondness, it would likely devolve into a forced affection. Lu Shi'an, noticing his engrossment in his phone, felt a surge of irritation and spoke up. He Qinian, I am addressing you. You exhibit such a lack of basic courtesy. With behavior like yours, I would never find you appealing. He Qinian let out a cold laugh, pondering who truly lacked manners. Lu Shi'an, let me clarify a few points. First, I addressed you as sister solely out of respect for Lu Qinyu. Without him, it is highly probable that I would not even recognize you, as one requires a series of appointments to merely meet me. Second, the matter of the union has been explicitly communicated by the He family. Whether you were deceived or acting with intent is of no interest to me. Third, I am married and deeply in love with my spouse. With that, he raised his hand to display his wedding ring and strode away. Lu Shi'an, left in disbelief, was overwhelmed by humiliation throughout her life. No one in her circle had ever disrespected her. Despite her proactive approach, she was astonished at He Qinian's complete disregard for her feelings, which she found utterly outrageous. As he departed, she angrily called out, He Qinian, you will regret this. Am I not more attractive than the one you favor? He Qinian rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering a curse under his breath. Fool! In their chat group, Lu Qinyu remarked, does the Lu family lack common sense? The innocently caught in the crossfire Lu Qinyu replied, What? He Qinian attempted to call Lu Qinyu to inquire about the situation with the Lu family, but was met with a ruthless disconnection. He could only recount the events in the group chat, asking, Are you unaware of this matter regarding the Lu family? Lu Qinyu, staring at the glaring word failure displayed on the screen, felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for He Qinian's call, he would never have lost. A flurry of messages arrived, and upon reading them, he was incensed, exclaiming, Damn, how absurd. This is beyond ridiculous. He Qinian is out of his mind. The Lu family is not solely under my control. How could I possibly know about these matters? With that thought, he intended to call He Qinian to extend his greetings. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted. What is the matter? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Qinyu swallowed the remaining curse words. Gu Yanli despised him using foul language, and each time he did, it caused a prolonged frown on Gu Yanli's face. Though unspoken, he wished to avoid causing such frowns frequently. After adjusting my emotions, I tossed my phone onto the bed and, barefoot, stepped outside, observing the figure busily working in the kitchen. A smile crept upon my lips as I embraced him, resting my head upon his shoulder, curious who among us had such a diligent future husband. He had already washed his hands and begun cooking. Surely this would leave his future wife utterly enchanted. In that instant when Gu Yanli approached, Lu Qinyu's body stiffened slightly, his fingers tightening around the ladle, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Yet, it vanished swiftly, replaced by a usual smile. You hold me every day and sleep in my bed, making me feel as if I were your wife. And so what? Lu Qinyu nonchalantly took the ladle from his hand, stirring the pot of milky broth. We have grown up together. We shared a bed as children. What you have, I also possess. Besides, where's the line drawn between a wife and a brother? If we marry in the future, don't forget about me, your brother. As soon as he uttered those words, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his chest. A vague emotion lingering that suggested his statement had cast a shadow over Gu Yanli's mood. Yet, there seemed to be no fault in his words. After all, Gu Yanli was indeed meant to marry and start a family. Would he truly wish to remain entangled with him for a lifetime? He himself wasn't particularly keen on marriage, feeling it akin to leaping into a grave of commitments, devoid of freedom, and given his naturally irritable temperament. The thought of soothing another's feelings felt far more daunting than death. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanli couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. It was clear that Lu Qinyu had always regarded him merely as a brother. There was no hint of any deeper affection. Though Gu Yanli yearned for more, yet hesitated to take that step, fearing he might lose even the friendship they shared. Like the lyrics of song, "If I were to profess my true love for you, who would mend the friendships that would be shattered?" Therefore, he remained in disguise, cloaked in the guise of friendship, clandestinely cherishing a warmth that was never meant for him. When would he be able to let go? Perhaps he would find solace after Lu Qinyu married and had children, finally able to relinquish his unrequited feelings. Reining in his emotions, he spoke softly. "All right, the kitchen is hot. You should step outside." Lu Qinyu released him and settled onto the smooth countertop beside him, unwilling to leave. "I'd rather stay here with you than let you cook for me for a lifetime. Why don't you teach me to cook?" Gu Yanli's eyes flickered with surprise, a spark of something unusual igniting within him. Did he not wish to be the one cooking for him? He had previously claimed that he would always love the meals he prepared, and over the years, he had indulged Lu Qinyu to the point that he had grown accustomed only to his cooking. Lu Qinyu pondered for a moment before deciding that cooking was too challenging. After all, when Gu Yanli had fallen ill, he had merely attempted to make a simple millet porridge, resulting in a kitchen disaster. "Forget it, you continue cooking for me." At his words, a glimmer of light ignited in Gu Yanli's eyes, banishing all negativity. As he turned to look, he immediately noticed Lu Qinyu's bare feet. Frowning, he thought it odd that he was not wearing shoes. At the very least, he should don some socks. With that thought, he moved to fetch him some slippers. Seeing him about to leave, Lu Qinyu, puzzled, grasped his wrist. "Where are you going?" "To get you some slippers." Gu Yanli, aware of his temperament, feigned seriousness as he declared, "You must not refuse." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyu pouted. He simply disliked wearing shoes at home. Thus, Gu Yanli had carpeted the entire house. It wasn't too cold at all, so he had no desire to wear them. With this thought, he tugged at the lace trim of his apron and playfully implored, "Brother Yanli, must I wear them?" Gu Yanli, caught in his enchanting peach blossom eyes, felt an unexpected fluster, as if sensing a hint of affection directed towards himself. Yet, he was also aware that Lu Qinyu was adept at charming others and had a penchant for acting coy. A closer look revealed that those soulful eyes held no trace of love. He gazed intently, as if searching for something within them, only to feel a pang of disappointment as he turned away. How could such deeply affectionate eyes betray no signs of love for him? Noticing Gu Yanli's silence, Lu Qinyu tightened his grip, urging him closer. "Please, Brother Yanli." Gu Yanli inhaled deeply, resolute in his refusal. He dare not look, for the sight of Lu Qinyu's playful demeanor would render him powerless, making him acquiesce to any demand. When Lu Qinyu realized his usual tactics of coaxing were ineffective, tactics that had always worked since childhood, he pondered why they failed today. With the impending necessity of wearing shoes looming, he glared at Gu Yanli, musing to himself before playfully biting his neck. Gu Yanli let out a muffled groan, a deepening intensity reflecting in his gaze as he eyed the feisty little lion before him, his lips almost instinctively licking in restraint. His fingers inched toward Lu Qinyu's slender waist, pausing just before contact. Oblivious to the hunger glinting in Gu Yanli's eyes, Lu Qinyu reveled in his playful mischief. "Ha! I'll plant strawberries on you, and I'll see how you attend the meeting tomorrow without shoes." Gu Yanli discreetly rubbed his neck, his thumb grazing the warmth there before quickly withdrawing. "If you don't want to wear them, then don't." I'll just step into the room for a moment. You can serve his soup. Lu Qinian, puzzled, inquired, what will you do in the room? The response was succinct, bath. This only deepened his confusion. After all, it wasn't even evening yet. Why was there a need for a bath now? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and set about preparing the soup, which was delicious. He could easily consume a large bowl of it. In stark contrast to the serene ambience outside, the bathroom exuded an ambiguous tension. Water droplets cascaded down his throat as he breathed heavily, his gaze fixed on the red shirt hanging nearby, freshly changed by Lu Qinian. It still bore a faint hint of citrusy cologne, his favorite scent. A shadow of longing flickered in his depths, memories of that smiling face flooding his mind. Each utterance of brother Yanli igniting his feelings. The veins on his arms became pronounced, and the rushing sound of water failed to quell the rising tide of his emotions. After a considerable moment, he still found himself unable to act. His gaze remained locked on the distant shirt. His fingertips trembled slightly before he finally reached for it. Gently inhaling the scent above, a hint of obsession glimmered in his narrowed eyes. When one engages in mischief, an exhilarating thrill often ensues, particularly in such matters. When the secretion of dopamine reaches its zenith. Yanli, are you not yet ready? Chapter 78. Those who misbehave. Lu Qinian had been waiting for nearly 40 minutes, pondering whether it truly takes this long to take a shower. He wondered if perhaps something had gone awry. Deciding to check, he called out as he entered, only to hear the sound of water cascading from the bathroom, indicating that the person was still bathing, yet there was no response. This struck him as peculiar. Approaching the door, he knocked softly. Yanli? His clear voice held a trace of curiosity. Inside, Yanli's gaze darkened slightly as he listened. The frosted glass, though not entirely transparent, allowed a faint outline of Lu Qinian's figure to emerge through the light. He meticulously visualized the man standing at the door, inch by inch. I'm here. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Qinian paused, noticing a hint of hoarseness that hadn't been there moments before, but he dismissed it. Don't take too long. The food will get cold. Yanli's eyes remained fixed on the door, hastening his scrubbing as the flow of water concluded, bringing his shower to an end. When the bathroom door swung open, their eyes met, and for the first time he averted his gaze, for those who engage in wrongdoing often feel a pang of guilt, especially when the act is so disreputable. He wondered if Lu Qinian would deem him a pervert if the truth were to be revealed. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinian, Yanli was lost in his thoughts. The sudden chill upon entering made him shiver slightly. It was indeed peculiar for this weather. Even with the room's climate control, one shouldn't be taking a cold shower, should they? Yanli paused momentarily while drying his hair, dismissing the moment with a casual remark. It's nothing, just a bit warm. Let us eat. As he finished speaking, he noticed Lu Qinian entering the bathroom, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes, prompting him to follow. Let us eat first. Lu Qinian merely replied with a noncommittal sound, then proceeded to search for the clothes he had changed out of earlier. Realizing his watch was still inside, feeling slightly guilty, Yanli inquired, what are you looking for? My watch. Lu Qinian picked up a shirt, only to find it damp, which piqued his curiosity. Why is this wet? And it has a strange scent. In response, Yanli calmly took the shirt from his hands, explaining, I must have accidentally angled the shower head improperly. Lu Qinian chose not to dwell on it, instead retrieving his watch from the pocket of his suit. Recalling a matter that He Qinian had mentioned, he said, I need to go home for a while to inquire about some things. I remember the engagement was called off. So why did Lu Qinian visit the He family today? Noticing Lu Qinian's lack of further inquiry, Yanli sighed in relief, offering a gentle smile. You need not return for this matter. I possess some knowledge about it, but likely amounts to little. Lu Qinian turned to look at him, immediately catching sight of the vivid red mark on his neck, stark against his pale skin. It was rather conspicuous. One could hardly suppress a chuckle at its audacity, evoking a curious sensation that made one's mouth feel parched. Yanli, noticing Lu Qinian's unwavering gaze, glanced down, bewildered, but found nothing amiss. Qinian, what are you staring at? Ah! Lu Qinian regained his composure, feeling an overwhelming urge to vanish in embarrassment. What was he even thinking? That was his brother, and to entertain such thoughts about a brother was indeed audacious. Perhaps he had simply been deprived of certain pleasures for too long. He resolved to remedy that this evening. "It's nothing." Gu Yanli casually tossed his shirt into the nearby washing machine, erasing the evidence. "Let us eat first and chat while dining." "All right, let us go." Downstairs, the two sat facing each other. Gu Yanli handed over the peeled shrimp. "You see, I went back to fetch something for you that day. My godmother sent me to fetch it from your second uncle. When I arrived, I happened to overhear Lu Shi'an complaining about not liking the He family's ancestral home, mentioning that uncle he was stern and unyielding, which made her a bit apprehensive. Then your second aunt insisted she refrain from throwing a tantrum and encouraged her to interact more with Yin during the banquet. She even made a rather amusing remark." "What was that?" Lu Qingyu picked up a shrimp, his favorite delicacy, though he loathed peeling them. Gu Yanli smiled slightly. She actually said that Yin had been single for so many years just for Lu Shi'an, prompting her to pursue him boldly. She remarked that her daughter was so beautiful, who wouldn't he be moved by her? A flicker of incredulity passed through Lu Qingyu's eyes. Lu Shi'an was indeed spoiled beyond reason, a true enchantress unleashed upon the world. He couldn't fathom where his second aunt found the audacity to utter such words. As for He Qinian, what kind of person was he to entertain such notions? Were it not for the Lu family's reputation, today might have witnessed a different outcome for Lu Shi'an. Gu Yanli understood this reality as well. Although they had all grown up together, He Qinian was different. At 16, He Qinian was cold and ruthless, devoid of any respect for life, likely a product of the harsh training imposed on the He family's heir. There was a time when he resembled a demon from the depths of hell, though he later improved somewhat after studying abroad, during which time he and Lu Qingyu also spent a period together. By day, He Qinian was a diligent student, but by night, he transformed into a leader of the underworld. Eventually, they graduated early and returned home. Following family arrangements, He Qinian joined the military, while Lu Qingyu ventured into politics. By the time He Qinian returned, he seemed to have found a semblance of normalcy, especially after meeting Wen Shi'an, which made him appear more human. After finishing his shrimp, Lu Qingyu savored a piece of pork chop. "Tell me, how could He Qinian favor men? Wasn't he a staunch heterosexual before?" Gu Yanli lifted his gaze, a hint of sentiment flickering in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't truly prefer men. Rather, the individual he cherished happened to be male. He too was ensnared in a love he had not realized had grown so profound. An unbreakable bond, impossible to discard or forget. Lu Qingyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is there such a thing as this kind of love? At the He family ancestral home, when He Qinian attended the banquet, everyone present greeted him with utmost respect. "Young Master He." He nodded slightly and proceeded directly to the head table. Not far off, a pair of eyes bore into him, brimming with resentment and malice. What was he pretending for? It was merely the result of having a distinguished father. He wondered how high and mighty the young master would remain when he came begging later. He Qinian also felt compelled to glance in that direction. Upon recognizing the scene, he lazily smiled and snapped his fingers, silently uttering, "You're finished." He Yuanling, unwilling to concede, attempted to make a gesture as if to choke himself, but before his fingers could reach his throat, a force struck him in the waist. With a loud splash, he tumbled into the adjacent lake, emerging in a state of utter disarray. Enraged, he scanned his surroundings, muttering, "Who kicked me?" The onlookers gazed at him in confusion, keeping their distance, fearful of being drawn into the fray. A commanding voice resounded. "What is happening here?" Chapter 79. Confrontation between father and son. Soaked to the skin, water dripped from his hair, and as he turned to face the newcomer, his expression of fury froze, replaced by sheer panic. The individual was He Qinian, the head of the He family and its true authority, impeccably dressed in a dark suit without a wrinkle. Despite being over 40, he still appeared youthful, his handsome features unmarred, and his deep gaze swept over the scene with calm detachment. He Yuanling's voice trembled as the earlier bravado evaporated, leaving only a chill and a sense of guilt. He Qinian did not meet his gaze, instead directing his attention to He Qinian, who remained in his relaxed posture, idly playing with a ring on his ring finger, as if the commotion by the lake bore no relevance to him. He was all too aware of his youngest son's temperament and could easily surmise that it was He Qinian who had orchestrated the incident of He Yuanling being kicked into the lake. He Yuanling, go and accept your punishment. The low, emotionless voice left no room for debate, causing He Yuanling's complexion to pale. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. He yearned to assert that he had been pushed, but as he surveyed the crowd, everyone averted their eyes, too intimidated to come to his aid. The words lodged in his throat, and he swallowed them back. In such a situation, even if he had been wronged, the public embarrassment falling upon the He family was ultimately his fault. At that moment, He Qinian, tardily arriving from the third branch, interjected to ease the tension. Elder brother, why engage in dispute with a child? He then gestured to the steward to take the third young master away to change clothes. He Qinian turned his gaze to his younger brother, his voice icy. Do I need to repeat myself? He Qinian's expression stiffened, and he refrained from further pleading for his son, fully aware that the family was under He Qinian's dominion. He Yuanling looked pitifully at his father, Dad. Someone kicked me in, and here I am, being humiliated. But He Qinian interrupted him, signaling with his eyes for him to cease speaking. Go and accept your punishment. He Yuanling's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. After a couple of attempts to swallow his pride, he finally managed to utter, yes. The cold water from the lake trickled down his pant legs, pooling into a small puddle on the bluestone slab, starkly showcasing his current state of embarrassment and frustration. Yet in the next moment, something struck the back of his head, and he angrily turned to confront the instigator, only to find him lounging nonchalantly, his teeth nearly ground to dust. He Qinian shrugged nonchalantly, tilting his head with a smile. My apologies, my hand slipped. You. He Welling was seething with rage, wishing fervently to confront him, but lacking the audacity to disrupt the banquet. He Qinian cast a sidelong glance at He Qinian, signaling him to behave before directing his gaze towards the butler, indicating that the feast could commence. The butler clapped his hands, and the procession of servants began to serve the dishes. Only after He Qinian took his seat did everyone else settle down. He Welling, filled with resentment, stormed out, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, his eyes brimming with malice. He could not swallow the indignation of the day. He vowed that one day he would make He Qinian kneel before him like a dog, begging for mercy. At the main table, He Qinian sat to the left of He Qinian, with his third uncle directly in front of him, and to his lower left sat Lu Qixing from the second branch of the Lu family. He had anticipated the presence of Uncle Lu, but it was surprising to see the second branch instead. This explained his encounter with Lu Shi'an. He wondered if this was his father's intention or if the Lu family had ulterior motives. Lu Qixing glanced around but did not see his daughter, his brow furrowing. Just as he contemplated standing to search for her, Lu Shi'an entered through the door. Noticing the multitude of gazes upon her, her face flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to quicken her pace. Where have you been, child? Lu Qixing feigned sternness, reprimanding her. Lu Shi'an hung her head in shame, confessing, I got lost. He Qinian frowned slightly. Though he disapproved of such unruliness, he felt it necessary to extend some courtesy. Sit beside Qinian, he instructed. Yes, Uncle He, Lu Shi'an replied. He Qinian's eyes flickered with surprise. He realized that his father must have tacitly consented, for it was unlikely a junior would be allowed to sit at the main table otherwise. He felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. The meal proceeded quietly, and He Qinian barely touched his food. As it neared conclusion, he fixed his gaze on his father, a smile curving his lips. He gently nudged his chair backward, anticipating his father's approach, the smile on his face widening. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold, for the butler had noticed and swiftly adjusted the chair back into position. He Qinian set down his wine glass and was about to kick him when he was intercepted, resulting in a series of discreet leg maneuvers beneath the table. Ultimately, a forceful kick struck the leg of He Qinian's chair, causing it to splinter. With his balance suddenly compromised, He Qinian stood just as the chair collapsed, defiantly lifting his chin. He then laid down his chopsticks and smiled mildly, saying, Excuse me. Before departing the table, He Qinian cast a glance at him and slowly remarked, Wait for me in the study. I have matters to discuss. He Qinian paused momentarily, not turning back, and raised a hand to signal an acknowledgement with an okay. In the study, He Qinian surveyed the surroundings, examining various items, finally selecting several authentic paintings that were unavailable in the market and the family jade tablet. After organizing his findings, he noticed a safe beneath the desk and licked his lips in excitement. What would the password be? He first tried his father's birthday, then his mother's. But both were incorrect. Could it be his own? He attempted that as well, only to find it was wrong too. Frustrated, he began pressing random numbers, ultimately triggering a lockout. The safe refused to accept any further input or open. Feeling a sense of unwillingness, he searched for something to pry open the door, but found nothing in the study. Just then, the door swung open, and he immediately feigned nonchalance, sitting obediently on the sofa. He Qingming surveyed the room, noticing everything appeared normal. Yet there was something slightly amiss with the individual sitting so docilely on the sofa. He Qinian glanced up and said, "If you have something to say, speak. I'm busy returning home." "This isn't your home," He Qingming replied as he took a seat across from him. "How is your cousin from the Liu family?" He Qinian lazily raised an eyebrow. "Not great. I lack the mood, the interest, and I certainly do not fancy her." He Qingming was somewhat at a loss for words. How can you know you don't like her if you don't even make an effort to engage? The girl is quite beautiful. Suitors could line up from here to the third ring road. How is it that you're the only one who doesn't like her? He Qinian tilted his head. If you fancy her, why not marry her and make her my stepmother? How wouldn't he oppose it? He Qinian. He Qingming was visibly irritated, his gaze fixed intently on him. Unfazed, the subject of his ire continued to speak provocatively. "There are plenty of people who adore me. They could circle Kyoto 3 times for me. Yet, there are also those who do not fancy me. She is not the epitome of desirability." He Qinian remarked, "Let me show you what it truly means to be a mischievous child." Chapter 80. The unrefined and unethical He Qingming took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his rising anger. In the past, He Qinian had indeed been quite reckless. However, that was unavoidable. The path of an heir is always ruthless. If one is too weak, they're destined to be eliminated. This has always been the survival principle of the He family. Upon returning to the country, he appeared to be more composed, yet he still lacked decorum. Which young adult in their 20s would kick their biological father's chair at a banquet in an attempt to embarrass him? It was utterly incomprehensible. Not understanding it at all. Seeing that he was silent, He Qinian parted his lips slightly. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My wife is waiting for me at home." The mention of this made He Qingming feel even more unsettled. His once upstanding son had turned into a homosexual. Moreover, he had even found a male daughter-in-law. What on earth was happening in this world? How had it come to this? "I can see you are truly mad. He is a man with blue hair. Clearly not a good person. I will never consent to this." He Qinian shot him a glance, nonchalantly responding, "You need not consent. My wife is simply someone I like. Besides, what do you know? Blue hair is incredibly cool. It's the trend. You're too old to understand such things." Returning to the subject, he added, "If you meddle in my affairs with some arranged marriage, our already tenuous father-son relationship will likely be irreparably damaged." He Qingming realized that this stubborn boy was intent on pursuing a path of no return, seemingly wishing for the He family to become extinct. His gaze fell upon the familiar features, and a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. He Qinian and Jin Shu had inherited their mother's traits. Their cold and detached eyes mirrored his own, yet their temperament was more akin to his, a heartless and frigid creature. Regarding their childhood, he held no regrets. Only the strong are worthy of standing at the pinnacle of power. To safeguard all that one desires, one must not speak of this. How exactly did your cousin provoke you to the extent that you cast him into the lake? He Qinian smiled faintly, remarking that it was merely because he found him displeasing. He Qingming was momentarily at a loss for words. To label him a mischievous child would indeed be an insult to that term. How could one descend to such a lack of decorum and morality? Never mind. Conversing with you is a tiresome endeavor. I have informed Jin Shu that you shall be training at the company tomorrow. You are no longer a child and ought to learn to take over the He family business. I have no desire to go. He Qinian adjusted his cuff. slowly rising to his feet. I intend to live off my inheritance, sleep in, and rely on my parents. He Qinian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, his anger escalating as he struggled to contain it. Raising his hand, he hurled a teacup towards him, exclaiming, "I see you are not in your right mind. You are of age, yet still in a rebellious phase." He Qinian caught the empty teacup with ease and tossed it into the trash. "Who told you to constantly create troubles for me? As long as you remain in disagreement, each time I return, I shall vex you anew." Infuriated, He Qinian swept everything off the table in a fit of rage, shouting, "Get out." He Qinian nimbly sidestepped, tilting his head in a charming salute, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "I have no intention of inheriting the fortune prematurely." With that, he gathered his belongings and made a swift exit. Observing this, He Qinian immediately pressed a button on his phone, instructing someone to intercept him. The butler, upon arrival, encountered the lethargic young master. Hearing the alarm blare, he instantly recognized that the young master had again provoked the family's patriarch. This marked the third occurrence since the young master had openly come out during the patriarch's birthday celebration. The first time resulted in a severe reprimand, and the second led to a suspension of his card privileges. Should he be caught this time, another punishment would surely follow. "Young master, you should exit through the back door." He Qinian smiled lightly, thanking Uncle Lin. He then leaned against the railing of the staircase, leaping down towards the back door. The butler shook his head in resignation. The entire family was a source of constant concern. What about the patriarch? In his youth, he attained power but lost his true love forever. For a time, he was consumed by madness, raising both children to be cold and unfeeling. Now, having finally awakened, he sought to make amends, only to realize that his children had grown and no longer required it. The eldest young lady had loved someone in her youth. Even without the patriarch's interference, that man would not have lived long. After all, familial hereditary diseases are not easily treated, and he passed away in the year that the eldest young lady adored him most. From that moment, she locked away her heart. "Young master, you indeed were quite the troublemaker in the past, but since returning home, you seem to have acquired a touch of warmth and mischief. Otherwise, you would not have acted as you did today." As he ascended the stairs, he noticed the patriarch standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, enveloped in an aura of solitude as he smoked. Sensing someone else's presence, He Qinian slowly spoke. "Why do you prefer men? What is it that you find so appealing?" The butler cautiously ventured. "In truth, having two sons is not without its merits." Upon hearing this, He Qinian paused momentarily. However, the He family business must have an heir. The eldest young lady is set to marry, and the child she bears will also carry the He family lineage. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. He Qinian took a drag from his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." As the door clicked shut, he extinguished the cigarette and strode to his desk. However, before he could even take a seat, he realized that the jade bracelet on the table was missing. The safe stood ajar, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. It was indeed locked. He meticulously searched the study, discovering that several antique calligraphic pieces had vanished, their brush strokes marred by ink, rendering them utterly illegible. It was all too evident who was responsible. A sardonic smile crept across his face. He had truly raised a troublesome son, one who only seemed to bring him vexation. As He Qinian approached the back door, he unexpectedly encountered He Yuanling, momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that he would still be there. He Yuanling was equally surprised to find He Qinian, his anger still simmering. Confronted by the instigator of his ire, he could hardly contain his rage, wishing to confront him directly. "He Qinian, you are truly despicable and shameless. Do you still wish to salvage that batch of goods? Now you kneel and plead with me. Perhaps I might still." His words trailed off as a flash of movement caught his eye, and the next moment, he experienced a disorienting weightlessness, followed by a splash as he was unceremoniously kicked into the lake once more. He struggled to resurface, only to have a foot pinning his hand down. He glared up in fury, only to be met with the intimidating red sole of a shoe. Once again, he found himself submerged in the water. He Qinian regarded him with a mocking expression. "You would do well not to provoke me, or next time, it won't be as simple as a mere dunking in the lake. I want your life." Do you think your family has a connection at the customs? Guess who your superior, Jiang Zhuoming, is. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are the one causing trouble behind the scenes. You really think you can manipulate me? How naive. With that, he turned and departed. He got into the car waiting at the back door, which soon halted at a styling salon. When he emerged, his hair had been transformed to a striking silver hue. He Qinian slid into the vehicle, and, as it started moving, Wen Shi'an glanced at his young master's expression before slowly speaking. Butler Su mentioned that young master and has not eaten all afternoon and has locked himself in his room. No amount of calling has coaxed him out. Chapter 81. Are you leaving too, He Qinian? He Qinian abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. Why mention only now? Butler Su, just call me with the news, came the reply. He Qinian uttered frostily, drive faster. At Qianhua Manor, as soon as the car came to a halt, He Qinian rushed inside. In the main hall, Aunt Xiao and Butler Su had been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing He Qinian, they promptly stepped forward to explain the situation. Young master and came down briefly around 4 in the afternoon, but when it was time for dinner, he did not reappear. Both Aunt Xiao and I knocked on his door. He responded but still did not come down to eat. When we considered unlocking the door a little later, we found it secured. He Qinian furrowed his brow in concern. When he had left, and it seemed perfectly fine, how could he suddenly refuse to eat? Prepare several dishes that Nin enjoys, along with some desserts. Bring them up shortly. Aunt Xiao quickly affirmed. The meals have been ready, and I made his favorite blueberry mousse for dessert. Very well, He Qinian replied, ascending the stairs 2 steps at a time, swiftly disappearing from sight. At the stairway, Aunt Xiao paused, sensing that it had been radiating joy lately, her smile noticeably brighter. This delightful change was undoubtedly due to young Master He. She could only hope that in young Master he would continue to flourish together. At the doorway of the master bedroom, He Qinian gently rapped on the door. Little treasure, I'm back. May I come in? However, Wen Shi'an, leaning against the door, crouched down, burying her head in her arms, and replied, He Qinian, I'm feeling a bit unhappy. Logically, she shouldn't feel disheartened, yet a bitter sensation lingered within her heart. After all, human emotions are ever-changing. Now that a suitable girl had appeared beside He Qinian, why would he still return? He Qinian softly reassured her, Little treasure, it's important to express your unhappiness. We had agreed on this. Let us talk it out and resolve it together, shall we? Anan's emotions had been remarkably stable lately, showing no signs of distress, and her willingness to speak indicated something deeper. She was indeed very troubled. What could possibly have caused Anan's sorrow? With this thought, he retrieved his phone and began to check the surveillance footage from after his departure. Upon hearing his words, Wen Shi'an bit her lip, hesitating before she spoke slowly. He Qinian, if you were to marry, would I have to leave? As she said this, she gradually stood, pressing her palm against the door, imagining where He Qinian's heart would be, a place that had always provided her solace. But today, she felt none of that comfort, only an icy void. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over her. Would He Qinian also leave? He Qinian was taken aback by her words. What do you mean, Mary? Haven't we already registered our marriage? Why would I need to leave? Everything feels off. He knocked on the door once more. Little treasure, we are legally bound. How could I marry someone else? That would be committing bigamy and lead to imprisonment. Please, open the door so we can talk face to face. Wen Shi'an pressed her forehead against the door, her blue eyes filled with an abyss of silence. He Qinian, I don't want to leave you. Hearing her voice caused a pang of pain in his chest. He was bewildered by the misconception that had taken root in An's mind. As the surveillance footage reached 5:20 p.m., he saw An sprawled on the couch in the small living room, engrossed in her phone. Her little feet swung idly, clearly in good spirits. But in the next moment, all her movements halted, and she remained fixated on her phone for half an hour, feeling something was amiss. He enlarged the frame to discern what content could hold her attention for so long. As the image magnified, a picture from a banquet came into focus, revealing a man and woman whose silhouettes appeared intertwined, exuding an ambiguous warmth. The man's profile was unmistakably his. The scene seemed to have been captured during a meal at the He family estate, leaving him to wonder who so thoughtlessly took the photograph. The angle of the shot was particularly cunning, capturing 2 unrelated individuals together, a rare talent indeed. It was likely that Anne had seen this, and coupled with the sensationalism of the entertainment headlines, she assumed he was set to marry someone else. No wonder she felt so despondent and questioned whether she would have to leave. My little treasure, from the moment I beheld this photograph until now, I have endured profound sorrow and torment, waiting for his return only to confess a hint of discontent. Little treasure, please open the door. Allow me the opportunity to clarify the reasons directly. Wen Shi'an remained silent, quietly pressed against the door, immersed in his own world, watching as the solitary light gradually faded away until darkness enveloped him completely. Noticing that Anne did not open the door, He Qinian recalled that there was a spare key in the study and rose to retrieve it. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded, Wen Shi'an slowly retreated, his eyes filled with desolate melancholy. He had departed. He Qinian no longer desired him. His lashes drooped, surrendering his body to fall backward. How could someone like him expect unwavering loyalty? Upon waking from his dream, he found himself alone. To his surprise, his back was not met with the anticipated cold hardness. Instead, he collided into an embrace imbued with familiar warmth, a delicate fragrance lingering at his nostrils. He was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. He Qinian had left and would not return. He Qinian, seeing that the person in his arms remained with eyes closed, leaned down and kissed him. The gentle yet possessive kiss jolted Wen Shi'an into the realization that this was no illusion. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of those familiar features, the depths of He Qinian's smiling eyes brimming with affection, captivating him completely. Upon noticing that he had awakened, He Qinian released him, saying, "Little treasure, I have married you. The marriage certificate rests on the bedside. In this lifetime, I, He Qinian, shall have only you as my partner. If you perish, I shall follow you. If I die, you shall be free." Wen Shi'an gazed at him, reaching out to caress his cheek. "He Qinian, can you promise never to leave me again? I am somewhat afraid." At these words, He Qinian felt a pang of heartache, bending down to kiss his lips softly. "Little treasure, I am sorry. It is my fault. Next time, I will take you wherever I go, so we shall never part, and you will no longer feel fear." Wen Shi'an nodded, intertwining his finger with He Qinian's pinky. "You must not deceive me." He Qinian smiled slightly, pressing his thumb against Wen Shi'an's, sealing their promise, unchanging for a century. With that, he scooped Wen Shi'an into his arms, carrying him toward the bedroom. He gently placed him on the bed and retrieved an album. "Little treasure, look at this marriage certificate. It is authentic and legally binding. Moreover, you have expressed your discontent very well this time. You did not leave quietly, which is commendable." Saying this, he produced a gift box. As it opened, a delicate blue bracelet emerged, its small screen shimmering under the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that tiny diamonds adorned the edges of the screen. As He Qinian activated the display, a magnetic voice emanated from within. "Little treasure, I adore you." The familiar voice momentarily stunned Wen Shi'an, but he quickly recognized it as He Qinian's. Even the screensaver depicted a chibi version of He Qinian winking, surrounded by floating hearts. He Qinian fastened the bracelet around Wen Shi'an's wrist, which could monitor heart rate and blood pressure in real time, along with several other delightful features. As for the little function, in due time, Xiao Bao will come to know it. Let us record the fingerprint. Wen Shi'an pressed his fingertip against the screen, and upon a gentle vibration, the fingerprint was successfully registered. He attempted to unlock the device. The screensaver transformed from He Qinian's chibi drawing to his own, both winking, albeit in differing directions and with closed eyes. In a dynamic state, a heart consistently floated about, ultimately filling the screen. It finally settled on a photo of the two of them, the backdrop being an amusement park, likely taken while they rode the carousel. Observing Wen Shi'an's unwavering gaze, He Qinian smirked, resting his head on his shoulder. "Do you like it?" Wen Shi'an nodded, expressing his fondness. "When did you take these photos?" The chibi drawing was commissioned, but the final photo was captured by Lin Shun during their last visit to the amusement park, and there were many more. "Would you like to see them?" Wen Shi'an nodded and then shook his head. "No, keep them for now. If you ever leave, please return all the photos to me." The art teacher at school had mentioned that photographs should be shared with those whom one deems worthy, preserving a memory that one would cherish eternally. He Qinian smiled softly. I can never leave you, Xiaobao. With that, he gently pushed him onto the bed and leaned down to kiss him. The kiss was light, tender beyond measure, and the air thickened with a palpable desire. He Qinian let out a soft, ragged breath, his gaze clouded with longing, his voice a husky whisper, "May I?" Just as Wen Shi'an was about to respond, a sudden sound interrupted, the protest of his hungry stomach. Embarrassed, he clutched his belly. Can we eat first? He Qinian chuckled softly. I shan't deprive the little sapling of nourishment. Let us feast before we resume. The meal had been prepared in anticipation of He Qinian's arrival, and upon receiving his message, Butler Su and Aunt Xiao promptly delivered it. As the dishes were set upon the table, Aunt Xiao glanced at Wen Shi'an, reassured by his normal demeanor, and then left. He Qinian ladled a bowl of soup and placed it beside Wen Shi'an. Eat, Xiaobao, I will bathe first. Wen Shi'an's hand holding the chopsticks paused as he looked up. Aren't you eating? He had already stood up, but returned to his seat upon hearing this. Do you want me to eat with you? Wen Shi'an bit his lip, hesitating to respond. After all, he was not a child and, logically, did not require company. If he said yes, would he be perceived as being overly sentimental? With that thought, he quickly dismissed the notion. No, I was just asking if you've eaten. He Qinian deftly peeled a shrimp for him, gazing intently into his eyes. If not, then I shan't keep you company, Xiaobao. Hearing this, Wen Shi'an sincerely nodded. I would like to share a meal with you, if that is all right. Now that is more like it. Good boy. He Qinian discarded the disposable gloves into the trash and sat beside him to dine, although he had already eaten a bit. While he hadn't consumed much, he was particularly hungry. Wen Shi'an especially relished Aunt Xiao's small ribs. As he savored a piece, he offered He Qinian one, continuing until only a single piece remained on the plate. He gazed intently for a moment, hesitated, yet ultimately placed the delectable morsel into He Qinian's bowl, while he himself indulged in the tender, boiled greens. These two were quite delightful. Observing Anne's adorable demeanor, He Qinian felt his heart melt, despite his reluctance. He couldn't resist placing it into the bowl. Surely, he must be utterly enamored. After all, how could he part with his most cherished dish? Little treasure, you should eat. I do not fancy the short ribs. There is beef and seafood, both of which I adore. Wen Shi'an, staring at the short ribs that had returned to the bowl, fixated for a couple of seconds before diverting his gaze, though the short ribs were undeniably appetizing. Aren't you going to eat? He Qinian chuckled in response. No. Upon receiving this affirmation, Wen Shi'an lifted the short ribs from his bowl and savored them, the rich pineapple flavor bursting upon his palate. He relished the sweet, fruity essence of the short ribs. They were exquisite. Once he had finished the rice, he picked up a small cake to nibble on, but after 2 bites, he felt somewhat full. Noticing that He Qinian was still eating, he cautiously lifted the hem of his shirt to glance at his belly, which seemed a tad rounder. Perhaps he had overindulged. He Qinian was seated on the sofa, while Wen, having satisfied his hunger, curled up on the carpet to enjoy his cake, the dining table obstructing part of his view. Yet he could still see the little darling surreptitiously lifting the edge of his shirt to inspect his small tummy, seemingly lost in thought. In the next moment, the small cake was placed upon the table, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Little cake, do you wish to eat? He Qinian glanced at the mango mousse at his side. Ever since Aunt Xiao had come to stay, every dessert she prepared included his share. Previously, he had little fondness for homemade desserts, finding them lacking compared to those from outside. But after sharing with Wen, he had not purchased any from outside since. Wen Shi'an, not having heard the exchange, straightened up, his hands resting on the table's edge as he looked up at him, attempting to recommend its truly delicious blueberry flavor, tangy and sweet. He Qinian, momentarily taken aback by this, found in Anne's posture reminiscent of a sea otter mother returning from a hunt, placing her baby atop the water plants, revealing a tiny head and adorable little paws. Seeing He Qinian's silence and his unwavering gaze, Wen Shi'an assumed he disapproved of what he had sampled, though he had only tasted a bit. It would be wasteful to discard it. Quietly, he defended the blueberry mousse. I only had a couple of bites, it's not dirty. He Qinian snapped back to reality, setting down his utensils, and gently explained, I am not disdainful. I was merely curious as to why Wen has ceased eating. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an recalled childhood memories of being forced by his mother to finish his meal in the yard or face a day without food. Instinctively lowering his head, he revealed just his eyes. "I can't eat anymore, may I not have to?" He Qinian, finding the situation both amusing and endearing, realized it was simply a matter of fullness. "But you adore sweet treats. How could you suddenly inquire about not eating?" "Of course, if you cannot eat, we shall not. But let us not waste. Please hand it over to me." Chapter 83. Finding a unique affection in the world. Wen Shi'an, upon hearing this, joyfully placed the small cake before He Qinian. "May I go watch some television? It's Monday, and they've aired 2 episodes back to back." "Certainly." He Qinian lifted a slice of cake and took a spoonful into his mouth. It was blueberry-flavored and rather delightful. He finished the portion intended for him before completing his own, allowing someone to come and clear the table afterward. He then headed off to take a shower. Spotting it nestled on the tatami sofa in the bedroom, engrossed in the television, he called out gently, "Little treasure, remember to shower once you finish watching. Don't forget there are still things to be done." Wen Shi'an looked up from his tablet, his eyes darting momentarily. "I'll shower first. That way, I can watch a little longer while you're in the shower." He Qinian chuckled lightly, curious about what drama had captured his attention so thoroughly. Wen Shi'an hesitated to disclose the title, as it was merely an ordinary animated series, fearing that He Qinian might deem him childish. In truth, he had loved such shows as a child, but his family had discouraged him from watching them, believing it would hinder his studies. As he grew older, time had eluded him, and the series had ceased production until recently when it finally resumed airing. He closed the tablet, rose, and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I'm going to take a shower now." He Qinian regarded him with affectionate amusement. "Go ahead. I'll be in the study attending to some matters and will return to shower shortly." In the study, He Qinian organized the items he had collected, primarily an authentic antique painting intended for an un, convinced that he would appreciate it. As for the jade bracelet, he had initially planned to give it to an in, but considering how long his father had worn it, it was now in need of cleaning before presenting it. While he was at it, he intended to arrange for some overdue issues to be addressed. Many matters required resolution, but during his time back home, he had focused entirely on an in, neglecting the lurking threats that had surfaced. Today, his audacity had finally pushed the limits. The heir of the He family was selected from amongst the most exceptional members of the extensive clan. Although his father was the head of the family, he lacked the direct authority to determine the next heir. This was the reason he had been sent to the training camp in his youth, where those of the same bloodline posed the greatest danger to one another. Additionally, the family discreetly nurtured certain powers, primarily from a young age, to ensure they could surpass their peers within the family. Those who demonstrated limitless potential would receive heightened cultivation and subsequently be placed in significant positions within the family, thereby ensuring its enduring legacy and prosperity. The enmity between him and He Yuanling likely began in the training camp, where a confrontation had resulted in the crippling of one of his hands, thus disqualifying him from the competition for the heirship. After completing the training, upon returning home, it became evident that his madness was not solely his own doing. It bore the fingerprints of his uncle's family. Excessive use of hallucinogens had blurred the lines between reality and dreams. Subsequently, numerous assassination attempts abroad stemmed from individuals within his own family. After all, his demise would vacate the heiress position. Among the younger generation, only his uncle's family had 2 sons who could be deemed capable. The rest of the collateral branches had little to offer. Regardless of circumstances, the power would ultimately reside within his family. His father had always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, discarding the unfit. Thus, if it comes to the worst, let us upend this chessboard. Let us all perish together. Yet not him, for he has a wife, the sole tether to this world, and suddenly, the thought of death instills a tinge of fear within him. He fears Fernan, worries whether she can care for herself, whether she remembers to eat on time, fears the possibility of her being bullied, and countless other concerns. When Wen Shi'an received the call, he had just managed to settle that batch of goods. He was so busy that he hadn't even taken a sip of water, let alone had dinner. The thought of food was utterly out of the question. With a sigh, he answered, "Young master." A deep voice emanated from the receiver, bringing the previously prepared plan forward. Deal with the people lurking in the shadows as soon as possible. Lin Shi'an was momentarily taken aback, yet the head of the family, He Qinian, tapped the metallic pen holder on the table, his gaze darkening. He sought to uphold the family's glory, but failed to consider the necessity of pruning the corrupt branches. The towering He family tree would eventually crumble. Rather than waiting for that inevitable day, it would be wiser to act decisively now to preserve the entire He lineage. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen's eyes, for they were nearly entwined with the very roots of the He family. If they were to act against them, we might have to face the entire family's backlash. He Qinian chuckled softly, a cold glint in his eyes. Them? They cannot stir much of a tempest. Lin Shi'an took a deep breath, having reached a resolution. Understood, young master. I shall attend to it post-haste. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he added, regarding the Wen family, I have nearly gathered all the information and can act at any time. He Qinian's fingertips traced the cold contours of the pen holder, his gaze shifting slightly. He had yet to consult Wen on this matter, fearing that mentioning the Wen family would invoke memories that might affect her mood. Otherwise, he would have sent the entire family to prison, or left them to fend for themselves in the vastness of the capital, where the harsh winds of the northwest would suffice. The outcome, whether it be death or injury, depended solely on his disposition, though he leaned more towards the finality of death. Yet, he recalled his words when last beseeching the divine. He was not afraid of retribution befalling him, but rather of subjecting an end to the consequences of such actions. At this realization, he deemed himself absurd for contemplating karmic repercussions, despite his disbelief in the divine. After much deliberation, he still wished to solicit An's opinion, considering their blood ties. I am aware of this matter. It is of no concern. You may hang up now. Lin Shi'an replied. You should hang up. I, as a mere employee, have just commenced a day of toil and shall likely endure a sleepless night, with so many tasks awaiting me for the auction. The thought of it made him feel even more beleaguered, wishing for an end. Noticing that the call had not been disconnected, yet silence reigned. He Qinian pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This month's salary will be doubled, and there will be a bonus for a job well done. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi'an immediately raised an eyebrow in surprise, responding with feigned modesty. Young master, you are too generous. It is really not necessary. He Qinian smirked slightly. Then let it be. Wait, Lin Shi'an exclaimed in fright. Young master, with such a vast family fortune, you need not concern yourself over such trifles. Consider it an act of kindness. No sooner had he finished speaking than he realized the other party had already hung up. A hint of moisture welled in his eyes. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from being so insincere, blaming his own loose tongue. However, in the next moment, the screen illuminated, displaying a message. Young master, I keep my promises. He knew that young master was the best, and today, even the god of wealth was feeling benevolent. He Qinian put away his phone, preparing to return his room when he heard a voice at the door. He Qinian, are you there? Chapter 84. Dizziness. Upon raising his head, he beheld a figure with a tilted head entering, whose pair of blue eyes were as clear and bright as the most exquisite sapphires in the world. Come here, little treasure. Wen Shi'an had initially tilted his head merely to check if anyone was present, but unexpectedly, he found himself caught in He Qinian's gaze. The twinkle in his smiling eyes captivated him every time. He approached, clutching his tablet, but before he could utter a word, he was lifted and seated on He Qinian's lap. He Qinian lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. What brings you here? Can't wait? Wen Shi'an was slightly puzzled. Can't wait for what? I don't think so. He opened his tablet, revealing the chat history. That Yuga mentioned it's his birthday and sent me an invitation. How should I respond? He Qinian's attention was not on the invitation, but rather on the term of address. You call him Yuga? Is that wrong? Wen Shi'an lifted his gaze to meet He Qinian's. They said at the amusement park that we should call him Yuga and Guga. He Qinian was rendered speechless. Lu Qinyu, that rascal, is the youngest among the three, yet he has you calling him brother, which puts him a generation above. Such cunning. However, why was it that Wen referred to others as brother, he was left with merely his name? The term husband had only been uttered twice throughout, one of which was during a drunken stupor unconsciously, and the other reluctantly. Little treasure, I can't take it anymore. My heart feels heavy. Wen Shi'an promptly set down the tablet, gazing at him with concern. Are you unwell? Should I call a doctor? He Qinian would not allow him to leave, his large hand firmly encircling his slender waist, leaning softly against his shoulder. I'm not unwell, just a bit unhappy. My heart aches. Wen Shi'an scrutinized him, noting his normal expression, deducing that he was merely mulling over something distressing, feeling downcast. It was akin to how he sometimes felt, often without reason, simply feeling a sense of melancholy. Reaching out to caress the spot over his heart, he offered, let me massage it for you. I'll help crush the unhappiness. He Qinian was taken aback by Anan's words, finding them utterly adorable. His large hand caressed the back of Wen Shi'an's head, their foreheads touching. Darling, I truly adore you. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an felt an inexplicable warmth blossom within his heart, and in a moment of whimsy, he replied, I love you too. After uttering those words, he froze momentarily, bewildered by his own spontaneity, for there was no reason, no source, no premeditation, merely a sudden emergence. He Qinian, unable to restrain himself, kissed him passionately. His darling was too sweet, too wonderful, making it truly impossible not to love him. Fortunately, he had been the first to discover this affection. The kiss was tender, akin to the gentle caress of a March breeze, impossibly soft. As the kiss concluded, Wen Shi'an felt his breath falter slightly, tugging at the wrinkles in He Qinian's shirt. You still haven't told me how to respond. He Qinian concluded the ceremony with a gentle kiss on his nose, a simple gesture that warranted just a cheerful emoji in response. However, my dear, you address them as Brother Lin and Brother Yu. It would be rather odd for you to perpetually call me by my name. After all, I am your closest companion. Wen Shi'an took a deep breath, contemplating the matter seriously. He Qinian had a point, but what should he call him instead? Those two terms were somewhat difficult to utter. Could I, too, call you brother? That would make me no different from them, which I do not wish for. He Qinian, playfully embracing him, pouted, little one, please give me another name. Wen Shi'an was taken aback by He Qinian's childlike manner, gently pushing aside the fluffy head nestled against his neck. Are you being coy? He Qinian lightly nibbled at his earlobe, akin to a proud cat. I am indeed being coy, dear. You cannot refuse me. Wen Shi'an hesitated. It seemed he could not bear to deny him. After a moment's thought, he slowly suggested, then I shall call you brother? He Qinian responded with a satisfied hum. This title was distinct from the others, affirming that Anan still cherished him the most. Gazing down at Anan, he called out once more, brother. The utterance stirred something within him, an unmistakable flicker of emotion in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he lifted Wen Shi'an into his arms. Let's go. We shall continue this in the bedroom. In the bedroom, He Qinian hastily donned his sleepwear and dashed off to the shower, while Wen Shi'an nestled himself in bed, engrossed in an animated series. Having just finished one episode, he eagerly queued up the next. However, the blissful moments were fleeting, and soon, he found himself glancing towards the bathroom, noticing that He Qinian had yet to emerge. With a hint of boredom, he reclined on his back, staring at the ceiling for a while. Still yearning to watch more, he pondered how to find a way to access the next episode. After perusing numerous comments, he discovered that the animated series was indeed based on a completed manga. Intrigued, he began searching through various platforms, only to find that each chapter cost 10 yuan, a rather steep price. Thus, he embarked on a quest for pirated versions, exploring several links until he finally stumbled upon one that was accessible, albeit laden with numerous advertisements. Driven by his desire to watch, he ultimately succumbed to temptation. As he reached a thrilling moment and clicked to advance to the next chapter, he was met not with colorful images as before, but with a vibrant video. He instinctively reached to click the exit button. However, the screen refused to vanish. The sound erupted first, filling the room with its unexpected volume. Wen Shi'an froze, and before he could gather his thoughts, the bathroom doors swung open. He Qinian's deep, husky voice resonated, little one. The familiar sound caused Wen Shi'an's pupils to dilate sharply, and he felt his breath hitch for a brief moment. The tablet felt scorching in his hands. He desperately wanted to discard it, hastily tossing it beneath the covers in an attempt to evade the impending embarrassment. Yet, the sound continued unabated, and its volume was far from discreet. Realizing this would not suffice, he quickly burrowed deeper into the blankets, hastily unlocking the screen with his fingerprint, determined to close the incriminating display. He appeared somewhat flustered, as though he had committed a transgression. He Qinian approached the bedside, noticing the small figure nestled under the covers, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Little darling, we could actually watch together." Wen Shi'an, upon hearing his voice, felt a rush of warmth flood his face despite the sounds from the tablet being silenced. The mere timbre of He Qinian's voice intensified the sensation, making him feel as though his entire being was ablaze. He Qinian lifted the blanket and embraced him. His magnetic voice laced with allure, "Little darling, call me brother. Brother will teach you." As the clock struck precisely 10 o'clock p.m., the hands of time commenced their slow rotation, eventually pausing at 4:13 a.m. Wen Shi'an's voice was barely a whisper. "Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint." He Qinian grasped his ankle, but before he could respond with further action, Wen Shi'an collapsed onto the pillow, sending him into a panic. He immediately dialed the family doctor. The doctor entered the bedroom, his brow furrowed as the atmosphere was undeniably unsettling. He Qinian glanced at him, his tone icy. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, see what's wrong with an." The doctor hurried forward, conducting a thorough examination, finding everything to be normal. However, upon observing the mottled marks on Wen Shi'an's arm, he cautiously suggested, "Young master, moderation is key. After all, young master's constitution is rather fragile. He may not possess the same endurance and physical strength as you." The latter part of his sentence was swallowed by his lips as he cautiously assessed the young master's expression. He then added, "Moreover, this can be quite detrimental to one's health. A gradual approach is advisable." He Qinian pressed his lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "I understand. I will be more mindful in the future." As the doctor gathered his equipment, he offered a practical suggestion. "Perhaps you could procure a wristband for young master. It would alert him whenever his heart rate escalates, thereby preventing many issues." He Qinian replied, "He finds the constant notifications bothersome and has discarded it at the bedside." Had I known. Noticing the young master's silence, the doctor refrained from further discussion, preparing to leave. For it was well past midnight, and fatigue had set in. He Qinian called out, when Willen awakened. The doctor glanced at his phone, estimating it would likely be around 1 a.m., attributing the delay to exhaustion compounded by a sudden surge of excitement. He will awaken once he has rested adequately. After the doctor departed, He Qinian held Wen Shi'an closely, allowing him to rest against his chest, and gently kissed his brow, murmuring, "Little darling, I'm truly sorry. Next time I will exercise restraint. You must also forgive your husband. It is incredibly difficult to maintain control during such a captivating experience." At 1:05 p.m., Wen Shi'an slowly opened his eyes, his mind still enveloped in a fog, blinking in confusion as he instinctively reached for the familiar presence beside him. However, he was met with an absence that left him momentarily stunned. A fleeting thought that he must have been dreaming. He closed his eyes and reopened them. He Qinian was actually on the balcony attending to work, pondering whether and had awakened. Upon entering, he found the adorable figure lost in thought upon the bed. With eyes closed and then opened again, he turned his head to one side, seemingly in search of something. "Xiaobao, are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing the voice, Wen Shi'an turned to see He Qinian approaching against the light, his figure illuminated as if enveloped in a cloak of radiance, glimmering like gold, akin to the sun. He Qinian sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to gently touch his forehead, concerned that he might have a fever from the events of the previous day. But thankfully, his temperature was normal. Noticing Xiaobao's unwavering gaze, he softly caressed the corners of his eyes, gently rubbing, as it seemed that tiny pearls had fallen there for the first time last night. When he realized it, his eyelashes were damp, yet the depths of his eyes were yearning to ascend, a sight that struck He Qinian with an intensity akin to an insatiable craving. It was difficult to control. He too wished to savor the moment slowly. It was overwhelmingly intoxicating. The wristband had been carelessly tossed aside during their first encounter, its incessant beeping too loud. Yet it simultaneously confirmed that Xiaobao indeed relished the experience. Henceforth, their actions grew increasingly unrestrained. Wen Shi'an's blank mind began to replay the vivid scenes from the previous night upon encountering the pivotal trigger. Each frame was strikingly clear. A warmth gradually spread through his ears. The He Qinian from last night was a side he had never before witnessed, ferocious, akin to a ravenous wolf, unwilling to release his hold on his prey. The sensation was novel, unique, and exhilarating, an experience unlike any he had previously undergone. As if another entity had commandeered his body. The overwhelming sense of possession was intensely profound, and he found himself oddly fond of it. But then he became dizzy. Xiaobao, He Qinian called softly, lifting him into his arms to wash up and have breakfast. Naturally, Wen Shi'an wrapped his arms around his neck, as if resolutely determined, gazing seriously into his eyes. Next time, could you refrain from making me dizzy? I didn't cry out in pain, but once I fainted, I knew nothing. He Qinian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, until the latter part of the statement clarified everything. This adorable little one believed he had control over such matters. In a sense, he did. As long as he wasn't too ferocious, perhaps he could avoid the fainting. He smiled and planted a kiss on the corner of Xiaobao's lips. All right, I promise that such an incident won't occur again. However, Xiaobao, your constitution is rather fragile. Starting tomorrow, you must rise early to exercise. We will do it together. Wen Shi'an glanced at his own arms, then at He Qinian's, noting the stark difference in strength. His arms appeared soft, while He Qinian's were robust and muscular. He Qinian noticed when Shi'an had playfully pinched his arm, turning to see him deep in thought about the disparity. What is the matter, Xiaobao? When Shi'an looked up at him, my arms are different from yours. Yours are larger, perhaps twice the size of mine. Reflecting on this, he realized that many things seemed larger compared to his own. He Qinian pinched Wen Shi'an's arm, finding it soft and pleasant to the touch. I am taller than you, hence my bones are a bit larger. Wen Shi'an pondered this for a moment, acknowledging the truth in it, as he had always been considered tall in school. Upon encountering He Qinian later, he was struck by his impressive height, effortlessly lifting him as one would a child. Gugu, too, was quite tall, standing beside Yugu with an approximate 5-centimeter disparity. Yet in the next moment, he felt his legs weaken, causing him to topple sideways, unable to react in time, his frantic attempts to grasp something proving futile. Fortunately, He Qinian, quick-witted and swift, caught him just in time. Initially, he had intended to squeeze toothpaste, but upon witnessing the collapse of the person beside him, his focus shifted. Xiaobao, what is wrong? Wen Shi'an leaned against him, gazing hesitantly at his legs, attempting to stand, yet finding them unyieldingly weak. I believe my legs cannot support me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed He Qinian's eyes. We should consult a doctor. Wen Shi'an grasped his arm. It's not severe. They simply feel weak and lack strength. Let us wash up first and then see a doctor. He Qinian felt a measure of relief at her words. He had inquired about her condition with the doctor that morning and had even applied medication for her. The doctor had mentioned that upon awakening, she might experience weakness in her legs and back pain, advising that in more severe cases, she should refrain from getting out of bed. This was the fourth visit to this place today, following an incident in the early hours, and the doctor sighed helplessly as he glanced at the door. In truth, there was nothing wrong with her. However, some individuals tended to worry excessively. While the doctor conducted his examination, Butler Su leaned in close to He Qinian's ear, whispering, Young master, the young lady has arrived. He Qinian's eyes flickered with interest. The fact that she had chosen to forego her afternoon rest to come in person suggested there was a matter at hand. Have her wait for me in the study. He instructed, then added, bring the medicinal food up but omit 2 egg tarts. The doctor had advised Wen Shi'an to limit her consumption of sweets, referencing the dietary plan that had been previously established, yet he recalled it in detail. Oddly, that particular instruction was absent. He had even reviewed the plan again and still found it lacking. The doctor, too, found it peculiar, affirming that he distinctly remembered it being included, as the electronic version sent to him contained it. It was nowhere to be found on his computer. He had not made any modifications, leading him to suspect that Wen Shi'an had secretly altered it in his absence. Wen Shi'an, oblivious to this discussion, was entirely focused on the lengthy silver needles being inserted in her legs, the sensation tingling and prickly until she felt as if she had transformed into a hedgehog. Young master, and if you feel any discomfort, do inform me, and I shall make the necessary adjustments, the doctor stated as he positioned the final needle into an acupoint. His expertise was remarkable, proficient in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, occasionally even dabbling in psychological adjustments. Such skill was indeed commendable. Wen Shi'an shook her head, indicating that she felt no discomfort. Her imagination wandered to thoughts reminiscent of a television drama, pondering whether this treatment might open her meridians and transform her into an unparalleled master capable of scaling walls. He Qinian glanced down at her. Xiao Bao, I shall make a brief visit to the study. When the meal arrives, do not wait for me. Just eat. I have already dined at noon. I will come back to keep you company as soon as I can, she replied, nodding. He Qinian had contemplated bestowing a kiss upon her before departing, but considering the presence of others, he ultimately relinquished that notion. In the study, He Jinshu immediately recognized the familiar hues adorning the edges of the calligraphy and painting on the desk, coupled with the recollection of her father's recent lament about being robbed. A conjecture began to form in her mind. As He Qinian entered, he noticed her gaze fixed upon the artwork and spoke defensively. That is off limits. It is meant for Xiaobao. If you fancy it, I shall procure another for you on a different day. He Jinshu replied. What girl would take a liking to antique calligraphy and paintings? His emotional intelligence is rather lacking, she thought, suppressing her disdainful gaze as she settled into a chair. I come bearing news. Uncle is currently seeking to elevate his standing and is working on building connections. Father wishes to offer his support. He has asked me to facilitate some networking, but as you know, although the aristocracy remains dominant, there have been increasing sentiments of suppressing the prominent families. I am striving to keep the enterprises under the He family's banner untainted, to ensure we remain above the fray, and it would be best if I could maintain a prudent distance. However, if that proves unattainable. At this point, she faltered, uncertain of what to say next. She had never truly contemplated the consequences of failure. The weight of her family's legacy compelled her forward, since taking the reins of the company. Her father and relatives had instilled in her that the family's interests superseded all else. For years, she had operated like a wound-up clock, negotiating in conference rooms and the business arena by day, poring over documents until her eyes ached by night. Even her dreams were consumed by thoughts of the family's future. Thus, she dared not imagine the repercussions of failure and the multitude of disappointed eyes that would be fixed upon her. He Qinian seated himself behind the desk, his gaze darkening. What are your thoughts on this matter? He Jinshu lifted her eyes to meet his, a slight smile curving her red lips. That, dear brother, depends on you. Do you intend to involve me in your schemes? Or is your aim solely to target the third branch of the He family and those traitorous individuals lurking behind? He Qinian's expression grew somber. Since his return, he had not revealed any intentions regarding this matter. Even the initiation of plans was only communicated the previous night. How could such intentions be perceived before their execution? He remained uncertain of where He Jinshu would align herself. After all, those who have held power for too long seldom relinquish it easily. With a nonchalant smile, he responded, Surely, I would never undertake actions detrimental to the family. After all, I'm a part of it, am I not? He Jinshu fixed her gaze upon him, studying the amber depths of his eyes, deep and clear, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet, that was merely a facade. Beneath it, her brother was not the frivolous, unruly figure he appeared to be. Rather, he could very well be orchestrating every individual as his pawn. His intentions had always been transparent. He sought to overturn this game or to become a master of it. However, such a move was not without its complexities. The mire of aristocracy was far deeper than anticipated. Onion, I merely wish to offer you a word of caution. In some matters, haste can lead to failure. Revealing one's ambitions too early is hardly a prudent course of action. He Qinian pressed his lips together, resting his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced before his chest. Sister, if the day comes, where will you stand? He Jinshu lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest, smiling sweetly. Where do you wish me to stand? He Qinian gazed at her, recalling how his father once said that he resembled his mother in his youth. though it was actually his sister who bore a closer likeness to her, both radiant and beautiful, equally intelligent and spirited. He Qinian chuckled softly, having conveyed the news to him, but regarding the answer he sought, she suggested he pursue it himself, as she intended to find none. There was a banquet in the afternoon, and she wanted him to accompany her as a male partner. He Qinian replied with a hint of melancholy. You already have a fiancé, and besides, I am your husband, not your possession. He was not as charming as an N. After a moment's contemplation, He Qinian considered the gentleman with golden-rimmed glasses. He was indeed quite handsome, albeit overly gentle, which seemed somewhat mismatched with her own aura. He Qinian leaned back in his chair, asserting, while you may have a point, I must disagree. What is mine shall remain mine. Disinterested in further discussion, he declared his intention to find none. Upon hearing this, He Qinian feigned rising to seek when sure and concerned she might actually go. He Qinian interjected. Little Bao was exhausted last night and cannot attend. Upon hearing this, He Qinian immediately understood, casting him a meaningful glance. Such a handsome lad, she thought, should be handled with care. I have an excellent nutritionist. I could lend them to you for a few days to help nourish him. We mustn't let my beautiful darling grow thin. He Qinian's eyes flashed with exasperation. I have my own nutritionist. I require none of yours. Even if I were to lose weight, it would never affect little Bao. He Qinian chose to shift the topic rather than pursue the matter further, inquiring instead about yesterday's events. What did you do yesterday that vexed father so? And why did you kick Yuanling? The servants had to fish him out of the lake. He nearly met his end there. Aunt San has been weeping since dawn, insisting father intervene. Yet Uncle Sam later claimed it was a misunderstanding, saying he Yuanling had a cramp and couldn't rise in time. He Qinian shrugged nonchalantly. I did nothing. He fell into the lake on his own. Unable to extract any more information, He Qinian decided not to continue and left the room. Upon returning to her quarters, she found the person who had been seated on the sofa was now absent, and the meal on the small dining table remained untouched. Where's my wife? He Qinian wondered aloud. She hasn't been taken away, has she? Chapter 87. The masterpiece painted by my wife. Incredibly beautiful, her concern lasted but a moment, as she soon heard a sound emanating from the room. Approaching, she discovered Anan was watering his succulent plants. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned, his eyes curving into a smile. Brother, look, my succulent has come back to life. I thought it was dying when the leaves turned yellow. He Qinian stood momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, illuminating the boy's bright smile, his blue eyes sparkling with flecks of light. He resembled the warm and gentle sun of winter. Gradually regaining his composure, he smiled back. Why didn't you eat first? I was waiting for you. Wen Shi'an replied naturally, recalling their conversation from the previous night, and added, I wanted to eat with you. He Qinian affectionately ruffled his hair, chuckling softly. Little Bao is wonderful. You remembered after just one mention. Wen Shi'an placed the succulent down, affirming, I remember everything you say. I will remember it earnestly. After their meal, He Qinian desired a midday nap, while Wen Shi'an seemed reluctant, tossing and turning on the bed. In his embrace, it felt as if he were holding an inflated balloon. No matter how he tried, he couldn't keep it contained. He Qinian, with a sense of helplessness, opened his eyes. Was it that he couldn't sleep, or simply didn't wish to? Wen Shi'an's eyes darted around before he slowly replied, Can't sleep. Is it possible not to sleep? He had only just awakened and had eaten a meal. Sleep eluded him. He Qinian pressed a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth, suggesting, The study is filled with calligraphy and paintings to peruse. The newly acquired easel has arrived as well. Given the sun's brilliance today, let's refrain from venturing into the courtyard. All right, Wen Shi'an acquiesced, then climbed out of bed and made his way outside. By the time He Qinian awakened, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He lingered in bed for a moment before rising to seek out an inn. He found his precious one engrossed in painting on the balcony, utterly absorbed in the canvas, oblivious to He Qinian's presence beside him. Suddenly, Wen Shi'an felt an undeniable gaze upon him. Turning his head, he inadvertently pressed his lips against He Qinian's, the cool fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, yet he inexplicably felt a rush of warmth. He Qinian chuckled softly. Little treasure, do you adore me so much that you greet me with a kiss upon your arrival? Wen Shi'an immediately withdrew, his fingertips gripping the paintbrush, feeling somewhat heated. No, that was an accident. In truth, he was baffled as to how he had ended up kissing He Qinian directly on the lips. Logically, it shouldn't have happened that way. He Qinian playfully pinched his flushed earlobe, smiling. It was no accident. I was deliberately waiting for you to kiss me. Wen Shi'an protested. Was I painting while I was sleeping? I only played on my phone and admired the calligraphy before coming to paint. He Qinian scrutinized the vibrant palette, pondering the difficulty of mixing those colors. He was, after all, a pure science student. His only artistic talents lay in playing the violin and piano, and he was utterly clueless when it came to painting. Simply observing the complex combinations of colors and the directions of lines made his head spin. He Jincho had mentioned that their mother was a talented woman, excelling in various domains, and even their father had been proficient in many skills during his youth. As for him, he lacked any artistic flair. Fortunately, when Shi'an's gaze fell on the paint tray, it's not that difficult. It all relies on technique. After sharing his little tricks, he looked at He Qinian. Would you like to give it a try? He Qinian blinked in rare surprise. Could he truly be that oblivious? In fact, Enon had explained it quite clearly. Yet, he still struggled to comprehend how different colors, when blended, resulted in new shades. Shouldn't they simply deepen and fade into black? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Noticing He Qinian's perplexed expression, Wen Shi'an assumed he hadn't understood, likely due to his unclear explanation, and prepared to reiterate. Seeing this, He Qinian quickly shifted the conversation. Little treasure, there's no need to trouble yourself. Just paint, and I shall observe. Wen Shi'an tentatively asked once more, are you really uninterested? It's actually quite simple. I don't want to. He Qinian firmly rejected. Fully aware of his lack of talent in this area, he saw no reason to torment himself or Enon. The painting process was relatively swift, as it merely involved the finishing touches. While tidying up, he noticed a smudge of red paint on the back of He Qinian's hand and gently wiped it away. Having discovered an indelible mark, He Qinian did not dwell on it, dismissing it as inconsequential. When Shi'an cast a glance, feeling it somewhat unsightly, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies flaring up, he grasped the finest paintbrush and retrieved the palette, delicately beginning to sketch. With just a few strokes, an adorable little lion holding a blue flower materialized. Once he finished, he belatedly realized that this was neither a canvas nor an appropriate surface for painting. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his eyes, but he resolved to wash it off later. He Qinian lifted him into his lap, exclaiming, "How lovely this is! I must keep it." As he spoke, he took out his phone to capture the moment. Also selecting a photo from the previous night, with a blue-haired youth rested sweetly against his chest. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the youth's forehead. Though the boy's face remained obscured, the elegant contours of his profile hinted at undeniable beauty. He edited the caption, "My wife painted this. It's absolutely stunning." Then he clicked to post. Within moments, comments began to flood in. Lu Qinyu was the first to respond. "Oh wow, absolutely stunning," accompanied by a pink ruby meme. He Chongming chimed in. "He Qinian, you must still be in your rebellious phase. What on earth is that hair color?" Gu Yanli remarked, "Quite pleasing to the eye." He Jinju added, "Anin is painted beautifully. Sister will reward you. It will arrive shortly." Meanwhile, the subject of the attention found himself on the spacious Cypress Avenue of the estate. He Qinian parked the car by the roadside and allowed Anin to sit in the driver's seat, preparing to teach him how to drive. While this skill was not strictly essential, it was beneficial for those occasions when one might wish to take a sports car out for a spin. He taught with diligence. And when Shi'an listened intently, the intelligent young man quickly grasped how to ignite the engine, start the vehicle, and navigate the basics of the road. The next step involved practicing to develop a sense of direction and mastering various techniques. Acquiring a driver's license was merely a minor hurdle. The crucial aspect was the ability to drive. For what use was a license without the skill? After approximately 2 hours of learning, Wen Shi'an flawlessly parked the car by the roadside, and He Qinian offered timely praise. "Little treasure, you did wonderfully. You're extraordinarily clever." As he spoke, he cupped the boy's face and kissed him. As the kiss deepened, some minds began to wander. However, fate intervened as the phone rang, shattering the moment. Wen Shi'an glanced at the unfamiliar number, hesitated, and then answered, "Hello?" A voice, tinged with tears, emerged from the other end. And your elder brother has been in a car accident. He is at the hospital and refuses to enter the operating room. He insists on giving you something. Please hurry over. Chapter 88. And then seemed to no longer need it. Listening to the voice, Wen Shi'an froze momentarily, then recognized it as his mother S. A voice he had not heard in ages, almost forgotten. He Qinian's gaze darkened unnaturally as he reached for the phone to hang up. His little treasure could only belong to him. Wen Shi'an shook his head, signaling him not to disconnect, urging to speak. On the other end, his mother hesitated, her silence palpable before cautiously inquiring, "And then, are you listening?" After she spoke, she recalled that when Sherlin had mentioned in Anne's previous aphasia, wondering if it meant she cannot speak. Contemplating this, she added, "And then, are you unable to speak?" He Qinian, having reached the limits of his patience, longed to voice his questions, but was silenced by an Anne's finger pressed to his lips, signaling for quiet. When Shi'an slowly began, "I can hear, but I'm not a doctor and cannot cure illness. If there is something for me, thank you, but I do not need it." With that, she ended the call, feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness. After the previous incident, he had truly let go. He genuinely no longer cared. They might not know the truth, but he did not deny that over the years, they had indeed not liked themselves, and thus, he did not like them either. Perhaps there had once been longing and yearning, but after hitting a wall, one would inevitably come to terms with it. Now he had a new life. His brother treated him well, and he would strive to reciprocate that kindness. This newfound existence felt like a rebirth. He Qinian observed how Anan could face the Wen family with composure, showing no signs of sadness, which brought him joy. Leaning down, he unbuckled the seatbelt and lifted Anan from the driver's seat to sit on his lap. "Little treasure, you are truly wonderful. Such an impressive little one deserves to be rewarded. Whatever you desire, even the stars in the sky, your brother will bring them to you." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi'an's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that no matter what he did, he received positive reinforcement from his brother. Even a simple word made him feel accomplished. "Brother, I do not want anything." Anshio had said that everyone possesses their own unique gift, which could be a talent in a certain area or wisdom. For him, his brother might just be the greatest gift, one that belonged solely to him. He Qinian kissed the corner of his lips. "Little treasure, you cannot want for nothing. Kulme, I will take you to unwrap a gift." With that, he opened the car door and carried his little treasure out, heading towards the garage. The garage was filled with a variety of limited edition sports cars, and at a glance, one could see a row of golden-winged goddess statues. Most of the cars were in dark hues, while the vibrant colors were primarily located in the adjoining garage. He Qinian carried Anan further inside, snapping his fingers, causing rows of lights to illuminate instantly. At the innermost display, blue flowers adorned the surface, petals forming a path that led to the center, where a black cloth concealed something unknown. He sent him down. "Little treasure, go take a look." When Shi'an looked at him, "Aren't you coming with me? I will watch over you from here." When Shi'an gazed at him earnestly, smiling as he took his hand, "Brother, I want to go with you." He Qinian was momentarily stunned, with a sea of blue flowers behind him and a youthful figure before him bright and beautiful, laughter dancing in his eyes. Before he could respond, a gentle tug on his hand drew him forward. When Shi'an stopped before the black cloth, lifted a corner, and then pulled it completely away, revealing a limited edition starry blue supercar before them. Under the glow of the lights, the car's body shimmered like a starry night sky, dazzling and resplendent, with even a license plate encrusted in jewels. The unique license plate caught the eye, Jing A520N. He never anticipated that He Qinian would give him a car, especially since he did not possess a driver's license. Sensing his apprehension, He Qinian calmly explained, "Xiao Bao, do not worry. Lin Shen has already taken care of the driver's license. However, I shall be quite stringent in my expectations. You may only hit the road if your skills meet my standards. Otherwise, you will only be permitted to drive around the estate." This strictness was not only a matter of ensuring Wen Shi'an's safety, but also a responsibility towards innocent bystanders. For no one wishes to be inexplicably struck down on a crosswalk. Naturally, Wen Shi'an understood this logic, playfully winking, "But you must not go easy on me, brother." He Qinian smiled knowingly. He certainly would not ease the examination, as those who failed would face consequences. Bao must be prepared, always ready. On a future day, when Shi'an would come to comprehend what those consequences entailed, as the spacious Cullinan seemed perfectly suited for all manner of activities. At the hospital, after a phone call ended, a minute of silence enveloped the room. Wen's mother stared at her phone in disbelief, struggling to grasp the situation. These were words from the typically reticent Wen Shi'an, who had previously been so enamored with his elder brother. Why had everything changed? Upon hearing those words, Wen Shi'an lowered his gaze, a wry smile betraying his self-mockery. What was he even hoping for? He had lost the original Wen Shi'an and now sought forgiveness and concern from him. It was utterly laughable. It was akin to an offender attempting to absolve a victim of the suffering they endured, as if nothing had ever transpired, wishing to revert everything to its original state. A cup with cracks, regardless of how much one repents for past misdeeds, can never be restored to its former glory. Just as everything they had done to Wen Shi'an could not be soothed by mere repentance or reparations. Seeing her son with his head bowed, filled with worry, Wen's mother implored, "Shi'an, do not resist any longer. This child, Wen Shi'an, has inexplicably uttered such words. It is in vain that you treated him so well. He is simply ungrateful." Weakly interrupting her, Wen Shi'an replied, "Did you not review the documents I provided last time?" Unfazed, Wen's mother responded, "The last document you brought home was said by Xiaoyu to have been soaked by the maid. I assumed it wasn't of any importance since you did not mention it. So I had Xiaoyu discard it, and subsequently forgot to ask you for another copy." Disappointment filled Wen Shi'an's eyes. Once again, it was the same. Why did she unconditionally trust Wen Yanju? "Mother, do you still not understand? It is we who have erred, not Wen Shi'an." A hint of displeasure crept into Wen's mother's voice as she retorted, "Shi'an, what is it that you desire? As parents, every decision we make is for your benefit. What wrongs have we committed? It is you who has been consistently out of sorts. Did Wen Shi'an cast a spell on you? Why do you persist in speaking on his behalf, weaving lies to deceive us?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Shi'an felt a profound sorrow welling up within him. Did his mother truly not understand the kind of person he had been all these years? How could she suspect him of lying rather than questioning Wen Yanyu? Did she believe Wen Yanyu's words? What evidence did he possess to substantiate such claims? Avoiding his gaze, his mother insisted, "In any case, Xiaoyu has never spoken ill of you. Do not make things difficult for her." Given his current demeanor, even Inen was unwilling to come. What more could he expect from her? Chapter 89. The final timeline when Shi'an let out a bitter laugh. "Mother, from beginning to end, we have been in the wrong. Adopting Wen Yanyu was a mistake, a grave error indeed. It is precisely because of him that we subconsciously believed Inen to be the one lacking understanding, when in reality, it was always Wen Yanyu who orchestrated the chaos. Take that incident from our childhood, for instance. No matter how capable Inen was, could he truly command the obedience of all the servants in one household? Would the butler allow him to run amok? Not to mention, when we returned home, we happened upon when Yanyu collapsed on the ground, and after Inen was found, he developed a fever. Did you ever care? Do you have any idea how much suffering and injustice Inen has endured over the years?" "Enough," Wen's mother interrupted him, asserting he has suffered, yet the Wen family has provided him with ample food and comfort. What more could he possibly want? Should we kneel before him? Wen Shi'an regarded his biological mother with a cold stare. "You claim to have provided Inen with the best, yet 5 years ago, he did not take a single penny from the Wen family. He completed high school on his own and was admitted to Peking University for law studies. Over these years, he has never once asked for money. During summer breaks, he took on tutoring jobs, running between 4 houses in a single day, often struggling to find even 10 yuan. And what of Wen Yanyu? The cost of a single piece of clothing for her could range from thousands to tens of thousands of yuan, and you simply provided it without question. But what have you given Inen, other than endless reproach, complaints, and an incessant tendency to shift blame?" Wen's mother stared at him in disbelief, her pupils widening. "What did you say? You have not given him a single dime over the years?" The thought seemed implausible, and in her panic, she sought an excuse. "Even if you didn't, Your father must have provided for him. Surely he did. Exhausted, Wen Shi'an felt drained and thought to himself, how glorious it would be if he simply perished today. Gradually loosening his curled fingers, he revealed a yellow talisman resting in his palm, its edges stained red. He gazed at it in a daze. How it had become soiled. A token he had sought specifically for an now seemingly unnecessary. Blood dripped from his forehead into his eyes, casting his vision in a crimson hue. Summoning his strength, he opened his phone and accessed the investigative documents. Mother, take a look for yourself. Everything is right here. With those words, he utterly surrendered, his consciousness fading. The nearby nurse rolled her eyes at the spectacle. Must we endure this melodrama when the wounds require tending? Who wants to witness such a family display? What a truly eccentric clan. At that moment, when Yinyu approached briskly, her mind echoing with the system's admonishing voice. Didn't T.I. say, "Do not disturb Wen Shi'an"? He is an indispensable supporting character in this small world, and the plot entailed is one we cannot alter, lest we provoke the collapse of the narrative and face eradication. Do you truly comprehend this? When Anyu remained silent, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Observing her silence, the system promptly issued a punishment. A sudden surge of electricity coursed through her, causing Wen Anyu to stagger, nearly dropping to her knees, her brow furrowed in pain. How much longer will you remain oblivious? If you dare repeat such actions, it will not merely be a single electric shock next time, the system stated coldly. Previously, it had not noticed this host's disobedience. After numerous resets, she had always complied. Why, at this final juncture, had she begun to assert her own will? Fortunately, this incident was not overly severe. Otherwise, another failed mission would mean she could not return, resulting in her true disappearance. This was precisely why the system placed such heightened importance on this task. Despite having advanced the timeline considerably, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Feeling a surge of anxiety, it urged, "Host, your primary objective still lies with Wen Shi'an. What has been troubling you lately? Why do you persist in causing disturbances within one family? Could you not expand the scope of your mission?" When Anyu gritted her teeth, a fleeting flash of hatred crossing her eyes. It is easy for you to say. Do you possess the capability to approach He Qinian? Merely seeing him sends tremors through her body, let alone confronting him directly. The excruciating pain serves as a stark reminder of all she has endured. The system suggested, would you not consider taking action when He Qinian is absent? Or perhaps instigate misunderstandings between them to create discord? At the very least, Wen Shi'an will have moments of solitude. I have already lowered the mission requirements. As long as you eliminate him, the task will be deemed complete. I have spent considerable effort discussing this with you. In summary, the difficulty of the mission has diminished significantly compared to before. It no longer sought fortune, but merely wished to fulfill this task and extricate itself from this world. Having invested too much already, if this continued, it feared it might truly meet its end here. When Anyu regarded it, noticing its color had faded further since their last interaction, and inquired, "Are my parents well?" "They are fine, but if you fail to accomplish this task, your existence in that world will be irrevocably compromised," the system replied. Afterward, it sought to encourage her to complete the mission swiftly, adding, "Your father visits you at the hospital daily. You wouldn't want to disappoint him, would you? Your mother weeps incessantly, longing for the day you awaken. Therefore, hasten to fulfill the task, and you shall return home sooner." When Anyu lowered her gaze, her father? Huh. Her eyes darkened as she resolved, understood. I shall expedite the process. The system pulled up the plot line, noting, tomorrow, the protagonist and supporting character will meet at the large gaming center in Jingfa. I anticipate this will present a favorable opportunity. When Anyu replied, I have a campus competition tomorrow. System, indeed. Have you truly immersed yourself in literature? Did you not glean enough knowledge in that world? You must go tomorrow. Understood. As when Yinyu approached, he noticed his mother was engrossed in something. Leaning in for a closer look, his pupils constricted. Had he not instructed the system to obliterate all originals? Why was it still present? Upon sensing someone nearby, Mother Wen looked up, momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyu, you're here. And in all these years, her words trailed off as a sudden pain surged through her head, and she collapsed. Wen Yian caught her and immediately summoned a doctor. The system manifested before him, stating, "Memory erasure. She will not remember. But this is the last time I shall employ memory erasure. If there is a next time, I shall be unable to assist you. Thus, host, you must expedite the completion of your task, preferably within this week." When Yinyu's gaze flickered, "This week? That truly was a swift timeline." Understood. Chapter 90. Truly adorable. At 6:30 a.m., He Qinian's biological clock rang punctually, instinctively tightening his embrace around the person in his arms. After a brief pause, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his little treasure, his golden eyes sparkled with mirth. Previously, he had been too tense to dare sleep. Each day was fraught with scheming and assassination attempts, living on the edge, with an ominous end in sight. The first thing he did upon waking was confirm his own survival, and upon doing so, he pondered why he had not yet met his demise. His adversaries were truly inept. Wouldn't it be better if he were dead? Eventually, life began to settle into tranquility. The thing he most desired each day was to sleep aside from necessary obligations. Otherwise, he would spend 20 hours a day in slumber. Such a life grew increasingly monotonous. Each day upon awakening, he would contemplate what to do, and when inspiration failed him, he would venture out to indulge in cake. For a time, he succumbed to indulgence. Yet, he felt this lifestyle was unsustainable. The impetus for his return home stemmed from a persistent sense that something was amiss, a nagging feeling that he had unfinished business. Anxious and sleepless, he promptly returned home. Then, he encountered an inn, and suddenly, life seemed to blossom with color. Each day as sunshine felt warm and inviting. He truly cherished the moments spent with an inn. He loved his little treasure dearly. Lost in thought, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on him before lifting him up to head to the bathroom for their morning routine. Wen Shi'an nestled against his shoulder, rubbing his eyes, his voice still soft and sleepy. "Brother, what time is it?" "It's 6:32. Is it only 6 o'clock? Aren't we going to sleep a bit longer?" He Qinian set him on a small stool, beginning with washing the little one's face to awaken his drowsy mind. "Didn't you promise me, little treasure, that we would exercise upon waking? We shall jog for 20 minutes, then work out, shower, have breakfast, and afterward, head out to play." When Shi'an, still dazed, closed his eyes again in his embrace. "Brother, can I sleep for 3 more minutes? My eyes won't open. The drowsiness is overwhelming my brain. I'm so sleepy." He Qinian chuckled softly, playfully brushing his nose. "Are you truly that tired? Feeling drowsy?" Wen Shi'an nuzzled against his brother's neck, seeking a comfortable position to continue his slumber. Yet in the next moment, his eyes flew open abruptly, with a stiff neck. He glanced down at He Qinian and inquired, "What are you doing?" He Qinian responded with a mischievous smile, "I'm merely helping little Shi'an to wake up." Startled, Wen Shi'an immediately leaped off him, his ears flushing a bright crimson. "I need to brush my teeth," he declared. He Qinian chuckled softly and proceeded to freshen up as well. The two donned sporty attire, and considering Shi'an's long hair, He Qinian tied it back and adorned him with a white headband before they ventured out for a morning jog. Typically, a lap around the artificial lake would take about 20 minutes. Under normal circumstances, He Qinian could manage a full lap effortlessly. However, with Wen Shi'an accompanying him today, their pace was inevitably slower. Before they had even covered half the distance, Shi'an was already breathless, bending over to rest his hands on his knees, sweat dampening his bangs. His fair cheeks and nose flushed with a rosy hue. Gasping, he looked at He Qinian and said, "Brother, I can't go on, I'm too tired." He Qinian grasped his hand, encouraging him to walk slowly. Do not come to an abrupt halt when you're fatigued. It may hinder your blood circulation and exacerbate your exhaustion, possibly leading to cramps. Breathe deeply, little treasure. Although Wen Shi'an felt utterly drained and wished to remain still, he complied, trusting that He Qinian had his best interests at heart. The fitness tracker on his wrist beeped incessantly. He Qinian glanced at it, noting that Wen Shi'an's heart rate had soared beyond 150 beats per minute. It was evident that his cardiovascular endurance was lacking, necessitating additional aerobic exercises and stamina training to strengthen his lower body. His legs trembled like leaves in the wind. Once they had walked a sufficient distance, He Qinian helped Shi'an to a small pavilion, gently brushing aside the stray hairs from his face. At that moment, Shi'an felt revitalized, resting his weary form on the stone table. "Brother, I'm truly exhausted. I want to go back," he lamented. Faced with the adorably fatigued Shi'an, He Qinian found it difficult to refuse him, yet he knew he could not relent when it came to physical fitness. Otherwise, Shi'an's constitution would remain frail. Speaking softly, he reassured, "Little treasure, just walk slowly. Wait for me to complete a lap, and we shall return together, shall we?" Shi'an, torn between his desire to decline and the allure of companionship, found himself unable to voice his refusal. The thought of running alone seemed rather lonely, and he ultimately acquiesced. All right. Thus, their running journey resumed, albeit with one jogging and the other walking, often stopping to admire the flowers or insects along the path. When Wen Shi'an paused for the third time to observe a ladybug on a leaf, He Qinian had already completed a full lap and returned. Spotting him squatting by the flowers, He Qinian waved his hand in resignation. "Let us go back, little treasure." "Oh, coming," Shi'an replied. During breakfast, he was the first to descend eagerly, sitting patiently at the dining table. After a while, noticing that He Qinian had yet to arrive, he hurried back upstairs to search for him. He found his brother changing in the walk-in closet, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the neatly defined abdominal muscles, evoking memories of their earlier conversations. With a slight curl of his lips, he dismissed the notion as deceptive. It was anything but soft and tender. It was decidedly rigid. He Qinian noticed the individual at the entrance, opting not to fasten his shirt buttons, boldly leaving it open. "Little treasure, come here." Upon hearing the call, Wen Shi'an snapped back to reality and stepped forward. "It's breakfast time. Aunt Xiao made the pumpkin pancakes I adore, along with your favorite beef buns." He Qinian raised an eyebrow, still not fully dressed and requiring little treasure's assistance. Wen Shi'an had seen this at the door moments ago, and now, in front of him, was unsure where to direct his gaze. Should he button up? He Qinian bent down to meet Anne's gaze. "Darling, why do you shy away from looking at me?" Wen Shi'an's eyes darted away quickly, his ears flushing crimson as he promptly shifted the topic. "I am hungry. Can we hurry?" Hearing the first two words, he felt that Anne was teasing him. He swallowed, feeling his Adam's apple move, but also recognized that his mind was overactive. After breakfast, the two drove to the gaming city to meet with He Qinian and the others. Upon their arrival, He Qinian greeted them with a smile. "My wife painted this. It's extraordinarily beautiful." He Qinian lifted his chin with a hint of pride. "So what? It is indeed beautiful. I have a lovely and charming wife. What about you? I'm not a mere husband slave, a simpleton devoid of intelligence." With that, he tugged Guyanli inside. The four of them entered the gaming city, oblivious to a pair of eyes watching them from a distance. Chapter 91. In the little genius, the gaming city sprawled across a vast area, with a first floor dedicated to large-scale rainforest adventure courses and shooting games. The second floor hosted intellectual haunted house challenges, while the third floor offered various virtual reality online game experiences, and the fourth floor was similarly themed. Guyanli casually surveyed the surroundings before purchasing tickets at the booth, intending to start on the first floor before moving to the second. He Qinian took the tickets from him, heading to the shooting range first to familiarize little treasure with the use of firearms before exploring the rainforest adventure. He Qinian nodded in agreement, but insisted on establishing a penalty. The one with the worst shooting score would voluntarily serve as a human target. Guyanli met his gaze and smiled gently. "No problem. Little treasure and I are both on board." He Qinian casually tossed 2 tickets into the automatic ticket-checking machine, taking Anne's hand and leading the way. Wen Shi'an bit his lip and murmured, "Brother, I haven't tried this before." Noticing that no one was around, He Qinian scooped him up into his arms. "It's all right. It's quite simple. I'll teach you shortly. Our little treasure is exceptionally bright. You'll surely master it." He added, "Besides, your brother has a perfect score in shooting. Turning you into a sharpshooter will be a piece of cake." As they entered the area for selecting firearms, He Qinian, considering various factors, chose a lightweight gun with minimal recoil for Anne, ensuring that it wouldn't be too exhausting for a first-time experience. He put on the wrist guard and goggles for Anne, who appeared somewhat anxious. He bent down and kissed him gently to soothe his nerves. "Little treasure. It's all right. Relax." This is just about experiencing something new. Don't feel pressured. Trust in your abilities. The worst that could happen is coming in last. And if you do, your brother will take the heat for you. A gentle kiss brushed the corner of his eye, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. The touch was soft and lingering, ensnaring him in its enchantment, gradually soothing the agitation within his heart. He Qinian released him, a playful smile gracing his lips, encouraging him with words of bravery, assuring him that his brother would always be there to support him. Wen Shi'an nodded, the blue of his eyes curving into a smile, affirming his resolve. He Qinian did not delve into complexities. He simply instructed him on how to fire a gun, aim, and ultimately pull the trigger. Wen Shi'an grasped the weapon, directing it towards the distant target, the cold metal causing a slight tremor in his fingertips, sweat pooling in his palm. Observing his anxiety, He Qinian approached and stood behind him, gently guiding his hand while softly advising, "Little treasure, focus on the target's center. Take a deep breath, relax. Ready? Fire." The sound of the gunshot echoed as the recoil tingled his palm, his finger trembling slightly on the trigger. The bullet found its mark, piercing through the center of the red bullseye. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced with newfound awareness. He Qinian glanced down, a light chuckle escaping him. "You did splendidly. Little treasure. You hit it on your first try. Truly a prodigy." Wen Shi'an felt the tension in his nerves dissipate. It was not as difficult as he had imagined, and held an exhilarating thrill. A spark of eagerness flickered in his eyes as he licked his lips. "Brother, may I try again?" "Of course," He Qinian responded with a gentle smile. "Would you like me to assist you with your hand?" After a moment's contemplation, Wen Shi'an shook his head. "I wish to try on my own." "Very well." He Qinian released his hold, stepping aside. "You can do it, little treasure. You are the best." Wen Shi'an lifted the gun once more, chambering a bullet, aiming carefully, inhaling deeply before pulling the trigger again. The report confirmed a precise hit at the center of the target. Turning to He Qinian, his blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, I actually hit it." He Qinian raised his thumb in approval, warmth radiating from his gaze. "I told you, our little treasure is a genius." They continued to practice, his stance growing increasingly refined, his expressions more composed, nearing perfection. Once satisfied with their progress, He Qinian led and to find Lu Qinyu and the others, traversing a dimly lit corridor that felt unsettlingly dark. Halfway through, He Qinian found himself disliking the place for reasons he could not fathom, an inexplicable aversion to the corridor, which seemed unreasonable given it was his first visit. Concealed behind a hidden door, Wen Yinyu watched nervously, her heart racing at the sight of He Qinian, overwhelmed by fear. The system, noting her trembling legs, glanced at the pair still several hundred meters away, unable to contain itself. "Are you that frightened?" "He hasn't even." The sudden voice echoed in Wen Yinyu's mind, startling her into a jump. The unusual sound heightened He Qinian's alertness. "Who is there? Show yourself." Hearing the voice that resembled that of a demon, Wen Yinyu could no longer contain her fear, turning to flee, cold sweat dripping from her forehead as her heart raced. The system watched in disbelief. "What are you doing? He hasn't even approached yet, and you're running away already?" Wen Yinyu expended nearly all her strength in her flight, only halting when she reached a place she deemed safe, breathless. If one were to be murdered by the same individual countless times, such flippant remarks would never escape their lips. He Qinian is undeniably a madman. The system noted, there seems to be no fault in that assertion. In a moment, they will proceed to the YLC-9 shooting range. You may prepare yourself in advance. Seeing no one emerge, He Qinian, prioritizing safety, picked up Anan and moved to the other side. Wen Shi'an, cradled in his arms, felt he was being overly cautious. Perhaps it was merely the noise made by a mouse. He Qinian's gaze flickered. The sensation of aversion, both mentally and physically, was unprecedented, and it felt peculiar. "Let us hope for the best." Lu Qinyu glanced over as the two approached, casting a quick look before saying, "They've arrived. Help yourselves to a drink." He then returned his focus to the screen. Though he had little desire to play this game, the frustration of defeat ignited a fierce determination within him. He was unwilling to accept failure. A single victory would suffice. Gu Yanli, aware of Lu Qinyu's gaming obsession, refrained from commenting, instead offering snacks and beverages, fruit, followed by milk tea. He Qinian glanced at the menu and then handed it to Anan, asking, "What would you like to drink, little treasure?" Wen Shi'an looked over and chose the snowy mist plum. He Qinian ordered a snow domain green tea, instructing the waiter for the snowy mist plum. "Please serve it at room temperature with 5% sugar." "Understood." Gu Yanli pushed the untouched platter of fruit towards them, suggesting, "The mangosteen is quite good. Anan should give it a try." Wen Shi'an politely thanked him. "Thank you." He then glanced at his watch. 20 minutes had passed since Lu Qinyu commenced the game, and given the state of play, it was likely to conclude within 5 minutes. "We shall wait 5 minutes before heading over. Everything is prepared on that end." He Qinian nodded in agreement. Chapter 92. Unspoken Understanding in the ELC-9 shooting room. Lu Qinyu instructed in a low voice after the mechanical target is reported. "A recheck is necessary to avoid discrepancies and errors." "Yes, young Master Lu." He Qinian and Wen Shi'an emerged together, both clad in white shooting attire. Their shoulders similarly narrow, yet distinct in their physique. To determine who is more perfect will be a matter of personal taste. The former, a figure of formidable stature, boasted an impressive height and broad shoulders, while the latter, a vision of beauty, possessed a slender waist and long legs, her proportions nothing short of dreamlike. Lu Qinyu, with a roguish whistle, admired Wen Shi'an, exclaiming, "Oh my little treasure, you are utterly captivating. Such beauty, one cannot help but be entranced. With that delicate waist. If you were a girl, I would surely find myself competing with He Qinian." Wen Shi'an offered a modest smile. "Thank you." He Qinian proudly raised his chin, declaring, "Your envy is futile. She is my wife, absolutely stunning." Gu Yanli, lagging a step behind, caught the exchange. A flicker of disappointment shadowed his gentle eyes as he glanced down at his own waist, then back at Wen Shi'an's. He seemed to realize he could not quite measure up to that standard. His waist, while comparable to He Qinian's, lacked the latter's robust physique, even if their heights were identical. Lu Qinyu habitually summoned Gu Yanli, requesting him to bring over the goggles and wrist guards. Upon hearing the call, Gu Yanli returned to his senses and effortlessly fetched the items, adorning Lu Qinyu with them in the process. Lu Qinyu accepted this with a sense of entitlement, feeling no hint of dissonance. After all, this had been their dynamic for many years. Habits can be a formidable force. Wen Shi'an observed the two and found their interaction somewhat peculiar. It resembled the rapport he shared with He Qinian. Or perhaps it was simply that he lacked such close childhood friends, rendering their camaraderie strange to him. As He Qinian fastened the wrist guards on Anan, he relayed a few precautions. When he looked up, he discovered that the little one was entirely oblivious to his words. Following his gaze, he noticed Lu Qinyu, lounging like a lord, awaiting Gu Yanli to equip him with the goggles and then the wrist guards. He merely clicked his tongue in response, then redirected his attention, wrapping his arm around Ann's waist and turning her away. "Stop observing them," he urged, when Shi'an raised his eyes to him. "Don't you find their dynamic a bit odd?" He Qinian placed the goggles on him, replying, "Not at all. Since I've known them, it has always been this way. Lu Qinyu behaves like a young master, while Gu Yanli is akin to his caretaker. In their youth, Gu Yanli managed his meals, sleep, and even worried about his homework and whether he skipped classes or indulged in video games. At times, he even assisted Lu Qinyu with his holiday assignments, tirelessly fretting over them." Wen Shi'an glanced at the duo once more, still sensing an oddity. Perhaps it was simply a testament to their close-knit friendship. Just then, a mechanical female voice announced, "Please take your positions. The moving target shooting is about to commence." Wen Shi'an withdrew his gaze, adjusting the goggles that had just been placed on his nose, the lenses reflecting the bright lights of a shooting range. He Qinian handed a gun to An, advising, "Moving targets are slightly more challenging than fixed ones. Focus on the trajectory and take your time." "Understood." Not far away, Lu Qinyu was still replying to messages, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, do you think Lu Shiner is an idiot? She crashed my car, the limited edition, which I painstakingly ordered." Hearing the commotion, Gu Yanli approached once more to check the safety catch of his gun, then adjusted his Askew goggles. "It's fine. When we return, I'll buy you a new one. It's about to start." The mechanical voice urged them again, and the four took their positions at the shooting range. As the mechanical voice faded, the moving targets began to glide. He Qinian was the first to pull the trigger, with a resounding bang. A bullet hole appeared at the center of the target. Instantly, the electronic screen displayed a perfect 10, and a female voice reported the score simultaneously. Lu Qinyu clicked his tongue, then similarly hit the bullseye with the same 10 displayed. Following suit, Wen Shi'an and Gu Yanli also achieved perfect scores. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, yet ceased almost as swiftly as it began. The final results were as follows. Wen Shi'an, 10, 10, 9, 10, 8. He Qinian, 109, 109, 109, 109, 10. Lu Qinyu, 10, 10, 109, 7, 7. Gu Yanli, 109, 109, 109, 109, 10. Upon completing his first examination, Lu Qinyu felt a surge of indignation. Doubtful of the outcome, he scrutinized the results once more, only to find that his score remained at the bottom. I refuse to believe this. I demand a reevaluation. With that declaration, he stormed toward the target, determined to witness the truth for himself, unable to accept that both of them had hit the bullseye with every shot. He Qinian, noticing Lu Qinyu's intent to investigate, exhibited a flicker of unease in his gaze and subtly gestured for the staff to promptly address the evidence. However, Lu Qinyu was swift in his approach, arriving at the scene with an icy demeanor that rendered the staff paralyzed with fear. They thought to themselves, this is a disaster. If his orders remain unfulfilled, they had already contemplated their fate buried in that very ground. Seeing everyone frozen in shock only heightened Lu Qinyu's irritation as he strode purposefully toward the target. He first examined He Qinian's results, which appeared perfectly normal. Unsatisfied, he scrutinized them multiple times, and they remained unchanged, each shot squarely in the center. Next, he turned his attention to Gu Yanli, momentarily chastising himself for his lack of intellect. After all, Gu had spent years honing his skills in the military. If his marksmanship were lacking, it would indeed be a disgrace. Upon confirming that there were no errors on Gu's target, he prepared to check Wen Shi'an's, only to discover that none of the targets bore any bullet holes. What? Is this some kind of jest? How could there be absolutely no bullet holes? All shots off target? I had just observed his form. It was impeccable, and his shooting was undeniably impressive. How could he have missed entirely? As the staff contemplated explaining the situation, they were preempted by his prior instructions, regardless of whether one had hit the target. All results were to be reported as successful. This, it justified, would help in fostering confidence. Lu Qinyu thought about how heartbroken one would be if he had missed entirely. With a resigned smile, he remarked, one must have made an error. They should all be 10s. As for the matter of the missed shots, he warned, if any of you speak of this, you shall bear the consequences. The staff, taken aback by his words, were momentarily at a loss, initially fearing exposure, but were surprised to learn that Lu desired discretion. This was unprecedented. Which young master had ever become the darling of the prince's party? Noticing their silence, Lu Qinyu's voice turned cold. Did you not hear what I said? Yes, we will rectify the results immediately. In the shooting room, when the revised results were announced, Wen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback, only to then realize that he had scored all 10s. It turned out he possessed a hidden talent for shooting. He Qinian's eyes shifted slightly as he glanced at the returning figure, immediately grasping the situation. At that moment, a college student entered through the door, making his way toward Wen Shi'an.